Yang Fan, in a selfless act to support her university aspirations, voluntarily dropped out of school to work as a delivery person. After 3 years, she was accepted into graduate school, but when Yang Fan proposed, he was met with a harsh rejection. "You can't possibly think that a graduate student like me would marry a delivery boy like you?" Yang Fan felt utterly betrayed by the world. In the depths of despair, a cashback system awakened within him. "Dear underdog, begin your rise." Months later, clad in designer attire, Yang Fan emerged from the driver's seat of a Lamborghini worth millions and spotted her, regret etched on her tear-streaked face. "You look down on me for being a delivery person, and now you're here crying?" Chapter 1. A graduate student like me cannot possibly marry a delivery person, can I? In Jiangcheng, within a modest rental apartment, a pure young woman donned in a JK skirt and a cropped knit top spoke sweetly. The man before her, handsome and stylish, wore luxurious attire. The woman, blushing, seemed torn between acceptance and rejection. Outside the building, a man in a regal robe rode an electric bicycle. It was Yang Fan. His face was alight with excitement as he retrieved a bouquet from the delivery box. "Today marks 3 years since Xiao Ran and I got together, and I've finally saved enough for a down payment." Yang Fan concealed the ring amidst the flowers, removed his helmet, and dusted off his royal robe. Indeed, today he planned to propose. 3 years prior, Yang Fan and his girlfriend, Zhang Ran, had both been accepted into the same university, but due to family circumstances, Zhang Ran decided not to attend. Yang Fan, who had secretly admired her since high school, dropped out to work as a delivery person to fund her education. Zhang Ran was moved by his sincerity and agreed to be with him over 2 months ago, cohabiting together. Yang Fan believed they had been a couple for 3 years. Their apartment complex lacked an elevator, but fortunately, the floors were not high. As Yang Fan ascended the stairs, each step felt heavy, requiring a deep breath to muster the courage. He had envisioned proposing to Zhang Ran countless times in his dreams, yet now that the moment had arrived, he was overwhelmed with nerves. Though reaching the 5th floor should take no more than 2 minutes, Yang Fan took 5. At the door, he inhaled deeply, concealing the flowers behind him. He knocked, despite having a key, wanting to surprise Zhang Ran. His heart raced. She was his first love, the object of his affections. Even after months of living together, he had refrained from intimacy, believing such moments were best reserved for their wedding night. To his shock, he heard the sounds of an argument from inside. After a minute, the door opened. The sight of an unfamiliar man behind it caused Yang Fan's smile to fade. "Who are you? What are you doing in my home?" The handsome stranger ignored him, smirking disdainfully at Yang Fan's delivery uniform. "Are you Yang Fan? Who are you? Do you realize you're trespassing?" Yang Fan's voice trembled with a hint of madness. The stranger merely chuckled, dismissing Yang Fan entirely. Just then, Zhang Ran emerged from the room, her outfit now disheveled. "Xiao Ran, run! There's a thief in the house!" Yang Fan shouted, ready to confront the intruder. But the handsome man wrapped his arms around Zhang Ran. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she made no move to resist. Yang Fan's heart shattered. He understood the implications, but wished to deny the truth. "Yang Fan, let's break up." The bouquet fell from Yang Fan's grasp, and his body went rigid. "Why?" His eyes reddened, his faith in their love evaporating. "Why do you ask? You were quite handsome when you graduated. Look at you now." After 3 years of delivering, Yang Fan's skin had darkened, his beard unkempt from neglect. "But we agreed that I would work while you studied, and we would marry once you graduated." Zhang Ran crossed her arms and laughed mockingly. "Yang Fan, did you really think I, a graduate student, would marry a delivery boy like you?" A thunderclap echoed in Yang Fan's mind, despite the beautiful weather outside. The onlooker, Chun Xiao, sneered, tossing a bank card at Yang Fan's feet. "There's 100,000 on this card. Thank you for taking care of Xiao Ran for the past 3 years." He emphasized the last words, earning a glare from Zhang Ran. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, the sounds of laughter from within ringing in Yang Fan's ears. He stood frozen. The words, "You can't possibly think that a graduate student like me would marry a delivery boy like you," echoing relentlessly in his mind. After what felt like an eternity, Yang Fan let out a bitter laugh. "I should have seen this coming." He picked up the fallen flowers and descended the stairs like a soulless being. Upon exiting the complex, he found solace by a lake in a nearby park. a place he often visited. Zhang Ran had forbidden him from smoking, but the weight of his sorrow drove him to it. As he finished a cigarette, he recalled a news story about a man who had taken his own life at this very spot, reportedly due to love troubles. Yang Fan had once felt pity for that man, believing that a true man should never succumb to despair. With a wry smile, he tossed the engagement ring into the lake, creating but a small ripple, much like the love he had poured into his relationship. He took out his phone, the case revealing a photo of a family of 3. But my parents are no longer here. He pressed the photo to his forehead, yearning for a connection with them. Tears streamed down his face. Mom, Dad, I'm here to find you. At that moment, a man carrying a poster ambled by. He hastily pulled down his trousers, intending to relieve himself. Upon noticing Yang Fan, he quickly pulled them back up. Whoa, a ghost! Yang Fan jumped in surprise. After a moment, the man recognized Yang Fan and chuckled at the misunderstanding. Hey, young man, you're not thinking of doing something foolish, are you? The man approached, placing a comforting arm around Yang Fan's shoulders. Yang Fan shuddered slightly, quickly responding, of course not. I merely enjoy standing by the lake to smoke. The man scrutinized Yang Fan for a moment before lighting a cigarette for himself and offering one to Yang Fan. Listen, although I don't know what you're going through, as someone who has seen life's trials, I must remind you that life is precious. Cherish it. He gestured to the flowers on the ground. The man handed Yang Fan a flyer. This place specializes in helping those in your situation. Go and discover the world. As Yang Fan watched the man walk away, a bitter smile graced his lips. But I have nothing to hold on to. Noticing the flyer in his hand, he glanced at it. A prosperous establishment opening, with all services starting at a minimum of 30 off. Foot massage, $199. Pedicure, $128. Beauty treatments, $368. Gazing at the flyer, Yang Fan wore a frown. He had sensed that the middle-aged man was somewhat dubious, but he never anticipated such unseemliness. Yang Fan recalled hearing someone mention that in a foot massage parlor, the more one spent, the better the service. After 23 years, I can't possibly still be regarded as a child when visiting my parents, he mused, before turning away from the address on the flyer. Chapter 2. The blind man regains his sight. The first thing he does is discard his cane Fuju Yifeng. It was now past 9 in the evening as Yang Fan alighted from the taxi. Standing at the entrance of Fuju Yifeng, this establishment appeared to be newly opened, as the archway at the entrance had yet to be taken down. Hey, handsome, interested in a foot massage? A mature woman greeted him with a smile, leaving Yang Fan uncertain on how to decline. Soon, he found himself being ushered inside. By 11 o'clock, Yang Fan stood once more at the doorway of Fuju Yifeng, this time facing away from the entrance. He glanced at the consumption page on his phone, which displayed over 3,000 in expenses, and a wry smile crept onto his lips. Within those 2 hours, he had indulged in every service offered. At that moment, he felt utterly relaxed, as though the fatigue from 3 years of delivering takeout had been swept away. Even the stubble on his face had been meticulously groomed, revealing a long-lost handsome visage. Standing at 182 centimeters, his physique, honed through 2 years of strenuous work, made him undeniably attractive, although the delivery uniform considerably diminished his appeal. Yang Fan was filled with frustration, for he still felt like a child. Damn, it turns out it was all a deception. The thought of the middle-aged woman who had massaged his feet irritated him. He felt cheated once more, or rather, deceived by women he had never harbored such disdain for a gender before. Beep, detection of the host's unfortunate circumstances, the consumption cashback system has awakened. System binding successful, beginner reward skill obtained. Eye of Insight. Consumption cashback. The host will receive 10-fold cashback for any expenditure on women with a charm value above 85. Loser, begin your comeback. Upon hearing the mechanical voice echo in his mind, Yang Fan's body trembled. Was this the essential system for a loser's resurgence? How fortunate he was, awakening a system just as he contemplated leaving this world. With a bitter smile, he remarked, I have seen through the mundane, you have come too late. Perhaps find another host. Yang Fan pulled out his phone, staring at the remaining 12,000 in his bank account. This sum was the fruit of 3 years of frugality and relentless toil, saved for a down payment. He promptly donated 100,000 to children in impoverished regions, for he had no parents or relatives, rendering such wealth meaningless to him. In the early morning streets, few pedestrians roamed, and Yang Fan wandered aimlessly. His gaze was vacant, as if he had lost interest in the world, until he passed a barbecue stall. Ha! I have given her so much, yet she ran off with some rich man's son. At a nearby barbecue stall, only one table remained occupied by revelers, seemingly inebriated. A relatively sober man spoke to the drunken one. Losing you is her loss if it's over. It's over. The next will be better. The inebriated man wept. Why? I worked on construction for 5 years to support her through college. Why did she abandon me? The sober man sighed. Brother, how could someone you deified ever love someone as ordinary as you? The drunken man persisted. I scrimped and saved, giving her all my money. Doesn't that touch her heart? When a blind man regains his sight, the first thing he does is discard his cane. Are you willing to wager on human nature? Suddenly, a rumble echoed as thunder cracked the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. The weather in Jiangxing is notoriously capricious. Yang Fan listened to the two men conversing, feeling a deep resonance within himself. So that was it in the end. The devoted suitor was unworthy of a happy ending. As the downpour intensified, Yang Fan hastily sought refuge under a nearby pavilion. Not far away, a drenched woman approached to escape the rain. She had a commendable figure, clad in loose denim pants, her white shirt thoroughly soaked, rendering her pink undergarments visible. Upon realizing the newcomer was a woman, Yang Fan flinched, for women had become formidable in his eyes. He swiftly averted his gaze. After 10 minutes, the rain showed no signs of abating, even worsening. Are you Yang Fan? A melodious voice came from behind. Yang Fan turned, puzzled. Do we know each other? The woman chuckled lightly. It's Lin Yi. Don't you remember? After a moment's contemplation, Yang Fan recalled that she was indeed a classmate from high school, reputed to be the belle of the school. Of course, who doesn't know that you had a crush on Zhang Ran for 3 years? No wonder you forgot about other girls. Lin Yi laughed playfully. Yang Fan offered an awkward smile, replying, I remember. I haven't forgotten. Once those words were spoken, silence enveloped them, and an air of awkwardness lingered. Yang Fan noticed 2 small words in sight hovering above Lin Yi's head, prompting him to engage his newfound skill. Name, Lin Yi. Age, 24. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 98 pounds. Charm value, 92. Occupation, beauty sales. Romantic encounters, 0. Note, romantic encounters refer to the number of past relationships. The text materialized before him. Yang Fan was initially taken aback, but quickly accepted the reality. The system had indeed manifested, and the preceding thoughts were not mere figments of his imagination. Lin Yi, sensing Yang Fan's unwavering gaze, shyly inquired, How are things between you and Zhang Ran? Upon hearing Zhang Ran's name, Yang Fan's grip tightened, veins bulging on his arms. You broke up? Lin Yi questioned, astonished. I never imagined the most esteemed couple in our class wouldn't last after graduation. Yang Fan offered a bitter smile indeed. Even he had not foreseen their separation. Rain continued to fall, and Lin Yi sought to fill the silence. Were you living in Jiangxing now? Yang Fan observed the rain intensifying and sighed. Since Zhang Ran's tuition had been funded by him, she had insisted on renting the apartment, with the lease in her name. Yang Fan felt despair wash over him. Had she already betrayed him back then? I currently have no place to stay. How about I let you stay at my place for a night? Lin Yi's suggestion was merely a courteous offer, considering they were old classmates. She recognized that Yang Fan appeared to be in a downer and looking utterly dejected. Yang Fan, having nowhere to go, dumbly nodded in response to her offer. All right. Lin Yi's eyes widened. She had only meant it as a polite gesture, yet he took it seriously. After a while, the rain ceased, and Lin Yi promptly prepared to leave, saying, Yang Fan, actually my family. Suddenly, she stumbled on the steps of the pavilion, her high-heeled shoe twisting awkwardly. Just as she was about to fall, Yang Fan reached out to steady her. Her arm felt soft and delicate in his grasp. He made no further moves, merely aiding her to a nearby seat. Are you all right? Lin Yi's complexion paled, for her ankle had begun to swell. I think I can't walk anymore. Yang Fan crouched down to examine her ankle, refraining from physical contact, maintaining a respectful distance while assessing the swelling with his eyes. Is your home far from here? He asked. Lin Yi's cheeks flushed at his inquiry, but it seemed there was no better alternative. Recalling Yang Fan's commendable character from high school, she deemed him honest and kind-hearted. All right then, it'll trouble you. Yang Fan did not harbor any aversion towards his high school classmate who proactively sought refuge at his place. He crouched down, and after a moment of hesitation, Lin Yi climbed up. In the next instant, Yang Fan narrowed his eyes, feeling a tinge of unfamiliarity. During the years spent with Zhang Ran, the most frequent act he engaged in was holding her hand. As Yang Fan rose to his feet, he remained oblivious to the crimson hue that adorned Lin Yi's face behind him. Under her guidance, after a considerable duration, Yang Fan arrived at her modest rental apartment. He gently set her down and opened the door, assisting Lin Yi as she settled onto the sofa. Her dwelling was rather small, comprising merely a bedroom, a living area, and a bathroom. Do you have any Honghua oil? Given the state of your foot, neglecting to apply some medication may lead to inflammation by tomorrow, Yang Fan advised. Lin Yi gestured toward a nearby table, stating, "There's a small first aid kit over there. Could you please fetch it for me?" Yang Fan approached and retrieved the kit for her, refraining from offering to apply the medication, as he was mindful of boundaries. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated at the door. It was past 11 o'clock, and Yang Fan cast a puzzled glance at Lin Yi, who seemed to recall something, her expression darkening. Yang Fan proceeded to open the door, revealing the landlady holding a set of keys, her demeanor marked by impatience. With a forced smile, Lin Yi addressed her, "Aunt Wang, if you could grant me a few more days, I assure you I will settle the payment." Aunt Wang frowned and replied, "You have already delayed your rent for 3 months. Today you must pay me, or I will have no choice but to dispose of all your belongings tomorrow." Chapter 3. Awakening in the mortal realm. Observing the landlord's unwavering demeanor, Lin Yi's expression soured considerably. At that moment, Yang Fan stepped forward and inquired, "How much?" Aunt Wang glanced at Yang Fan, clad in a delivery uniform, and disdainfully replied, "Are you going to pay for her?" Without hesitation, Yang Fan produced his phone and scanned the payment code. Witnessing Yang Fan's resolute action, Aunt Wang looked at Lin Yi before retrieving the payment code. 3 months, 6,000. After contemplating for a moment, Yang Fan directly transferred 10,000. The excess would account for the rent of the subsequent 2 months. Aunt Wang smiled at the receipt on her phone, casting a glance at Lin Yi. "Oh, Lin Yi, aren't you quite the delicate one? Where did you find such a pretty boy?" Yang Fan's complexion was far from pale. A sun-kissed tint adorned his skin. Nevertheless, due to the 1,000, Aunt Wang perceived him as Lin Yi's catch. "Take the money and leave," Yang Fan said impatiently. Aunt Wang, unfazed, chuckled as she closed the door behind her. "Spent 10,000, successfully received a cashback of 100,000. Hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Yang Fan glanced at his bank account balance, which had swelled to over 100,000. "Thank you, Yang Fan. I will repay you soon," Lin Yi expressed with gratitude. "It's nothing. I should be thanking you," Yang Fan replied. Lin Yi assumed he was referring to his hospitality and did not pursue the topic further. "Do you need a rest?" Yang Fan inquired as Lin Yi rose. However, she stumbled and nearly fell. Fortunately, Yang Fan was quick to catch her, and her form brushed against his arm. "Lin Yi se shakes flushit, betrink has shyness. Shall I carry you?" Lin Yi initially intended to decline, but the pain in her foot left her speechless. "Since I've already carried you this far, it won't make a difference," she conceded. "Very well." Yang Fan lifted her, the sensation of her softness returning. Though it felt somewhat pleasant, his expression remained stoic. Upon opening the door, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. The room was modest yet charming, predominantly adorned in hues of pink. With 2 small pink cats perched on the bedside and cartoon decals on the walls, resembling a princess's chamber. Lin Yi's embarrassment deepened as she lowered her gaze. Thankfully, Yang Fan refrained from commenting. "Rest well," he said before departing. "Wait a moment," he heard her call out, puzzled. "Grab a blanket," she indicated toward the pink throw. He picked it up and replied, "Thanks." Subsequently, he turned and exited without lingering. It felt inappropriate for a man to remain in a woman's private space late at night, fearing it might cause her distress. As Lin Yi gazed at the closed door, she sensed that Yang Fan was markedly different from the men in her company. He adeptly maintained a respectful distance and did not exploit her vulnerability. Most importantly, he was exceedingly polite, instilling a sense of security. The thought of repaying Yang Fan the 10,000 made her expression sour. Despite her monthly salary of 7,000 being relatively high in Jiangcheng, it was still insufficient for her circumstances. Yang Fan reclined on the sofa, reflecting on the surreal events of the day. He glanced again at the 100,000 in cashback, its reality striking him. For 3 years, he had lived for Zhang Ran, almost succumbing to despair today. Henceforth, I shall live solely for myself. Yang Fan's eyes shone with determination as clarity washed over him. Why should he forsake his life for a woman like Zhang Ran? Could he not survive without her? A sardonic smile crossed his face as he realized he had awakened to true enlightenment. Beep detected a change in host's mindset, successfully obtained system recognition. Main quest has been released. Main quest. Successfully spend on 5 women with a charisma value above 85. Quest reward. Enhanced physique. Hearing the system's voice, Yang Fan felt a tinge of melancholy. So much had transpired within a single night. Spending on 5 women? He tapped his head, finding it not overly challenging, especially since it did not involve anything else. Throughout that night, Yang Fan contemplated deeply, unaware of when sleep had claimed him. At 8 in the morning, the noises from the living room roused Yang Fan. Upon opening his eyes, he found Lin Yi there. Observing her walk, he felt perplexed, especially when she attempted to put on high heels. Are you out of your mind? Your foot hasn't healed yet, and you want to wear high heels? Lin Yi jumped, startled, and turned to see Yang Fan seated on the sofa. She sighed, I have no choice. I need to meet a client today. Your injury isn't healed. If you wear heels all day, you won't be able to work tomorrow, Yang Fan cautioned. Lin Yi sighed, reflecting on her circumstances. Alas, all for the sake of survival. Yang Fan seemed to grasp her predicament and asked, Are you in dire need of money? Considering Lin Yi lived alone, yet had several months of unpaid wages. It struck him as odd. He surmised that there might be issues at her home. Lin Yi closed her eyes and replied, It's nothing. With that, she disregarded him, opting not to wear the high heels, but instead donned a pair of white sneakers. Yang Fan rose and said, Thank you for your hospitality last night. He then exited the room first. He heard Lin Yi's voice from behind. I will repay you soon. Yang Fan waved his hand in acknowledgement, descending the stairs. He recalled the plans he had devised for the day. First, he would undergo a transformation. From then on, the previous Yang Fan, the delivery boy, would cease to exist. Good brother, I can no longer accompany you in battles, he mused as he rode his electric bike to a store selling new electric scooters. Brother, looking to buy a bike? A tattooed man greeted him with a smile. The owner of the electric bike shop did not disdain Yang Fan's delivery attire. To him, a delivery worker genuinely seeking to buy a bike was commonplace. I wish to purchase a new bike. How much can I get for this old one? Although he still had over 100,000, Yang Fan preferred to save where he could. The tattooed man appraised Yang Fan's electric bike and said, Let us do this. It's tough for all of us. If you buy a new one, I'll give you 1,000 for the old one. Yang Fan nodded, appreciating that 1,000 for a second-hand bike was a good deal. Brother, take a look at our newly released Guihua motorcycle. It's perfect for young men. The tattooed man enthusiastically introduced. Yang Fan gazed at the colorful array of motorcycles in the shop. Noticing Yang Fan's interest in the Guihua, the tattooed man seized the opportunity, saying, Brother, I see you have good taste. This Guihua, valued at 3,500 after the trade-in, I can let you have it for just 2,000. Yang Fan glanced at the sleek black Guihua motorcycle and then at his faithful electric bike that had accompanied him for 3 years. If he was to change, it must be a complete transformation. He would part with the electric bike and embrace the motorcycle. He scanned the payment code. The tattooed man beamed, throwing an arm around Yang Fan's shoulder as he activated the payment. Moments later, Yang Fan rode away on the Guihua, feeling exhilarated. The tattooed owner chuckled, watching Yang Fan's departing figure, thinking to himself, What a fool. I've just made an easy 500 on this deal. Chapter 4. A gift for you, Yang Fan. Now astride the Guihua, cruised down the street, attracting many curious glances. With his new vehicle, he arrived at a shopping mall. Previously, he had only shopped at street stalls or at Renmin Street. He had never set foot in a shopping center. Entering a Jishi Fan boutique, Yang Fan stepped inside. Halt! Delivery bikes are to be left at the entrance. As Yang Fan approached the entrance, he was halted by a heavily made-up woman. At that moment, Yang Fan was still clad in the free yellow vest provided by the delivery service, which led to his being mistaken for a delivery person. He replied with a hint of indifference, I am here to purchase clothing. The woman regarded him with disdain. You? Do you have any idea that the cheapest items in our store cost several thousand? What do you intend to buy? Many individuals frequented Ji Fan, trying on multiple outfits only to take countless photographs, ultimately claiming they were unsuitable and leaving without a purchase. The woman, having sized up Yang Fan, categorized him among those who merely browsed. In this era, even delivery personnel dared to enter Ji Fan. Yang Fan frowned, incensed that his attire would prevent him from entering. What must I do to gain entry? The woman scoffed, you must at least buy one piece of clothing. Yang Fan nodded and proceeded inside. The woman furrowed her brow, pondering what to do if he later claimed he lacked funds. With that thought, she stopped him again. Wait, I need to verify your financial capability. You must have a minimum of 100,000 to enter. Ji Fan catered exclusively to the affluent. Their offerings consisted solely of luxury apparel. Yang Fan, feeling annoyed by her repeated obstruction, recalled that he had precisely 100,000 remaining in his account and decided not to cause a scene, reaching for his phone. Chi-Duku, how can you prevent customers from entering? A beautiful woman inside the store interjected. Sure see you, as an intern. Do you presume to instruct me, a seasoned saleswoman? Chi-Duku shot a venomous glance at Sure see you. Though Sure see you felt a pang of fear, she mustered the courage to respond. Customers are paramount. If you block them, who will come shop here? You dare speak to me like that? Your internship certificate will vanish, and I will report you to Sisterly. At her words, Sure see you's face drained of color. Just then, Yang Fan raised his voice enough. He displayed his phone, pausing at the page, showing his bank balance. ISNT, just a balance check. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Chi-Duku glanced at the screen, noting a balance of 385, 630, and relented, allowing him to pass. After Yang Fan entered, she muttered, it's just over 100,000. What is there to be proud of? Does a delivery person truly spend that much? Once inside the store, Yang Fan's yellow vest stood out conspicuously, drawing several curious gazes. Aren't you idle? Go attend to him, Chi-Duku commanded. In turn, Sure see you, hesitant to speak up, led Yang Fan to explore the men's section. Sir, what type of clothing do you require? I can assist you in finding something suitable to try on. Sure see you did not look down on him for his delivery attire. Instead, she provided a standard introduction. Yang Fan felt a flicker of admiration for the girl who had defended him moments ago. Unlike Chi-Duku, she did not disdain him, and he had overheard Chi-Duku's remarks about jeopardizing Sure see you's internship. Name, Sure see you. Age, 23. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 92 pounds. Charm level, 88. Occupation, clothing salesperson. Number of romantic relationships, 1. Yang Fan regarded her charm level of 88, then glanced at Chi-Duku, who was sitting nearby. Get her nails done. Sir, are you listening? Sure see you's voice interrupted Yang Fan's thoughts. Is what she said earlier true? Yang Fan inquired. At his question, Sure see you lowered her head, aware that Chi-Duku had ties to the store's manager. Observing her silence, Yang Fan contemplated before saying, show me the women's clothing. Sure see you paused, then confirmed, Sir, you wish to see the women's clothing? Yang Fan nodded. Sure see you considered this. It made sense that a delivery person would not buy clothing for himself, but perhaps he was purchasing for a girlfriend. She subsequently guided him to the women's clothing section. Sir, what style are you looking to gift your girlfriend? A short skirt, a long skirt, or a dress? Yang Fan waved his hand and replied, how about this? Select a few outfits for me, size medium, with a price cap of 100,000. Sure see you, somewhat incredulous, asked, you want me to choose for you? Yang Fan reiterated his request, prompting Sure see you to comply. After a lengthy selection process, she returned with 3 garments. Sir, I have chosen these for you. Yang Fan examined the items. One priced over 50,000, another over 20,000, and a third just over 10,000. Please process the payment. Sure see you was taken aback, asking, are we charging now? Each sale generated a commission, and in her week at the store, she had yet to sell a single item due to seasoned salespeople like Chi-Duku snatching up potential buyers. Only those hesitant to purchase would allow Sure see you to attend to them. Soon, she led him to the checkout counter. Chi-Duku, noticing the situation, remarked, did he truly buy? It seems he is purchasing more than one item. Chi-Duku stood and said, Sure see you, you may take a break. At this, Sure see you shuddered. Her desire to argue caught in her throat. Do you not understand my words? Chi-Duku spat venomously. Sure see you stepped back, resigned, and lowered her head. Chi-Duku then approached to handle Yang Fan's payment. Wait, Yang Fan narrowed his eyes at Chi Duku. I want her to process my payment. Chi Duku paused her actions, forcing a smile onto her round face. Well, who processes it is the same. Yang Fan remained expressionless, continuing, let her handle it. Otherwise, I will not make the purchase. Chi Duku's face quivered with anger as she glared at Shirsiu. You, come here and process his payment. Shirsiu looked at Yang Fan with gratitude and walked over to assist him. Thank you. Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. In this society, there are few kind-hearted individuals like you. The transaction was swiftly completed, and a payment notification of 95,300 appeared on Yang Fan's phone. Chi Duku sat scowling at Shirsiu. Observing this, Yang Fan smiled faintly and handed the packaged garments to Shirsiu, saying, These are for you. Chapter 5. The yellow-haired youth with a devilish aura Shirsiu appeared momentarily dazed before finally saying, Sir, what did you just say? Aren't these for your girlfriend? I don't have a girlfriend. Chi Duku, witnessing the scene, seethed with frustration. The cost of these garments approached 100,000, equivalent to more than half her salary. No, sir, this is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Upon hearing this, Chi Duku could not remain seated. She stood up, wishing to exclaim that she wanted them. Yang Fan was pleased with Chi Duku's reaction and continued, addressing Shirsiu, who still hesitated, fidgeting with her skirt. Yang Fan, noticing her reluctance, provocatively remarked, If you do not accept, I shall gift them to the saleswoman nearby. After all, as a man, I have no use for women's clothing. Chi Duku's face lit up with excitement as she hurried over. Thank you, sir. Before she could finish her sentence, Shirsiu interjected, I want them. Do not give them to her. Yang Fan smiled slightly, finding the situation amusing. As Shirsiu accepted the garments from Yang Fan, the system's voice resonated once more. Consumption 95300. Successful cashback 953,000. Yang Fan glanced at his phone, and over 900,000 had already been credited to his account. A wave of excitement washing over his face. This system is quite something. Shirsiu, you need not come to work tomorrow. Chi Duku exclaimed angrily. However, to her surprise, Shirsiu retorted, her face flushed. If I don't come, I don't come. You steal all the customers from me and still bully me. I have long wanted to leave. Chi Duku furrowed her brow at her, stammering, You have rebelled. Shirsiu turned away, ignoring her, taking a deep breath before asking Yang Fan, Sir, do you need anything else? Yang Fan smiled and replied, I still haven't purchased my own clothes. He then selected 2 sets of men's clothing worth nearly 30 to 40,000 and swiped his card without hesitation. Don't worry. You have already achieved over 100,000 in sales today. They will certainly not dismiss you. Yang Fan comforted from the side. Shirsiu lowered her head, saying nothing. After a while, she took out her phone and said, Sir, thank you for the clothes. May I have your contact information? In the past, when Yang Fan was still infatuated, he would have undoubtedly rejected a beautiful girl asking for his contact. However, having just been betrayed, he was still not entirely over it. As 5 years of feelings had gone to waste. Forget it. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. Shirsiu felt her cheeks burn. It was her first time proactively asking for a boy's contact, only to be unexpectedly rejected. Summoning her courage, she approached Yang Fan and said, Sir, the clothes you gifted are too precious. I hope you can give me a chance to treat you to a meal. It was merely a meal, whether he accepted or not. Before Yang Fan could respond, she added, If you refuse, then I cannot accept those clothes. Yang Fan pondered for a moment. After all, it was just a contact. Given that he would need to engage with women for future tasks, he opened his phone and added Shirsiu's information. Behind her, Chi Duku ground her teeth in anger, and after Yang Fan left, she scolded, I knew all along you were a shameless person, even asking for his contact. Hearing her words, Shirsiu felt tears welling in her eyes. She had merely asked for a contact. Don't think that selling a few pieces will get you dismissed. The store manager is my cousin. Yang Fan had already changed into the clothes bought from Ji Shifan, and his entire demeanor had transformed. After a facial treatment at Fuzui Fang the previous night, his complexion appeared exceptionally clean, though his sun-kissed skin did not instantly return to its former fairness. Riding his motorcycle with joy through the streets, he had discarded his delivery outfit, fully bidding farewell to his past self. The infatuated Yang Fan was gone. The current him was the enlightened Yang Fan. Handsome, getting a haircut, their essay discount today. While leisurely riding, Yang Fan heard a beautiful voice from the roadside. Turning his gaze, he spotted a barbershop named Shi JBGN. He ran his fingers through his disheveled hair, It was indeed time for a trim. Parking his motorcycle at the entrance, Yang Fan walked into the barbershop. "Handsome, would you like a perm or dye? Today, all services are 30 off." Upon hearing the discount, Yang Fan immediately recalled the exorbitant cost of 3,000 from the prior night at Fuzui Fang. "No, I just need a trim." Upon entering the barbershop, a well-proportioned woman with large, wavy yellow hair approached him. Name: Huang Lan. Age: 28. Height: 166 centimeters. Weight: 100 pounds. Charisma: 82. Occupation: hairdresser. Relationship count: 5. Seeing the hairdresser's charisma score below 85, Yang Fan silently lamented. "Handsome, would you like a perm or dye?" she asked again. He reiterated, "Just a trim, please," to look more energetic. Huang Lan adjusted his hair with her hands and remarked, "Handsome, your face shape is excellent. It would be a pity not to get a Morgan shag." Just as Yang Fan was about to refuse, she added, "I'll give you a 30 discount. I guarantee you'll look several notches more handsome after the perm." The warm breath she exhaled brushed against Yang Fan's ear, whether intentional or not. Having never tried a perm before, and not short on funds, he thought, since I'm leaving the past behind, why not? "All right." Huang Lan's my sopti picked up her tools and began working on his hair. An hour later, as she dried his hair, Yang Fan gazed into the mirror, hardly believing his reflection. No wonder they say a hairstyle can change a person's face. This voluminous Morgan shag suited him perfectly. "Didn't I tell you?" "Handsome," she said. Yang Fan nodded, thoroughly satisfied with his new hairstyle. "How about dyeing it as well?" Without much thought, he nodded in agreement, knowing it wouldn't cost much, and feeling pleased with Huang Lan's work. Huang Lan glanced at the motorcycle parked outside, a smile creeping onto her lips. Yang Fan sat down again, and she began her artistry while he closed his eyes, anticipating the transformation. This time, the process was shorter than the perm, and after about 40 minutes, a golden-haired Yang Fan emerged from the barbershop. Looking at the consumption page of over 800 on his phone, he felt that this was far more reasonable than Fuzui Fang. Sitting on his motorcycle, he admired his hairstyle in the phone's camera, nodding in approval. It was nearly noon, and he felt a bit hungry, having skipped breakfast. Riding away on his motorcycle, he soon disappeared from sight. After Yang Fan left, a woman holding a 6-year-old girl pointed at him and said, "Yin Yin, if you see someone on a bike with yellow hair, be sure to stay far away." The little girl blinked her big eyes and asked, "Why, Mommy?" The woman feigned a fierce expression and replied, "Because they are all bad people who will eat Yin Yin." She exaggeratedly opened her mouth wide, startling the little girl into tears. "Wah, Yin Yin understands now. I want to be friends with the brother with yellow hair." Chapter 6. I'm sorry for worrying you. Yang Fan remained blissfully unaware of the events that followed. He believed that the attention he garnered along the way was due to his newfound charm. Arriving at the familiar gates of Huaxia High School, where he had spent 3 years, he felt a rush of complex emotions. He had experienced many things and met numerous people during his time there. After standing for 10 minutes, Yang Fan parked his motorcycle and walked towards the nearby snack street. In the 3 years following graduation, he had worked tirelessly delivering food, earning nearly 200,000, of which he saved 120,000 for a down payment. The snack street still bore his memories, though several shops had changed. "Boss, a bowl of spicy hot pot, please." "Medium spicy?" "I want it extra spicy." A woman in an apron looked over, taking quite a while before responding. Xiao Fan?" Hearing the familiar name, Yang Fan felt his eyes prick with tears. "It's me, Aunt Xiao," he replied, his voice trembling. Aunt Xiao dropped her ledger in shock, shouting, "Darling, come out and see who's here." Soon, a middle-aged man, wielding a metal ladle and wearing a transparent kitchen mask, hurried out. Aunt Xiao nudged him excitedly, exclaiming, "Xiao Fan, it's Xiao Fan here." Yang Fan stood up, and the middle-aged man's gaze fell upon him. After a long moment, he said, "It's you, kid. It's been over 3 years. You finally came to see us." Tears streamed down Yang Fan's face, unable to hold back any longer. Kai Shu's eyes gradually glistened with moisture, while Xiao, he had long since been rendered speechless by tears. Upon hearing their concerned words, Yang Fan, resembling a child, seemed to weep away years of grievances. Kai Jingyuan and Xiao Ling were close friends of Yang Fan's parents, and the two families shared a strong bond. After the tragic accident that claimed the lives of Yang Fan's parents, Kai Jingyuan and Xiao Ling treated him as if he were their own child. However, Yang Fan was reluctant to burden them, choosing to earn his own living after graduation, knowing they would undoubtedly support his university education. He did not wish to impose such a heavy financial strain on them, especially since they had their own child to support through college. Thus, he left on his own, remaining in Jiangxing but not contacting them at all. He worked as a delivery driver to earn money for Zhang Ran's university expenses, fully aware that Kai Jingyuan and Xiao Ling would disapprove. This myriad of factors led to Yang Fan not reaching out to them for over 3 years since his high school graduation. Suddenly, Kai Jingyuan exclaimed, "Oh no, my pot is still on the stove. Xiao Fan, please sit for a moment." Yang Fan wiped his tears and settled at a nearby table. A few high school students were dining in the restaurant, and he wished to avoid causing too much disruption. Before long, they finished their meal and left the establishment, while Kai Jingyuan emerged from the kitchen to turn the open sign to temporarily closed. The two sat down with Yang Fan, exchanging warm inquiries. "Xiao Fan, where have you been studying these past few years?" Yang Fan forced a smile and replied, "I did not attend university." Xiao Ling responded with an air of understanding, gently saying, "Oh, you stubborn child." Yang Fan chuckled, "I did not want to make things difficult for you, and I'm doing quite well now." He then recounted his experiences over the years, omitting any mention of Zhang Ran. "What about that girl you liked in high school? I heard from Qian Qian that you two were together," Xiao Ling inquired. Yang Fan fell silent for a moment, realizing that she had not intended to divulge the information. Yet Qian Qian had informed her parents. "We broke up. It simply wasn't meant to be," he said nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. Kai Jingyuan and Xiao Ling were not surprised. Given Yang Fan's lack of parental support, it was understandable that the girl might not have been interested. If it ended, it ended. "When you came here for spicy hot pot in high school, I could tell she was not all that keen. Just the way she looked at our little shop." Yang Fan chuckled bitterly, regretting not realizing it sooner. "If you can't find a girlfriend, then perhaps it's best to wait. You are still young and have time," Kai Jingyuan sighed. Xiao Ling grasped Yang Fan's hand and said, "In the future, do not just disappear without a word. You have no idea how much your Uncle Kai and I have missed you these years." Hearing this made Yang Fan reflect on his past actions, realizing he had hurt those who cared for him the most because of Zhang Ran. "After your parents passed, your Uncle Kai and I took you in as our own. Your affairs are our affairs, so please do not act foolishly again. Indeed, we are like your godparents. Even if you did nothing, your Aunt Xiao and I could support you for a lifetime." Feeling the warmth of their unfamiliar yet familiar affection, Yang Fan recognized how selfish he had been. "I certainly won't do that again," he replied earnestly. "By the way, Xiao Fan, why not consider being with Qian Qian? You could become my son." Kai Jingyuan shot her a disapproving look. "What are you saying? Settle for anything? My daughter is beautiful and graceful." Xiao Ling pinched him and retorted, "I gave birth to her. Why should it concern you?" Kai Jingyuan rubbed his arm, hesitantly saying, "Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Qian Qian has yet to graduate." Xiao Ling glared at him, as if a quarrel was about to ensue. Yang Fan chuckled and quickly interjected, "Uncle Kai, I haven't eaten for 2 meals and am quite hungry." Upon hearing this, Kai Jingyuan exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could I forget? Just a moment, Xiao Fan. I'll prepare it right away." After Kai Jingyuan left, Xiao Ling remarked, "Xiao Fan, your uncle spoils Qian Qian too much. I have watched you grow up and know you well. You and Qian Qian are childhood sweethearts. If you marry her, we will still see her." Yang Fan blinked, unsure how to refuse. "Aunt Xiao, matters of affection cannot be forced. We can discuss it later. By the way, where are you living now, Xiao Fan?" Yang Fan pondered for a moment, unsure how to respond, and sighed, "I currently have no place to stay." He quickly shook his head, saying, "No, I just vacated my previous place and am looking for a new one. Here comes a spicy hot pot. You can't handle it too spicy, so I only made it mildly spicy for you," Kai Jingyuan announced, bringing the dish. Yang Fan felt warmth in his heart, knowing that those who cared for him were aware of his preferences. The hot pot was still steaming, yet as Yang Fan consumed it, he felt enveloped by the love of these two individuals. He quickly finished his meal. "Uncle Kai, Aunt Xiao, I must take my leave now. I have matters to attend to this afternoon," Yang Fan said. "Xiao Fan, you won't just disappear again, will you?" Xiao Ling's voice was tinged with concern. Yang Fan smiled and replied earnestly, "I will not." After bidding farewell, he turned to leave. "Do you truly wish to marry Qian Qian to Xiao Fan?" Kai Jingyuan questioned. "What of it? We have watched Xiao Fan grow. He is a kind-hearted boy." Noticing Kai Jingyuan was about to speak further, Xiao Ling interjected, "What? You deem Xiao Fan unworthy?" Kai Jingyuan quickly responded, "No, I just feel as though we are risking a precious cabbage being trampled by a pig." "Oomph. Would you prefer to be trampled by Xiao Fan or a stranger? If she marries Xiao Fan, they will still be our children. Kai Jingyuan clapped his hands, realizing, indeed, with Xiao Fan's parents gone, he will still be living with them. What does it matter whether they marry or not? As parents, we fear our daughters marrying far away and being mistreated without us knowing. I agree. I find Xiao Fan to be quite a good boy. Xiao Ling shot him an exasperated look. At that moment, a voice rang out from the shop. Agricultural Bank has received a payment of 200,000. What sort of loudspeaker did you buy? Is it broken? Xiao Ling inquired. Kai Jingyuan, equally perplexed, replied, I just bought it not long ago. He took out his phone and checked the bank statement, confirming the amount of 200,000, accompanied by a message. Uncle Kai, Aunt Xiao, I have been foolish and caused you worry these past few years. I assure you I will not be reckless anymore. This is a small token of appreciation from me. I recently made a bit of money from a business venture, so please accept it. In this era, it is quite audacious for individuals with yellow hair to deceive students. Yang Fan found himself apprehended by an elderly gatekeeper, who upon hearing his explanation, retorted, Enough! You social scum, do not think of corrupting the students of our school. Shortly thereafter, a few gatekeepers of similar age joined in to restrain him. Yang Fan made no attempt to resist, fearing that the elderly men might suffer injury due to their advanced age. Please listen to me, I truly, he began but was interrupted. You can discuss that with the police later. Thus, he was held down by the elderly men while surrounded by a crowd of students until the arrival of a police vehicle. The leading gatekeeper fervently recounted the situation to an officer in uniform. Subsequently, the officer approached Yang Fan. Officer, I'm not a bad person. The officer, observing Yang Fan's yellow hair, replied coolly, police station. Seated inside the precinct, Yang Fan faced a middle-aged man in his 40s, whose presence exuded authority without anger. This is how it is. I never intended to harm any students. You must believe me, officer. The middle-aged man regarded him with an unsettling gaze that sent shivers down Yang Fan's spine. After a moment, another individual entered with several sheets of paper, which he handed to the middle-aged man. Upon reviewing the documents, the man's brow furrowed in concern. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, Are you the son of Yang Bufan? Hearing that familiar yet distant name, Yang Fan slowly nodded. Yes, officer. Do you know my father? Call me Uncle Zhang. Yang Fan, realizing he had ventured into inappropriate territory, ceased speaking midway. He knew only that his father was a police officer, but the specifics of his duties remained shrouded in secrecy, as if they were not to be disclosed. Do not bring shame to your father, the officer remarked. The situation is clear. Find someone to take you home. Yang Fan felt a weight lift from his heart, as he had feared a few days of detention. However, whom could he call? He did not wish for Kai Jingyuan and Xiao Ling to discover his predicament at the station. Over the years, he had made no friends, spending his time either delivering takeout or traveling on those routes. Zhang ran. That was unlikely. He feared she would mock him, and he had no intention of rekindling any contact with her. After a long deliberation, he dialed Lin Yi's number. After nearly 30 seconds, the call connected. Hello, who is this? This is Yang Fan. Although he had her number, he had never called before. Oh, is there something you need? I'm at work. Yang Fan did not hesitate to impose upon her. I am at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Could you come pick me up? After a brief silence, Lenny replied, All right, I will come as soon as I can. Hanging up, Yang Fan offered a wry smile, pondering how pitiful his situation had become, unable to find someone to fetch him from the station. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the precinct, Lin Yi greeted him with a laugh. What have you done to your hair? Will you try to lure young girls into the station? Yang Fan managed a bitter smile, preferring not to delve into the lengthy explanation. Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang, and a woman's voice reprimanded her on the other end. After hanging up, Lin Yi's expression soured. Did I delay your work? Yang Fan inquired, feeling somewhat guilty. Lin Yi muttered under her breath, What a coincidence. She then hailed a taxi and hurriedly got in, appearing quite anxious. Yang Fan contemplated joining her. Why are you getting in? Lin Yi shot him a resentful glance. Yang Fan chuckled awkwardly. I thought I might be of assistance. Since Lin Yi had been unable to pay her rent the previous night, he suspected she was not faring well. If his trouble had caused her further issues, he would willingly spend some money to help her resolve it. Lin Yi remained silent, as she doubted a mere delivery worker could be of any assistance, and merely changing one's hair color would not instill fear in others. Soon, they arrived at Lin Yi's company, an e-commerce firm. Linny, where have you gone during work hours? Do you understand how crucial this client is for our team? A woman in her 30s reprimanded her, glancing at Lin Yi's shoes in disdain. I'm sorry, Li Jia. Today, a supplier visited our company, and both teams sent a representative to negotiate. Lin Yi had been the designated representative, but due to Yang Fan's situation, she had missed the meeting, leaving only one representative from her team present in the negotiation room. Yang Fan, standing nearby, did not attract their attention, as their focus was solely on the negotiation room. After a while, the door to the negotiation room swung open, revealing a portly man with a lewd demeanor, followed by a woman in professional attire. Her clothing somewhat wrinkled, and her makeup noticeably faded. The lewd man wore a broad smile. Upon his exit, team leaders from both sides gathered around him. Mr. Wang, how did your discussion with our representative go? Can our team assist in selling this batch of goods? Mr. Wang glanced at the disheveled representative and replied, Your team is quite sincere. I will entrust this batch of goods to you. I trust you will handle it well. Chapter 8. We're just classmates. The team leader smiled. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, we will not disappoint you. Shall we proceed to sign the contract? Upon hearing this, Li Jie sighed in resignation. The decision was irreversible. Lin Yi, however, exhaled in relief. She had anticipated this outcome and deliberately left at this moment because Mr. Wang was notorious for his lascivious behavior towards female subordinates. Li Jie had insisted Lin Yi represent the team precisely because she was the most attractive woman in the company. At this moment, Mr. Wang finally noticed Lin Yi, his gaze lingering on her for several seconds, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Realizing that work had concluded, Mr. Wang sighed in defeat. At this juncture, Yang Fan, who had grasped the gist of the situation, approached. Hello, are you Mr. Wang? Yang Fan inquired with a smile. Mr. Wang, feeling a twinge of envy towards the handsome Yang Fan, responded, I am. Who are you? Yang Fan remained unfazed by the man's attitude, continuing to smile. I have heard you possess a batch of beauty products. Is that true? Everyone present was aware that Mr. Wang had come to sell that batch of goods. What exactly do you do? Mr. Wang asked. With a serene smile, Yang Fan replied, I wish to purchase that batch of goods. Could you provide a price, Mr. Wang? Lin Yi, believing Yang Fan had lost his mind, immediately grabbed his arm. Mr. Wang, upon hearing Yang Fan's words, quickly inquired, Are you serious? Yang Fan nodded affirmatively. Mr. Wang burst into laughter. Where did this yellow-haired boy come from? Do you know this batch of goods is worth hundreds of thousands? Upon hearing the figure, Yang Fan felt relieved. It was still within his financial reach, as he had over 700,000. I am indeed serious. Mr. Wang, what do you think? Observing Yang Fan's earnest expression, Mr. Wang suppressed his laughter and asked, Do you possess such funds? At this point, Yang Fan's patience began to wane. Is it so difficult to provide a price? Upon hearing Yang Fan's tone, Mr. Wang became increasingly convinced that this yellow-haired youth was likely a wealthy second generation. Consequently, he lowered his demeanor. Haha, young and promising. Young and promising. Mr. Wang began with a flattery, and seeing Yang Fan's lack of reaction, he continued. The cost of this batch of goods is 600,000. If sold entirely, the profit should be no less than 200,000, and even after accounting for losses, there will still be at least 150,000. After stating this, Mr. Wang turned his gaze towards Yang Fan. At this moment, several individuals could hardly contain themselves. As it appeared, Mr. Wang and this unfamiliar yellow-haired youth were genuinely considering a partnership. Who are you? How did you end up in my company? The team leader inquired. Lin Yi stood beside Yang Fan and said, My friend. The group leader, Sister Li, also supported her by saying, That's right, he is our guest. Do you have any objections? The group leader's chest heaved with anger, yet she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Yang Fan smiled and addressed General Wang, saying, General Wang, your eagerness to ship suggests you must be in urgent need of funds. Am I correct? Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, General Wang narrowed his eyes and laughed heartily, dismissing the notion. However, Yang Fan had already noticed the subtle change in his expression. 700,000. If you agree, we can sign the transfer contract right here, Yang Fan stated softly. General Wang frowned, remarking that 50,000 was neither too much nor too little. Young man, slashing 5,000 off like this is a bit unreasonable, don't you think? 730,000 is the maximum concession I can offer, Yang Fan replied, not even glancing at him, but instead turning towards Lin Yi, feigning indifference as he said, Let me reiterate, 700,000, and we sign now. Otherwise, you shall miss the opportunity to collaborate with me. Upon hearing this, General Wang's expression darkened. He was indeed in dire need of money, and even if the goods began to sell, it would take time to realize profits. 720,000, General Wang began. But Yang Fan was already walking towards the exit. Frustrated, General Wang felt a pang of anger. Did this young man truly know how to negotiate? Fine. 700,000 it is. He gritted through clenched teeth. Yang Fan halted, turned back, extended his hand, and said, "Pleasure doing business." "Assistant, bring out the contract," General Wang instructed. The female negotiator, who had just exited the meeting room with General Wang, interjected, "General Wang, how dare you?" General Wang ignored her. After all, he was still a client of the company, and failing to secure the deal would not bode well for her. A multi-page contract was soon handed to Yang Fan. He flipped through it, finding no discrepancies. He then looked at Lin Yi and said, "Please sign your name." "Me?" Lin Yi responded incredulously, pointing at herself. Just moments ago, she had been wondering where Yang Fan had acquired such funds, and now her astonishment made her forget her previous thoughts. "Indeed, write your name." By signing, Lin Yi would claim ownership of the goods valued at 700,000. However, she understood that Yang Fan was merely trying to assist her. The contract in her hands would afford her substantial convenience and even a degree of agency, while the profits from the goods would ultimately belong to Yang Fan. "Thank you," Lin Yi said sincerely, signing her name without hesitation. She then pulled out her phone to inquire about General Wang's bank account number and successfully transferred the 700,000. Yang Fan squinted, realizing the truth. Thankfully, it was Lin Yi who had signed. Legally, this batch of goods worth 700,000 now belonged to her. As for whether Lin Yi would return the profits to Yang Fan, he remained unconcerned. Having received 7 million, what did he need with 700,000? Upon seeing the bank notification of the transfer, General Wang laughed heartily. "Mr. Yang, I underestimated you." In General Wang's eyes, Yang Fan appeared to be a wealthy heir. Someone who could casually produce 700,000, certainly not an ordinary individual. Yang Fan offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond. He understood that the less he spoke, the more enigmatic he appeared to General Wang. "Here is my business card. I run a cosmetics factory. We can collaborate again when the opportunity arises," General Wang said with a smile as he handed over his card. Yang Fan accepted it without objection. "Mr. Yang, I am Lin Yi's group leader. It's a pleasure to facilitate the sale of this batch for you." Sisterly extended her hand, but Yang Fan squinted, refraining from shaking it. It was not out of any malice. Rather, he simply preferred not to engage with women. "I am merely here to help Lin Yi," Yang Fan stated coolly. "Mr. Yang, are you Lin Yi's boyfriend?" Sisterly inquired curiously. Lin Yi was quite beautiful, and many men and business associates had expressed their admiration for her. Yet she had rejected all their advances for reasons unknown. Thus, upon meeting Yang Fan, Sisterly speculated that this handsome and affluent young man might indeed be Lin Yi's boyfriend. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's cheeks flushed. She was well aware of her popularity among men, but they were all drawn to her looks, and most were considerably older. Due to family circumstances, she had focused on earning money and had never considered romantic matters. Yang Fan's assistance today could potentially earn her over 10,000 this month, a significant amount that would greatly aid her family. Observing Yang Fan, who had changed into a stylish outfit and looked remarkably handsome, Lin Yi couldn't help but recall how he had carried her all the way home last night. He was the first man to have ever entered her home and had even stayed the night. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Lin Yi's heart began to race, and her face felt warm. Just then, a cold voice shattered her reverie. "Don't get the wrong idea. We are merely classmates." Hearing this, Lin Yi's body trembled, and her complexion drained of color. She had just been imagining whether she should accept Yang Fan's confession. They were indeed high school classmates, and she knew Yang Fan well. He was a deeply affectionate man. Now that he had broken up with Zhang Ran, he felt as though it was fate that had brought them together. She was pleased with Yang Fan's behavior last night, even if he was just a delivery man. However, Yang Fan's icy words extinguished all her hopes. Yes, he was a deeply affectionate man, but the one he loved was Zhang Ran. Lin Yi noticed the difference in the way she looked at Yang Fan when she signed the contract. Yet, Yang Fan remained oblivious to her feelings. "Why is your face so pale?" Yang Fan asked, noticing Lin Yi's vacant gaze. Lin Yi quickly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I must be a bit low on sugar." "It's an old issue." She lied. In reality, she was not low on sugar. Yang Fan nodded, contemplating for a moment before saying, "While work is important, Health is even more vital. He then turned to Sister Lee, asking, could you grant Lin a couple of days off? She has been feeling unwell. Sister Lee was taken aback, but quickly responded, of course, will 2 days be sufficient? Yang Fan turned to Lin Yi, seeking her opinion. Looking into his eyes, Lin Yi saw that he harbored no special feelings for her. Yet, why was he being so kind to her? Was it merely because she had assisted him twice? Then I thank the group leader, she said. Sister Lee chuckled. You should thank Mr. Yang. Lin Yi turned to Yang Fan, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for being so kind to me, though she dared not voice the latter part of her thought. Suddenly, Yang Fan remembered something and smacked his forehead, exclaiming, oh no, my ghost fire. He hurriedly departed, as if he had pressing matters to attend to. Do you like him? Sister Lee asked casually. Lin Yi expressionlessly shook her head. How could that be? The just met yesterday. Sister Lee smiled knowingly. I sensed he seems quite averse to women. Lin Yi looked at her in confusion. I'm over 30 and have experienced more than you could imagine. This young fan must have suffered emotional wounds, and likely quite severely. What makes you think so? Lin Yi inquired, perplexed. The scent of his hair was freshly permed, and his attire, still quite new, contrasted sharply with the generic shoes he wore. His complexion was notably dark, yet the skin exposed at his chest was strikingly fair, indicating he had been sun-kissed. As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Lin Yi, speculating, I guess he was either working at a construction site or delivering food before this. Lin Yi instinctively took a step back, as if she were meeting this team leader for the very first time. When I saw him yesterday, he was still wearing his delivery uniform, Lin Yi murmured. Sister Lee nodded in agreement and continued, in such a short time, he has made such a significant transformation. Do you think it could be due to some injury that prompted him to bid farewell to his former self? Lin Yi found her reasoning quite compelling and then inquired, do you know why he acted that way just now? Sister Lee understood Lin. He was referring to the incident involving the contract signed under her name. After a moment's reflection, Sister Lee replied, perhaps he is trying to pursue you, but judging by his demeanor, it seems more like he is engaged in something trivial. At this remark, Lin Yi fell into contemplation. Sister Lee patted her shoulder and said, you are 23 this year, not a child anymore. When you meet someone suitable, you should take the plunge. After all, those who approach you, you know their intentions without me saying. Lin Yi shook her head and replied, I am not considering a romantic relationship yet. Suddenly, Lin Yi recalled how, back in high school, there were whispers that Yang Fan harbored a secret crush on Zhang Ran, akin to a madman. She raised her gaze towards Sister Lee's silhouette and called out, Sister Lee, what did you do before? At Huaxia High School. Yang Fan arrived at the spot where he had parked his motorcycle, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, this location was near the school, where theft was infrequent, and his motorcycle ran on fuel, not batteries. As he rode away, he realized he had lingered too long at Lin Yi's place, and the afternoon was almost over. By the lakeside, Yang Fan stood, admiring the scenery. During high school, he often frequented this spot, though he was never alone back then. Only when he discovered that his cigarette pack was completely empty did he snap back to reality. Help! A student has fallen into the water. The cry for help drew his attention, and he turned to see a crowd forming several meters away. Is there anyone who can swim? Hurry, save them. Yang Fan hurried over, shedding his clothes as he walked, and upon reaching the water's edge, he leapt in. 5 meters from the shore, a student in uniform had already submerged. He swiftly swam over. Come on, young man. The crowd cheered him on, some extending a long pole into the water to assist him in getting back to shore. Yang Fan reached the drowning student, whose body was fully submerged, with only her legs visible. It seemed intentional. Anyone who accidentally fell into the water would instinctively try to keep their head above the surface. Without a moment to spare, Yang Fan dove down and noticed the long hair floating underwater, deducing it was a girl. When he saw her face, it struck him as somewhat familiar. At that moment, the girl opened her eyes and looked at him. Yang Fan, realizing she had swallowed water, instinctively thought to give her air. Their eyes met as he attempted to resuscitate her, but she seemed uncooperative. With a helpless expression, he wrapped one arm around her and brought her to the surface. She's coming up. Quick, the pole, cried an elderly woman. Yang Fan held the girl with one arm while grasping the pole with the other, and soon they were pulled to the shore. However, the railing was quite high, making it difficult to climb up. Say the student first, Yang Fan shouted, positioning himself as a platform to elevate the girl's body as much as possible. Finally, through the collective effort of the crowd, The girl successfully reached the shore. Yang Fan smiled with relief, and as others pulled him up, he grinned widely. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though he were destined to be in that lake at that moment. Perhaps he should just stay down? Chapter 10. My first kiss is gone. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a delicate hand grasped him. Yang Fan looked up and recognized the girl as Jian Wenxin, whom he had met earlier that day. Quick, pull her away. What are you all doing? Yang Fan shouted, fearing she might jump in again. How strange. She was just lying on the ground, murmured a man nearby. Then, someone pulled Jian Wenxin away, while Yang Fan, worried about an accident, grasped an elderly man's arm and pushed off the ground to reach the shore. On land, Yang Fan panted heavily. Although he could swim, the exertion underwater had drained his strength quickly. Young man, you saved that student, someone exclaimed. Yang Fan smiled, gazing at the sky, dismissing the earlier thoughts that had emerged in his mind. Death is merely an escape. Living requires far more courage. As he listened to the praises, a peculiar feeling stirred within him. Suddenly, his view was obstructed by the girl he had saved. She was stunningly beautiful, having just come of age, yet already possessing an enchanting allure. When their eyes met, he sensed a familiarity in Jian Wenxin's gaze, reminiscent of the feeling he had experienced by the lake the previous night, though he had been accompanied by an elderly man then. The sound of an ambulance arrived, and doctors in white coats stepped out. Yang Fan sat up and hurriedly insisted he was fine. Not only him, but Jian Wenxin was also unscathed. However, both were taken for examination due to the near-drowning incident. In the hospital, Jian Wenxin lay on the bed, fixating her gaze on Yang Fan. He sat beside her, feeling quite embarrassed under her scrutiny. Why do you keep staring at me? Yang Fan asked, puzzled. Why did you save me? Jian Wenxin's voice was cold, perfectly mirroring her aloof demeanor. Yang Fan frowned and reproached. How can you, at such a young age, think about ending your life? Is the pressure of the college entrance examination too much, or have you been bullied at school? You should address your problems rather than resort to self-harm. Jian Wenxin continued to stare at Yang Fan, seemingly unfazed by his words. After a while, Yang Fan asked again, why do you keep looking at me? Jian Wenxin replied coldly, my first kiss is gone. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, then replied somewhat angrily, you dare say that? I tried to give you air, and you refused. Do you realize that if I had lost my strength, we both could have sunk to the bottom of the lake? Besides, how do you know that wasn't my first kiss? Jian Wenxin blinked, then turned her head to gaze out the window, seeing that she had finally stopped looking at him. Yang Fan sighed with relief. Being under her gaze was quite uncomfortable. After an indeterminate amount of time, a man in a suit entered the ward. Yang Fan recognized him at a glance as someone of distinction. He wore glasses and appeared to be around 40. Despite entering the room, his expression remained unchanged. You are the one who saved my daughter, aren't you? The man in the suit said in a neutral tone. He produced a bank card and offered it to Yang Fan. Yang Fan frowned and did not accept it. Isn't your first concern for your daughter upon entering? Your daughter attempted to jump into the river, which speaks volumes about your failure as a father. No matter how successful you are in life, you clearly do not excel in the role of a parent. Yang Fan glanced at Jian Wenxin, who was also looking at him. Since her father had arrived, there was no reason for him to linger any longer. He opened the door and left the room. As soon as he stepped out, someone escorted him to the hospital's reception room. Yang Fan noticed a man in police uniform inside, someone he had encountered earlier that day at the entrance of Huaxia High School. Come with me for a moment, the officer said. Why? I saved him. Yang Fan inquired, perplexed. Indeed, I too am curious as to why it was you who saved him, especially since he happens to be the very student you intended to approach at noon. The officer remarked as he walked up to Yang Fan. Do you think there is any connection? Yang Fan's face turned pale, as he found the officer's words to hold a semblance of truth. Thus, he returned to the police station. Once again sitting before the man, he was instructed to call Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, Yang Fan called out proactively. With a clear conscience, he felt no fear this time. After all, the innocent need not fear shadows. Uncle Zhang rubbed his temples, displaying an expression of admiration. Coming here twice in one day, you surpass even your father, Uncle Zhang teased. Yang Fan sheepishly scratched his head, acknowledging that despite the reasons for his visits, he indeed returned twice in one day. Xiao Li, do you know who he is? Uncle Zhang directed his question to the officer who had brought Yang Fan in. Xiao Li maintained a stoic demeanor and replied in a low voice, I don't care who he is. I have reason to suspect everything he does. You're quite stubborn. Uncle Zhang sighed. His father is Yang Bufan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's expression shifted dramatically. What? Xiao Li exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging as he looked at Yang Fan. So do you still have doubts? Uncle Zhang asked. After a long pause, Xiao Li finally said, I'm sorry. Yang Fan realized the apology was directed at him and quickly responded, Officer, there's no need for apologies. Your suspicion is a good trait. Xiao Li approached Yang Fan, adjusted his clothing, and gently said, Don't call me officer. Call me Li Go. Yang Fan furrowed his brow, aware that his father was a policeman, yet unaware of the specifics of his duties. Li Go, what was your relationship with my father? Xiao Li reminisced, saying he was my mentor. Yang Fan, confused, asked, What exactly did my father do? After a moment, Uncle Zhang interjected, All right, it's getting dark. Let us find someone to take you out. At this, Yang Fan's expression soured again. Great. You all certainly know how to have fun. In Xingfu community, Lin Yi had just finished her shower when her phone rang. Who is it? It's me, Yang Fan. Can you add a note for me? Lin Yi glanced at her phone, where his name was displayed, and chuckled, teasing. What's the matter? You haven't gotten yourself into trouble again, have you? Yang Fan forced a smile and replied. If I said I was in the station right now, would you come to pick me up again? Chapter 11. Watch out for your daughter. I'm coming outside the police station. Yang Fan scratched his head awkwardly, feeling extremely embarrassed. Meanwhile, Lin Yi looked at him and burst into laughter. Help! How on earth do you manage to visit the station twice in one day? Lin Yi laughed until tears streamed down her face. Yes, I believe you, great hero. She teased. Where to now? After catching her breath, Lin Yi wiped her eyes. Yang Fan glanced at her, detecting a fragrant scent that suggested she had indeed just bathed. She wore loose jeans, a cropped top, and a plaid shirt, while her feet were adorned with flat white shoes. Does your foot still hurt? Yang Fan asked. It's not a big issue anymore, she replied. Yang Fan patted his stomach and said, Let me treat you to a meal. I'm starving. I only had a bowl of spicy hot pot today. It was just past 7, and he guessed Lenny might not have eaten yet. After having asked for her help twice in one day, it was only right to treat her to a meal. Lin Yi's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she smiled sweetly. Sure, I haven't eaten yet either. Yang Fan led her as they walked aimlessly into the distance, with Lin Yi following closely beside him. As they walked, Yang Fan suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, my motorcycle. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the lakeside where he had lingered earlier. Fortunately, there are still good people in this society, Yang Fan mused, spotting his motorcycle parked nearby. He hopped onto the bike, patting the seat behind him, and looked at Lin Yi, who appeared somewhat dazed. Are you coming? In such a short time, he had undergone significant changes. One might wonder if he had suffered injuries or setbacks that led him to bid farewell to his former self. Lin Yi was now convinced that what Li Jie had told her was most likely true. Come on, I'm starving. Why are you in a daze? Yang Fan urged again. Lin Yi snapped out of her thoughts and responded with a soft okay. Although she was wearing pants, she chose to sit sideways on the seat. Resting her legs to one side, Yang Fan glanced at her slender leg, and despite the loose jeans, her elegant curve was still discernible. Seat tight, Yang Fan reminded her before revving the engine and taking off. Prepared, Lin Yi almost lost her balance, instinctively wrapping her arm around Yang Fan's waist. This motorcycle truly accelerated swiftly. Yang Fan glanced at his own pale, delicate hand resting on the handlebars, feeling somewhat awkward. Yet, he held back from voicing his discomfort. After all, it seemed a bit petty for a grown man to complain. People Street was a place Yang Fan often visited for meals, as it offered affordable prices and a vibrant atmosphere that was hard to find elsewhere. He parked beside a barbecue stall, a place he frequented only occasionally. Across from the stall, a little girl sat at the entrance, feeding a rabbit in a cage with carrots. Upon hearing the motorcycle's roar, the girl looked over. Mommy, there's a yellow-haired guy. The girl's mother rushed to her side, picking her up while casting a glance at Yang Fan and Lin Yi. What a lovely girl. Yet she's being led astray by that yellow-haired boy. The woman couldn't help but express her sympathy, perhaps out of pity. As Yang Fan parked the motorcycle, he caught the woman's disdainful gaze, while the little girl curiously eyed him with wide eyes. Yang Fan smiled faintly and playfully warned, Watch your daughter. I'm coming for her. He pretended to lunge forward, imitating a gesture of grabbing. It is often said that those riding yellow-haired motorcycles are not to be trifled with, and the woman dared not say more, quickly moving away. Are you being childish? Lin Yi scolded, standing beside him. Yang Fan shrugged, unfazed, and said she started it. Lin Yi chuckled, her eyes filled with curiosity. You really are quite childish. What kind of person are you? Yang Fan found a small table. Although it was not yet 8, patrons were already gathering for late-night snacks. During summer, many men enjoy eating barbecue while sipping beer. Boss, 2 skewers of kidneys and a case of beer. Sure thing. Yang Fan glanced at Lin Yi, asking, what would you like to eat? Lin Yi tilted her head and inquired, did you bring me here just to eat this? Yang Fan, puzzled, responded, what's wrong with this? It's delicious. I haven't been here in ages. Seeing the earnestness in his eyes, Lin Yi realized he genuinely believed it was good. Why don't you order for me? I've never tried this before. Yang Fan considered this. After all, barbecue stalls are typically frequented by men. He ended up ordering over 20 skewers, including lamb, chicken, pork belly, and vegetables. Now that he wasn't short on cash, he felt generous. Soon, the skewers, filled with a smoky aroma, arrived. Yang Fan opened a bottle of beer and asked, would you like a drink? Lin Yi remained silent, gazing at him. Yang Fan, perplexed, inquired again, do you drink beer? Lin Yi blinked and asked, do you understand what it signifies when a boy invites a girl for drinks? Yang Fan furrowed his brow. It was his first time bringing a girl to a barbecue stall for drinks. What could it mean? Lin Yi regarded him, seemingly convinced he truly did not know, and with a roll of her eyes remarked, it implies that you wish to intoxicate me. Without elaborating further, she observed Yang Fan's expression, eager to see his reaction. Yang Fan paused, then after a few seconds responded, rest assured, I would never get you drunk. Even if you were truly inebriated, I would not do anything. Seeing Yang Fan's serious demeanor, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Open a bottle for me. Without hesitation, Yang Fan grabbed the chopsticks and deftly opened the beer. Here. Lin Yi accepted it, curiously gazing at the bottle of pale beer. She had never tasted it before. Countless suitors had offered to take her out for meals and drinks, all of whom she had declined, as their intentions were transparent and unpleasant. Yet, this yellow-haired boy, oh no, Yang Fan, seemed somewhat different. Lacking a glass, Lin Yi took a small sip directly from the bottle. It was her inaugural experience with beer. The flavor was peculiar and quite unpalatable. She savored it, but the taste was unbearable. As she set the bottle down, she noticed Yang Fan had already finished 2 bottles. Burp. Yang Fan took a skewer of kidney and bit into it, saying to Lin Yi, eat up, barbecued skewers are perfect with beer. Don't you agree? Lin Yi glanced around, selecting a less fatty piece of lamb skewer, and took a small bite. The smoky charcoal, cumin, and the juice of the lamb burst in her mouth. This odd blend of flavors was surprisingly delightful. Looking back at Yang Fan, she saw he consumed 3 bottles already. Curiously, she wondered how he could drink so rapidly. Nearly half an hour later, from a pack of 12 bottles, Yang Fan had polished off 10. Lin Yi had only managed 1 bottle, having taken merely a sip from another. At that moment, she realized that Yang Fan was not attempting to intoxicate her. Rather, he was intent on getting himself drunk. His face was flushed, indicating that 10 bottles were nearing his limit. Where's the beer? Yang Fan asked, his eyes half closed. You finished it, Lin Yi replied playfully. Yang Fan glanced into the box, now completely empty. There is still 1 bottle on the table. Yang Fan grabbed it and swiftly opened it. Wait, I want that one. Gulp, gulp in no time. Yang Fan drained the nearly full bottle. Lin Yi's cheeks flushed slightly as she silently observed him. The next moment, Yang Fan slumped over the table, motionless. Hey, Yang Fan? Lin Yi sighed with relief, realizing he was merely drunk. Yang Fan, why did you break up with Zhang Ran? Yang Fan, still leaning on the table, mumbled, we didn't break up. Lin Yi looked at him puzzled. She dumped me. She never loved me, haha. Lin Yi continued. Did you know that Zhang Ran has found another boyfriend? Cough, I know. She dumped me right in front of him. Lin Yi glanced at her phone. The screen paused on a social media post. It featured a woman's selfie, nestled in the arms of a rather handsome man. The caption read, finally rid of that clingy guy. From now on, I'm Guchin's girlfriend. Chapter 12. Intoxicated Lin Yi approached to settle the bill, which was surprisingly cheap, just over 100 for both. She walked to Yang Fan's side, playfully chiding, you invited me to dinner, and now you expect me to foot the bill. Yang Fan remained silent, his breathing gradually returning to normal. Aware that he was inebriated, Lin Yi struggled to help him stand. Get up. With considerable effort, she managed to hoist him onto the motorcycle. She donned a helmet and instructed him to wrap his arms around her waist for stability. You're lucky, Lin Yi muttered under her breath, twisting the throttle and speeding off. Though it was her first time riding such a motorcycle, she did not drive slowly. Her acceleration was brisk. "Ran, don't leave me." His voice mingled with the wind, leaving Lin Yi uncertain if he had spoken at all. "What'd you say?" Xiao ran. The wind drowned out his murmurs, rendering them inaudible. As they rode, Lin Yi's expression shifted, and she elbowed him sharply with her left arm. "Stop touching me." Her cheeks flushed slightly. With the helmet on, she appeared quite adorable in the wind. After removing Yang Fan's wandering hands, Lin Yi accelerated towards the Xingfu community. Thankfully, the community had an elevator, or she would have been at a loss for how to get him upstairs. With a thud, Lin Yi tossed Yang Fan onto the sofa, observing his unconscious, innocent expression as if he had not just engaged in such antics. Oof. In the dimly lit living room, only a faint light from the window illuminated the darkness, guiding one's way. "Oh, my little Fan, your dad misses you dearly." Young Bufon, in his 30s with a fresh beard, elicited laughter from the little boy. "Ha ha, it tickles." A beautiful woman emerged from the kitchen, saying, "All right, come and eat." "Dad, in a few days, our class will hold a parent-teacher meeting. Can you attend?" Young Bufon sighed with a wry smile, ruffling the boy's hair. "Your dad might not have time. Let your mom take you." Oh, seasons changed, and before long, the little boy grew into a 15-year-old. "Chin, take Xiaofan to Jinyuan for a couple of days." Young Bufon's beard had grown long, suggesting he had not tended to it for a while. "No, I want to allow you to go alone." The woman's eyes glistened with tears, yet her tone was unyielding. With a creak, the door opened. 15-year-old Yang Fan, now over 1.7 meters tall, resembled a young adult. The father and son sat in the living room, conversing. "Xiao Fan, tomorrow I'm planning to send you to Uncle Kai's for a couple of days." Yang Fan nodded. Given his father's profession, such arrangements were commonplace. Observing his son's silence, Yang Bufon felt a pang of regret, realizing he had neglected Yang Fan too much over the years. "Xiao Fan, do you know why I named you that?" Yang Bufon sighed, continuing, "But I feel this is unfair to you. My son would never settle for mediocrity." Yang Fan nodded yet replied, "But I don't want to be a policeman." Before Yang Bufon could inquire further, Yang Fan added, "I don't want my children to grow up without a father either." Upon hearing this, Yang Bufon's heart ached, and he solemnly stated, "Xiao Fan, life is fleeting. Some people do not live for themselves. I have dedicated my life to serving the people, so I respect your choices. I only hope that you can live for yourself in the future." At 15, Yang Fan did not fully grasp the meaning of those words. He muttered, "Live for myself?" In the living room, the deeply slumbering Yang Fan shed 2 clear tears. "Hospital, why are you so disobedient? Do you know how you make me feel?" Jian Wenxin looked at the man in the suit with a blank expression. "Isn't this the best way?" Her voice was icy, causing the suited man to feel a chill. "Why are you so stubborn like your mother?" The suited man retorted angrily. Jian Wenxin ignored him, gazing out the window. "The college entrance examination is approaching. You must go to Beijing for university. Even if you don't pass, I will arrange for you to attend." The man dropped that statement and turned to leave. After he departed, a man in his 50s, dressed in a butler's uniform, approached. "Lee Butler?" Lee Butler chuckled bitterly, "Miss. The sir is just stubborn. In truth, he is quite concerned for you." Jian Wenxin remained silent, seemingly unfazed. "Miss, before you start university, I must stay by your side to ensure your safety." Jian Wenxin continued to gaze out the window without responding. A few days remained until the Gaokao and the housekeeper, Li, wore a troubled expression. "Please, miss, do not make things difficult for me." At dawn, Lin Yi had risen early, having cultivated a habit of going to bed early and waking up at the break of day. After completing her morning routine, she descended to buy breakfast. Moments later, a loud bang echoed through the house, causing Yang Fan, still enveloped in slumber, to furrow his brow. Lin Yi had done this deliberately, her anger rekindling at the thought of the man's actions from the previous night. She recalled his drunken mutterings, particularly a name that seemed to linger, Zhang Ran. "With your hand on me, yet your lips called out Zhang Ran's name," she thought, her frustration intensifying as she kicked Yang Fan's form. Groggily, he opened his eyes, a dull ache throbbing in his head from the alcohol. "Linny, what are you doing?" He shook his head, convinced he must be dreaming. Surely she would not strike herself. "You seem rather upset," Yang Fan inquired, puzzled. Linny, engrossed in her small steamed buns, barely acknowledged him. "Do I?" she retorted. Yang Fan glanced at the breakfast spread. 2 cups of soy milk, 2 eggs, and a portion of bun sufficient for 2. He picked up a straw and began to sip from the soy milk. Lin Yi shot him a glance of disdain for his complacency, choosing not to comment. Yang Fan sighed, bewildered by how he had managed to provoke her ire. He looked at Lin Yi's formidable presence, and then at his own hands, realization dawning on him. Sitting on the couch, he grimaced at the gravity of his predicament. Chapter 13. Jiangqing University. After a hasty breakfast, Yang Fan made his way downstairs. Though Lin Yi was irate, he had to embark on a new day's endeavors. The system's tasks remained unfulfilled. He had only managed to complete 2 of the 5 required interactions with women possessing a charm level above 85. Riding his motorcycle, he cleverly arrived at the university gates. Jiangqing University, the institution he had once been accepted into but never attended. Sitting on his bike, he gazed longingly at the campus, clutching a handful of lollipops. If he could present these confections to 3 women with a charm level above 85, he could fulfill his task. The campus was unusually deserted that day. Yang Fan waited in vain, not encountering a single woman above the required charm threshold. As dusk fell, he realized his oversight and slapped his forehead in frustration. Just as he was about to leave, 3 elegantly dressed female students emerged from the gates. Among them was Yang Fan's target. Name, Yin Xiao. Age, 22. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 90 pounds. Charm level, 88. Occupation, junior student. Relationship count, 1. Yang Fan's spirits lifted upon spotting a woman with a charm level of 88. Dispelling his earlier gloom, he then focused his gaze on the tall girl in the center. Name, Yin Jin. Age, 22. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 98 pounds. Charm level, 91. Occupation, junior student. Relationship count, 2. Yang Fan nearly leaped with excitement, relieved that he had waited until the end. Otherwise, he would have missed these 2. Now, if he simply gifted his lollipops to both, he would make significant progress towards his task. Moreover, there was still one more girl to investigate. Just as he prepared to use his ability again, a cloud of exhaust smoke caused him to cough. He looked up to see a young man stepping out of a BMW, approaching the trio with an air of gentlemanly charm. May I have the honor of inviting you 3 lovely ladies to dinner? Yang Fan's heart sank as he recognized a rival vying for his targets. Just then, a red sports car sped into view. A man dressed in luxurious high-fasai attire stepped out and addressed Yin Xiao. Apologies for the delay. I was caught in traffic. He then turned to the other 2. Are these your roommates? Yun Kia nodded obediently. The man in high-fasai smiled and said, let us get in the car. I have already made reservations. The BMW driver, recognizing the sports car owner's affluent status and his connection to one of the girls, discreetly retreated, acknowledging the disparity in their wealth. Yang Fan's expression darkened as he recognized the man in the high-fasai attire. Was he not Zhang Rant's boyfriend from 2 nights prior? Anger surged through him, and he revved his motorcycle, swiftly approaching the group. The BMW driver dismissed Yang Fan, seeing his yellow hair and disheveled appearance as unworthy of consideration. The man in high-fasai merely smirked, clearly unimpressed. As Yang Fan dismounted his bike, he charged toward the high-fasai man and delivered a punch, catching him off guard. The blow sent him reeling, blood trickling from his lip. Yang Fan stumbled, but was relatively unscathed. Who do you think you are? Seeking death? Yang Fan rose, advancing on him again. Have you broken up with Zhang Ran? At the mention of Zhang Ran's name, the high-fasai man's demeanor shifted instantaneously. The rage that had ignited within him extinguished. Misunderstanding, brother, let us talk this over. Yang Fan hesitated, recalling his recent run-ins with the law. As they stepped aside, the high-fasai man introduced himself. I am Gu Chun. Yang Fan replied coldly. I don't care what your name is. Don't you recognize me? Why would I need to? Gu Chun regarded Yang Fan, his bleached hair suggesting he was a reckless troublemaker. Brother, though I don't know how you are aware of my affairs. You just struck me, and I won't hold it against you. Here, S100,000. Keep my secrets. Yang Fan ignored the money. Do I look like I need your 100,000? Who is this guy? Yin Xiao approached, concern etched on her face as she noted Gu Chen's bleeding lip. Nothing to worry about, Xiao. Just a misunderstanding with a friend. We'll resolve it shortly. Gu Chen pulled Yang Fan aside again. Who are you really? Name your price, and I'll comply as long as you remain silent. Yang Fan calmed down, reflecting on his impulsive actions. He had indeed severed ties with Zhang Ran, and his earlier aggression was uncharacteristic. Do you intend to dine with them? Gu Chun quickly grasped Yang Fan's motive. He must have an interest in one of the girls and was leveraging Zhang Ran's name to intimidate him. Which one do you fancy? To Gu Chun, Yang Fan appeared as a lowly scoundrel, insignificant and not worth the trouble. Here's the deal. You invite them to dinner and include me, and I'll keep your secret. Gu Chun smiled, finding Yang Fan's proposition agreeable. This was not a significant request, although he was interested in all three girls. He doubted Yang Fan's ability to win any of them over. With that, Gu Chun and Yang Fan approached the trio, presenting themselves as friends. This is my buddy. He'll join us for dinner. Yin Xiao nodded, somewhat dazed. The other two women had no objections. It was originally Gu Chun who invited Yin Xiao to dinner, and they were merely there as companions. Their primary concern was to keep an eye on Yin Xiao, ensuring she did not act foolishly. Why does she look so familiar? Inquired the woman who had not previously interacted with Yang Fan. Yang Fan noticed her as well, and he too felt a sense of familiarity. Name, Kai Qianjian. Age, 22. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 95 pounds. Charm level, 90. Occupation, junior student. Times in love, 0. At that moment, Kai Qianjian tentatively asked, "Are you Yang?" Before she could finish, Yang Fan swiftly covered her mouth. Chapter 14. Did you not say you loved only me? This action startled those nearby. Yang Fan quickly smiled and said, "Indeed, I didn't expect you to remember me, Lin Fan." He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Qianqian, do not say my name out loud." Realizing he was Yang Fan, Kai Qianqian nodded. "Oh, so you two know each other?" Gu Chun chuckled, inadvertently pulling at his injured lip. Yang Fan nodded, offering no further explanation. "Let go of me." Kai Qianqian pushed him away, prompting Yang Fan to remember he had forgotten to release her. With a look of indignation, Kai Qianqian glared at him, wanting to voice many thoughts to Yang Fan. Yet the situation was not suitable for such discussions. "Shall we go? My sports car can accommodate for if we squeeze a bit," Yang Fan suggested. But he shook his head and replied, "I have my own vehicle." He pointed to the motorcycle that had fallen to the side. Gu Chun sneered and said, "Then we shall leave first. You can follow behind." At this moment, Kai Qianqian spoke up. "Xiao Jiyin, you girls can ride with him. I will go with Yang Lin Fan." The two women exchanged puzzled glances, but nodded upon realizing they were acquainted. Gu Chun cast a lingering look at Yang Fan. Virum. Gu Chun's sports car emitted a powerful engine roar as it sped away into the distance. Meanwhile, Yang Fan gazed at his motorcycle, finally understanding where he fell short. "I need to get a sport car tomorrow." "What did you say?" Kai Qianqian asked, having not heard him clearly. "Nothing," Yang Fan replied, observing how much more mature Kai Qianqian appeared than before. Her once youthful face now bore an air of calm maturity, despite wearing a white dress. Her developed figure could not be concealed. She sat sideways on Yang Fan's motorcycle, revealing her slender legs. "Yesterday, my mother called and mentioned you met them," Kai Qianqian said softly. Yang Fan let out a wry smile, aware that she was subtly reproaching him. She wrapped her arm around him, and he reflected on her small hand, which seemed to evoke memories of their childhood. "Why are you pinching me?" Kai Qianqian asked, refusing to let go. "Is it because of a woman that you left without telling my parents?" Yang Fan grasped her small hand, trying to coax her to release her grip. She was surprisingly strong. "Have you broken up with Zhang Ran?" Kai Qianqian inquired. "Indeed, little sister, can you please let go?" Kai Qianqian loosened her grip, but continued. "I told you long ago that woman was not a good person, yet you refused to listen." Yang Fan chuckled wryly. "I realize that now. I was previously blinded by her. So what have you been doing these past few years? How did you earn so much money?" Yang Fan understood she was referring to the 200,000 yuan he had transferred to her parents. He had already prepared an explanation. "I made some money through business." Kai Qianqian remained silent. Yang Fan continued, "Really, in a few days you will understand. Uncle Kai and Aunt Xiao are my godparents. I will take responsibility for my past immaturity." Kai Qianqian still did not respond. Yang Fan was at a loss for words until Kai Qianqian finally said, "I have let go of your hand. Should you not also release me?" Yang Fan then realized he was still holding her delicate hand. In the sports car, Gu Chun asked, "Xiao, is that yellow-haired boy on the motorcycle your roommate's boyfriend?" "Like Zhang Ran. Even though they dated for 3 years, what difference is there?" Gu Chun continued. "So, Xiao, have you ever dated?" he asked. Yin Xiao nodded obediently, as she was quite naive regarding relationships. Thus, she had invited her 2 roommates as advisors, taking them along for dinner. "What? Are you saying Zhang Ran broke up with you because of Gu Chun?" "So, Gu Chun is now Zhang Ran's boyfriend?" In response to Kai Qianqian's inquiry, Yang Fan nodded. When Zhang Ran was brought up, he felt indifferent. No. That silly girl Xiao has been completely deceived." Kai Qianqian mused, clearly brainstorming a plan. Little fan, do you still have Zhang Ran's phone number? Kai Qianqian asked. Yes, I do. Why? Yang Fan replied. Kai Qianqian pinched his side and said, let me use your phone. Without hesitation, Yang Fan, one hand on the motorcycle, handed her his phone. What do you plan to do? In Yang Fan's memory, Kai Qianqian had always been cunning, often tricking him when they were younger. Despite her beauty, she had a rather scheming side. Mind your own business. Before long, Yang Fan arrived at Gu Chen's car, where the two women and a man were waiting for them. Come on, Lin Fan, Gu Chen called, leading them toward a restaurant named Shui Linglong. Yang Fan did not notice the knowing glance exchanged between Kai Qianqian and Yan Jiyin. At the dining table, Gu Chun and Yun Xiaoer sat together, with Yan Jiyin beside them, followed by Kai Qianqian and Yang Fan. At that moment, Yang Fan produced 3 lollipops. Would you like some candy? Kai Qianqian looked at him curiously before accepting one, then offered one to Yan Jiyin and Yun Xiaoer as well. Gu Chun looked at the impoverished Yang Fan with disdain. Spent 3 yuan, received a cashback of 30 yuan. Hearing the system's voice, Yang Fan felt somewhat cheated by this transaction. After all, he had only spent 3 yuan for an extraordinary ability. Main quest. Successfully spend on 5 women with a charm level above 85. Completed. Super strength has been granted. A new main quest has opened. Successfully spend on 10 women with a charm level above 85. Quest reward. Martial artist bodyguard. What? A bodyguard? Yang Fan felt a surge of heat within his body and hurried to the restroom. System, can I claim it later? Understood. Once the heat dissipated, Yang Fan sighed in relief. He sensed that the super strength would bring about significant changes, but this was not the right place. System, what does a martial artist bodyguard mean? Can they fly? After a while, the system finally responded. Power ceiling of blue star. No true energy. Power ceiling? Punching? Before he even entered, he heard a familiar voice from inside. Gu Chen, who are they? Did you not say you loved only me? Yang Fan recognized Zhang Ran's voice. Then he heard Yun Xiaoer exclaim, Gu Chen, you scoundrel! Let us not contact each other in the future. Chapter 15. If you do not speak, I shall enter. The voice of the girl was soft, yet it was evident she summoned all her courage to speak. Shortly after, he saw Yun Xiaoer run out in tears, followed by Yan Jiyin and then Kai Qianqian. Yang Fan took hold of Kai Qianqian's arm. Observing her smug expression, he understood she was behind this. You are still as scheming as ever, he remarked. Kai Qianqian stuck out her tongue and said, I am merely being helpful, especially against scoundrels like him. Yang Fan rubbed his forehead, hearing the commotion inside, and pulled Kai Qianqian away. Kai Qianqian nodded, messaging her roommates on her phone to leave first. As she had questions she wanted to ask Yang Fan. Riding on a fiery motorcycle, Yang Fan leisurely traversed the road, engaging in casual conversation with Kai Qianqian. So, what exactly do you do? Noticing Kai Qianqian's persistent curiosity about this matter, Yang Fan pondered briefly before responding. I currently own a media company, and I am the boss, with dozens of beautiful anchors under my management. You must be joking, Kai Qianqian retorted, casting him a skeptical glance. With so many female anchors, you cannot possibly be single. Yang Fan chuckled, acknowledging the exaggeration, as his prior visit to Lin Yi's company had inspired such a claim. Nevertheless, he genuinely contemplated establishing a media company, hiring numerous female anchors, particularly those with an allure rating of 85 or above. This way, he could earn rewards by gifting daily, which he deemed the optimal use of the system. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted their exchange. What are you doing? Why did you stop abruptly? Kai Qianqian, caught off guard, stumbled into Yang Fan. Confused, he attempted to restart the engine several times, but to no avail. Damn it, is it broken? They dismounted the motorcycle, and Yang Fan inspected it for issues. After half an hour, he rose, his hands and face smeared with black grease. Can it be repaired? Kai Qianqian inquired. Yang Fan sighed. It seems the engine is damaged. Earlier that afternoon, he had inadvertently caused the motorcycle to crash when he punched Gu Chun, which likely initiated the problem. What now? Kai Qianqian asked. Yang Fan thought for a moment and replied, I believe there is a repair shop not far ahead. With that, they pushed the motorcycle in that direction, walking for about 10 minutes until they finally encountered a repair shop. Master, can this engine be fixed? Asked Yang Fan. The mechanic, cigarette in mouth, replied, the engine is broken. It must be replaced. Yang Fan furrowed his brow, distressed that the motorcycle he had only ridden for 2 days could sustain such damage from a minor fall. How much for a new engine? 1,300, the mechanic stated. Why is it so expensive? Kai Qianqian exclaimed in disbelief. Even Yang Fan found the price exorbitant. The mechanic, visibly annoyed, said if you don't want it, go somewhere else. The price will be the same. Suddenly, the mechanic's eyes lit up as Yang Fan nodded. 500 or 600 is the highest I can offer you. Yang Fan remained silent and directly opened the green bubble payment code. He turned off his phone and promptly left with Kai Qianqian. Wait, you sold it just like that? Kai Qianqian exclaimed. Yang Fan lit a cigarette and replied, it may not suit me. There is no need to cling to things that are incompatible. Kai Qianqian snatched the freshly lit cigarette from him and crushed it underfoot. When did you start smoking? She demanded, twisting Yang Fan's arm. I mean, when did you acquire this habit? Oh, why are you still so aggressive? Yang Fan protested, prying her fingers away. I'll tell your parents. She threatened. Fearing her words, Yang Fan raised his hands in surrender. Please, I just reconciled with them. Don't exacerbate the situation. I will. Yang Fan quickly devised a plan. What if I gift you a vehicle? Kai Qianqian turned to him, intrigued. What kind of vehicle? Anything under 700,000. Yang Fan grinned. Kai Qianqian rolled her eyes skeptically. Who would believe you? Shortly thereafter, a taxi arrived, and they climbed inside, heading toward Jiangxing University. At 10 o'clock, a man and a woman stood at the entrance of Jiangxing University, the evening breeze casting a melancholic aura around them. It's your fault for wasting so much time. They've already imposed a curfew. Kai Qianqian scolded, preparing to strike Yang Fan. It wasn't intentional. Yang Fan protested as he darted away. After a moment, Kai Qianqian said, take me to your place. I have nowhere to stay. Yang Fan, with a resigned smile, stammered. I currently have no place to stay either. Kai Qianqian widened her eyes in disbelief. Didn't you just say you earned some money? How little could it be if you lack a residence? Yang Fan scratched his head, refraining from elaborating that he had been staying at Lin's place for the past few days. With no alternatives, Yang Fan reluctantly led her to a nearby hotel for the night. Given that it was University Town and already past 10, they searched several locations before finding one with a vacant room. Is it the only room left? Yang Fan inquired tentatively. The receptionist replied, having one room available is already fortunate. It was just vacated. With no other options, Yang Fan and Kai Qianqian had to share a room. Fortunately, the room was spacious and luxurious. No wonder it cost over 500. In this university town, that was quite steep. I'm going to take a shower. Behave yourself. Kai Qianqian shot him a warning glance before stepping into the bathroom. Yang Fan sat on the sofa, bemused. Was he truly that kind of person? Taking out his phone, he began scrolling through Douyin, realizing that individuals in the videos could also be examined. After watching several videos, he found that each person's allure rating ranged from 70 to 80, with the highest being 82. Considering it was merely a video, he contemplated opening a live stream. The first anchor he encountered was ranked 10th on the popularity chart, prompting Yang Fan to quickly use his examination ability. Name, Xiao Bailu. Age, 54. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 142 pounds. Allure rating, 58. Occupation. Anchor, number of romantic relationships. Upon seeing her profile, Yang Fan initially thought his examination ability was malfunctioning. Goodness, one cannot trust live streamers at all. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, prompting Yang Fan to hastily end the stream. Kai Qianqian emerged, her hair still damp, cascading over her shoulders, clad in the hotel's loose bathrobe. The robe was oversized, yet clearly ill-fitting for Kai Qianqian, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. You go ahead and wash. I'll take the bed, and you can have the sofa, she declared, striding toward the bed. Yang Fan shook his head with a smile. Their relationship did not necessitate such formalities. He entered the bathroom, where a distinct fragrance lingered, Kai Qianqian's scent. Turning on the shower, the warm water washed away his fatigue. As he reached for the body wash on the shelf, he noticed a piece of white cartoon underwear, clearly a female's and seemingly a larger size. Yang Fan paused, realizing that Kai Qianqian was the only woman present, ruling out the possibility of it being left behind by a maid. Thus, this cartoon underwear could only belong to Kai Qianqian. Did that mean she was indeed wearing nothing beneath her robe? Shaking his head, Yang Fan chided himself for such thoughts. After all, Kai Qianqian had grown up alongside him, akin to his sister. System upgrade. Accepting enhanced physique. Ding, initializing infusion. In the next instant, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, as dark impurities expelled from his body. He recognized this sensation, finding it immensely pleasurable, so much so that he could not suppress a shout of delight. Ah, Kai Chanqian, lying on the bed and engrossed in her phone, frowned, perplexed by his outcry. What would be wrong with him? As such thoughts began to spiral, her initial concern escalated into sheer anxiety. She approached the bathroom door, calling out, "Hey, what's going on in there?" Yang Fan was oblivious, the sound of the shower drowning out her voice. "Yang Fan, don't scare me if you don't respond. I'm coming in." Chapter 16. It truly is empty. Kai Chanqian felt a surge of fear. If something were to happen to Yang Fan, it would be a disaster. Resolutely, she pushed open the bathroom door. A pungent odor assaulted her senses, causing her to instinctively cover her nose. Then, she beheld a striking figure, Yang Fan, completely unclad, his abdomen adorned with 8 chiseled abs, his muscular physique clearly defined. Yang Fan, realizing the door had opened, turned to face her. Their eyes met, and, for a moment, it felt as though Kai Chanqian was seeing Yang Fan anew. His body was as pale as hers. The visage was exceptionally fair, and the contours of the face, the lines of the muscles, were remarkably handsome. Kai Chanqian felt a surge of warmth in her nose. Upon touching it, she discovered it was a sticky red fluid, blood. Ah! She let out a scream and hurriedly ran away. Yang Fan, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly covered his body, but it was too late. She had already departed, making his attempts futile. He shut the door and locked it. After applying shower gel multiple times, he was pleased to find that his body no longer bore any unpleasant odor, instead exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance, allowing him to don a bath towel. Unfortunately, as he reached for the towel, his gaze fell upon a white cartoonish piece of lingerie. He feigned ignorance. After all, she was Kai Shu and Xiao Yi's daughter. Stepping out of the bathroom, he glanced at the bed, where Kai Chanqian had cocooned herself in the white quilt, her face entirely concealed. Yang Fan chuckled to himself, realizing that this girl also possessed a shy demeanor. Approaching the mirror, he untied his bath towel and beheld his long-lost 8-pack abs. Turning to admire his sharply defined profile, he felt an overwhelming desire to proclaim his handsomeness. If he had previously been merely slightly attractive, he could now only be described as exceptionally handsome. At that moment, he noticed 2 small letters above his head in the mirror. Puzzled, Yang Fan had assumed this feature was exclusive to females. To his surprise, it applied to him as well. Name: Yang Fan. Age: 23. Height: 182 centimeters. Weight: 142 pounds. Charm level: 95. Occupation: magician. Number of romantic encounters: 13. Satisfied with his charm level, Yang Fan nodded approvingly. He estimated that his previous score had been around 84 or 85, thus experiencing a notable increase of 10 points. However, the most perplexing aspect was the count of romantic encounters. Why was it merely 1/3? After 3 years, he had at least held hands once, so why the fractional representation? As Yang Fan turned towards the sofa, he suddenly spotted a pair of small eyes peeking from under the white quilt on the bed. They quickly disappeared as she covered herself again. He chose to ignore it. After all, he found himself quite attractive and couldn't resist admiring his reflection. "Don't suffocate yourself," Yang Fan teased. Kai Chanqian poked her head out, retorting, "I'm just cold. What do you know?" Yang Fan glanced at the air conditioning display, reading 26 degrees, and chuckled helplessly before turning off the light and preparing for sleep. Tomorrow, he planned to purchase a car, inscribing Kai Chanqian's name upon it. He had already sown the seeds today, and he hoped for no significant mishaps, anticipating the substantial cashback he would receive the following day. Yang Fan felt a thrill of excitement. "Xiao Fange, are you asleep?" In their childhood, he often stayed at Kai Jingyuan's home, and over time, they had become childhood sweethearts. He recalled the first time Xiao Yi had instructed Kai Chanqian to call him Xiao Fange. Her reluctance had been evident, ultimately leading her to tears. "All right, after I buy the car tomorrow, we shall go," he replied, boasting. Still bragging, Kai Chanqian muttered under her breath. Yang Fan smiled faintly. Words were futile, for she would soon discover the truth when he exposed his financial prowess. "Xiao Fange, how'd you been with Zhang Ran these past few years?" Kai Chanqian inquired. Hearing her mention, that name stirred little emotion within Yang Fan. "Not great. While she was studying, I worked delivery to pay for her tuition. When I finally saved enough for a down payment on a house, she abruptly ended things." His tone was calm, as though discussing another's plight. "How infuriating. Had I known, I would have confronted her today," Kai Chanqian exclaimed. Yang Fan smiled lightly. "It's all in the past. Without her, I wouldn't be who I am today. This statement held profound implications, leading Kai Qianqian to believe that Yang Fan had persevered and succeeded in his endeavors. Reflecting on her earlier perusal of Yang Fan's messages with Zhang Ran, she noted their interactions were sparse, primarily consisting of transfer records rather than genuine conversation or video calls. She also recalled Zhang Ran's social media post, where Guchan had boasted about taking excellent care of her. Contemplating this, Kai Qianqian cautiously asked, "They say a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. After being together for so long, didn't she have any feelings for you?" Hearing this, Yang Fan fell into a pensive mood. Indeed, even a day of marriage could yield deep affection, but regrettably, his shyness had prevented even that. "I regret it. Had I known, I wouldn't have been so timid. I could have held her hand more than once." Kai Qianqian's heart raced at his words, confirming her suspicions about his romantic inexperience. After so many years together, could Yang Fan really have remained untouched? Yet, that was inconceivable. She had just witnessed his impressive physique in the bathroom. Yang Fan's restraint over 3 years with Zhang Ran demonstrated his genuine affection, a love that she regrettably failed to nurture, losing someone who cherished her deeply. For reasons unknown, the image of Yang Fan from earlier lingered in Kai Qianqian's mind, the memory of his perfect figure and striking face banishing any semblance of sleepiness. "Xiao Fangu, are you asleep?" Quietly, she slipped out of bed to use the restroom. While reaching for tissue, she noticed her white lingerie, having inadvertently left it there. What would Yang Fan think? Emerging from the bathroom, she tiptoed over to Yang Fan, who lay comfortably on the sofa, his toned abs exposed. "You peeked at my lingerie. Is it unreasonable for me to admire your abs?" The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the scene clearly. At that moment, Yang Fan opened his eyes. "Ah!" Kai Qianqian gasped in surprise, quickly turning to leave, but her slippers slipped on the floor, causing her to tumble toward Yang Fan. He promptly steadied her, releasing her grip once she regained her balance. "Why aren't you sleeping? Trying to scare me in the dead of night?" In the darkness, Kai Qianqian's expression was obscured as she hastily retreated to her bed. Yang Fan reclined once more, feeling the lingering warmth of her presence and thinking, what a peculiar place, lacking even an elevator. Downstairs in a rental apartment, Guchun finally managed to placate Zhang Ran, gingerly descending the stairs. What a hassle. Now I have to organize a high school reunion for her. If I weren't still having fun, I would have kicked her to the curb long ago. Rubbing his aching waist, Guchun retrieved a handful of goji berries from his pocket, tossing them into his mouth. He mumbled, "Youth truly knows how to wear one down. What a pity for that girl from Jiang University. I had everything booked, only to withdraw at the last moment." Sigh. Chapter 17. Buying a car in the morning light. Yang Fan slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. Observing Kai Qianqian still lost in slumber, he called out, "Wake up, Qianqian." The figure beneath the covers stirred slightly, and a languorous voice emerged from the quilt. "Don't disturb me. Let me sleep a little longer." Yang Fan chuckled helplessly, opting not to press her further, instead heading to wash up. 10 minutes later, having completed his morning routine, he spent half of that time admiring his reflection in the mirror. The system is impressive. He even washed his hair, and though it had become a bit messy from sleep, he found it unnecessary to blow dry. The curls added a natural volume. After tidying himself, he glanced back at the still motionless Kai Qianqian, a mischievous thought bubbling up within him. "Hey Kaishu, what is up?" "Yes, Qianqian is right here beside me. She hasn't woken up yet. Indeed, we slept together." "Yang Fan, what nonsense are you spouting?" Kai Qianqian shot up, her disheveled hair giving her an almost wild appearance. Then she saw Yang Fan pretending to make a phone call, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he looked at her. "Oh, so you dare to deceive me," she thought. Yang Fan turned away and said, "Exposed, little sister." At these words, Kai Qianqian quickly wrapped her bathrobe around herself. After that, Yang Fan walked towards the door, unfazed by the insults hurled at him by Kai Qianqian. He felt a renewed sense of purpose in life. Why had he ever considered suicide? Clearly, there were many who cared for him in this world. The culinary delights near the university town were plentiful, even at this late hour of past 9, with vendors offering a variety of snacks, many operating tricycles. University students are indeed fortunate, Yang Fan mused. He purchased 2 cups of soy milk and 3 egg pancakes, feeling quite famished, perhaps due to his newly acquired robust physique. Upon returning to his room, he found Kai Qianqian already dressed and applying makeup in the bathroom. Yang Fan settled onto the sofa and began to eat, devouring one egg pancake in 3 bites before moving on to the next. He found it curious that his appetite seemed considerably larger than before. 2 egg pancakes had barely filled him. However, he would be dining at Uncle Kai's house for lunch soon, so it wouldn't be long. "Are you ready?" Yang Fan inquired. "Almost, why the hurry?" Kai Qianqian replied after a moment. When she finally emerged, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Her charm rating of 90 was not unfounded, especially with her light makeup. Her nearly flawless visage, complemented by subtle cosmetics, likely surpassed a score of 90. After all, that rating did not account for any enhancements. Feeling somewhat bashful under Yang Fan's gaze, Kai Qianqian's cheeks flushed as memories of the previous night flooded her mind. "Let us go," she exclaimed, grabbing her egg pancake and heading outside. Yang Fan wrapped his forehead, momentarily lost in admiration. Downstairs, Yang Fan hailed a taxi. "Driver, to the Porsche dealership." Kai Qianqian beside him asked, "Are you really going to buy a car, a Porsche at that?" "Yes, as I promised you yesterday." Kai Qianqian realized he was serious. Not jesting, but did he truly have that much money? She had learned just the other day during a phone call with Xiao Ling that Yang Fan had gifted her parents 200,000. Could he possibly have more than that? The taxi driver soon arrived at the Porsche dealership. Upon entering, a sales representative approached them. "Sir, what price range are you considering for your vehicle?" Yang Fan pondered for a moment before responding. "Do you have the Porsche 911 in stock?" The woman's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon seeing Yang Fan, dressed in luxurious chiffon attire, accompanied by such a stunning girl. Realizing he was likely there to purchase a car. "My name is Shurya. Please follow me." She led them inside, where a pink sport car waited. "Sir, this is the only Porsche 911 we have available. This 911 is equipped with a 3.8-liter twin-turbocharged horizontally opposed 6-cylinder engine, producing a maximum of 650 horsepower and 800 newton-meters of torque, paired with an 8-speed Porsche dual-clutch transmission, achieving 100 kilometers per hour in just 2.7 seconds. With a top speed of 330 kilometers per hour, Yang Fan waved his hand, directly inquiring, "Is it fully equipped?" "Indeed, sir. Since this is the only available unit, we've ensured it comes with the highest specifications, as many customers prefer to drive off with their new vehicles immediately." Yang Fan shook his head, turning to Kai Qianqian and asking, "What do you think? Does this car look good?" Kai Qianqian had been captivated by the pink sports car from the moment she saw it, and Yang Fan sensed her enthusiasm. "It's beautiful." Kai Qianqian nodded in agreement. Yang Fan then asked Shurya, "What is the total price for this car, including the license plate?" Shurya, surprised by the rapid progression to price negotiation, politely responded, "The base price is 2.28 million, and the turbo costs an additional 160,000. Yang Fan interrupted her, "Just give me the total price. I'm in a hurry." Shurya swallowed hard and replied, "Sir, the total is 3.12 million after rounding off." Yang Fan nodded in satisfaction with the price, but Kai Qianqian gasped in shock. "Over 3 million? Mamma mia, you scared me," she exclaimed, pulling Yang Fan away. Yang Fan, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong, Qianqian?" "What's wrong? It's over 3 million. Why are we still here? I thought it was only 20 or 30,000. Yang Fan chuckled, "No worries, I have the funds." He then turned to Shurya, "Go prepare the contract, full payment, quickly." Shurya trembled slightly upon hearing his words, incredulous as she asked, "Full payment?" Yang Fan, growing impatient, insisted, "Yes, full payment. Prepare the contract. I'm in a rush." He then led Kai Qianqian to a nearby lounge area. Kai Qianqian, nervously wringing her hands, asked Brother Fan, "You're paying full price for a car worth over 3 million? Yang Fan had intended to reveal his affluent identity today, having prepared his explanation. "Qianqian, I actually own a company, so 3 million is just a trivial matter for me." Kai Qianqian blinked, having been skeptical just yesterday. However, now, standing in the Porsche dealership, she could not help but believe him. After all, Yang Fan was about to purchase a car with full payment. Although Yang Fan requested the contract be expedited, they still waited for over an hour. Indeed, buying a car was the most time-consuming affair. At that moment, a bald man in a suit approached. "Mr. Yang, I am a manager here. The contract is ready for you. Are you able to sign now?" Yang Fan nodded and followed him into a private room with Kai Qianqian. "Mr. Yang, please sign here." Yang Fan glanced over the contract, frowning as he inquired, "ISNT at 3.12 million? Well, Because you're the first customer this year to purchase a vehicle over $3 million with full payment, I managed to secure the maximum discount for you. Yang Fan observed that the contract stated only $3 million, a reduction of $120,000, which dampened his spirits. The manager, puzzled, wondered why his generous offer had elicited dissatisfaction. Chanchian, please sign your name. Kai Chanchian, astonished, exclaimed, No, brother Fan, you really want me to sign? This is $3 million. Initially, she thought Yang Fan was joking about buying a car, but now it was all too real, and he indeed wished for her to sign her name. Shurya watched Kai Chanchian with envy, realizing that a $3 million car was being gifted so casually. Yang Fan smiled gently. Yes, didn't we agree on this? Kai Chanchian inhaled deeply and replied, Brother Fan, this is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. The value of over $3 million represented not just a car, but a significant commitment. $3 million. It was not merely $300 or $3,000. As a third-year student, her monthly allowance was only $3,000, and her parents' store barely earned $300,000 to $400,000 annually, which had to cover expenses. Her allowance was already substantial. Yet the $3 million sports car far exceeded Kai Chanchian's understanding of money. Just holding such a sum must feel heavy, she thought. Yang Fan gently tousled her hair and said softly, This is merely a portion of my compensation. Not just you, but I also plan to buy cars for Uncle Kai and Aunt Xiao. Kai Chanchian fidgeted with her fingers, although she found the pink sports car delightful. It was still $3 million. Moreover, it was a gift from her childhood companion, her brother. However, it is too expensive. At this moment, Yang Fan remarked, If you do not sign, I can have this lady, Shurya, sign instead. As he spoke, Yang Fan handed the pen to the saleswoman named Shurya. Kai Chanchian was aware that he was teasing her, but $3 million. All right, I will sign. Kai Chanchian snatched the pen and shot Yang Fan a glare. Yang Fan chuckled as he watched her inscribe her name. Swipe the card, he said, producing his bank card. The bald manager, who had been prepared, immediately responded. With a beep, the card was successfully processed, and the bald manager was ecstatic. A purchase of $3 million. A successful cashback of $30 million. Emir Young, I will prepare for the car delivery ceremony right away. Please wait a moment. I will call everyone. Yang Fan waved his hand, dismissing the unnecessary fanfare. We are pressed for time. Yang Fan led Kai Chanchian to the side of the Porsche 911. I have never driven one. You take the wheel, Kai Chanchian said nervously, darting towards the passenger seat. Yang Fan shook his head with a smile and took the driver's seat as well. The engine roared to life. But Yang Fan found it not at all noisy. Is this the sound of wealth? With a press on the accelerator, they left the Porsche dealership. Outside the store stood numerous female staff members, their eyes filled with envy. How enviable that girl is, beautiful and with a wealthy boyfriend. Indeed, a $3 million Porsche 911. Just like that. Who could buy me a Porsche? I would do anything. Xiao Fan, I feel you've changed, Kai Chanchian remarked, gazing out at the scenery. Yang Fan thought she was referring to his appearance and jokingly replied, Have I become more handsome? I know. But he soon noticed the earnestness in Kai Chanchian's eyes. Are you still the Yang Fan I know? Her gaze was questioning, and Yang Fan realized she sensed his unfamiliarity. He slowed the car, playfully flicked her forehead, and frowned. San Gen Gao. Upon hearing the long-forgotten nickname, Kai Chanchian's cheeks puffed in indignation. Yang Fan, don't think just because you're driving, I won't dare to hit you. Yang Fan parked the car by the roadside, made a dismissive gesture, and boldly declared, Come on, I accept your challenge. In the next moment, Kai Chanchian pounced on him like a little chick, starting to pinch him. Are you a dog? Why are you biting? I wanted to hit you last night. Observing Kai Chanchian with flushed cheeks and slightly disheveled hair, Yang Fan gently tucked her hair behind her ear. All right, you're over 20, still acting like a child. Let you bully me, Kai Chanchian retorted, showing no resistance, appearing quite satisfied. Yang Fan's arm bore the marks of her grip, with a neat row of bite marks on his right arm. At this moment, Yang Fan looked at her seriously and said, No matter how I change, I will always be the Xiao Fan, understand? Kai Chanchian gazed at the handsome Yang Fan, suddenly feeling a bit shy at his sincerity. She inadvertently recalled the scene from last night when she had a nosebleed. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned away, huffing, Let's go, my parents must be waiting anxiously. Yang Fan smiled gently, finding her adorable. Although he had not seen Kai Chanchian for years, their bond remained as it once was. He then drove towards a place steeped in memories. No matter what, I will never leave without saying goodbye again. TCH, who cares? After more than half an hour, Yang Fan arrived at a township near Jiangqing. It was not far from the city, but it took an hour to drive to the town. However, driving would be much faster. Soon, Yang Fan reached this familiar yet unfamiliar little town, a place he had visited countless times before. Ahead lay a modest courtyard with a two-story house. Yang Fan parked his car at the entrance and retrieved the fruits, eggs, and milk he had purchased along the way from the trunk. Kai Qianqian helped him carry the fruits. Mom. As they entered the small courtyard, Kai Qianqian called out, "Hey!" Before anyone was visible, Xiao Ling's voice resonated from the kitchen. Moments later, Xiao Ling emerged holding a freshly peeled scallion. "Aunt Xiao," Yang Fan greeted with a smile. "Good child, you came and brought something." "How unnecessary." Xiao Ling feigned annoyance. "It's only right," Yang Fan smiled as he stepped inside. "Qianqian, go wash the fruits for your Xiao Fan," Xiao Ling instructed. Kai Qianqian protested. "He won't die if he doesn't wash them." Xiao Ling glared at her. "How can you speak like that?" She moved to swat her. Kai Qianqian quickly hid behind Yang Fan, sticking her tongue out at Xiao Ling. Yang Fan found the scene heartwarming and said, "Aunt Xiao, let me help you wash the vegetables." Yang Fan sat in the living room. When he was younger, Xiao Ling often said this, allowing them to watch TV for a while. They had even fought over the remote back then. "Here, I will wash it." Kai Qianqian thrust an apple into Yang Fan's face, making close contact. Yang Fan was not upset. He took the apple and began to munch on it. "Umph." Kai Qianqian stomped her foot in frustration and sat beside him. Just then, a voice called from outside. "What the heck, whose car is that?" Chapter 19, he still has 8-pack abs. "What are you shouting about? What car?" Hearing Kai Jingyuan's voice, Xiao Ling scolded. "No, dear. You should come out and take a look," Kai Jingyuan said, his tone somewhat agitated. Dressed in an apron, Xiao Ling walked to the door and saw the sports car parked in front. "Oh my, what a beautiful car. This must cost tens of thousands." Kai Jingyuan shook his head. "Not just that, I've seen that logo before. It's called Porsche. This sports car probably costs over $1 million. Hearing that figure, Xiao Ling covered her mouth in shock. "So expensive. Aren't all cars the same? They all have 4 wheels, just like our Volkswagen." Ignorance is bliss. At that moment, Yang Fan and Kai Qianqian stepped outside. "What's the matter, Dad?" Kai Qianqian shook her head and said, $3 million. "Do you want to give it a try?" As she spoke, Kai Qianqian produced a set of car keys, pressed a button, and the Porsche 911's door opened automatically. Kai Jingyuan stood there, mouth agape, unable to move. At the dinner table, nearly 10 dishes were laid out, but no one had touched their chopsticks. Kai Qianqian lowered her head, while Kai Jingyuan and Xiao Ling glared at her. "Xiao Fan doesn't understand, but you don't either?" Xiao Ling scolded. Kai Qianqian dared not speak and stole a glance at Yang Fan. Yang Fan wore a bitter smile and said, "Aunt Xiao, it was my insistence to buy Qianqian the car. You cannot blame her." "Xiao Fan, I'm not scolding you. But you just started your business and earned a little money, and then you bought her a car worth millions. You must realize that running a business is challenging," Kai Jingyuan admonished. Yang Fan could only listen, not daring to retort. Once they finished their lecturing, Yang Fan spoke up, "Aunt Xiao, Uncle Kai, let me be honest with you. I have earned quite a bit for my business, and buying a car for Qianqian was my idea, not just for her, but for you as well." As he spoke, Yang Fan stood up. "For these past few years, I have been like a wayward child drifting away from you. Now, I have come to my senses and achieved some success, so I want to make your lives a little better." As he finished, his eyes grew misty. The 3 present were perhaps the last people in the world who cared for him. "Xiao Fan, don't say that. You are a good child. How can we blame you?" Xiao Ling said, wiping her tears. Uncle Kai's demeanor softened as well. "Well, it was my fault for not looking after you properly back then. But is it really okay? Won't this car hinder your business operations?" Yang Fan nodded. "Really, with my current assets, buying dozens of them is not a problem." Yang Fan, of course, was merely boasting. He did not wish to cause them concern. However, when it came to making money, he found it quite effortless, given his systematic approach. "You have made something of yourself, and both Uncle Kai and I are genuinely happy for you," Xiao Ling remarked with a comforting tone. "Even if I achieve success, I am still your child. My accomplishments reflect your own," Yang Fan replied with a chuckle. "Haha, good lad, you speak the truth. I would be content if I, Old Kai, could just take a ride in a Porsche," he added. Xiao Ling shot him a disapproving glance, then turned to Yang Fan with a gentle expression, urging him to eat before the dishes grew cold. She served both Yang Fan and Kai Qianqian a chicken leg and a generous helping of vegetables. "Xiao Fan, you should eat more. You look so thin, Kai Qianqian commented. Mom, I am the one who is thin. He is not at all. And besides, he has an 8-pack. She continued. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling turned her gaze toward Kai Qianqian. Realizing her blunder while gnawing on the chicken leg, Kai Qianqian quickly lowered her head to eat. Yang Fan chuckled awkwardly, sensing a chill emanating from Kai Jingyuan's side. Head of the household, let us eat quickly. You have matters to attend to this afternoon, don't you? Noticing Xiaoling's gaze, Kai Jingyuan quickly nodded in agreement. Oh, right materials to acquire. Let's eat. Soon, the four of them finished their meal amicably, as if the previous comment had never been uttered. After the meal, Xiaoling took Kai Qianqian to wash the dishes. Xiao Fan, Uncle is going to the town to procure materials. Could you assist me? Yang Fan felt a sense of foreboding, but replied, Sure, Uncle, I will join you. He then hopped onto Kai Jingyuan's 3-wheeled vehicle and departed from home. In the kitchen, Kai Qianqian hastily shook her head. No, I just saw Xiao Fan yesterday. Yesterday? So you all slept in the same room together? Kai Qianqian pondered for a moment and nodded. Realizing this, Xiao Ling exclaimed, Ah, that explains why Xiao Fan bought you such a fine car. After a moment, Xiao Ling recalled something and asked, By the way, have you taken your medicine? You young ones know nothing. Finally understanding Xiao Ling's meaning, Kai Qianqian looked rather forlorn. Really? She asked, nodding vigorously. Oh, I've watched Xiao Fan grow up. If he were to pursue you, I would not oppose it. I had already decided that if he did not mind, I would let you marry him, and we could live as a family of 4. But now, as you can see, Xiao Fan has become wealthy and has started a company. Kai Qianqian's face flushed crimson upon hearing these words. What are you saying, Mom? I only regard him as an older brother. I do not have feelings for him. Oomph. You didn't seem to think so when you cried your eyes out after he left. Kai Qianqian seemed to sense something, her expression turning fearful. Did you read my diary? As your mother, is it considered reading if it is written by my daughter? Kai Qianqian immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, Mom, you are so annoying. I won't talk to you anymore. Watching Kai Qianqian's retreating figure, Xiao Ling sighed, silly girl. After tidying up the kitchen, Xiao Ling went to Kai Qianqian's room. At that moment, Kai Qianqian was sitting by her desk, gazing out the window in a daze. Sweetheart, come talk to Mom. Kai Qianqian, no longer angry, obediently sat beside Xiao Ling. Tell me what you think. Kai Qianqian fidgeted with her hands, a telltale sign of her nervousness. I don't know. Do you still like Xiao Fan? I liked him when we were younger. I didn't give up even when I learned he liked Zhongran High School. Until he left our home. Xiao Ling sighed, alas, Xiao Fan is not a bad child, you know that. But I hate him for delivering takeout for 3 years for a woman who does not even like him. How could he be so foolish? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling squinted, realizing that this indeed aligned with her perception of Yang Fan. So, what are your thoughts on him? The mention of her feelings brought to mind last night's events. Mom, I haven't dated in college because I was waiting for him. Am I being foolish? Xiao Ling embraced her, gently patting her back. How can you speak of yourself in such a manner? You and Xiao Fan are alike. He delivered takeout for 3 years while you waited for him for 3 years. You were kindred spirits. But he just broke up. I don't know if he likes me. Silly girl, my daughter is so beautiful. Who wouldn't he like her? Kai Qianqian shyly buried her head into Xiao Ling's embrace. I have decided. Tonight, if he can endure it, then he truly cares for you. Kai Qianqian's cheeks flushed as she asked, but what if he cannot endure it? Xiao Ling laughed heartily. Then he shall become my son-in-law. Kai Qianqian shot her an annoyed glare. What a ridiculous idea. In the town, Kai Jingyuan halted on a country road lined with wheat. He lit a cigarette, exhaling slowly. Beside him, Yang Fan took a deep breath, sensing the gravity of the moment. Listen, young man, how do you intend to take responsibility for my daughter? The moment Kai Jingyuan referred to him as young man, Yang Fan realized the seriousness of the situation. He spoke earnestly, Uncle Kai, it's not as you think. Actually, I consider Qianqian as a sister. Don't call me uncle. Do you think I would allow you to take advantage of my family? Yang Fan forced a bitter smile. Godfather. It's not what you imagine. With a resounding slap on the seat, Kai Jingyuan glared fiercely at him. And how do you envision it? Yang Fan hastily replied, Godfather. I have always regarded Qianqian as a sister. Is that how you speak? Now you say you see Qianqian as a sister, but what about last night? Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan remembered the mischievous girl and declared, Uncle Kai, I like Qianqian. This left Kai Jingyuan momentarily speechless. He wished to inquire what Xiao Ling would say next, but found it inconvenient to check his phone. You should tell Qianqian yourself. With that, Kai Jingyuan extinguished his cigarette and rode the three-wheeled vehicle back home. As the vehicle's battery was somewhat worn and the load quite heavy, they arrived home just as dusk fell. This old battery, I thought it would last until the end of the year. Yang Fan accepted the chilled cola from Kai Jingyuan, opened it, and took a sip. Xiao Fan, I have watched you grow up. I do not oppose your relationship with Qian. However, she is my only daughter, and even if she is willful, you must indulge her. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. Rest assured, uncle. In his youth, he too had harbored special feelings for Kai Qian. But the prolonged companionship left him uncertain whether it was familial affection or love. It was only when he encountered Zhang Ran in high school that he inexplicably became infatuated with her. Yang Fan had once chanced upon Kai Qian's diary, understanding that his departure was not without reason. Kai Jingyuan sighed. I have long suggested replacing that battery, but you insisted it could still be used. Xiao Ling chuckled sheepishly in response. Come inside. I have left food for you in the pot. Both were already famished after the lengthy journey. Gazing at the dishes on the table, Yang Fan eagerly dished out rice as if he had not eaten in days. Xiao Ling served him another bowl, remarking, Didn't you eat plenty at noon? Why are you still so hungry? Annie Xiao's cooking is so delightful. I could eat 8 bowls, he exclaimed, shoveling more rice into his mouth. Such a glutton, Xiao Ling laughed. In the end, Yang Fan consumed 4 bowls of rice, depleting the entire contents of the rice cooker before letting out a burp. This is the sleepwear I bought for you this afternoon. Go take a shower and change. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan felt a tremor in his soul. He dared not utter a word. Any response would lead to his demise. So he hurriedly went to take a shower. Xiao Ling, what do you mean? Are you letting Xiao Fan sleep with Qian? What are you shouting about? Mind your own business when it comes to women's affairs. No, you tell me. Xiao Ling promptly shut the door, stating, Tonight, you will sleep on the floor. Do not think about getting into my bed. Kai Jingyuan stood frozen in place, giving himself a slap, lamenting. What a sin it is to be entangled with this mother-daughter duo. After showering, Yang Fan donned the sleepwear that Xiao Ling had gifted him and ascended the stairs. Based on his understanding of Xiao Ling, he suspected that tonight's events would likely serve as a test. Yang Fan adeptly made his way to Kai Qian's room, gently pushing the door open. Qian, are you asleep? The room was small, containing only a bed, a study desk, and a wardrobe. Yang Fan lay down on the bed, and he couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but it seemed that the delicate figure beside him shivered slightly. After a while, Yang Fan said, Qian, I know you're not asleep. Why don't we chat for a bit? Kai Qian remained silent, appearing as though she had truly fallen asleep. Qian, do you blame me for leaving after the college entrance examination? I know my actions were despicable, but I cannot comprehend why I acted that way. Perhaps I was bewitched at the time. I foolishly delivered takeout to her for 3 years, supported her through university and graduate school, only to have her abandon me for a wealthy heir. Indeed, it was quite foolish. I often wish I could beat that version of myself. I gave up someone who truly loved me, only to yearn for someone who did not love me for years. Wasn't that particularly lowly? Qian, do you still have feelings for me? As soon as these words left his mouth, Yang Fan distinctly felt the figure beneath the covers tremble. After contemplating for a moment, he pulled her closer. Feeling the softness beneath his touch, Yang Fan exclaimed, Qian, why aren't you wearing anything? Kai Qian hurriedly grabbed the quilt, wrapping herself in the summer blanket. Actually, Qian, you still like me, don't you? In response to Yang Fan's inquiry, Kai Qian softly murmured an affirmative. Yang Fan smiled, holding the tightly wrapped Kai Qian in his embrace, facing her. Qian, I promise I won't be like that anymore, all right? Kai Qian gently nodded in agreement, appearing obedient. Then, Yang Fan met Kai Qian's soft lips, sensing her body quivering incessantly. She must be nervous. This was likely her first kiss. And it could also be his, considering that the previous incident occurred while saving someone, which perhaps did not count. The kiss lingered for quite some time, until Kai Qian was gasping for air. She breathed heavily in Yang Fan's embrace. He buried his head in her hair, greedily inhaling the fragrant aroma that brought him tranquility. Qian, may I share a secret with you? What secret? Kai Qian replied softly. Yang Fan revealed a mischievous smile and said, Actually, I peeked at your diary during our senior year. Silence enveloped the room as Yang Fan could clearly feel Kai Qian's body stiffen. Yang Fan, I'll strangle you. Kai Qian sat up, her hands gripping Yang Fan's neck. Yang Fan laughed heartily. Chin, get off. You're not wearing anything. The surroundings were dim, and in truth, Yang Fan could see nothing. I don't care. If I strangle you, no one will know. However, her strength paled in comparison to Yang Fan's. Within moments, he had her pinned down on the bed. Just as Kai Qian thought he was about to do something, Yang Fan wrapped her in the summer blanket and held her close. All right, it's time to sleep. With that, Yang Fan closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. The night passed without incident. Chapter 21. Follow me from now on by 8 o'clock in the morning on Monday. Yang Fan received a phone call and hurriedly departed. Kai Qian, having no classes in the morning, took her time coming downstairs. Xiao Ling, seated at the breakfast table, noticed Kai Qian descending and stared at her intently. After a moment, she remarked, Xiao Fan is indeed a good child. Kai Qian wore a look of melancholy, rubbing her ample figure, and shyly replied, It's all your misguided idea. Xiao Fan's hands are far from innocent. On the way back to the city, Yang Fan moved swiftly, evidently preoccupied with some matter. I understand. Don't rush. Wait for me at the company, came an urgent voice on the other end of the line, yet Yang Fan's expression remained unfazed. By 9 o'clock, Yang Fan arrived at Lin Yi's company, having visited a few days prior. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Lin Yi, her face filled with self-reproach. Seeing Yang Fan, she lowered her head deeply and said, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. Shortly thereafter, Sister Li arrived, accompanied by several individuals Yang Fan had not met before. With 2 men and 5 women present, Yang Fan recognized these must be members of their group. He remained silent, observing them for a long while until he sneered inwardly, 70,000 gone. How desperate must your boss be for money? Sister Li also lowered her head in embarrassment as they resolutely signed a consignment contract with Yang Fan. However, now their boss had not only absconded with their money, but had also transferred the entire company. The total value had already surpassed 10 million, leaving many without jobs and others still awaiting their salaries. Yang Fan lit a cigarette, since the contract had been signed in Lin Yi's name. She bore the brunt of the consequences. She had been on leave a couple of days prior, and had just returned to discover the situation. Money isn't urgent. Your boss may no longer be in Xia country. Yang Fan exhaled smoke. So you all lost your jobs? Sister Li managed a bitter smile. Not just us. The entire company lost dozens of employees. Oh, isn't that Li Na? Why the long face? What happened to your previous bravado? Zhang Yu chuckled. Who knows? At least our group doesn't have to face that 70,000 in compensation. We can go wherever we please. Hearing this, Li Na's expression soured further. Although Yang Fan was handsome, she still retorted, Isn't this the local tycoon? 70,000 spent on chasing girls, and now he's left with nothing. Ha ha ha. Yang Fan shot her a cold glance. Get lost. Who are you? Why should I leave? Yang Fan extinguished his cigarette, his fists clenched, and swung a punch at her. He's hitting. Yang Fan didn't actually intend to strike. It was merely a scare tactic. Observing the 7 individuals standing neatly, Yang Fan realized that if he wished, he could demand compensation for that 70,000 from them. What are your plans moving forward? The leading Li Na laughed bitterly. What plans can we have? Our reputation is tarnished. We'll have to work to repay you. Yang Fan remained silent, understanding that these individuals might find it difficult to navigate their circles in the future. If you are willing, you can work for me. The salary will not be lower than what you currently earn, Yang Fan proposed after a moment of contemplation. At this, everyone raised their heads. Li Na then asked, Mr. Yang, what business do you engage in? Yang Fan replied, I plan to establish a company, a media company. Upon hearing this, their interest piqued. They had previously worked in e-commerce live streaming. I will recruit various types of hosts, from product promoters to entertainment and gaming streamers. I am preparing to launch a massive media company. Yang Fan's ambitious vision was grandiose, though he himself had not yet formulated a concrete plan. The others, upon hearing his words, displayed disappointment, realizing that such claims indicated his naivety. Unfazed by their expressions, Yang Fan asserted, Li Na, you and Lin Yi come with me. After speaking, Yang Fan descended the stairs, followed closely by the 2 women. Mr. Yang, are you serious? Li Jie inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Yang Fan met her gaze earnestly and replied, although I may not fully comprehend, this is indeed my plan. Li Na sighed and remarked, do you have any idea how many platforms we need just for e-commerce? We need planners, agents, and to source products while driving traffic to the platforms. As for the game streamers and entertainment you mentioned, even if it becomes viable, just the workload. Yang Fan chuckled, sensing he had found the right people. Li Jia, what is your annual salary? Li Jia cast him a sidelong glance. It was rather impolite to inquire about someone else's salary. But considering that Yang Fan might be her future employer, she answered candidly, over 300,000. Why do you ask? Yang Fan turned to Lin Yi and continued. I will offer you an annual salary of 1 million. Both Li Jia and Lin Yi gasped in astonishment, while they were accustomed to substantial business dealings. Yang Fan was speaking of an annual salary. Having successfully captured Li Na's attention, Yang Fan added, this is merely the base salary. As my founding member, your performance bonuses will be substantial. Li Jia pondered for a moment and replied, however, I lack confidence in my ability to excel, and I will fully support you. Yang Fan smiled in her eyes and said, we may not have much, but we certainly have financial resources. All right, for that 1 million, I will give it my all. Li Na was finally swayed by his financial promise. Yang Fan nodded, assigned her some tasks, and allowed her to leave. Lin Yi, however, lingered, as if she had something to say. Yang Fan held a favorable view of Lin Yi, who had helped him on several occasions, yet it was limited to friendship. What is it, Lin Xiuhua? Do you have something to discuss? Lin Yi shot him a playful glare. Lin Xiuhua? It has been ages since I heard that name. Yang Fan, I'm truly sorry. You trust me so much, yet I have let things slip. Lin Yi took a deep breath and continued, observing her earnest demeanor. Yang Fan found it somewhat amusing. How had he not noticed Lin Yi's charm before? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so smitten with Zhang Ran. He affectionately ruffled her hair and reassured her, just follow my lead, and your salary will be the same as Li Jia's. With that, Yang Fan headed downstairs, now intent on pursuing Kai Qianqian, leaving no room for doubt about other girls. Watching Yang Fan's retreating figure, Lin Yi's face flushed crimson. Did he mean what I think he meant by joining him? Chapter 22. Fear not. I'm not a good person. Hua Xia High School. Yang Fan found himself back at the school, though this time it was different. Previously, he had arrived in a ghostly vehicle, but now he pulled up in a stunning pink Porsche 911. Since Kai Qianqian had yet to graduate, the car was temporarily under Yang Fan's stewardship. 410 women with charm levels above 85, progress 510, reward, martial artist bodyguard, gazing at this unknown reward. Yang Fan felt a stirring curiosity. What exactly is a martial artist bodyguard? Can they traverse the skies? Why is such a reward offered? Am I destined to encounter danger? Numerous questions swirled in Yang Fan's mind, yet no one was there to provide answers. Hey, you can't park here. As Yang Fan exited the car, the gatekeeper, an elderly man, began to call for assistance. Yang Fan quickly interjected, wait, I haven't done anything wrong. Even if you call the police, they cannot detain me. The gatekeeper pondered this and asked, what are you doing back here? Don't think your good looks can deceive female students. I'm telling you. Yang Fan wore a look of exasperation and replied, no, it's almost exam season, and I'm here to offer students free bottled water. The gatekeeper eyed the sleek vehicle and questioned, are you really that generous? Yang Fan opened the trunk and revealed several cases of Qianchuishan mineral water. From today until the end of the exams, I will distribute water for free every day. With exams just 3 days away, plus the exam days themselves, that made a total of 6 days. It wasn't a long time, and he hoped to encounter several targets with charm levels above 85 during this period. The gatekeeper observed as Yang Fan genuinely unloaded several cases of water. Even if you're doing a good deed, there's so many students here. Before he could finish, a delivery truck pulled up, filled with cases of mineral water. A worker emerged, his uniform emblazoned with the words Qianchuishan. Boss, I brought the goods you requested, a total of 100 cases of water. Here's the receipt. The sweltering heat had the worker drenched in sweat. It was likely there was no air conditioning in the truck. Yang Fan glanced at the receipt, 800 yuan, and promptly transferred 6,000 without hesitation. Boss, you sent too much. Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. On such a hot day, you deserve it. Use the extra for ice cream. The worker, clearly an honest man, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, boss. The worker, unsure where to unload, inquired, boss, where should I place these? Noticing the worker's predicament, Yang Fan replied, the students are preparing for exams. This is all for them. Upon hearing this, the worker's eyes gleamed with determination. All right, boss, you're clearly a good person. I won't take any pay for this. Just this truckload of water is enough for me. Yang Fan chuckled. While he intended to pay him, he decided to do so at the end of the endeavor. Although the total cost of the water was 6,000 yuan, the worker would earn only a few pennies per bottle, making about 700 or 800 yuan from the entire load. After accounting for fuel, it was a tiring job, especially in such heat. And it was tea every day. Someone like Yang Fan ordered an entire truckload. "My name is Zhang Taishu. Just call me Taishu, boss." Yang Fan observed Zhang Taishu. Although he appeared somewhat aged, he could still detect a youthful innocence in his face. It was the kind of naivety only found in those newly entering society. "How old are you?" Zhang Taishu responded, "I'm 22. I dropped out of school in junior high, so I look older." He anticipated Yang Fan's next question. "Boss, don't underestimate my lack of education. I genuinely wish to help students. I couldn't afford school as a child, so I had to leave early." Yang Fan remained silent, not wanting to create any misunderstandings. The two worked together to unload considerable amounts of water, stacking some cases to sit on, while others had already been opened. A sign was propped beside them, reading, "Students may take for free." This caused the gatekeeper, who had initially doubted Yang Fan, to pause in surprise. Now it was just past 11, and school was about to let out. As the bell rang, a throng of students surged out, mostly boys. It didn't take long for someone to notice the conspicuous sign, as the abundance of water was hard to ignore. "Is it really free?" one student asked incredulously. Yang Fan smiled and nodded. "You can come and collect free water every day until the exams are over." "Wow, thank you, bro." The first student eagerly accepted, prompting many others to follow suit. However, most students hesitated, as high schoolers tend to be more polite. Some were shy, while others simply weren't thirsty. Even so, by noon, around 700 or 800 bottles had been distributed, indicating that those who took them were the more sociable and outgoing students. Huaxia High School had over 5,000 students across 3 grades, suggesting that those 700 or 800 were likely the more extroverted individuals. Many introverted students were too timid to take any. Yang Fan paid no mind. After all, the numbers were significant. Although only one individual with a charm level above 85 had been counted by noon, he remained undeterred. In every class, there are typically 1 or 2 class flowers. And in a school, one could expect a similar trend. This thought made Yang Fan chuckle. Did such actions count as cheating in response to the system's tasks? Who cares? If it wasn't explicitly stated, it didn't count. Yang Fan and Zhang Taishu were enjoying their boxed lunches together, and unlike the morning, a large sunshade loomed above them. It was now 1 o'clock, and students were gradually arriving at school. Yang Fan noticed that many girls glanced in his direction, blushing and hesitating to come over for water, which left him feeling rather disheartened. Was his appearance truly so frightful? In the shade of a nearby tree, he observed 2 sanitation workers seated together, reminiscent of an elderly couple. They sat on the ground without care for the dirt, holding what seemed to be homemade steamed buns, slightly yellowed, unlike the store-bought variety. Their large cup of tea was nearly empty. "Taishu, keep an eye on things. I'll be back shortly." "Sure thing, boss. I'll watch closely." Yang Fan picked up a few bottles of water and bought several warm cakes from a nearby tricycle vendor. It wasn't he that he couldn't afford expensive food. After 3 years of delivering takeout, he understood that the more generous the offering, the harder it would be for them to accept. Balancing the 5 cakes and 2 bottles of mineral water in a plastic bag, he approached. The elderly couple noticed the yellow-haired Yang Fan approaching and instinctively began to rise. Fearing trouble, observing the unease in their expressions, Yang Fan immediately broke into a smile. "Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person." The elderly couple paused, momentarily confused by his words. Yang Fan cleared his throat, regretting his tendency to speak awkwardly at crucial moments. "Really, don't worry. I noticed your cup was empty and came to bring you some water." Seeing Yang Fan's sunny smile, the couple felt less apprehensive. They recognized him as the boy who distributed water by the school gate. "Thank you, young man," the old woman replied politely. "Is this all you have for lunch?" Yang Fan inquired Buzlet. The old man tucked the bun into his pocket, somewhat embarrassed, and with a weary expression, replied, "At our age, as long as we have enough to eat and the strength to work, that is sufficient." Yang Fan felt a pang of sympathy at his words. He brushed off some dust from the ground and sat down beside the elderly couple. "Child, the ground is dirty," the old woman cautioned. Yang Fan smiled gently. "How could the earth that supports you be considered dirty?" The couple, lacking in formal education, grasped only part of his sentiment. "I bought some extra cakes that I can't finish. Please help yourselves." Yang Fan offered the cakes. "Child, we are not hungry," the old woman insisted, pushing his hand away. I truly cannot finish them. In this heat, they will spoil if left out, and that would be wasteful. Yang Fan pressed the cakes into the old woman's hands. Feeling the warmth of the freshly bought cakes, she understood their significance. The elderly couple had difficulty chewing, and Yang Fan had chosen soft ones for them. Thank you, dear child, they said, their eyes glistening with gratitude. Not one to be polite, Yang Fan took a cake for himself and shared it with them. While they ate, he opened their cup and poured in the 2 bottles of Qianshui mountain water. Given your age, why are you still working in this heat? The old man asked, nibbling on his cake. Alas, my son passed away early, and my granddaughter is still in school. I must earn some money for her. I've heard that college expenses are quite steep. Hearing their plight, Yang Fan felt a deep resonance. He understood their struggles all too well. His parents had also departed during his middle school years. The elderly couple had suffered even more, sending a black-haired child into the world. Returning to the shade of the umbrella, Yang Fan spotted Jian Wenxin, whom he had encountered a few times before. She appeared unperturbed by his presence and stared intently at him. Yang Fan noticed that after a few days apart, her charm had increased, now scoring a 91 and still growing. He extended a bottle of water toward her. Classmate, here's your water. Jian Wenxin stared silently, causing Yang Fan to awkwardly lower his hand. After a moment, she spoke, I prefer Nutritional Express, then turned and entered the school. Yang Fan felt a mix of confusion and irritation. He had come to offer charity, yet she had her preferences. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, aware of her previous struggles with life. Boss, do you know that student? Zhang Taishu inquired. Not exactly. Why do you ask? Yang Fan replied. Just now she stood here, refusing my water while fixated on you talking to those elderly folks. She ignored me completely and scared me half to death. Yang Fan regarded Jian Wenxin's retreating figure with curiosity, sensing something unusual about her. At that moment, a young girl approached, her features delicate yet slightly gaunt, her face tanned, and her school uniform patched in several places, indicative of hard labor. Name, Chunlin. Age, 18. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 76 kilograms. Charm level, 83, increasing. Occupation, student. Number of romantic interests, 0. Yang Fan felt a pang of sympathy for the slender girl, whose weight seemed at least 20 pounds less than that of other girls of the same height. He offered her a bottle of water. Little sister, here's your water. However, Chunlin did not accept it. Instead, she bowed deeply and exclaimed, Thank you, big brother, before hastily turning to enter the school. Were high school students really this peculiar nowadays? In the afternoon, Yang Fan altered his signage to read students and teachers may receive free water. By the end of the school day, he had distributed over 1,000 bottles, leaving only 3 cases from a total of 2,000. This was merely the afternoon. The evening would see even more students leaving after their final classes. Many students remained indoors, diligently studying, while mealtimes were spent in the cafeteria, leading to a greater influx of students during the evening. Yang Fan handed Zhang Taishu an extra 500 as a token of appreciation for his efforts. Tomorrow, try to find more people to help distribute. Aim for 5,000 bottles. Zhang Taishu beamed with excitement. Absolutely. Earning 500 a day is better than hauling water. I'll find a way to assist you. Yang Fan requested Zhang Taishu's help to move the remaining 3 cases of water to the security office. The older security guard who had previously detained Yang Fan chuckled. Child, I misjudged you. Today, you delivered an entire truckload of mineral water. I thought you were employing some trick to lure high school students. Yang Fan chuckled in return, teasing, no worries, just don't send me to the police next time. The elderly guards in the office erupted in laughter. In a moment of realization, Yang Fan remembered he still had not rented a place to stay. Unsure of where to go, he decided to visit Jiangcheng University to find Kai Qianqian, who should be back at school after her afternoon classes. This time, Yang Fan was clever. He booked a hotel room on his phone in advance, avoiding the late-night scramble from before. At the entrance of Jiangcheng University, Yang Fan waited about 10 minutes before spotting Kai Qianqian emerging. She wore a floral dress, exposing her alluring shoulders and captivating collarbone, the hem just above her knees, revealing her fair and shapely legs. Despite its loose fit, the dress accentuated her curves. Yang Fan had experienced her allure firsthand. As she approached him, she twirled around, the fabric of her dress swirling gracefully. Let us go, Yang Fan smiled. You should say, Princess, please get in the car. Yang Fan's expression shifted slightly. Why did he not feel the usual protective instincts he had around Kai Qianqian? Perhaps their childhood familiarity had dulled that sense. He scooped her up playfully and headed toward the passenger seat. "Oh no, I'm exposed. Don't worry, I'll cover you." As they frolicked, a surprised voice rang out. "Qianqian, you really have found a boyfriend." Kai Qianqian hurriedly descended, glancing at Yin Jin and Yun Qiaoer in the distance, and instinctively concealed herself behind Yang Fan. Yang Fan recognized them as the same girls he had encountered previously. He greeted them, saying, "Hello, I am Yang Fan, Qianqian's boyfriend." Chapter 24. Aesthetic appreciation of Yin Jin. Don't listen to his nonsense. That's not true. Kai Qianqian quickly interjected, moving beside the two girls. Yin Jin was clad in a provocative crop top paired with ultra-short denim shorts, showcasing her long, fair legs. She stood as the tallest among the trio, her height contributing significantly to her allure. In contrast, Yin Qiaoer wore a khaki Lolita princess dress, complemented by black leather shoes and fairy socks, embodying the essence of a princess. Kai Qianqian exuded a lively and charming demeanor, while Yin Jin possessed a sultry allure with a hint of seduction. And Yun Qiaoer epitomized the innocent and sweet girl. Each of them was unique in their own right. At that moment, Yin Jin focused her gaze on Yang Fan for several seconds, feeling a flutter in her heart. Yin Qiaoer blushed slightly, also looking at Yang Fan. Yang Fan smiled we aware of his own attractiveness. Even he needed to admire himself in a mirror occasionally. "Really, Qianqian? If not, I might have to take action. You know I'm quite the esthetician." Yin Jin teased with a mischievous grin. "Oh dear, you are so annoying for following me." Kai Qianqian stamped her foot in frustration. Yang Fan approached, chuckling. "What a coincidence, I truly am Qianqian's boyfriend." At this, Kai Qianqian countered, No, I haven't agreed yet." "Oh, I see. But remember, whoever becomes single first has to treat us to a meal. So it seems we won TB eating today." Kai Qianqian shot her a glare, clearly ready to stir up some mischief. Yang Fan looked at Kai Qianqian, perplexed. She met his gaze defiantly, saying, Yang Fan observed Kai Qianqian turning her head away and felt a pang in his heart. Indeed, for years ago, she had left without a word for Zhang Ran, abandoning her family for a woman who was not worth it. He realized that he had not been in touch with Kai Qianqian for quite some time. Despite their once close relationship, it was understandable that she felt anxious. With a gentle smile, Yang Fan turned to Kai Qianqian earnestly. "Rest assured, Qianqian, I will make up for the lost companionship over the years." Zhang Ran was nothing compared to Kai Qianqian. The notion of being enamored with her was utterly absurd. Hearing Yang Fan's sincere words, Kai Qianqian felt her cheeks flush slightly, a touch shy with her two roommates present. "Oh my, you're making me swoon. No more sweetness allowed." Yin Jin jested from the side. Kai Qianqian immediately engaged in playful banter with her. Yun Qiaoer, possessing a shy demeanor, giggled quietly nearby. "Let us go. I'll take you out for a meal." Yin Jin and Yun Qiaoer exchanged glances, blinking playfully. Yang Fan replied, "Even if I weren't her boyfriend, I've known her since childhood. Treating you to a meal is no trouble at all." "Then thank you, Qianqian's brother." Yin Jin emphasized the word brother, provoking Kai Qianqian's irritation. As Yang Fan climbed into the car, preparing to turn around, Yin Jin wrapped her arms around Kai Qianqian's waist, teasing, "Qianqian, are you really refusing? Should I take her instead? Are you out of your mind? When did I say I wouldn't accept?" Kai Qianqian retorted, puffing up her cheeks. "Just now. If you truly disagree, I might just drool." Yin Jin playfully licked her lips. "He is mine. Don't even think about it, you esthetician." Kai Qianqian exclaimed. "Hurry up. I'm starving." Hearing this, Kai Qianqian hopped into the passenger seat, while Yin Jin glanced at her and joined Yun Qiaoer in the back seat. Yang Fan pondered that since they were all girls, a barbecue outing would not be appropriate. Initially, he had intended to take Kai Qianqian for barbecue, but it was no longer suitable. Bringing Kai Qianqian's roommates to a barbecue stall felt beneath him, especially given that the two girls seemed to be of a higher social standing. He found a restaurant named Xinghua Lu online, reputed to be among the top 3 luxury establishments in the entire Jiang city. "Welcome. Do you have a reservation?" A well-presented woman at the entrance inquired. Name, Hizing. Age, 28. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 108 pounds. Charm value, 80. Occupation, senior waitress. Number of relationships, 3. Upon noticing her charm value was below 85, Yang Fan gradually lowered the candy he was holding. Please follow me to table 6 in the main hall, He Ziying instructed. Yang Fan asked, are there no private rooms? Ah, well, sir, private rooms require a gold membership, she replied. Luxury restaurants indeed set high standards. Even private rooms demanded a financial commitment. How much is the gold membership? Yang Fan inquired, perplexed. He Ziying smiled subtly, having noticed Yang Fan arrived in a sports car, accompanied by 3 stunning young women. Yang Fan himself was an exceptionally handsome man, dressed in a designer outfit. She intended to encourage him to acquire a membership for her own benefit. Well, sir, a silver membership requires a deposit of 1 million. A gold membership requires 2 million. A diamond membership is 5 million, and a supreme membership is 10 million. Never mind. Let's just eat in the main hall, Kai Qianqian interjected. Yes, it's just a meal. There is no need to get a membership, Yin Jin agreed. Exactly, Yun Xiao chimed in. Yin Jin, unperturbed, met Kai Qianqian's gaze and flashed a charming smile. Unaware of the subtle rivalry between the 2 girls, Yang Fan conceded. All right, we shall dine in the main hall then. With that, Yang Fan led them to table 6 in the bustling main hall. The restaurant was filled with patrons who certainly did not appear to be ordinary. Most tables were designed for 4, yet the ambience was distinctly different from an average eatery. The hall was enveloped in warm yellow lighting, exuding a romantic essence. Partitions separated the tables, alleviating any awkwardness while dining. Yin Jin and Yin Xiao sat together, displaying ease as if they were well acquainted with such upscale venues. Naturally, Kai Qianqian sat beside Yang Fan. As Yang Fan navigated the menu on the tablet, Yin Jin fixated her gaze upon him, seemingly oblivious to Kai Qianqian's sulking demeanor beside her. What would you like to eat? I haven't tried many of these dishes and am rather unfamiliar, Yang Fan admitted, feeling a bit shy. Let me handle it. Yin Jin laughed as she took the tablet from him. In the process, her manicured hand accidentally brushed against Yang Fan's. Kai Qianqian nearly exploded at the sight. She was certain Yin Jin had done it deliberately. Being her roommate, she knew her too well. Yin Jin had a penchant for aesthetics. She once dated a boy from school, but broke up shortly after because he was indifferent to his appearance and had gained weight. There was also a virtual romance where she had brought Kai Qianqian along during their first meeting. Initially, Kai Qianqian thought Yin Jin was joking, but now she had to take it seriously. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Kai Qianqian reminded herself not to be upset. After all, Yang Fan was her childhood friend, and he liked her now. She needed to hold her ground. She couldn't let him win her over so easily after abandoning her for 4 years. Just as she regained her composure, Kai Qianqian noticed Yin Jin's long legs extending toward her. Unable to contain herself, she slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Bang! Yin Jin. Chapter 25. Please give me a minute. Kai Qianqian's voice drew the attention of those around them. Even Yang Fan looked at her with confusion, then cast a glance at Yin Jin across the table. At that moment, Yin Jin resembled a frightened little bird, her delicate face etched with fear, endearingly cute. What is wrong, Qianqian? The naive and sweet Yin Xiao blinked and inquired. Kai Qianqian was breathing heavily, the rise and fall of her chest eliciting suppressed laughter from Yang Fan. He then urged her to sit down. After all, the eyes of others were upon them. What is the matter? What happened to Jin? Yang Fan asked, puzzled. Upon hearing Yang Fan address her simply as Jin, without her surname, Kai Qianqian felt as though she might explode. She turned her head to face the wall, disregarding Yang Fan. Yang Fan was utterly perplexed. What on earth had transpired? He merely had a habit of calling people by their first names, as 2 syllables were simpler than 3. Xiao Fan go. I placed the order, Yin Jin said, passing her tablet to Yang Fan, and this time, nothing unexpected occurred, for Kai Qianqian was staring intently at her. No matter how Yang Fan attempted to engage Kai Qianqian in conversation, she ignored him. Resigned, he scrolled through Douyin, hoping to fortuitously discover a streamer with an allure value above 85. Kai Qianqian snatched his phone away. Are the 3 of us not beautiful enough for you to watch beautiful women live stream? No, both you and Jean are very pretty. I'm just working, Yang Fan replied, his heart untroubled. Upon hearing herself praised, Yin Jin smiled slightly at the corners of her mouth. Thank you, Xiao Fan Go, for the compliment. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Kai Qianqian had entirely given up. She resigned herself to destruction, knowing she could not compete with Yin Jin. Although Yin Yin had only dated twice, her experience was remarkably rich, She understood everything that needed to be understood, and even that which was not understood. In contrast, Kai Qianqian had never had a boyfriend throughout her entire university life due to Yang Fan's departure and had little interaction with the opposite sex. At that moment, a well-dressed man with slicked-back hair approached, holding a bottle of champagne. "Hello, ladies. May I become friends with you?" Kai Qianqian furrowed her brow and replied, "Who are you? Why should we be friends with you?" The man in formal attire was unperturbed, responding with gentlemanly composure, "I'm Qin Yun. My name is enough for us to be friends in Jiangsheng." Kai Qianqian felt somewhat displeased, but sensed that he seemed to possess considerable standing. So she refrained from saying anything that might offend him. Yang Fan frowned, suspecting this man was not ordinary. Otherwise, he would not be so brazen as to introduce himself with just a name. "They don't wish to be friends with you. Please leave," Yang Fan said coolly. "Although you are quite handsome, you can only have one girlfriend, so you cannot prevent me from befriending the other two beautiful ladies," Yang Fan remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. Had it not been for his concern about Qin Yun's potential influence, he would have already scolded this arrogant individual. At that moment, Qin Yun grabbed Yan Jin's arm. "Would you accompany me for a drink?" Smack! Yan Jin immediately slapped him, causing Yang Fan to rise as well. He realized the situation had escalated. "Wah! He touched my arm. I cannot go on living." Yan Jin burst into tears, running into Yang Fan's embrace, inconsolable. Yang Fan assumed she was merely frightened and needed someone to lean on, so he gently patted her back like a protective older brother. His thoughts remained focused on Qin Yun, eager to discover what he would do next. Kai Qianqian, too, refrained from being willful. She understood that the situation might spiral out of control. Qin Yun, however, did not make any significant movements. He merely caressed his face where Yan Jin had struck him, then sniffed his hand, grinning wickedly, quite wild. "I wonder how she behaves in bed." As he uttered this, Yang Fan's gaze had turned icy. All three women were under his care, and he was determined to resolve the matter himself, even if it meant facing the police again. The commotion had drawn considerable attention, as very few patrons in this establishment lacked status. "Esteemed Diamond member, may I inquire if you are injured? Do you require an ambulance?" A man in his 30s wearing a suit and headphones asked. "Manager Wu, this woman slapped me at your Xinhua building. How shall we resolve this?" Qin Yun pointed at the sobbing girl in Yang Fan's arms, his tone menacing. Manager Wu bowed respectfully. "Please wait a moment." He then approached Yang Fan. "Sir, may I kindly ask your girlfriend to apologize to young Master Qin? It would facilitate matters for everyone." At that moment, no one paid attention to his misidentification of who was whose girlfriend. Yang Fan frowned. "Why should we apologize? He harassed my friend first." Manager Wu, maintaining his politeness, bowed again and replied, "I apologize, sir, but young Master Qin is a diamond member here, and according to our rules, you should apologize to him. Please do not make me call security. Thank you." Yang Fan's expression darkened. Manager Wu was delivering the harshest words in the politest manner. Indeed, this society spoke with power and influence. The higher one climbed, the more evident it became. "Ah, a diamond member, is it?" As he spoke, Yang Fan produced his bank card. "Please assist me in applying for not one, but 3 Supreme membership cards." Manager Wu nearly stumbled in shock. Yang Fan's voice was not loud, yet in the stillness of the room, everyone heard him clearly. Even Qin Yun stared at him in astonishment, attempting to discern who he was. 3 Supreme cards required 30 million. Anyone capable of casually spending such an amount in Jiangsheng could not possibly be unknown. Was he merely bluffing, or did he truly regard 30 million with such disregard? Had Jiangsheng produced such a formidable figure? Was he perhaps a young master from the capital? At that moment, Qin Yun began to retreat, initially believing his opponent was merely an ordinary wealthy individual. "Sir, are you indeed requesting 3 Supreme memberships?" Manager Wu confirmed again. Yang Fan furrowed his brows. "Can it be done? If not, bring your boss to me." Yang Fan understood that in this setting, he needed to be assertive, to act like a wealthy playboy, so they would fear him. "No need to call. I am already here." A man holding a special payment machine approached, taking Yang Fan's card. After inquiring for the names of the 3 ladies, 3 golden membership cards appeared in his hand, followed by the sound of a successful transaction. At that moment, no one dared to utter a word. "Esteemed Supreme members, please grant me a minute to address the situation at hand." Manager Wu bowed to each of the 3 ladies. He then turned to Qin Yun, who was now trembling. This man had indeed spent 30 million. And Qin Yun realized that even if his father were present, he would have to endure this humiliation without spending that amount. He looked at Yang Fan, his throat tightening as he forced a smile. Brother, actually, security, 1 minute, throw this young Master Qin out, or I will have you thrown out. Manager Wu shouted hoarsely. Within 10 seconds, 4 or 5 muscular men in uniforms appeared, swiftly lifting Qin Yun and physically ejecting him from the premises. In the next moment, Manager Wu cleared his throat, smiling broadly at Yang Fan and the others. Esteemed Supreme members, please follow me to the 3rd floor. That is where you may dine. Yang Fan was not surprised by this transformation. In fact, he held some admiration for Manager Wu. Kai Chanqian remained in shock, her face pale, clearly rattled by the day's events. Yang Fan noticed that Yin Jin seemed to be continuously nuzzling against him. Although she did not possess the ample bosom of Kai Chanqian, her height allowed her to press against his abdomen, causing Yang Fan some discomfort. Assuming Yin Jin was still weeping, he gently patted her soft back and soothingly said, "It's all right now. There's nothing to worry about." Seeing that Yin Jin was unresponsive, he mistakenly believed that she was frightened. He gently ruffled her hair and then, placing his hands on her shoulders, helped her to her feet. "It's all right. Everything is fine," Yang Fan reassured her once more. Yin Jin rubbed her eyes and surveyed the surroundings, confirming that Qin Yun was no longer present before ceasing her sobs. She rose on her toes and pecked Yang Fan's handsome profile, saying, "Thank you, Xiao Fange. I thought." Her voice, still tinged with tears, threatened to break into another bout of crying. Yang Fan, oblivious to the fact that she had just kissed him, sensed her impending tears. "It's all right now. Let us head upstairs for a meal," he encouraged. Yin Jin nodded, replying, "All right, I'll just use the restroom first. I'll be right back." Yang Fan acknowledged her with an "oh," understanding that girls often went to the restroom to touch up their makeup after crying. He took hold of Kai Chanqian's hand and ascended the stairs. "I'll go check on her. You all go ahead," Yin Xiaoer said, somewhat dazed. Thus, only Yang Fan and Kai Chanqian followed Manager Wu. Duan Hua playfully tapped her head, softly saying, "You silly girl. You didn't say a word when you came to see Uncle. I thought you were pretending not to know me." Yin Xiaoer chuckled, responding, "No. My sister said to keep a low profile when out, or else I'd get into trouble." Duan Hua laughed heartily. "Who in Jianshan would dare to trouble you? I wouldn't let your father intervene. I'd be the first to protect you. Now go. Don't keep your friends waiting." As they walked, she suddenly halted, muttering, "Huh? What was I just about to do?" After pondering for a minute without recall, she decided, "Forget it. I'll go ask Qianqian." She then headed towards the elevator, appearing quite familiar with the place. In the ladies' restroom, Yin Jin gazed at her reddened eyes and sighed. "Oh dear, I think I used too much force." She splashed some water on her face, then opened her green bubble app to video, call someone saved as Big Fool. The video rang for merely 3 seconds before being answered, revealing a robust man in military attire, a star emblazoned on his shoulder. "Jean, what made you think to call your brother?" Although his appearance was fierce, his voice was gentle as he spoke to her. "Brother, someone is bullying me," Yin Jin exclaimed, her tears flowing freely, causing the droplets she had just placed on her eyes to trickle down. The man's expression shifted dramatically. "Who dares to bully my sister? I'll roll into their home with a tank tomorrow." Yin Jin, on the verge of laughter despite her act of crying, quickly replied in a sobbing tone, "Brother, don't do anything foolish, just break his legs a little. Tell me his name, and I'll take a trip to Jianshan tomorrow." "Brother, you don't need to come in person. He.S. just a minor character named Qin Yun. Just send a who or a go." "All right, I'll heed my sister's words. Wait for my news." After hanging up, Yin Jin composed herself and exited the restroom. On the 3rd floor, Kai Chanqian remarked, "Xiao Fange, are you out of money?" Knowing that Yang Fan was running a company and had previously mentioned being able to buy several Porsche cars, she speculated that he might be running low on funds. Yang Fan smiled slightly. Her first concern was for him. However, he could not disclose that he had recently spent 30 million, as he now had a few small goals. Leaning close to Kai Chanqian's ear, he whispered, "Actually, I won the lottery, a huge one." The warm breath tickled Kai Chanqian, yet she remained still. Observing Yang Fan's composed demeanor, she felt reassured that he had the situation under control, for he was indeed quite steady. At that moment, Kai Chanqian noticed that Yang Fan's shirt was completely unmarked, and she reached out to touch it. "What's wrong, Chanqian?" With only the two of them in the private room, Yang Fan assumed she wished to touch his abs, as she had shown great interest in them at the hotel. Kai Chanqian shook her head. "Nothing." Without tears, she realized she had been deceived by Yin Jin. Suddenly, The door creaked open, and Yun Xiaoer turned around, stating, "I didn't see anything." At that moment, Yang Fan was still leaning on Kai Qianqian's shoulder, comforting her. Kai Qianqian quickly pushed him away. "Xiaoer, where's Jean?" Yun Xiaoer turned, blinking, and smacked her forehead. "Oh right, Jean. What do you want?" Yan Jin entered the private room at that moment. "Nothing." Yun Xiaoer pulled Yan Jin to sit beside Kai Qianqian. Soon, a dedicated server wheeled in dishes. Yang Fan recognized her as Xing, who had greeted him at the entrance, but now her gaze towards him had changed. If her initial look had been playful, it was now filled with apprehension. Yang Fan, aware of her hidden thoughts, chose to remain silent. "Dear esteemed VIP, if you require anything, please call for me. I will be just outside," Xing stated before departing. The group began their meal, and Yang Fan noticed that Yun Xiaoer and Yin Jin were enjoying their food, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. In contrast, Kai Qianqian appeared to be preoccupied with her thoughts. Yang Fan placed some crab leg meat in her bowl, inquiring, "What's wrong, Qianqian? Is it not to your taste?" Kai Qianqian shook her head, "No." Yang Fan smiled, picking up a piece of crab meat and teasing, "Come, I'll feed you." Kai Qianqian's cheeks flushed instantly as she pushed his hand away. Yet, she was no match for Yang Fan's strength. After a moment, Kai Qianqian, with her head down chewing on the crab meat, glanced at the other two. Yun Xiaoer was covering her eyes with her hands, peeking at her through her fingers. Upon noticing she was being watched, she quickly closed them again. Meanwhile, Yin Jin was eating nonchalantly. Kai Qianqian smiled. She had initially been disheartened by the situation with Yin Jin, but in that moment, all her gloom dissipated. I may not trust Jin, but how could I not trust Xiao Fange? This meal lasted an hour before concluding, as there was no alcohol involved. It cost nearly 10,000, but the payment was deducted from the VIP card with no cashback. Kai Qianqian seemed to have something to say, so she urged the others to leave first. "What's wrong, Qianqian? Are you still scared from earlier?" Yang Fan asked with concern. Kai Qianqian gazed at him without speaking. "Don't be silent, Qianqian. I'm timid." In the next moment, Kai Qianqian smiled, yet her smile quickly turned into tears. She leaped into Yang Fan's embrace, attempting to rise on her toes. However, she was not as tall as Yin Jin and could not quite reach his lips. Yang Fan pressed down gently on her elevated feet. Leaning down, he whispered softly in her ear, "I can bend down." Kai Qianqian closed her eyes, feeling more fulfilled than ever. After several minutes, she finally pushed him away. "All right, this is your reward for today, but don't think I've agreed to anything." Stepping back, Kai Qianqian stated, "You abandoned me for 4 years. I'm not that cruel. If you persist in pursuing me for 4 months, I'll be your girlfriend." Yang Fan smiled knowingly, understanding the implication behind her words. However, he was unconcerned, having been a devoted admirer for 3 years with only one handhold to show for it. He stepped forward, wishing to embrace the adorable girl, but she nimbly dodged him. A man cannot always be satisfied, otherwise he will quickly grow weary. With that, she waved goodbye. "Good night." Yang Fan chuckled wryly, pondering where she had learned that. "Good night." Meanwhile, in Jiangxing University, Yin Jin observed from a hidden spot, "I can bend down. How sweet. What a delightful moment." Yun Xiaoer nestled against Yin Jin's arm, her petite head resting on her shoulder. "Love-struck brain, go away. You're the one with a love-struck brain. I am quite clever. You know." "All right, clever enough to be deceived by a scoundrel like Gu Chun." "Yin Jin, tonight I shall invade your bed to torment you. Come, little princess. Sister will wash your face." Outside, as Yang Fan was preparing to leave, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello." The sound of something crashing echoed through the receiver. And it was then Yang Fan noticed Lin Yi's name on the screen. "What's wrong, Lin School Beauty?" Silence ensued, save for the sound of the object that had fallen. Yang Fan sensed something amiss. He did not hang up but sped toward Xingfu Ziyok in his sports car. The roads were not congested at night, and within half an hour, Yang Fan arrived in just over 20 minutes. "Knock, knock, knock. Linny, are you home?" After contemplating during the drive, he recalled that the noise on the phone was indeed the sound of a phone dropping. Having heard it before, he recognized it as the sound of her floor. Without hesitation, Yang Fan kicked the door open with a single powerful strike. Had he not been wary of making too much noise, he could have easily broken it down. The lights were still on inside, and he discovered Lin lying on the floor beside the sofa, clad in her pajamas. Yang Fan hurriedly lifted her and placed her gently on the sofa. Why is she so hot? The heat radiating from her was intense, likely nearing 40 degrees. Fortunately, Yang Fan arrived in time. Otherwise, she might have burned through the night. Risking her life, he wet a towel with lukewarm water and pressed it against Lin Yi's forehead. As a child, his mother used to do the same when he had a fever, accompanied by antipyretics and antiviral medication. Yang Fan found a room key behind the door and managed to close the slightly damaged door. He rushed downstairs to purchase medicine, remembering there was a pharmacy at the entrance of the community. He held a thermometer under his arm, uncertain of how to proceed. Illness knows no gender. Closing his eyes, he placed it under her armpit, urgency pressing upon him as she was burning up. Why is this armpit so large? Upon opening his eyes, he realized he had miscalculated and quickly corrected his placement. Coincidentally, Lin Yi opened her eyes at that moment. Their gazes met, and Yang Fan felt an overwhelming awkwardness. What a coincidence, running into you at your place. He inwardly cursed himself. He always fell silent at critical moments, attributing it to his poor language skills. Thankfully, Lin Yi closed her eyes again after a mere few seconds. Yang Fan took a deep breath. She was quite delirious from the fever, and perhaps she would forget by morning. He remembered there was a small medicine cabinet in Lin Yi's room containing medical alcohol, as she had used it previously. The cooling effect of medical alcohol was remarkable, so he opened her private space and retrieved the small cabinet. After 10 minutes, he took the thermometer out again and was shocked to see the reading. Goodness, 41. 8 degrees. I nearly lost her. Yang Fan hastily administered the antipyretic to her mouth, forcing some water down her throat. But in the next moment, she vomited it up. Of course, at 41. 8 degrees, she could hardly be conscious. Yang Fan disregarded the chaos, knowing that if her fever persisted, she could genuinely suffer irreversible damage. He placed the antipyretic in his mouth, took a sip of water, and gently lifted Lin Yi, administering the medicine once more. Damn it, just as he did, she opened her eyes again, leaving Yang Fan infuriated. It made him seem as if he were deliberately taking advantage of her. Due to her high temperature and the absence of air conditioning in the small living room, Yang Fan swiftly removed her pajamas, leaving only her undergarments. He then dampened a towel with medical alcohol and gently wiped her body, repeating this every 20 minutes. After more than 2 hours, Yang Fan checked her temperature again. It was now 41 degrees. The results were promising. Her temperature had decreased significantly, but remained high. He stayed by her side, wiping her down with alcohol every 20 minutes. Around 3 in the morning, her temperature finally dropped to 39 degrees. At 38, 8 degrees, the effects of the antipyretic were nearly exhausted. He took another dose and expertly administered it to Lin Yi. Yang Fan intended solely to assist her with the medicine, harboring no ulterior motives. After a while, he thought he heard Lin Yi mumbling softly. Leaning closer, he indeed discerned her whispering. Speak clearly. I can't hear you. Lin Yi's lips moved slowly, and he finally understood. You scoundrel, I'm cold. Yang Fan stood up, gazing at her nearly perfect figure. He smacked his forehead, cursing himself. Of course, how could I forget to cover her with a blanket when she has a fever? He retrieved the blanket he had used earlier from the room and covered her with it. Checking her forehead, he found her temperature had lowered, and by morning, she would likely recover from the fever. He turned off the lights and settled down beside Lin Yi, drifting off to sleep. By 8 in the morning, Lin Yi slowly opened her eyes, only to be met with a throbbing headache that rendered her reluctant to move. However, she felt an unsettling heaviness in her chest. After a while, as her head began to ease, she discovered a hand resting inappropriately on her chest. She tossed it aside and kicked Yang Fan awake. Yang Fan roused, finding himself sitting on the floor. You're awake. Good. It was quite the ordeal. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, wrapped in the blanket, her face flushed. You still haven't tea broken the fever. Why is your face still so red? Get lost. Yang Fan was baffled, having helped her through the night. Why was she telling him to leave? Realizing she was still in her undergarments, he stretched and prepared to exit. Take care of yourself. Call me if you need anything. Get lost. Yang Fan, perplexed, closed the door behind him. Did she have some awareness yesterday? But he had merely intended to help her cool down. Surely she could understand that. He stifled a yawn, having not slept well, and felt a bit drowsy. What is that scent on my hand? It smells so good. Suddenly, Yang Fan's expression changed in the elevator, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Could it be? Chapter 28. You haven't retired yet? At the school's water distribution center, Yang Fan arrived by 9 o'clock. The June weather was still sweltering, and even at this early hour, the heat was palpable. Today marked the last day of classes for the students, as after today, the senior students would be preparing for their examinations. Freshmen and sophomores would also be on break. "Boss, you're here." Zhang Taishu had arrived even earlier, having seemingly completed a round of distributions already. Yang Fan noticed that the main quest completion had reached 11:10. Yet the system remained silent, leaving him puzzled. Could it have been counted as cheating? To be honest, Yang Fan found his actions somewhat petty, but since the system remained quiet, he decided to continue. Moreover, now that he had some money, he felt genuinely pleased to do what he could for the students. Not just him, Zhang Taishu also appeared elated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come so early. Engaging in such altruistic acts brought genuine joy. Yang Fan observed Zhang Taishu chatting happily with several teachers. After all, contributing to the welfare of school was highly respected, especially during the hot summer months when water was in high demand. Yang Fan, a bespectacled man with half-white hair, called out, "Teacher Li, you haven't retired yet?" Yang Fan greeted the approaching teacher. This was Li Kongnian, his high school homeroom teacher, who had been 58 during Yang Fan's senior year. It was surprising to see him, still teaching. "Why do I feel like you're cursing me?" Yang Fan chuklet heartili. Li Kongnian ramarka. "I heard someone was giving out free water at the school gate until the college entrance examination ended. I initially thought it was some wealthy benefactor, but it turns out to be you." "What wealthy benefactor? It's merely an act of kindness," Yang Fan replied as he handed over a bottle of Qianshuishan. Li Kong did not refuse and accepted the water, saying, "Back in the day, you ranked among the top 20 in our grade. Yet you performed the worst in my Chinese class. You got accepted into Jian University, but chose not to attend, which I found quite regrettable." After glancing at the Porsche 911 behind Yang Fan, he continued, "Now that I see you are doing well, I'm not as disappointed." Although Yang Fan struggled with Chinese, it did not imply a poor relationship with his teacher. On the contrary, he and Li Kongnian shared a close bond, as the latter often tutored him. However, Yang Fan was inherently unexpressive, not just in Chinese, but in verbal communication as well. He bowed to Li Kongnian, saying, "Goodbye, teacher." Li Kongnian waved his hand, holding the Qianshuishan. Sitting on a bench made of Qianshuishan, Yang Fan gazed towards the school, feeling a tinge of melancholy. But soon his expression brightened with a smile. He did indeed regret not attending university. Over the past 3 years, Yang Fan had taught himself a lesson and had gained quite a bit. Soon, it was noon, and students poured out once more. Many students, showing initiative, fetched their own water. Yang Fan observed the group of rascals, feeling as if they were the epitome of youth. The system's task had been completed, yet his own remained unfinished. He intended to persevere until the conclusion of the college entrance examination. As the students began to disperse, Yang Fan purchased several servings of fried noodles, ensuring that 2 portions were not spicy. "Auntie, shall we eat together?" he said, returning to the tree where 2 elderly individuals were preparing their meal. They were still consuming slightly yellowed steam buns. "Child, don't waste money. We won't live much longer." "Anything is fine," the old man said, pushing his hands away. "Such words are inauspicious. Come on, spit, spit, spit," Yang Fan jokingly replied, leaving the old man deeply touched. After yesterday's flatbreads, today's fried noodles were much more acceptable. Yang Fan disregarded the ground's dirtiness and sat on the ground to share a meal with them. He took the old man's half-empty cup and refilled it with water, adding 2 extra bottles of Qianshuishan before departing. The task progress had reached 12:10, but the system had yet to respond, leading Yang Fan to suspect that his actions had been deemed cheating. There was nothing to be done but wait for the final verdict. "Big brother, would you like some candy?" A little girl with a slightly dark complexion held out a piece of candy to him. Looking at the girl, Yang Fan felt a sense of familiarity. Her name seemed to be Chen Lin, and she was rather charming. If she were a bit fairer, her charm would surely exceed 85. Yang Fan accepted the lollipop, as he had been receiving treats from other students these past few days and had not declined, appreciating their goodwill. He handed her a bottle of water, saying, "The college entrance exam is approaching. Give it your all and strive to get into the best university in Jiangxing." Chen Lin accepted the water with a thank you, each time bowing when expressing her gratitude, which left a strong impression on Yang Fan. In good spirits, Yang Fan began to hum a tune. Leaning against the Qianshuishan, he squinted his eyes. Having not slept well the previous night, he thought to catch a small nap. As there weren't many people, Zhang Taishu could manage alone, and many little rascals would help themselves. After a while, Yang Fan felt a shadow pass before him, and upon opening his eyes, he saw her. Jian Wenxin stood there, Looking at him, Yang Fan, undeterred, thought to himself that she would soon have to attend class, and he would see who could withstand the gaze longer. However, he was unable to hold out for long. Jian Wenxin was truly stunning, exuding an aura of a goddess. With her divine visage and an air of aloofness, she was destined to become a high and mighty goddess in a couple of years. "Why are you staring at me?" Yang Fan asked, genuinely puzzled. "You stole my first." Zhang Taishu, who was drinking water beside them, instantly sputtered. "Boss, I heard everything." "No, I didn't hear anything." "Scram." "All right." Jian Wenxin continued to stare at him, wordless. "Should I give it back to you?" Jian Wenxin remained unresponsive, but this time she extended her hand. Yang Fan picked up a bottle of Qianchuishan, contemplated for a moment, and then set it down. Returning to the Porsche, he retrieved a bottle of nutritional drink he had specially bought the previous day. He handed it over, and this time Jian Wenxin managed to catch it. She opened the cap and pulled out a silver needle from her small bag. Yang Fan felt a wave of confusion. Jian Wenxin discarded the needle, took a small sip, and had some milk foam on her lips. For some reason, Yang Fan found her quite endearing. The college entrance exam is nearing. Strive to get into Jiangxing University. For Yang Fan, Jiangxing University was the best school in Jiangxing. So he made it a point to say this to every student he encountered. Jian Wenxin looked at him, her eyes sparkling with a different light. Yang Fan felt at ease. He had previously saved this little girl when she jumped into the river. At the hospital, he had also heard that Jian Wenxin seemed to have a condition called Yu syndrome, setting her apart from others. Chapter 29. Was last night not exciting enough? Afternoon, the school gate was particularly bustling today. High school freshmen and sophomores were leaving, and many parents were present. Some came to pick up their children, while others arrived as families. Yang Fan, ever generous, distributed water to anyone who approached. At that moment, he spotted Jian Wenxin in the crowd, sitting on the ground, seemingly having been bumped into. Yang Fan rushed over to her. The area was crowded and chaotic, with many parents carrying blankets and large packages, making it difficult to see the path and risking a stampede. Without hesitation, Yang Fan picked her up. For the girl who was 5 years younger than him, Yang Fan had no ulterior motives. He would have done the same for anyone else, except for those little rascals. Jian Wenxin appeared somewhat shy, a faint blush creeping on her otherwise cool face. "Put me down." A cold voice rang in Yang Fan's head. Looking up, he saw a 50-year-old man with 2 bodyguards clearing a path towards him. Jian Wenxin jumped down, showing no signs of injury. "Li Guanjia, I'm fine," she said. However, Li Guanjia glared at Yang Fan while his bodyguards prepared to take action. Furrowing his brow, Yang Fan realized that Jian Wenxin's background was anything but ordinary. The 2 bodyguards quickly cleared a path for her, escorting her away. Li Guanjia cast a lingering gaze at Yang Fan before snorting in disdain. Although he did not utter a word, Yang Fan felt a palpable hostility. What kind of family is she from? Yang Fan found it perplexing. He had encountered a similarly imposing man in a suit at the hospital, who immediately pulled out his bank card upon meeting him. It seemed that Jian Wenxin's Yu syndrome was significantly influenced by her home environment. Yang Fan did not dwell on it. After all, he had acted out of heroism. Returning to the water distribution area, Zhang Taishu was enthusiastically handing out water to others. Many little rascals were each taking multiple bottles, and Yang Fan noticed them doing so for their parents, but said nothing. Watching the task progress reach 1510, Yang Fan grew increasingly convinced that this counted as cheating. After a couple of hours, the crowd had thinned considerably, yet students and parents continued to emerge. "Brother, may I take a photo with you?" A sweet-looking girl wearing glasses asked. Yang Fan glanced over. Name, Gu Qianqian. Age, 18. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 90 pounds. Charm level, 84. In progress. Occupation, student. Number of romantic relationships, 0. After acquiring the system, Yang Fan felt that his romantic prospects were flourishing. He chuckled softly as Gu Qianqian ran over to his side to take a selfie with him. After all, it was only natural for a high school graduate to have a mobile phone. "Thank you, brother," she said. Yang Fan waved dismissively and handed her a bottle of water. Good luck with the college entrance examination. Being 18, he was aware that she was preparing for this pivotal test. Gu Qianqian accepted the water and turned to leave. And Yang Fan watched her as if she were getting into the passenger seat of a sports car, which felt oddly familiar. Before he could ponder further, he spotted a familiar little girl. Chun Lin was struggling to drag a large package along the ground, her dark little face flushed with effort. Yang Fan approached and effortlessly lifted the hefty parcel onto his back. Even he found it somewhat heavy and couldn't fathom how Chun-Lin had managed to pull something heavier than herself. Where to? Let me help you. Chun-Lin appeared startled. Her small hands clasped together, her head bowed in silence. Hurry up, this is tiring to carry, Yang Fan joked. Chun-Lin hesitantly extended her small, dark hand and pointed towards a distant large willow tree. There, two elderly sanitation workers sat on a rather dirty sanitation tricycle. Yang Fan's mind began to churn with thoughts. As he approached the tricycle, the elderly man with a sunken face spoke. Child, let me assist you. Yang Fan stepped back and replied, Old man, don't worry. This is quite heavy. I can manage it myself. The old man moved aside. The tricycle, which had previously been filled with garbage, was now tidy, thanks to the two seniors. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Fan tossed the large package onto the tricycle, causing it to wobble slightly. Grandpa, Grandma. Chun-Lin joyfully rushed over. The elderly woman looked at her with affection, asking, Lin, are you hungry? Chun-Lin nestled into the woman's embrace, undeterred by any scent. I'm hungry. I want the eggs that Grandma makes. The old woman smiled broadly. All right, I'll fry you too. Chun-Lin shook her head, insisting, Make 3, we each need one. The old man chuckled, revealing a few remaining teeth. Thank you, big brother. Chun-Lin chimed in cheerfully. The tricycle was soon laden, with the two elders seated at the front, and Chun-Lin hopped onto the tricycle, sitting atop her package. Yang Fan smiled faintly. Though this life seemed mundane, it struck a chord deep within him. Goodbye, big brother. Chun-Lin waved at him from the tricycle. Yang Fan reciprocated the gesture, reminding her to be careful on the road. Returning to the water distribution point, he noted that students were on break today, and there would be more people around tomorrow afternoon when they came to check the examination venue. Taishu, you can clock out now. Yang Fan transferred 500 yuan to him as payment for the day. Zhang Taishu quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, boss. I'll come in early tomorrow. Yang Fan shook his head. Just come by at 2. No one will be here in the morning. After saying that, Yang Fan hopped into the sports car and departed. After a simple meal, he arrived at Kong Loop Building around 7. During the day, Lina had called him to confirm the office address, and Yang Fan promptly transferred a year's rent to her. Upon entering, he recognized several familiar faces among a few unfamiliar ones, totaling less than 10 individuals. Sisterly, seeing Lina still busy, Yang Fan called out. In her 30s, she didn't mind being addressed as sisterly. Upon noticing him, Lina set aside her tasks and approached. You're here, Yang Zong, she teased. Yang Fan chuckled. He indeed felt like Yang Zong now, even if he had just begun. Tomorrow, we should be able to get on track. That batch of goods has only sold a little. Though the boss absconded with the company funds, the goods are still here. Yang Fen nodded. I plan to create a company encompassing various fields. E-commerce is just a part of it. I will also include entertainment streamers, gaming streamers, and even emotional streamers. Lina blinked at him, remaining silent. Yang Fan produced a bank card and handed it to her. Don't think I'm joking. This card contains 30 million. I need you to attract talented individuals from various domains to help me build my company, with salaries that must surpass those elsewhere. Lina trembled slightly as she accepted the bank card, overwhelmed by the sum of 30 million, which was a first for her. You trust me this much? Yang Fan smiled. You should understand the vast opportunities that lie ahead by joining me. Lina was now the foremost ally under Yang Fan, possessing considerable knowledge. Yet she had previously earned only over 300,000 a year. Now, Yang Fan offered her a larger stage on which to shine. Taking a deep breath, Lina felt the weight of responsibility resting on her shoulders as Yang Fan was shouldering the financial aspect. I'll try my best. Yang Fan shook his head. Not just try, it must succeed. I will provide you with unlimited funding. 30 million is just the beginning. Lina gazed at him intently. This man seemed unconcerned about money. But how could he possess such wealth at such a young age? Had he truly won a lottery worth several hundred million? With your words, I am no longer afraid. Financial matters were indeed crucial. With sufficient funds, Lina could confidently pursue her ambitions and attract talent. Everyone gather around. I'd like to introduce our boss. Soon, the busy individuals from various corners converged. Yang Fan noticed Lin Yi among them, his expression shifting awkwardly. What are you doing here? Didn't I already have a rough night thanks to you? Yang Fan reprimanded, but his words sounded rather ambiguous to the others. Lina regarded Yang Fan with a knowing look. Realizing he had not communicated clearly, Yang Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Standing there, Lin Yi fixed her gaze on Yang Fan, her exquisite face flushed with indignation. Chapter 30. Thank you for bringing me breakfast. Yang Fan scratched the back of his head, awkwardly chuckling. Don't misunderstand. I didn't spend the night with her. However, to the others, this sounded like a clumsy denial. Lin Yi turned and fled, unable to remain in the awkward atmosphere. Yang Fan stood there, feeling embarrassed, and coughed. All right, it's getting late. You all can head home. Lin Na shot him a glare before the 8 of them tidied up and left. Yang Fan felt a heaviness in his heart, with memories of the previous night replaying incessantly in his mind. He was acutely aware that he had taken advantage of Lin Yi in some way. Most importantly, it seemed Lin Yi was well aware of what had transpired. Although he had indeed gone to rescue her, he could not deny the advantage he had gained. He did not shy away from the fact that he had been meticulous while applying alcohol to her. Yang Fan smacked his left hand against his right, wondering why he could be so bothersome. Lin Yi sat by the window, gazing out at the scenery, her rosy complexion now faded. Lin Shuahua. Lin Yi turned to Yang Fan, scolding, Yang Fan, what do you take me for? Yang Fan fell silent, unsure of how to respond. After a while, Lin Yi continued, forget it. I won't agree. With that, she stormed off, leaving Yang Fan standing there, feeling awkward. Agree to what? What did I say? Yang Fan was perplexed. He couldn't recall having said much in the last few days. After much contemplation, he remembered mentioning a few days ago, just follow my lead from now on. Was that what she meant? It hardly seemed significant. Yang Fan was not particularly skilled in language, nor did he grasp any hidden meanings. He sighed, recalling the excitement of the previous night. Compared to Lin Yi, Kai Qianqian still seemed a bit inexperienced. However, he had known Kai Qianqian since childhood, and she had harbored feelings for him for many years. He had also decided to pursue a relationship with her. System, you wouldn't want me to establish a harem, would you? With no other recourse, Yang Fan could only attribute all his misdeeds to the system, as it was the only way to explain his unusual romantic fortunes. Had any other man been in his position last night, 99% would have succumbed to temptation. Fortunately, he was Yang Fan, yet he felt troubled. He had taken full advantage of Lin Yi, having kissed and touched her extensively throughout the night. The more he thought about it, the more he felt guilty towards Lin Yi, who was still a pure and single young woman. Ding! The main quest has been updated. Main quest. Complete consumption for 100 women with charm values above 85. Current progress. 15, 100. Quest reward. Martial artist bodyguard. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Yang Fan forced a smile. Indeed, his actions had led to the system's disapproval, yet it had audaciously raised the requirement to 100. Are you trying to outsmart me? Let's see who outplays whom. Yang Fan picked up his phone and called Zhang Taishu. What's up, boss? Taishu, how many more can you recruit over there? Zhang Taishu understood he was referring to the effort to gather support. Boss, I still have a few childhood friends. I can discuss it with them. Yang Fan nodded. Good. They should be like you. I want to interfere with the money you make from gathering support. I will also provide you with a daily salary of 500 starting tomorrow. Really, boss? I'll thank my friends on their behalf. Don't rush to thank me. There are 6 examination sites in Jiangsheng, and since I'm a Huaxia High, you need to find at least 4 more people for the other 5 sites. They can be students, teachers, or anyone who looks trustworthy, especially beautiful women. There was a moment of confusion on the line. Trustworthy? Beautiful women? Do you understand? Yang Fan inquired. Yes, boss. We guarantee we will complete the task. After hanging up, Yang Fan smiled faintly, thinking, little system, you're still a bit inexperienced to play games with me. It was already quite late. Jiangxing University imposed a curfew at 10. Yang Fan sent a green bubble to Kai Qianqian, explaining his situation. Yang Fan set sail. Qianqian, I've been quite busy these past few days and might not have time to see you. AI Chi Chao. All right, your work is important. Remember to take care of yourself. Yang Fan pondered for a moment. The system's task could indeed be considered work, and he deemed it more significant than his role at the media company. A martial artist bodyguard was something to look forward to. After shutting down his phone, Yang Fan opened the chat page with Lin Yi. Given all that had transpired between them, it was impossible not to have some feelings. Yang Fan set sail. Lin, remember to take your medicine and don't set the air conditioning too low at night. Wang Zai Cat. Oh. Turning off his phone, Yang Fan reclined on the company sofa and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lina arrived at the office first, holding the company keys, as she needed to come in early. Upon entering, she noticed Yang Fan asleep on the sofa and sat nearby. enjoying her breakfast without disturbing him. After a while, Lin Yi entered. "Good morning, Sister Li." Li Na hushed her and pointed to the sleeping Yang Fan on the sofa, whispering, "Did you two have a fight?" Lin Yi's face instantly flushed. She understood Li Na's insinuation. Striding in her heels, she approached Yang Fan and kicked him. "What is wrong?" Yang Fan sat up immediately. Noticing Lin Yi and Li Na, wiping away the drool from his mouth, he stood up. "Good morning, you're here so early." Upon waking, he saw Lin Yi's slightly blushing face and wondered if he had done something wrong again. Then he noticed Lin Yi carrying breakfast. Yang Fan smiled faintly, moved to Lin Yi's side, and took the breakfast from her, playfully winking. "Thanks, Lin Yi." With that, he walked towards his dedicated office. Lin Yi, standing nearby, stomped her foot in frustration. Li Na watched them with an amused expression. "Here, have mine," she offered Lin Yi a bun. "No thanks. I'm too full for being angry." Li Na laughed heartily, finding the two of them quite entertaining. By 8:30, all employees had arrived, and several were there for interviews. This was thanks to Li Na's enticing offers and high salaries. The company, covering 300 square meters, needed many hands. Yang Fan sat in his office, enjoying the soup dumplings Lin Yi had bought for him. He was lost in thought, uncertain how to face Lin Yi, especially since he was about to embark on a relationship with Kai Qianqian. Just then his phone rang. "Boss, the director from Qiansui Mountain wants to speak with you," Zhang Taishu informed him. "All right, put him through." "Hello, I'm a general manager of the supplier, Tan Fei." Upon hearing the voice of a middle-aged man, Yang Fen responded earnestly, "Hello, this is Yang Fen. Mr. Yang, I am prepared to provide you with supplies free of charge during the college entrance examination." Yang Fen, intrigued, inquired why. Tan Fei chuckled. "To be frank, your initiative to distribute water to students during the exams has garnered praise from higher-ups, and many manufacturers are now following suit. I wish to provide this batch for free, hoping you will distribute it under the name of Qiansui Mountain Supply Factory." Yang Fan sneered. Although he had never attended university, it did not imply a lack of intelligence. Tan Fei was indeed calculating. This would turn the philanthropist into a marketing tool for Tan Fei's factory, a brilliant advertisement. "Not all. While it may bear our factory's name, it is primarily about you, Mr. Yang. This is a partnership, allowing you to save some money and mutually benefit." "Haha, Tan Fei chuckled. "Since I'm engaged in such charitable acts, I certainly do not lack funds. I appreciate your kind offer." "Emir Yang." Tan Fei was interrupted as Yang Fan continued. "Director Tan, you must understand, I can choose Qiansui Mountain, but I can also select Wahaha or Longfu Spring. Even if I purchase from your factory, it still serves as a substantial advertisement, does it not?" On the other end, Tan Fei fell silent, only to burst into laughter afterward. "Mr. Yang is indeed a clever man. In that case, I am willing to provide the supplies for free without any conditions, considering it a chance to make a friend." Yang Fan truly did not care about the money. Since the other party had shown sincerity, he had no reason to decline. After all, it was beneficial to have more friends in the world. All right. Chapter 31. Think before you speak. Yang Fan sat in his office, staring at the mountain of documents, only able to exclaim, "What the hell? What in the world is this?" The workload was overwhelming. Perhaps it was better to be a hands-off manager. He rested his head on the desk for a moment until Lin Yi came to wake him. "Hey, are you coming to lunch?" Yang Fan lifted his head, gazing at Lin Yi, who was dressed in professional attire, and chuckled. "Let us go." Yang Fan followed her down the stairs. Many employees had ordered takeout, not wanting to venture out due to the heat. The company was still small, and Yang Fan planned to purchase an entire office building in the future and hire a few chefs to cook. Downstairs, Lin Yi was about to lead him into a small restaurant when Yang Fan pulled her back. Lin Yi looked at him in confusion. "I'll take you somewhere nice." Before long, they arrived at a high Di-Lao. "Do you even know how to manage your finances? This place is quite expensive." Yang Fan smiled. Had he taken her to Xinghua Tower, the prices that would likely have frightened her. What a good girl, maintaining her integrity in such a society. Why hadn't he met her sooner? But that was not right. They had known each other since high school. He was just blind to it. Yang Fan used a ladle to place several pieces of tender beef into her bowl. Lin Yi cast a glance at him before beginning to eat. Yang Fan let out a bitter smile as he found himself at a loss on how to face Lin Yi, despite having engaged in such actions. She possessed an impressive charm value of 92. If it were any other man, he would undoubtedly express his deep affections and utter sweet promises of companionship for the rest of his life. Yet, Yang Fan felt a profound discomfort. He was entangled with Kai Qianqian while having acted so intimately with Lin Yi. "Why aren't you eating?" Lin Yi inquired, observing Yang Fan, who seemed lost in thought. Eating. Yang Fan, distracted, found his appetite waning. After half an hour, they had nearly finished their meal before departing, exchanging little conversation. Now, having 2 or more minor goals, he was no longer swayed by the allure of cashbacks. Yang Fan drove his Porsche, bringing Lin Yi to the entrance of the company. "I have something to attend to, so I won't be coming in." Lin Yi nodded and prepared to exit the vehicle. "Wait." Lin Yi shivered slightly and turned to face him. "Lin Yi, think it through before you speak," she interrupted, stepping out of the car. Yang Fan remained seated, wearing a wry smile. What could he possibly say? To confess that he was already involved with Kai Qianqian and ask her to be the other woman? As the admired school belle pursued by many, what right did he have? Merely because of his own looks and wealth? Was that fair to her? Or to Kai Qianqian? One side was the school beauty who had aided him significantly, while the other was his childhood friend and the daughter of his guardians. Oh, why was this a single-choice dilemma? After a moment, the roar of the Porsche's engine echoed as Yang Fan departed. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, hidden behind the building, felt her heart racing. Did he intend to confess his feelings? Did he genuinely harbor affection for her? Or was it guilt stemming from that night? Yes, he was undeniably handsome, but was she truly lacking? Since their first encounter, how many days had passed? Had they truly come to know one another? Reminiscing about the night when Yang Fan had helped cool her down, she felt her cheeks flush. At that time, she had been suffering from severe headache and dizziness, leading her to call him upon seeing his name on her phone. If it hadn't been for him, she might still be in the hospital. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi ascended the stairs. At Huaxia High School, the sun was not overly bright, yet the air felt stifling, even warmer than when the sun shone. Yang Fan arrived just as the water delivery was made. "Hello, Mr. Yang. I am from Qiansui Mountain Supply Factory." Yang Fan nodded in acknowledgement, and after they placed the goods down together, he departed. That afternoon was meant for observing the exam venue, although some students, disinterested, chose not to attend. Nevertheless, Yang Fan found himself quite fortunate, as many candidates were from outside schools. Throughout that afternoon, over 10 women with charm values exceeding 85 came to collect water, and this was merely one examination point. It was likely that more would come during the actual exam, as nearly every candidate would have family accompanying them, many of whom were strikingly beautiful. Graduating seniors were not to be compared with first and second-year students. By third year, most had blossomed into their full appearance. As the afternoon drew to a close, Yang Fan finally left, though there was still a considerable amount of water remaining. Thankfully, several elderly gatekeepers were willing to watch over it. The sofa at the company was not particularly soft, yet it would suffice. At present, he had no time to purchase a home. That could wait until after the college entrance examinations. Upon arriving at the office, he noticed 2 individuals had yet to leave. Work ended at 6, but Lina and Lin Yi were still there, working overtime. With preparations nearing completion, they had recruited 3 new operators and 2 female streamers. Suppliers and advertisers had also been arranged, and in a couple of days, operations could commence. As Lina reported on the progress, Yang Fan recognized her remarkable capabilities. It had been a disservice to her talent to previously assign her as a mere group leader. "All right, it's getting late. You both should head home." Lina glanced at Lin Yi before departing. The office was left with just the 2 of them. "Are you still staying at the company?" Lin Yi asked softly. Yang Fan nodded. "Yes, I suppose I'm passionate about my work." Lin Yi shot him a look as if, "That work of yours is all thanks to Sisterly." Caught in the act, Yang Fan chuckled. "I'm the boss. Isn't it normal to have employees assist me?" Lin Yi chose not to pursue that topic and inquired. "With your wealth, you shouldn't have any trouble buying a house, right?" Yang Fan was taken aback, replying, "Well, I'm alone. It makes no difference where I sleep." Lin Yi was aware of his family situation. During high school, everyone knew that Yang Fan's parents were no longer present. "Why not come to my place?" Lin Yi suggested in a voice barely above a whisper. Yang Fan blinked, noticing her slightly flushed cheeks, and asked, "What did you say?" "Nothing." She turned and walked away. Yang Fan laughed, turning off the company's power before exiting. "Wait for me." Yang Fan drove his Porsche, bringing Lin Yi back to her residence. The door had not been repaired. Only a new lock had been installed. However, the 3 overlapping footprints remained strikingly visible, leading to the landlord scolding Lin Yi. Upon turning on the lights, the 2 stood in silence, staring at the small living room as sofa. Do you want to take a shower? Lin Yi asked softly. The living room lacked air conditioning, and without a shower, sleeping comfortably that night would be difficult. Sure, but I don't have any clean clothes, Yang Fan replied. After a day of delivering water, he was already drenched in sweat. A while later, Lin Yi returned with a bath towel. This is all I have. You'll have to make do. Yang Fan accepted the towel. It was slightly worn but clean. He surmised it was an old towel Lin he had set aside after purchasing a new one. Yang Fan went downstairs to grab a fresh outfit and underwear from the car before heading upstairs to shower. The bathroom was small, accommodating only one person, and contained only a bottle of body wash. Yang Fan applied it, noting that it smelled similar to Lin Yi's scent. Boys typically shower quickly, and Yang Fan was finished in 10 minutes, spending 5 of those admiring his physique. After drying off, he wrapped the towel around his lower half and waited until he was dry before putting on his underwear. When he opened the door, a chill hit him. Lin Yi had left her room door ajar, allowing a cold breeze to flow into the living room. Fortunately, her apartment was not large. While the cooling effect was not exceptional, it was an improvement. Just then, Lin Yi emerged from her room in her pajamas, saying, "I won't close the door tonight." This should help. Before she could finish her sentence, she caught sight of Yang Fan's freshly showered, handsome face and his well-defined abs. Lin Yi's face flushed bright red, and she feigned nonchalance. Yang Fan found her demeanor adorable. His physique had an undeniable allure to women, and there was little he could do about it. Ruffling his still damp hair, he reclined on the sofa to play on his phone. Initially scrolling through Douyin, he soon lost interest. He then navigated to the live stream page, noting that there were significantly more streams in the evening than during the day. After watching several, he still hadn't encountered anyone with a charm value above 85 until he stumbled upon a woman named Xiao by Luo. Name: Xiao by Luo. Age: 54. Height: 163 centimeters. Weight: 142 pounds. Charm value: 58. Occupation: streamer. Number of relationships: the last time he had seen her was when Kai Qianqian had just finished her shower, so he had exited without further action. Yang Fan, however, could directly view her data via the system. How could a 54-year-old woman possess the visage of one in her 20s? The voice emanating from the screen was unmistakably that of a young girl. It did not align with her age. Observing the tens of thousands of deceived viewers in the live stream, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming desire to expose her FAAD. The barrage of GIFs flooding the stream was accompanied by numerous overt comments. These individuals were all duped by her superficial charm. As Yang Fan gazed at Xiao by Luo on his phone, he felt as though he could see through her disguise. Yang Fan Shiheng presented a carnival gift worth 3,000 yuan, while he himself had invested a staggering 1 million into the platform. "Thank you, brother, for the carnival. Xiao Luo loves you," she exclaimed, punctuating her words with a playful kiss gesture. "Tonight, I am utterly enchanted. Xiao Luo has kissed me," another commenter declared. "Protecting Xiao Luo is our shared mission," proclaimed a third. "Xiao Luo, I just received my salary of 3,000 yuan today, and I spent it all on you." Yet, Yang Fan furrowed his brow deeply at the comments on the screen. Other streamers radiated positivity, while this Xiao by Luo seemed merely intent on amassing wealth. Not through her looks, for her visage was fabricated. Yang Fan Shiheng sent another carnival gift. How much would it cost to see her without makeup? He inquired. With the advantage of the gifts, Yang Fan's comments were visible to all. Xiao Bai Luo's tone grew noticeably flustered, yet she sweetly replied, "If you wish to see me without makeup, you can visit my account. All the videos there show my natural face." What a joke. 2 carnival gifts, and you think you can see my Xiao Luo without makeup? Another viewer scoffed. Is your Xiao Luo's natural beauty something a mere level 10 could behold? Another chimed in. "Oh dear, brothers, let us not quarrel. How about Xiao Luo sings a song for you?" Yet Yang Fan's expression grew increasingly cold as he noted that after gifting 2 carnival tokens worth 6,000 yuan, he was being threatened with expulsion. What kind of deluded fan was this? "It's all right. That brother just sent 2 carnivals," Xiao by Luo reassured the viewers. As Yang Fan scrutinized the comments, he pondered how to compel her to reveal her true self. It seemed that merely throwing money at her wouldn't suffice. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao by Luo received a call. "Oh dear, it seems we have a newcomer on the other side. Brothers, what punishment do you want her to endure? Should we make her perform a big swing dance?" "I understand Xiao Luo's sentiments," one viewer remarked. "The one on the other side appears to be a student." and she looks quite lovely. Another noted, no matter how beautiful she is, can she compare to my Xiao Luo? Yang Fan noticed the screen divide, revealing a sweet-looking girl on the other side. With two little braids tied at the back of her head, she donned a pink dress that exposed her fair shoulders, her light makeup enhancing her sweetness. Yet on platforms like Douyin, anyone could masquerade as a sweetheart. Curious, Yang Fan clicked in her live stream. Punishment? Huh. Another viewer remarked. It's Xiao by Luo. This round is lost. What bad luck. I just won a round, and now I'm up against a big streamer, another lamented. I feel for Nan Nan. She has done so many squats today. The streamer named Nan Nan responded, it's just for fun. Winning or losing doesn't matter. As long as everyone enjoys themselves. No need for gifts. Yang Fan entered the live stream just in time to witness this exchange. Name, Su Mu Nan. Age, 24. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 95 pounds. Charm level, 89. Occupation, streamer. In turn, number of relationships. Su Mu Nan stats were quite impressive and aligned well with her streaming persona. However, her audience numbered just over 20, while the opposing side boasted 60,000. The disparity left little chance for victory. Nan Nan, they're saying if you lose, the punishment is to dance the big swing. One viewer shouted, that is too unfair. Nan Nan, don't engage with her. Sumonen, intrigued, vukt. What is a big swing? I can't dance. If you can't dance, a striptease would suffice. My brothers are eagerly waiting to see. Xiao by Luo's voice chimed in. At that moment, Su Mu Nan found a video demonstrating the big swing, and its provocative nature made her shake her head in dismay. Can we choose a different one? She asked timidly. Haha, sister, you yist. Surely, you wouldn't wish to deny my brothers the chance to see you trending. Xiao by Luo retorted, cutting off her mic, presenting an air of intimidation that suggested non-compliance would lead to repercussions. How outrageous! What a bully, this big streamer. One viewer expressed indignantly. Though I want to see it, I'd prefer not under these circumstances. Su Mu Nan's expression darkened, facing a major streamer. She felt the weight of potential backlash. She could not fathom why, as a novice, she had encountered such a prominent figure. As the countdown to the start neared its end, a carnival gift shattered the tense atmosphere of the live stream. Yang Fan Shi Hang sent a carnival gift. Wow. Big shot. You should wait until it starts to send gifts. This is such a waste. Another remarked. Exactly. That has tens of thousands of sound waves. Nan queried. What is up, big shot? I guarantee your victory in the next round. Make her reveal her natural look as punishment, Yang Fan replied. But she is a well-known big streamer with countless fans. Nan protested. I guarantee victory. With those words, Yang Fan exited the chat as the stream was about to commence. In just 5 minutes, Nan's audience swelled to over 30, drawing in viewers attracted by the earlier carnival. Everyone, don't send gifts. Let us see if we can avoid the big swing dance and opt for a different punishment instead. It's impossible. Xiao by Luo is resolute. Many streamers have been brought to tears by her, another viewer cautioned. Hearing this, Su Mu Nan's expression fell. She truly did not want to dance the big swing, as it was far too humiliating and beyond her capabilities. She dismissed Yang Fan's words. After all, he was just one person against tens of thousands. Chapter 33. Exposing Xiao by Luo. Suddenly, a cascade of dazzling special effects erupted, disrupting the stillness of the live stream. Yang Fan Shi Hang sent a carnival gift, and the chat exploded with excitement. Xiao by Luo's live stream instantly ignited, her health bar plummeting to her dismay. Wow, there's a big brother on the other side. One viewer exclaimed, I just returned from the other side. That big brother has sent over 100. Xiao by Luo was taken aback. She had initially assumed she could easily bully this small streamer, only to discover she had a formidable ally. Brothers, let us rally, she called sweetly, performing a little dance that filled the stream with a cheerful atmosphere. While her health bar surged, it still lagged significantly behind her opponents. Xiao by Luo's expression darkened, adopting a pitiful demeanor. With a big brother on the other side, perhaps it's best to concede. We cannot compete. To her credit, Xiao by Luo had a knack for manipulating emotions. Her words prompted an explosion of gifts in the chat. Brothers, let us rally together. We cannot allow Xiao Luo to lose. Another urged, unity is strength. Let us show that big brother what solidarity means. Yet another proclaimed, I've spent my entire 200,000 yuan betrothal gift. Let me see your sincerity. In that moment, Xiao by Luo's health bar began to rise, subtly approaching her opponent's level. She was elated, having not anticipated that a novice streamer could yield such profits. With this influx of sound waves, she anticipated earning a considerable sum that evening. Brothers, stop sending gifts. Xiao Luo truly doesn't care about winning or losing, she stated with a radiant smile. The health bar was now nearly equal to her opponent's, seemingly poised to surpass it. At this moment, only 2 minutes remain until the conclusion. Xiao Bilo's health points have begun to dwindle, leaving her astonished at the prowess of her opponent. Who is this formidable individual that a multitude of thousands cannot best? Yet, the outcome appears inconsequential. She has already earned several days' worth of income this evening, and a loss would not weigh heavily upon her. As a prominent streamer, she is not overly concerned that her opponent might impose unreasonable demands. In Sum Yunin's live streaming room, since Yang Fan initiated the barrage of carnival gifts, Sum Yunin has kept her mouth agape for over 3 minutes without a moment's pause. Her sound waves have reached several tens of millions, and the number of carnivals has risen to 200, continuing to grow. At this moment, her audience has exceeded 10,000, with many inquiring about the unfolding events. The comments flood in. What is happening? Has this big brother lost his mind? Are you my long-lost grandfather? Is there a class monitor here? Please explain what is going on. It's driving me mad. Soon, those who were originally in the live stream began to explain the situation. However, no one understands why this big brother is behaving this way. Yang Fan's hands have not ceased their movement. He finds it irksome that he can only send one carnival at a time, his fingers growing weary. It is not until the final minute, having far outpaced his opponent, that he finally halts. Yang Fan has sent over 300 carnivals, each costing 3,000, leading to an expenditure of 1 million in a mere 5 minutes. The voice in his mind announces expenditure of 1.02 million. Successful cashback of 10.2 million. Yang Fan smiles slightly at this revelation. Earning 10 million in 5 minutes affirms that venturing into the media business was indeed a wise choice. In the future, he could easily gift and reap rewards. As a result of sending over 300 carnivals, it is evident that the individual he faced had also spent at least 1 million, with contributions from others as well. Though he merely suggested a single punishment, the streaming world operates under unspoken rules. Having spent 1 million, she would receive over 500,000 herself. Many streamers only need one carnival to meet the top-ranking Big Brother. Relatively new to streaming, Sum Yunin senses that she might have caught the eye of this influential figure. This is 1 million. For a freshly graduated intern, she has earned over 500,000 in one evening, or rather, in 5 minutes. At this moment, she feels a tumult of emotions, pondering whether to agree to meet him, as such a meeting signifies an extraordinary identity, most likely that of a balding tycoon or an older gentleman. Caught in her indecision, she notices the comments on the screen. Her opponent has already activated their microphone. What punishment shall it be? Xiao Bilo inquires enviously. The punishment is to disable beauty filters and effects. What? You little brat dare to ask me to turn off my beauty filter? Do you know who I am? At this point, Sum Yunin's live stream audience has swelled to over 100,000, all drawn in by the carnivals. Sum Yunin, feeling overwhelmed by the backlash, hesitates to speak. After all, she is merely an intern. The comments continue. You can't handle the heat? The big brother over there has spent 1 million, you know? A top 10 streamer has the audacity to utter such words, truly lacking in decorum. Realizing she had overreacted, Xiao Bilo begins to apologize. The tide of comments shifts, and it seems no one is coming to her aid. They all appear eager to witness her without makeup. In a panic, she declares, I'm sorry, but I'm not feeling well and must end the stream now. Goodbye, everyone. Is she leaving? Could it be that a middle-aged lady is operating the beauty filter? Once this comment is made, doubt begins to circulate among the audience, as her hasty exit seems suspicious. Just as Xiao Bilo attempts to end the stream, she finds herself unable to do so, as if her phone were being controlled by an outside force. In the next instant, a visage of a plump woman around 50 years old, with pronounced crow's feet and heavy makeup, materializes on her phone screen, leaving Xiao Bilo momentarily stunned. Ugh, I just threw up my late-night snack. Is this really a 50-year-old woman? Can anyone become an internet celebrity? If someone like this can make the top 10, we all share the blame. As the comments continue to flood in, Xiao Bilo realizes her streaming career is at an end. Yang Fan, observing this scene, lets out a subtle smile before exiting the live stream. This is precisely the outcome he desired. You may earn money, but deception is not the route to prosperity. This is something Yang Fan cannot tolerate, particularly when many individuals squander their entire salaries in support of her, leading to familial ruin. Upon leaving the streaming room, Yang Fan notices that Su Munin has been persistently messaging him. Nan, big brother, please add me on Green Bubble. Uncertain of her intentions, he adds her. They subsequently transition to chatting on Green Bubble. Yang Fan, what is up? Su Munin, seeing his message, momentarily assumes he might be upset due to her lack of initiative. Having concluded her live stream, she contemplates whether to see what her counterpart looks like. Although Yang Fan claims to be 23 on Douyin, verification is necessary. If he is indeed handsome, it wouldn't be a bad arrangement. After all, a person who can spend 1 million in 5 minutes could provide for her for life. Why continue streaming and endure harassment from her boss? She then asks, may I see what you look like? Yang Fan nonchalantly sends a photo, inadvertently capturing his well-defined abs. Upon receiving the image, Su Munin's face flushes with embarrassment. His handsome visage and chiseled abs are undeniable. The photo bears a watermark, confirming its recent capture. Taking a deep breath, she musters all her courage to type, my name is Su Munin, and from now on, I belong to you. Chapter 34. All right, I will notify you. After sending this message, Su Munin's face turns crimson. Initially, she hesitated, but seeing Yang Fan's photo solidified her decision. Yang Fan, reading her message, furrows his brow slightly. Considering she is a streamer, could she be interested in becoming one for his company? How could she possibly know he owns a media company? Her appearance is decent, and she could repay her investment. Having spent 1 million on her, it would be reasonable for her to desire to join his company. Perhaps she is swayed by his financial prowess and wishes to switch jobs. Yang Fan, all right, I will notify you. After sending this message, Yang Fan resumes his conversation with Kai Qianqian. Though they are quite familiar, there remains plenty to discuss. Meanwhile, Su Munin, having concluded her chat, feels her face still burning with embarrassment. After a brief moment, she exits the streaming room. Hey, you're not off work yet. Where do you think you're going? A middle-aged man wearing a wig calls out. He turns and leaves, and as she steps outside, she exclaims, awesome. Her expression is exceedingly endearing. The feeling of being pampered seems delightful. She has earned over 500,000 in just one evening and can simply approach Yang Fan. Why continue with streaming? In the happiness community, Yang Fan remains engaged in conversation with Kai Qianqian, utterly unaware that he has unwittingly become a benefactor to a sweet girl. It isn't until after 11 o'clock, when Lin Yi rises to use the restroom, that Yang Fan realizes how late it has become. Why haven't you turned off the lights? Due to Lin Yi not closing the door, the living room remains illuminated, hindering her rest. Let me do that. He stands and heads toward the light switch. Coincidentally, Lin Yi reaches the switch at the same moment. As the lights extinguish, visibility vanishes, and she accidentally collides with Yang Fan. As Lin Yi stumbled, Yang Fan swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist. However, his foot slipped, and the two fell together. Fortunately, Yang Fan quickly repositioned himself, ensuring he landed beneath her to cushion her fall. On the floor, their gazes locked, and both could feel the rapid beating of each other's hearts. Yang Fan felt a dryness in his mouth and instinctively pressed his hand against the back of her head. Leaning in for a kiss, Lin Yi attempted to resist, but found herself too weak to do so, ultimately conceding. Realizing this was her first kiss, she began to relish the moment, especially since the last time Yang Fan had administered medicine to her. Her consciousness had been hazy, leaving her with little sensation. Yang Fan seemed to possess some experience, guiding her gently, and Lin Yi transitioned from initial resistance to closing her eyes in enjoyment, exploring this newfound intimacy with him. Unlike Kai Qianqian, despite being only a year apart, Yang Fan perceived Lin Yi as significantly more mature. She resembled a wise elder sister, while Kai Qianqian embodied the vivacious spirit of a cheerful neighbor. As Yang Fan explored her mouth, he lost track of time. Suddenly, Lin Yi's eyes widened as she sat up and slapped Yang Fan across the face. He lay on the ground for 2 minutes before gingerly touching his cheek, managing a bitter smile as he murmured, "Can you really blame me?" The night passed in silence, and Lin Yi did not visit the restroom. It was not until the first rays of sunlight illuminated Yang Fan's face that he wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, it was too warm for comfort, making sleep elusive. He rose to wash his face in the bathroom, discovering an unopened toothbrush, which he promptly used. After changing into his clothes, Yang Fan descended to purchase breakfast. It was just past 6 o'clock, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Although it was early, several elderly residents were already seated outside, engaged in conversation. Bored, Yang Fan joined in their discussions, casually snacking on some sunflower seeds. It was not until 6:30 that he finally had his breakfast, setting aside a portion on the living room table. He had ordered a serving of soup dumplings and soy milk, knowing Lin Yi's fondness for chive and egg-filled dumplings. Glancing at Lin Yi's door, he noted there were no signs of her having left. He thought to himself, has she really been in there for so long that she might burst? Shaking his head, he headed to Huaxia High School alone, calling out, "I'm leaving." Before departing, the office did not start until 8:30, so he figured she could take the subway. Driving his Porsche, Yang Fan arrived at the entrance of Huaxia High School just before 7. A crowd had already gathered, and upon his arrival, many rushed to collect water. Before he arrived, 2 elderly security guards had been on duty, denying anyone access. Soon, a group of children began to take 2 or 3 bottles each without hesitation. Only those who appeared timid waited for Yang Fan to hand them a bottle, often receiving a grateful thank you in return. Then, a man with graying hair and glasses approached. "Mr. Li, you are personally leading the team?" Yang Fan inquired with a smile. Li Kongnian's expression was troubled as he replied, "Yang Fan, could you do me a favor?" Noticing the urgency in his demeanor, Yang Fan became serious. "Of course, Mr. Li." Li Kongnian seemed anxious as he continued. "One of my students has not arrived. She didn't show up yesterday to see the examination venue, and I cannot reach her." Before Yang Fan could respond, Li Kongnian added, "She is a good child from a poor family. This college entrance exam is a life-changing opportunity for her. I'm begging you." Tears welled in Li Kongnian's eyes as he prepared to bow in gratitude, but Yang Fan quickly supported him. "It's no trouble at all. I can go pick her up. My car is fast, so there's no need to worry." With that, he waved to the security guard, asking him to distribute water in his stead. Then, he and Li Kongnian hopped into the sports car, speeding toward the location he mentioned. Although the place was somewhat remote, Yang Fan estimated they would arrive in about 20 minutes. With the entrance closing at 8, time was of the essence. "Mr. Li, did you come so early just to check on the student?" Yang Fan asked, knowing he wasn't the supervising teacher. Li Kongnian sighed, saying, "I keep an eye on all the students in my class. A few live nearby in hotels or at home, but they've all contacted me, except for this child. I should have noticed when I couldn't reach her yesterday." Yang Fan understood Li Kongnian well, recognizing him as a responsible teacher who had taken on an extra class at his age. Rising at 6 to ensure his students arrived on time was commendable. Yang Fan reassured him, "Don't worry, we'll be there soon." The sports car indeed moved swiftly, covering half the distance in just 12 minutes. Feeling bored, Yang Fan struck up a conversation. "What's the name of that child?" Li Kongnian sighed again, "Chunlin." Chapter 35. A twist while driving, Yang Fan suddenly froze. Chunlin, was she not the granddaughter of the elderly couple? Yang Fan accelerated, feeling an unsettling premonition rising in his heart. Soon, they arrived at the location described by Li Kongnian. This was a village on the outskirts of the city, relatively prosperous, with many houses built. However, one house stood out, as it was an older model from over a decade ago, single-storied and dilapidated. The exterior bricks were crumbling, not red bricks, but rather the gray bricks of yesteryear. The entrance featured 2 small wooden doors that creaked as they opened, secured by a sturdy wooden stick. "Chunlin," Li Kongnian called from outside before even entering. The yard was spacious, filled with lush greens and cabbages, and a lone chicken pecked to the ground. A thin dog lay in the yard, its ribs prominently visible. The dog didn't bark upon seeing them, possibly too weak to respond. Stepping inside, a rancid odor mingled with the scent of age assaulted their nostrils. Chunlin, an old man, lay on the bed, his eyes clouded, while a little girl sat beside him. Chunlin. Her eyes were red, indicating she had recently been crying. Lin, you need to go take the exam," Li Kongnian urged, despite recognizing the old man's condition was grave. This was a critical moment. Chunlin appeared numb, shaking her head slowly. "I won't go. I want to stay with my grandpa." Li Kongnian leaned closer, speaking gently. Lin, please go take the exam. I'll keep an eye on your grandpa, all right?" Chunlin did not cry, but tears streamed down her cheeks. "I want to stay with my grandpa." Yang Fan felt compassion for the situation unfolding before him. Alas, fate often strikes the most unfortunate. Suddenly, the old man murmured, Lin, go take the exam." "Grandpa," Chunlin exclaimed, noticing a flicker of clarity in his eyes. "Go take the exam," he repeated weakly, almost inaudibly. Lin, Are you ignoring your grandpa's wishes? Li Kangyan scolded. I'll listen to my grandpa, Chun Lin insisted, and Yang Fan grasped her hand, leading her outside. Time was running short. Your backpack, your exam admission ticket. Li Kangyan tossed the bag from the bed, and Yang Fan caught it before they set off. On the way, Chun Lin remained silent, and Yang Fan was at a loss for words. After all, when his parents had passed away, no one had said anything to him, and he had never even met his grandparents. At 7:55, Yang Fan pushed the limits of speed, arriving at the entrance of Huaxia High School. He escorted her to the door, steadying her shoulder, and wiped the tear stains from her dark face. Study well for your exam. I will wait for you at the door, all right? Chun Lin gazed into Yang Fan's gentle eyes, nodded softly, and then stepped inside. The elderly woman sat by the bed, grasping the old man's hand with one hand while tenderly caressing his wrinkled face with the other. Child, you have come, she said calmly, as if nothing were amiss. Yang Fan nodded emphatically and approached the couple, while Li Kangyan stood nearby, having also removed his glasses. Yang Fan settled beside the bed, sensing that the elderly woman had something to convey. I was supposed to leave long ago. It was only because I was worried about Lin Lin that the old man has held on until now. Yang Fan recalled the words of the old man during their first meeting a few days ago. When one is close to departing, as long as they are fed and have the strength to work, that is sufficient. At that moment, the elder had appeared weary, yet his eyes still sparkled with life. Yang Fan felt a lump in his throat, and his eyes grew moist. The elderly woman took Yang Fan's hand, saying, I know you are a good child. I did not wish to trouble you, but Lin Lin is still young. We are merely a burden to her. Yang Fan remembered Chun Lin's dark complexion and hands, realizing she must have toiled on the farm considerably. Child, after we are gone, could you please look after Lin Lin for me? The elderly woman began to kneel, but Yang Fan quickly supported her. A tear slipped from Yang Fan's eye as he nodded solemnly. The elderly woman laid down beside the old man on the bed. Yang Fan looked at Li Kangyan in confusion, who was now wiping his eyes. Then Yang Fan noticed the bottle of sleeping pills on the table, and the realization dawned upon him. Child, if Lin Lin is unwilling to marry, let her stay with you, as long as you do not mind her presence. Yang Fan stared at the elderly woman, who had already closed her eyes. The old man trembled as he uttered a final phrase, as if expending his last ounce of strength. Thank you, child. With that, the last glimmer in the old man's eyes faded. Just then, the sound of a rooster crowing echoed from outside. The crowing signaled the end of a life well lived. Li Kangyan approached Yang Fan and patted his shoulder. Go on. Keep an eye on Chun Lin. I will handle matters here. Do not tell her before the exam is over. Yang Fan nodded, understanding that this was to prevent any distraction for Chun Lin in her studies. However, given Chun Lin's maturity, she would likely surmise something was amiss. Yang Fan drove towards the school. Upon arriving at the entrance, he sat on a bench, though his heart was heavy. Boss, you're here. Yang Fan heard Zhang Taishu's voice and turned to him with a puzzled expression. What are you doing here? Zhang Taishu explained. The second exam site is not far from here. My wife is overseeing it. He added, she just wants to help the kids, no charge. Yang Fan smiled faintly, waved his hand, and said, all right, take care. Okay, see you later, boss. Yang Fan gazed at Huaxia High School, inhaling deeply as his resolve solidified. One must always look forward. With 20 minutes remaining until the exam concluded, a strikingly composed young woman emerged, instantly attracting attention, including that of reporters. However, she was intercepted by 3 individuals. After she approached Yang Fan, she extended her hand. Understanding her cue, Yang Fan retrieved a bottle of nutritional supplement from the car and handed it to her. Why did you submit your paper early? How'd it go? Jian Wenxin pondered for a moment before replying, 145. Yang Fan was taken aback. Wasn't he the first exam Chinese? How could she finish so quickly? Wait, is that right? 145? Are you sure? Yang Fan swallowed hard, a mix of disbelief and admiration washing over him. Jian Wenxin remained silent. Yang Fan found her intimidating. Her confidence was unlike that of ordinary individuals. Jian Wenxin shot a glare at Li Guanjia, who merely responded with a helpless smile. Afterward, Jian Wenxin departed, but before leaving, she waved goodbye to Yang Fan. Chapter 36. Don't speak. Let me hold you for a moment. Yang Fan curiously observed Jian Wenxin's retreating figure, pondering what kind of girl she was. Coming from a well-off family, with a steward and 2 bodyguards in tow, why would she contemplate such drastic measures? Yang Fan was perplexed, having never experienced the life of the affluent. Shortly after, a bell rang, signaling the end of the first exam in Chinese. A throng of students surged out, while numerous parents searched for their children amidst the crowd. It was not until most had left that Yang Fan spotted Chenlin exiting. "How'd it go?" Yang Fan smiled, hoping to share his uplifting spirit with her. Yet, it was not as simple as that. She remained silent, not inquiring about Yang Fan, merely whispering, "I'm hungry." It dawned on Yang Fan that in their rush that morning, Chenlin had not eaten anything, and she still had more exams to tackle. He led her away, not far, but to a nearby KFC. Yang Fan ordered 2 chicken sandwiches, whole chicken, fries, and chicken nuggets. He broke 2 chicken legs and presented them to Chenlin. She slowly accepted the chicken leg and handed one back to Yang Fan. As she nibbled, tears began to flow. "Grandpa and Grandma said they would take me to KFC after my exams." Her eyes remained tear-streaked, her voice choked, but she did not sob audibly. Yang Fan sighed, unsure how fate could be so ironic. After finishing their meal, Chenlin approached the counter to pay. Yang Fan was slow to stop her, observing her pull out a handful of change, with the highest denomination being a 10-yuan bill, while the smallest were 50 cents and 1-yuan coins. "I'm sorry, dear, but you don't have enough money," the cashier said apologetically. Yang Fan scanned the QR code and took her hand, leading her out. "I will pay you back." Yang Fan said nothing further, taking her to a nearby hotel, where he turned on the air conditioning and had her sit on the sofa. "Tonight, you can stay here, all right?" Chenlin nodded, not asking any questions. Yang Fan understood she preferred not to inquire, allowing for some mystery to linger. There was a knock at the door. Yang Fan opened it to find Jian Wenxin standing outside. Before he could express his confusion, she stepped inside and closed the door. "I will keep her company." Her voice was icy, a mere 3 words. She remained nearby until another knock sounded. Yang Fan opened the door again to find Li Guanjia and the 2 bodyguards. Li Guanjia entered, surveyed the room, and then exhaled slowly. He then seized Yang Fan and pulled him outside, shutting the door behind them. "This card contains 100,000. Please." Yang Fan snatched the bank card and snapped it in half. In the next moment, the 2 bodyguards sprang into action. 5 seconds later, they lay on the ground, while Yang Fan rubbed his knuckles. Li Guanjia inhaled deeply, his voice stern. "I advise you to keep your distance from my young lady. She is not someone you can." Just then, the door creaked open. Yang Fan and the others had been outside for no more than 20 seconds. And Jian Wenxin had overheard Li Guanjia's words. She fixed her gaze on him, remaining silent. Meanwhile, beads of sweat trickled down Li Guanjia's brow, whether from heat or fear. It was unclear. After a moment, Li Guanjia and the 2 bodyguards departed, but before leaving, he threw one last warning at Yang Fan. "If you dare to lay a hand on my young lady, I assure you will meet a gruesome end." Yang Fan's expression twitched. What arrogance! He was 23, while Jian Wenxin was only 18. Was Li Guanjia a fool to think so highly of himself? "Please accompany her for the next few days," Yang Fan said before leaving. He did not wish to attract trouble, especially since he was unaware of Jian Wenxin's family's true nature. If they were involved in underground dealings, he would be in serious trouble. Despite possessing an extraordinary physique, rendering ordinary bodyguards akin to mere toddlers in his presence, he harbored no illusions about his ability to withstand bullets. Soon, the second examination commenced. Yang Fan took his seat at the water delivery area, remaining there until the afternoon exam concluded. By 5:30, as the afternoon session wrapped up, it was only at 6 that he spotted Jian Wenxin exiting alongside Chenlin. Having graduated, Jian Wenxin no longer donned her school uniform, while Chenlin remained in her tattered attire, creating a stark contrast between them. "Shall I escort you?" Yang Fan inquired. Jian Wenxin shook her head, casting her gaze elsewhere. Following her line of sight, Yang Fan noticed Butler Li and 2 others hiding nearby. After a brief glance at Chenlin, who seemed relatively stable, he bid them farewell. Subsequently, Yang Fan transferred 5,000 yuan to Zhang Taishu, a reflection of his earnings for the day, accompanied by a note, "You've worked hard, take your friends out for something nice." Upon entering the company, it was already 6:30, and only Li Na and Lin Yi remained, diligently engaged in their tasks. Upon his arrival, Li Na promptly reported on the day's progress. They had recruited 3 operators, 1 planner, and 2 hosts, one of whom was a sales host who could benefit from some assistance. Yang Fan nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from articulating his lack of understanding. Just keep an eye on things. There's no need for daily reports, he advised, surveying the spacious studio, which was gradually finding its footing. The streaming equipment in several rooms was being upgraded, and profitability was on horizon. By the way, try to increase sales. We currently only have your batch of leftover goods. Yang Fan suggested, we do have manufacturers. Don't hesitate to reach out. I trust you. Li Na chuckled. Aren't you afraid I might mess things up? If I didn't believe in your capabilities, would I entrust you with so much responsibility? Li Na then asserted, I wish to cultivate my own team. As we grow, I want to have reliable individuals by my side. Yang Fan nodded, recognizing the necessity of this. You may leave for the day. Li Na shot him a disapproving glance. He then turned his attention to Lin Yi, who was still busy, seemingly avoiding him. Yang Fan approached her, and she deliberately moved to another area, as if to evade him. Yang Fan grasped her petite hand, drawing her into his embrace. Oh, let go. Lin Yi protested, pushing against his chest, but her feeble strength was no match for him. She then resorted to hitting his back and pinching his sides. Yet Yang Fan remained unfazed. Sensing something amiss with him today, Lin Yi softly inquired, Yang Fan, what's wrong? He remained silent, only tightening his hold. Don't speak. Let me hold you for a while. Chapter 37. The unattainable desire that year, upon discovering the loss of his parents, Yang Fan felt as though his world had crumbled, and it took him considerable time to emerge from that abyss. At that point, he was utterly alone, devoid of any relatives. Are you Yang Fan? What a delightful little boy. Here, have some candy. He accepted the sweet offering and asked the girl before him, what is your name? I'm Zhang Ran, Lin's classmate. Yang Fan gazed at the smiling girl, warmed by the golden sunlight, as if she were a ray of light piercing through his heart. Perhaps that was when he first developed feelings for Zhang Ran. But what does it mean to like someone? At that moment, holding Lin, Yang Fan understood that when you feel down and someone is willing to quietly accompany you, that is affection. Did he truly like Zhang Ran back then? He was uncertain if that feeling could even be classified as such. His profound need for love, coupled with his parents' departure, had rendered him reclusive, yearning for companionship. Had someone else comforted him during that time, he might have been equally devoted to them. This was his distorted notion of love. Now, having matured, he finally comprehended what it meant to truly like someone. Lin Yi continually adjusted her position in his embrace, for Yang Fan had held her for nearly 20 minutes. The heels of her shoes were beginning to ache. At that moment, a voice whispered in her ear, Lin Yi, will you be my girlfriend? Lin Yi trembled at his words. He had finally uttered them. In the next instant, Yang Fan pressed his lips against hers. Lin Yi, taken aback by his unexpected confession, was momentarily dazed. Just as Yang Fan prepared to deepen the kiss, she pushed him away, stepping back to straighten her shirt. That was rather fast. Yang Fan chuckled. They had only known each other for about a week since reconnecting. Their interactions during high school had been minimal, making their current acquaintance feel brief. I apologize for my haste, he said. Lin Yi opened her mouth, but found no words to express. Yang Fan led her downstairs, driving his Porsche to Xinghua Lu. Instead of opting for a private room, they chose to dine in the main hall. Having dined in a private room once, Yang Fan found the hall quite agreeable. Drawing from his previous experience, he ordered swiftly, Buddha jumps over the wall, 3 delicacy shark fin, roast duck, sea urchin scrambled eggs, white truffle gold pizza, and caviar chocolate pudding. Although it was just the two of them, Yang Fan ordered an extravagant spread. Why so much? It's wasteful, Lin Yi chided. Yang Fan smiled. It's our first formal meal together. I wanted to order more, plus I have quite the appetite. He spoke the truth. In recent days, he had barely eaten to his fill, only to the point of quelling his hunger. His appetite had grown formidable. Lin Yi shot him a disapproving glance, then retorted, last time he took me to a barbecue stall. Yang Fan chuckled ruefully. He genuinely craved barbecue and beer at that moment, not out of reluctance to spend money. Do you remember when you got drunk last time? He asked, nodding. Although he had been quite inebriated, he retained some consciousness as long as he wasn't asleep. Were you aware of your actions when you were moving around? Lin Yi inquired. Yang Fan smiled bashfully a little bit. Lin Yi, unfazed, continued to gaze into his eyes, asking, were you aware when you called out Zhang Ran's name while holding me? Yang Fan, intimidated by her earnest stare, remained still. He then responded with equal seriousness, before. I was blinded by her presence, unaware of what love truly meant. But now, I have clarity, he said, pointing to his heart. Here. There is no longer a place for her. Lin Yi felt her cheeks flush at his corny declaration and retorted, I don't believe that it's all just me. Although he had prepared himself for this moment, he thought it best to delay further. The system had granted him a new life, and for the future, he aspired to live authentically. With his romantic prospects flourishing, he decided to embrace whatever came his way. But now, this heart belongs entirely to you, Yang Fan declared unflinchingly. It seemed almost sincere. Lin Yi, shy under his gaze, turned her head away. Soon, the dishes were served, and Yang Fan noticed the server was somewhat familiar. It was that server from before. What was her name? Ziying, perhaps. However, her gaze toward him seemed off. It dawned on him that she recognized him from the last time he had been with Kai Qianqian and her friends, and now he was with Lin Yi, which had drawn her attention. Sir, your dishes are ready, Ziying announced before departing, casting a lingering glance at Yang Fan. He dared not return her gaze, fearing Lin Yi might misinterpret the situation, especially since he had not yet won her heart. Lin Yi was still recovering from her earlier embarrassment, appearing somewhat dazed until Yang Fan began to serve her food. Are you giving away water for free to the students preparing for the Gaokao? Lin Yi suddenly inquired. This matter was one that Yang Fan had never disclosed to anyone. Even Kai Jinyuan, who lived nearby, remained unaware. After all, he was merely extending a gesture of kindness while fulfilling a task, deeming it unnecessary to boast about it. Lin Yi chuckled softly and then produced her phone, displaying the video page from Douyin. In the video, Yang Fan was seen handing out bottles of water to other students and their parents. Accompanying this were several other images, along with a caption proclaiming that an unnamed philanthropist was distributing water for free to students at various examination sites in Jiangxing, which garnered praise from the leaders of the Education Bureau. Yang Fan blinked in surprise, recalling how the factory director Tan Fei had mentioned that it had caught the attention of higher-ups. He hadn't expected it to spread so quickly. Sighing, he reflected on the necessity of such acts of kindness, especially considering the financial struggles faced by many families. As he pondered this, he thought of Chun Lin, realizing that the Gaokao would conclude tomorrow, and he was uncertain about how to approach her afterward. I didn't expect you to be such a good person. Lin Yi shot him a sidelong glance. Her expression was playful, and she returned to her meal, ignoring him. Yang Fan persistently served her dishes, ensuring her bowl was never empty, and despite her small bites, she eventually felt quite full. Before long, Lin Yi had eaten her fill, covering her mouth and letting out a small burp, a little embarrassed. It's all your fault. I'm going to gain weight, she complained. Well, that's great. Put on a little more weight, Yang Fan replied with a hearty laugh. Lin Yi's figure was just right, not too thin, not too plump. Her clothes accentuated her slimness while revealing her curves when undressed. Yang Fan was well aware of this. Lin Yi flushed and glared at him, recalling the previous night when she had touched him quite intimately, making her shy to meet his gaze. On one hand, she felt inclined to blame him. Without him, she might have lost her composure that night. On the other, dismissing him would seem too lenient. Yang Fan swiftly cleared the table and departed, heading towards the Xingfu community. His final words were heavy, and he winked, as if implying that he was not welcome to stay. Do you really expect me to sleep on that hard sofa at the company? He feigned a pitiful tone. Not my concern, Lin Yi retorted before walking away. And Yang Fan followed her out of the car. Just let me stay for a bit. I've grown fond of that sofa, he pleaded. No, the words of a girl rarely hold truth. When she says no, it often means yes. Yang Fan shamelessly trailed after her. Chapter 38. The Gaokao concludes. Yang Fan took a shower and remained wrapped in the towel he had used the previous day. However, he noticed that his clothes from yesterday had been washed, and it was obvious who had done it. Lying on the sofa, he felt comfortable after a shower, not yet feeling the heat. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had locked herself in her room after bathing. Yang Fan wore a wry smile as he gazed at the locked door, daydreaming about the day he might be able to enter. Yet, he was in no rush. After all, matters with Kai Qianqian were still unresolved. He could only take things one step at a time. Lying on the sofa, feeling a bit restless, he aimlessly scrolled through videos on his phone. He didn't bother knocking on Lin Yi's door. After all, the events of the previous night were still fresh in his mind, and Lin Yi had yet to fully accept his pursuit, so he couldn't afford to appear too eager. After a while, he felt a cool breeze and looked up to see Lin Yi's door slightly ajar. A notification chimed from his phone. Lin Xiaohua, if you don't behave yourself, you won't be allowed to stay here anymore. The events of last night had indeed been accidental, though not entirely so. Lin Yi had collapsed onto him, and in that moment, he had lost control. Yang Fan sighed. Then a smile of elation spread across his face. He had never excelled in Chinese, yet he keenly grasped the implications of her words. Does this mean? He chuckled, recalling Li Kongyan, and silently expressed his gratitude. After half an hour, the temperature in the living room was just right. He no longer needed a blanket on the sofa. Feeling quite at ease, while Lin Yi, he presumed, was likely wrapped in her blanket in her room. Soon, he drifted into slumber, dreaming of successfully entering Lin Yi's room. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight flooded in, accompanied by the ringing of his alarm clock. He had set it for 6:30, half an hour later than the previous day. He skillfully descended to have breakfast, exchanging greetings with a few aunties downstairs who were shelling sunflower seeds. After placing the dumplings and soy milk on the table, he made his way to Huaxia High School. By the time Yang Fan arrived, it was already 7 o'clock, and a considerable number of students had gathered. The security guard who had admitted him the previous day assisted him, and together they distributed water. Before long, Yang Fan spotted Jian Wenxin and Chun Lin approaching. Chun Lin appeared normal, just as she had the day before, but Yang Fan knew she was holding back her feelings. As they neared, Yang Fan retrieved 2 bottles of nutritional drinks from his car and handed them over. Good luck, he said, watching them enter. What followed was a period of waiting. Yang Fan sat idly, engrossed in his phone. At 11 o'clock, he spotted Li Kongyan. Yang Fan rose and offered him a bottle of water. How'd it go? He inquired. Li Kongyan sighed. They've already been cremated. They had no relatives in the village, and no one arranged a funeral for them. Yang Fan looked up at the sky, a frown creasing his brow. Have you thought about how to tell her? Li Kongyan patted his shoulder and said, It's you, not me. If you have the heart to do charity, I believe you'll honor the old lady's last words. Yang Fan's expression faltered momentarily, but he soon regained his composure. Taking care of a struggling child posed no significant burden on him, as he was also alone. Li Kongyan, being over 60, was approaching retirement and deserved to enjoy his later years, especially since he had his own children and grandchildren. All right, I will. Before long, the bell rang, and students hurriedly emerged. Yang Fan met up with Chun Lin and turned to Jian Wenxin, asking, I'm taking Chun Lin to eat. Would you like to join us? Jian Wenxin blinked, remaining silent. Yang Fan continued, Well, let us go then. Having known Jian Wenxin for a while, he could easily interpret her unspoken thoughts. Instead of heading to KFC, Yang Fan opted for a hot pot restaurant, craving the warmth of a hot pot meal. He was generous, ordering 3 portions each of beef rolls and lamb rolls, along with meatballs and vegetables, nearly ordering everything on the menu. Jian Wenxin and Chun Lin sat together, while Yang Fan took a seat opposite them. Feeling uncomfortable sitting by the window, he drew the curtains as 3 individuals outside were staring at them. Yang Fan proactively cooked the meat, while Chun Lin kept her head down in silence, and Jian Wenxin's gaze remained fixed on him. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Yang Fan initiated a conversation. How did the comprehensive science exam go? He was aware that the last question had been a challenging physics problem. Chun Lin quietly replied. It was a bit difficult. Noticing the lack of enthusiasm from both of them, Yang Fan refrained from further probing and offered a spoonful of meat to Chun Lin. She nodded in gratitude. As he dipped a lamb roll into the sauce and brought it to his mouth, he noticed Jian Wenxin's piercing gaze. Unlike her usual demeanor, he sensed a chill in her eyes. Jian Wenxin was truly remarkable. She could communicate without uttering a word. Yang Fan offered her another spoonful of meat, and the icy sensation gradually dissipated. At the same time, he grew curious about Jian Wenxin. With such a reclusive personality, she must find it challenging to make friends. Did she consider him a friend because he had saved her life? Although the hot pot was delicious, Yang Fan felt awkward. Unlike the comfortable meals he shared with Kai Qianqian and Lin Yi, Chun Lin hesitated to pick up her chopsticks, while Jian Wenxin continued to watch him intently, leaving Yang Fan to play the role of a caregiver, serving both of them throughout the meal. Consumption 351, successful cashback 3510. At 2 o'clock, the candidates began to arrive, with many having arrived a quarter of an hour early. Yang Fan handed 2 bottles of mineral water to the 2 of them. Jian Wenxin refused to take it, but Yang Fan forcibly placed it in her hand. Drinking too much of that is not good. You should limit it in the future. Jian Wenxin remained fixated on his departing figure. Yang Fan settled down and took a deep breath. This was the final exam, and once this was over, he would have to explain the situation to Chun Lin. She was a girl who had endured much hardship, and Yang Fan was uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. After a while, he recalled the systems task. Main task, Complete consumption for 100 women with a charm value above 85. Current progress 250,100. Task reward. Martial Bodyguard 1. This figure of 250 seemed to mock the system mercilessly. Yang Fan calculated that just during these few days in Huaxia High School, he had already completed around 40 to 50 tasks. Jiang Cheng had 6 examination venues, which together amounted to exactly 250. Hey, this isn't fair. You can't possibly change it again, can you? Yang Fan tentatively inquired. After a considerable pause, the system finally responded. System under maintenance. Rewards delayed. It seemed there was indeed a delay, but no new tasks had appeared. Yang Fan was in no rush. The final English exam was uncertain in difficulty, as many students had submitted their papers early. Some stood in front of reporters, discussing various topics. An hour later, the bell rang, signaling the end of the Gaokao. All the students who rushed out wore expressions of excitement and liberation. After years of diligent study, they were finally free at this moment. Yang Fan felt as if he were gazing at his former self. Once the students had mostly departed, he finally spotted Chun-Lin emerging. As she approached him, he realized he could not keep the truth hidden any longer. Chun-Lin, he began. Chapter 39. Sunrise. Chun-Lin stood across from Yang Fan, her dark face filled with fear. Yang Fan sighed and walked toward her, gently embracing her slender shoulders, speaking softly. Meanwhile, Jian Wenxin, who was preparing to approach Yang Fan, halted in her tracks, observing the two depart. Miss, are you tired? Would you like me to arrange a trip for you to Sanya during the summer vacation? Butlerly said with a smile. Leave. Jian Wenxin's expression remained calm, but her words carried a chilling undertone. Upon reaching her doorstep, Yang Fan was at a loss for words as she rushed inside. He sighed helplessly and followed her into the yard. In the small, dilapidated house, Chun-Lin stood in a daze, 2 boxes resting on the wooden table before her. Indeed, there were 2 boxes. Each bore a photograph of an elderly person. Why? Chun-Lin immediately sank to her knees, burying her head and weeping. Yang Fan felt a pang of emotion, crouching down to gently pat her back. Chun-Lin's tears flowed abundantly, causing Yang Fan great distress. Yes, why? They had been striving so hard to live. Yet why did it come to this? Your grandmother went to accompany your grandfather because she feared he would be lonely, Yang Fan consoled, omitting the part about her grandmother's concern for her. Your grandfather passed away peacefully, having fulfilled his life, and when he departed, the roosters were crowing, a sign of great virtue. Chun-Lin continued to sob, unable to absorb any of his words. Yang Fan stayed by her side until she had no strength to cry any longer. I have no relatives left. Chun-Lin's voice was hoarse and choked, her throat ravaged by tears. Yang Fan felt a deep ache in his heart. He understood her feelings, for he too had once lost loved ones. He offered her a tissue to wipe her nose and enveloped her in his embrace. She could no longer cry. Half an hour of weeping was enough. He brushed away the tears at the corners of her eyes, but they seemed to appear anew no matter how often he wiped them. You know, when I was 15, just like you, my father was a police officer engaged in dangerous work. On the night he left, he said many things to me, but I only remember one: live for yourself. At the time, I did not grasp the meaning of those words until he and my mother were involved in a car accident. I then understood why he said that. My feelings mirrored yours. I had no family left and felt a desire to die. Why did he leave me alone in this world? Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Chun-Lin's sobs diminished significantly. Later, I came to understand the meaning of that phrase, to live for oneself. My grandfather was also a police officer, and I never got to meet him before he passed. My father said he would fulfill my grandfather's unfinished mission, but then he too was gone. From that moment on, I vowed never to become a police officer. I feared my children would be left without family, just as I was. Do you think I am selfish? Chun-Lin shook her head vigorously, wanting to say something, but her choked voice betrayed her. Yang Fan suppressed his own urge to cry and continued. Chun-Lin, I'm not as good as you. You are a remarkably strong girl. I believe you will accomplish even greater things than I will. Keep going. I will look up to you with admiration. Chun-Lin, unable to contain her emotions, threw herself into Yang Fan's embrace, and he gently patted her back until her sobs gradually subsided. Big brother, can you take me to the seaside? Yang Fan was somewhat puzzled by Chun-Lin's request. Before he could inquire further, he heard her hoarse voice continue. My grandparents labored their entire lives, and I want them to depart freely. Yang Fan nodded in agreement, feeling a surge of emotion. All right. Jiangcheng was not too far from the coast, but the drive took over an hour. Yang Fan and Chun Lin each held an urn while he grasped her hand tightly, fearful she might do something reckless. Chun Lin scattered the ashes into the sea, bidding her final farewell. Grandpa, Grandma, take care of yourselves over there. If you see my father, be sure to scold him fiercely and ask why he left us three to rely on each other. After a long while, the two sat by the sea, gazing at the stars above, as if they could see their family. Will they see us up there? Yang Fan nodded and said, they certainly will. So we must live well. That will make them happy. Chun Lin stared blankly at the stars. At that moment, Yang Fan turned to her and said, your grandmother entrusted me with your care before she passed. I, too, have no family, but I have godparents who are like family to me. I am 5 years older than you, and if you do not mind, I will be your brother from now on. Chun Lin's dark face appeared even darker in the nighttime, but her glistening tears were clear. Brother? She sobbed. Yang Fan gently embraced her fragile frame, which felt as light as a feather. She cried for a while longer until silence enveloped her, and Yang Fan realized she had fallen asleep. He did not disturb her. She was too exhausted. While other children celebrated after their gaokao, she was different. The starlight illuminated her face, revealing her swollen eyes. Among the multitude of stars, two shone particularly brightly, as if their relatives were greeting them. At some point, Yang Fan too fell asleep, and the two lay on the beach, basking in the evening breeze. The following morning, Yang Fan abruptly opened his eyes to find Chun Lin had vanished. Panic surged within him as he quickly rose to search for her. Fortunately, he spotted her not far away by the sea. He rushed over. Chun Lin, he called out. Just then, Yang Fan reached her side, feeling relieved. What are you doing? Upon hearing Yang Fan's somewhat reproachful tone, Chun Lin felt a tremor within her. This sensation reminded her of the concern she often felt from her grandparents. Chun Lin turned her gaze toward the sea. Brother, look. Yang Fan followed her gaze. The golden hues of the sunset painted the horizon, resembling a grand feast between heaven and earth. This was my inaugural experience of witnessing a sunrise. Yang Fan, having realized his previous misjudgment, felt a pang of guilt. It was only when the sun ascended that he uttered a single phrase. Chun Lin murmured softly, home? After boarding the vehicle, it would take over an hour to reach Jiangcheng. Upon checking his phone, he noted it was already 6 o'clock, and he was met with the green notification from Lin E and over 30 missed calls, internally lamenting the predicament he found himself in. Chapter 40. Su Munin arrives by 9 in the morning. Yang Fan arrived at the bustling snack street near Huaxia High School. Having already briefed Xiao Ling about Chun Lin's situation, it was indeed the best arrangement to leave her here, especially since Yang Fan himself had no place to stay. The moment Xiao Ling saw Chun Lin, she grasped her hand with maternal affection. Poor child, from now on, I shall be your Aunt Xiao. Yang Fan felt a wave of nostalgia. Xiao Ling had once said something similar to him when his parents were away, and now, 8 years had passed unknowingly. Lin, assist Aunt Xiao here, and once I secure a place in a few days, I will bring you over to live with me. Chun Lin nodded earnestly. He did not retrieve Chun Lin's belongings from her previous residence, as there was nothing of significance to collect. After ensuring Chun Lin was settled, Yang Fan proceeded to his company. As the owner, his absence was becoming increasingly problematic. Upon entering, he encountered numerous unfamiliar faces, likely newly recruited by Lina. Hey, who are you? Who permitted you to enter our company? Shouted a young man bearing a blue badge. Yang Fan was taken aback. It was surprising that someone did not recognize him after only 2 days away. Looking at the badge, he noted the title entertainment host operator and the name Xiang Yang. Despite the rudeness, Yang Fan appreciated the vigilance of someone wary of strangers. He clapped Xiang Yang on the shoulder and said, you are quite impressive, before moving on. Hey, you stop, Xiang Yang called out, chasing after him. Yang Fan glanced back at Xiang Yang, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Do you not recognize me? Xiang Yang scoffed. What a joke. Why would I need to know a guy with yellow hair? If Yang Fan had admired him moments ago, he now perceived him as foolish. Regardless of one's identity, daring to offend others was sheer ignorance. Labeling someone based on hair color was utterly absurd. At this point, one would expect someone to reveal their identity and put Xiang Yang in his place. However, upon surveying the area, Yang Fan noticed that most people were preoccupied in their respective rooms, either live streaming or working, while only a handful of unfamiliar newcomers lingered outside. I am your boss, so please step aside, Yang Fan remarked with a slight frown. Reluctantly, he had to disclose his identity. Ha, you're the boss? Just you with that yellow hair? Are you here to pursue our female hosts? Look at your filthy appearance. You call yourself a boss? Hurry up and leave. I don't want to clean up after you," retorted Xiang Yang, who still bore remnants of sand from sleeping on the beach the previous night. Yang Fan's expression deepened with concern. How had such a person been allowed into the company? It seemed imperative to discuss hiring practices with Li Na. One should not prioritize quantity over quality. Xiang Yang's words were harsh, and the next moment, he seemed poised to confront Yang Fan. Without hesitation, Yang Fan delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling. "Hey, someone is daring to fight in our company," Xiang Yang yelled, summoning attention. Initially, 5 or 6 newcomers had been observing, but soon several higher-ups arrived. In no time, a few of the few men in the company appeared. "Zhang Su, this brat dared to intrude into our company and even injured me," Xiang Yang pointed at Yang Fan, addressing the bespectacled Zhang Su. Zhang Su, named Zhang Tao, was one of the 2 men in Li Na's original team. "I apologize, boss. The newcomers do not know you yet," Zhang Tao said as he approached Yang Fan. The newcomers gaped in astonishment as they witnessed Zhang Tao speaking respectfully to Yang Fan. Yang Fan was not inclined to be angry with Zhang Tao. In a company of this size, one would encounter all types of individuals, and this was merely a minor inconvenience. "I leave him to you," Yang Fan said coolly before heading towards the office. Xiang Yang felt a chill run down his spine at Zhang Tao's gaze. He had only recently passed the interview and was starting his first day. Arriving shortly after 8, receiving his ID badge, he had already managed to offend the boss before 10 o'clock. At that moment, he regretted his actions deeply. He had assumed this media company, filled with beautiful hosts, would facilitate his romantic pursuits, yet it seemed he would only last a couple of hours. Zhang Tao's demeanor shifted back to that of a serious leader. "Pack your belongings and leave. You're not suited for our company." With that, he walked away, as he had his own responsibilities to attend to. Sitting on the floor, Xiang Yang wore an expression of frustration, exclaiming, "I can't believe it. What kind of company has a yellow-haired boss?" Naturally, no one sympathized with him. The other newcomers felt something was amiss with his behavior, though they dared not stir trouble as newcomers themselves. Yang Fan Media had now appointed 5 managers, including Li Na, who was the highest executive under Yang Fan, akin to a vice president. Yang Fan approached Li Na's office, intending to discuss hiring matters. However, upon opening the door, he found Li Na asleep at her desk. Quietly, he closed the door, choosing not to disturb her. After all, he had entrusted her with most responsibilities, and hiring decisions were likely already delegated. Subsequently, he made his way to the office of the technical director, Lin Yi. Before he could enter, his phone rang. "Hello? Boss, I have arrived in Jiangcheng. What is the name of your company?" Yang Fan glanced at his phone and recognized the contact as Su Munan, recalling her as the host interested in switching jobs last time. "How did you know I was in Jiangcheng?" Yang Fan inquired. "Buzlet. Your green notification is registered in Jiangcheng. It can't be false, can it?" Su Munan's voice trembled slightly. "Indeed, it's true. The company is called Yang Fan Media Company, Limited." After a moment, Su Munan continued, "Oh, I found it. What a coincidence, it's nearby. I will be there shortly, boss." After ending the call, Yang Fan dismissed thoughts of the transitioning host, deciding to hand her matters over to the management department in due course. He brushed off the sand from his clothing as best he could. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Hearing the familiar voice, Yang Fan entered. Upon seeing Yang Fan, Lin Yi paused briefly before returning to her tasks. Yang Fan managed a wry smile, recognizing that she was likely upset about his failure to answer her call the previous night. Before he could offer an explanation, she asked, "Is there something you need, Mr. Young?" "Ah, back to calling me Mr. Young," he mused. Women, indeed, are perceptive creatures, often overly sensitive, yet this also indicated Lin Yi's feelings towards him. Beautiful women tend to have their own tempers, thus requiring some appeasement. "Actually, Mr. Young, where you went last night is of no concern to me. There is no need to explain. Director Lee has stated that during work hours, no one is permitted to discuss topics outside of work," Lin Yi continued, her gaze fixated on her computer. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. While Ina's policy was quite reasonable, he found himself increasingly irritated by it at this moment. As the workday came to a close, Lin Yi chose to ignore Yang Fan, engrossed in her own tasks. Yang Fan, feeling awkward, forced a smile and refrained from speaking, contemplating his next move. After a few minutes, Lin Yi picked up her water cup and stepped out to refill it, with Yang Fan trailing closely behind. The water dispenser was situated in the central area of the office, which was divided into 3 sections, with higher-ranking positions located deeper within. Many individuals in the central zone recognize Yang Fan, and they found amusement in observing him following closely behind Lin Yi. In truth, Yang Fan was not actually following her. He merely felt a bit parched and sought a drink. At that moment, a sweet-looking girl entered the office, carrying a travel bag. She wore a pink baseball cap and sported two playful buns, her delicate face framed by two strands of bangs. Dressed in a crop top with a plaid shirt tied around her waist and light blue jeans that accentuated her alluring curves, she caught the attention of those present. As she wandered into the newcomer area, no one knew her, and the earlier incident involving Yang Fan deterred anyone from inquiring about her identity. As she walked further inside, she spotted Yang Fan, clad in a black shirt and shorts. His striking looks and distinctive yellow Morgan cap made him easily recognizable. Upon seeing him in person, she realized that the photograph she had seen did not do justice to his appearance. After a moment of contemplation, she set her bag aside. Yang Fan was focused on watching Lin Yi fill her cup when a sudden gust of wind swept through, and before he knew it, the sweet girl had dashed towards him. "Big boss, I finally found you." Yang Fan instinctively embraced her legs to prevent her from falling. However, the unfamiliar girl leaned in and planted a sudden kiss on his cheek. The sound of the water cup clattering to the ground jolted Yang Fan back to reality. He turned to glance at Lin Yi, stammering, "Would you believe me if I said this is our first meeting?" Chapter 41. This is a misunderstanding. Lin Yi chose to disregard him, but it was evident to everyone that she was quite upset. She turned and walked away, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor, each sound resonating painfully in Yang Fan's heart. "Who the hell are you?" Yang Fan could no longer contain himself and shook off the girl at his side. Although he had previously watched Su Munan's livestream, he had been too preoccupied with sending gifts to recognize her in person. Su Munan looked up at him with tear-filled eyes, her expression heartbreakingly innocent. Many colleagues were observing the scene, and Yang Fan felt as though two words were floating above his head: two scoundrels. The way his co-workers regarded him had shifted dramatically. After staring at Su Munan for a while, he finally recognized her, Big Boss, along with that sweet visage. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, he swiftly pulled Su Munan into his office. "Where are you from?" Su Munan kept her head down, hesitant to speak, her pink cap obscuring her eyes. Yang Fan did not utter harsh words. "Do you realize the trouble you caused me just now?" Su Munan, still looking down, began to cry softly. She had anticipated that being Yang Fan's woman would come with challenges, but she never imagined their first encounter would unfold in such a manner. As she approached, she had pondered for quite some time about how to present herself when meeting Yang Fan for the first time. Should she appear shy and reserved or exuberantly lively? Given Yang Fan's striking handsomeness and the effort he put into maintaining his appearance, she had resolved to be more enthusiastic, assuming that his girlfriends must be quite forward. Given his wealth, throughout her journey, she had pushed herself to be more assertive, as it was a demeanor she was unaccustomed to. Upon seeing Lin Yi earlier, she had surmised that the stunning woman was likely one of Yang Fan's girlfriends, especially considering her beauty surpassed her own. Particularly, Yang Fan's demeanor towards Lin Yi was somewhat deferential and polite, leading her to conclude that, as the newcomer, she must not let others discover her relationship with him, which likely explained his anger. "I understand my mistake. I will be more mindful of the occasion in the future," Su Munan meekly stated. At that moment, Yang Fan, who was sipping water, sputtered in surprise. "Mindful of the occasion? Is this how people in Hangqin greet each other?" Yang Fan was oblivious to Su Munan's thoughts and regarded her merely as a new streamer. "Take a seat. Let us discuss the contract." Su Munan obediently sat across from him, her large, watery eyes fixed on him. Yang Fan suddenly felt that his earlier demeanor had been too harsh. He cleared his throat to adopt a more relaxed tone. "How much did your previous company pay you?" Su Munan held up 3 tiny fingers. "Yang Fan nodded. Alrik, I will offer you the same salary, 30,000 a month, and we will assess your business capabilities. If the advertisements perform well, there will be an increase." At this, Su Munan shook her head softly, saying not 30,000 but 3,000. Yang Fan's expression shifted as he gazed at the adorably innocent Su Munan. Unable to suppress an exclamation, "What kind of unscrupulous employer pays you a mere 3,000 for your looks?" Hearing Yang Fan compliment her, Su Munan felt the earlier grievances dissipate. Yang Fan, sympathizing with her, noted from her profile that she was merely an intern streamer. Yet her beauty warranted a far higher salary. "How about this? Since you have streaming experience, there is no need for training. We will arrange for you to conduct a trial live stream this afternoon, and the company will provide support for your audience growth. Your initial salary for the first 3 months will be $15,000 a month, and it may increase based on your performance. Soo-moon nodded, realizing this was significantly higher than her previous internship. However, she was puzzled as to why she still needed to work, given that she was supposed to be his little secret. Yet, she did not dare to question it. Yang Fan then took her to meet the operations manager, Zhou Ming. Like Zhang Tao, he was the second man in Lina's team. Xiao Zhou, please schedule a live stream for this girl this afternoon and assist in boosting her audience. Given that she is new to the city, it would be wise to offer her some extra care. However, this statement resonated differently in Zhou Ming's ears. As he had heard about the earlier incident, rumors were circulating that this adorable girl was Yang Fan's little girlfriend, and even Lin, he was upset. Understood, Yang Zong. I will take good care of her, Zhou Ming replied earnestly. Yang Fan nodded and, after handing Soo-moon over to Zhou Ming, departed. Zhou Ming assured Soo-moon, rest assured, I will do my utmost to help you become our company's star. Soo-moon found his enthusiasm puzzling until he quietly added, hey, if you have the chance, please speak highly of me to Yang Zong. It was then that Soo-moon realized that some perceptive individuals had discerned her relationship with Yang Fan. This revelation delighted Zhou Ming, causing him to beam broadly. Zhang Tao, who had accompanied him, had already been promoted to planning manager, while Zhou Ming remained a mere operations manager, a position he found respectable. Yet he aspired to climb higher. Unbeknownst to Yang Fan, who was completely unaware of their conversation. Had he known, he would have been left speechless. Gently pushing open Lin Yi's door without regard for her consent, he strode inside. Yang Zong, I am working. Please do not disturb me. Yang Fan disregarded her, believing that as a man, he needed to assert himself. Lin Xiaohua, surely you must grant me the opportunity to explain? Noticing Yang Fan's unusually assertive tone, Lin Yi glanced at him more closely. Yang Fan had always been rather mild-mannered in her presence, and such a tone was indeed rare. Seeing Lin Yi momentarily taken aback, Yang Fan quickly settled down to recount the events of the previous night. Initially, Lin Yi was still somewhat annoyed, but as she listened to the tale of Chun Lin, her furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and by the end, a trace of sympathy crossed her face. As I ventured to the beach without my phone, I was filled with trepidation, fearing she might succumb to despair. After hearing about Chun Lin's unfortunate ordeal, Lin Yi sighed and remarked, alas, what a pitiful child. Yang Fan, relieved that Lin Yi had calmed down, tentatively reached for her small hand resting on the table. His expression flickered, and he added, this is a long story. By the time Yang Fan finished speaking, Lin Yi's forehead was deeply furrowed. It all sounded like a tale of a wealthy benefactor indulging a female streamer. With no other choice, Yang Fan retrieved his phone, opening Douyin along with their chat history, including the green bubbles. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before accepting it, scrolling through the Douyin messages but finding nothing particularly noteworthy. Indeed, as Yang Fan had mentioned, he merely wished for her to request Xiao by Luo to disable the beauty filter. However, upon glimpsing the chat history with the green bubbles, Lin Yi's expression turned icy. The most recent message was a voice call lasting over a minute, followed by their last conversation. My name is Soo-moon. From now on, I belong to you. All right, just let me know. In Chapter 42, whose lipstick is this? Lin Yi instinctively hurled the phone at Yang Fan, who caught it with one hand. What a scoundrel! She exclaimed before storming off. Yang Fan, utterly bewildered, found himself questioning what had transpired. Why had she called him a scoundrel? Had he inadvertently shown her Kai Qian's profile? Confused, he glanced at his phone, which displayed his final chat with Soo-moon. He attempted to call out to Lin Yi, hoping to clarify the misunderstanding, but the words died on his lips as he fell silent. He stared at Soo-moon's last message, reflecting on her behavior earlier that day. It dawned on him that while everyone else seemed to understand, he alone was ensnared in misunderstanding. Yang Fan finally grasped why Soo-moon was aware of his media company. She had assumed that his generous gift of 1 million was an attempt to woo her, while he, naively, believed she intended to join his company. This misunderstanding had escalated significantly. He resolved to find an opportunity to explain things to Soo-moon, lest the miscommunication fester. It was not until midnight, after concluding his work, that Yang Fan stepped out of the office and sought out Soo-moon. Yang-go, she called out cheerfully. Disregarding the fact that she was a year his senior, he replied, come, let me take you out for dinner. Yang Fan intended to clarify matters during their meal, preventing further complications. Thus, to the eyes of many, Yang Fan descended the stairs with Su Munan. "Linny, aren't you going to do anything?" Lina inquired nearby. Lin merely shook her head, stating, "I have no connection with him. Why should I interfere?" Back in the office, she glanced at her phone, where their chat history lingered. Yang Fan had texted, "It's truly a misunderstanding. I thought she meant to switch to our company as an artist, not the other implication. I'll clarify over lunch." A charming smile graced Lin Yi's face as she read his message. What a bold yet timid fellow. At Xinghua Lu, Yang Fan chose not to go elsewhere, but to a private room. Despite not being a VIP member himself, he could use Kai Qianqian's name, and many staff members recognized him. After all, a man who spent 30 million in one night was hard to forget. Once the dishes were served, Yang Fan cleared his throat, uncertain of how to broach the subject. Su Munan, hearing the sound, glanced at him before scanning the room for cameras. The next moment, she began to remove her clothing. "What are you doing?" Yang Fan exclaimed, quickly grasping her garment to prevent further escalation. Coincidentally, his hand landed in an inappropriate place. Not quite as appealing as Lin Yi, but perhaps better than Kai Qianqian, he thought, but quickly dismissed the notion. Su Munan shivered slightly, feeling uncomfortable yet not resisting. Seeing Yang Fan's eagerness, she resolutely settled on his lap, offering her enticing lips. After all, she was his woman. It was only fitting she take the initiative. Her body radiated a delightful fragrance, reminiscent of milk. Although a year older than Yang Fan, she exuded the energy of youth. Yang Fan, taken aback by her boldness, found himself enveloped in her unfamiliar kissing technique. They shared a kiss that lasted 10 minutes, losing themselves in the moment. Finally, they parted, Su Munan's cheeks aflame, a delicate strand lingering at the corners of her mouth. Yang Fan, feeling a surge of warmth, gently placed her on the seat beside him. "Let us eat first." "Okay." Yang Fan found himself unusually hesitant as they dined, failing to articulate his purpose for being there. To hell with it. I've lost faith in love since Zhang Ran left me, he thought. What difference did it make if they were together or apart? Nan, in the future at the company. Su Munan lowered her head, replying, "I understand." Yang Fan chose not to speak further. For now, this would suffice. After their meal, he took Su Munan's hand as they exited Xinghua Lu. Su Munan was petite, standing at only 160 centimeters, the shortest among the women he knew. Having finished their meal, they no longer felt the awkwardness of strangers and began sharing anecdotes. Su Munan was a bright girl, recounting her tragic experiences during her internship year, having switched jobs multiple times, each with unscrupulous bosses. The last company she worked for was particularly vile, demanding a 2,000 yuan deposit before she started. However, upon receiving Yang Fan's generous transfer of over 100,000 yuan, she promptly resigned, foregoing the deposit. As she animatedly described her former boss's ludicrous expressions, Yang Fan found himself in fits of laughter. This young lady was indeed entertaining, despite her youthful appearance. She was a year older than him. "Thank you, boss." A female employee shyly accepted a cup of milk tea. Yang Fan chuckled, personally distributing a cup to each employee, both to provide a treat and to ensure everyone recognized him, preventing any repeat of past events. Finally, he held 2 cups of special milk tea, known as taro mud boba tea, said to be exceedingly sweet, and headed to Su Munan's live streaming room. At that moment, Su Munan was conversing with hundreds of viewers in her live stream. Noticing Yang Fan's arrival, she deliberately turned off the camera for a moment. A few minutes later, Yang Fan exited her streaming room. The comments were lively, with viewers questioning why the screen had gone black and commenting on Su Munan's lipstick. As she attempted to promote a new sunscreen, the audience remained fixated on previous discussions, ignoring her entirely. Lin Yi glanced at the commotion and continued her work. Yang Fan shifted closer to her, placing the milk tea beside her. "Hey!" Lin Yi shot him a look but accepted the drink, taking a sip. Upon seeing Yang Fan's message, she had already calmed down. Her temper was not as fierce as before. After all, she initially held a favorable impression of Yang Fan, though it seemed to have waned. Noticing Lin Yi's improved mood, Yang Fan grew bolder, his hand becoming increasingly daring. Ultimately, he leaned in toward her luscious lips. Having already expressed his feelings, a man should take the initiative. Lin Yi, momentarily caught off guard, quickly pushed him away. "You are so annoying," she exclaimed, though there was no hint of anger in her demeanor. She then leaned closer to Yang Fan, sniffing the air suspiciously, and inquired, "Why do you smell like milk?" Yang Fan paused for a moment before responding, "Oh, I spilled some milk at lunch. I've been a bit calcium deficient lately." Lin E, with her index finger, wiped a trace of lipstick from Yang Fan's lips and held it up before him. "Whose lipstick is this?" Chapter 43. Acquisition of the Fu Gue Cosmetics Factory. Just as Yang Fan felt a chill run through his body, Lin E burst into laughter. "You're so clueless. You can't even recognize the color of my lipstick." Yang Fan chuckled to ease the awkwardness, though the earlier lightness had dissipated. They chatted for a while until Yang Fan received a phone call, and it took his leave. After he departed, Lin E fell silent, staring at the lipstick on her right index finger. Yang Fan arrived at a factory named Fu Gue Cosmetics, driving his Porsche. Upon stopping, a young man with green hair greeted him, gazing enviously at the car. "Am I young?" he asked. Yang Fan replied, "And you are?" nodding in response. He sensed that Wang Han was not particularly bright, perhaps even less articulate than himself. "I'll take you to meet my father," Wang Han said, leading Yang Fan to the office within the factory. As the two men, one with yellow hair and the other with green, traversed the factory, they entered the innermost office. "Who's that blonde guy? Why is he with the young master?" One worker muttered. "Who knows? Looks like he has headed to the boss's office," another replied. "I envy those rich young masters," lamented a third. "What can we do? They were born into wealth, while we are destined to toil." "Ah, am very young. It's good to see you again," said a portly man as Yang Fan entered. This was Wang Fugue, the same Mr. Wang who had sold a batch of goods to Yang Fan previously. "Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm here to discuss our supply issues." "Ah, it's a pleasure to see you, Mr. Yang. You are so accomplished, far better than my unworthy son," Wang Fugue replied with a smile. "It's the father's fault for not teaching his son," Wang Han interjected. "Unfilial son, get out," Wang Fugue barked. Wang Han scoffed and exited. "Forgive the interruption." Wang Fugue quickly resumed, his demeanor shifting back to jovial. "That's business for you. One must always adjust their mood. Mr. Yang, the 2 million goods ordered by Mr. Li will be ready this month. I wonder if you came today because..." Li Nao is now the second in command at Yang Fan Media, serving as the executive officer next to Yang Fan. He sat casually with one leg crossed, tapping the table with his fingers, his gaze shifting unpredictably. Wang Fugue, perplexed by his demeanor, recognized Yang Fan's considerable wealth. Even the valuation of Yang Fan Media surpassed that of both his factories combined. Rubbing his chin, Yang Fan contemplated for a moment before asking, "Mr. Wang, wouldn't T2 million units be somewhat insufficient?" Wang Fugue offered a wry smile, responding, "Mr. Yang, I've instructed the workers to produce at full capacity, but the factory can only handle 2 million units." "But why did I notice the workers appearing rather idle when I entered?" Yang Fan queried. Wang Fugue sighed. "There are always some veteran employees whose influence is significant. I can only turn a blind eye." Yang Fan nodded and asked, "Mr. Wang, have you ever considered transferring ownership of this factory?" Confused, Wang Fugue replied, "Why would I transfer it? The factory is doing well and has stable income." Yang Fan continued tapping the table. "Your factory's net profit likely doesn't exceed 5 million annually, does it?" Wang Fugue, noticing the mysterious smile on Yang Fan's face, seemed to deduce his intentions. The transaction Li Na discussed was valued at 2 million, a rare opportunity indeed. After costs and labor, his profit margins were merely 15 to 20%, not accounting for machinery depreciation. Despite this, several $100,000 in annual revenue was not insignificant, yet greed is inherent in human nature. "Mr. Yang, are you implying you wish to acquire my factory?" Wang Fugue quickly grasped Yang Fan's suggestion. Yang Fan replied with a calm smile, unfazed by Wang Fugue's directness. "Indeed, I wish to acquire this factory." Wang Fugue laughed heartily. "Then Mr. Yang may be disappointed. Although my factory is not thriving, it generates over 3 million annually. And I cannot bear to part with my employees after so many years." Yang Fan scoffed inwardly, recognizing the pretentiousness of Wang Fugue's claims regarding employee attachment. He picked up a pen from the table, twirling it nonchalantly as he spoke. "I've had someone assess the value of your factory, aside from a few new machines. The rest of the infrastructure is over a decade old. Its valuation should not exceed 12 million, correct, Mr. Wang?" Wang Fugue squinted slightly, but maintained a smile. "Mr. Yang, it seems you've done your homework, but honestly, I have no intention of transferring ownership. I have an emotional attachment to it." 20 million, Yang Fan stated, observing Wang Fugue's reaction closely. He clearly noticed Wang Fuguei swallow hard, though he maintained a fade of reluctance. "Oh, Mr. Yang, why go through such trouble? I intended to leave this factory to my son." With a resounding thud, Yang Fan slammed his palm down on the table, causing it to crack spiderweb-like before Wang Fuguei. Startled, Wang Fuguei wondered about the source of such force. 20 million. You've already profited handsomely. I could spend 20 million to purchase your factory. Or I could use the same amount to buy your. Yang Fan left the last word unspoken, yet Wang Fuguei's expression shifted dramatically. Yang Fan's intent was to intimidate him. He harbored a poor impression of Wang Fuguei. At that moment, Wang Fuguei's back was drenched in sweat. Feeling immense pressure from Yang Fan's display, Wang Fuguei merely sought to negotiate a higher price. In truth, he would gladly sell the dilapidated factory for 15 million. With a chuckle, Wang Fuguei suggested, "How about 18 million? I'm willing to befriend Mr. Yang. We can collaborate in the future." He extended his hand, yet this time, Yang Fan refrained from shaking it. His aura had already been established. 20 million. Gather all your workers. I wish to address them. Yang Fan exited as Wang Fuguei began making phone calls. 10 minutes later, all the workers gathered in a clearing. "Mr. Yang, I'm the deputy manager, Zhao Sanqing," said a middle-aged man in his 40s, bowing before Yang Fan. He was sweating profusely, concerned about the implications of the new factory manager on the existing hierarchy. "Fear not. Your positions will remain unchanged for now. However, if I do not see your capabilities in 3 months' time, you will be the ones to leave." Zhao Sanqing wiped the sweat from his brow, nodding vigorously, realizing he must perform well during this period. Yang Fan, holding a megaphone, stood elevated and announced, "From this day forth, I am the new factory manager." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into chaos. A change of management was no small matter. "Feel free to voice your concerns, but I will not respond to any of them. My time is precious. The next 3 months will serve as a trial period. Those who perform well shall receive promotions and raises, while those who do not will be dismissed. All previous contracts are void. New contracts will be issued." Yang Fan lowered the megaphone and turned to Zhao Sanqing. "Do you understand?" Zhao Sanqing nodded eagerly. I understand. Yang Fan patted his shoulder and said, "There will be someone to coordinate your work here. You only need to focus on your responsibilities." Wang Fuguei approached with a broad smile. But Yang Fan did not return the warmth. "In the next couple of days, Li Na will hand over the finalized contract to you, and once it is signed, the fund will be transferred." Having said that, Yang Fan walked towards the door and left without a hint of concern. What a tiring day. The roar of the engine echoed as Yang Fan departed. Chapter 44. Why Not Devour Me? Upon returning to the company, it was already time to clock out. Many employees had already left, though some veterans remained engrossed in their work. The acquisition of the cosmetics factory would require more time. Lin Yi and Li Na were still busy, as the workload from the acquisition was considerable, and they were short-staffed. "Hey, Taishu, boss, did you call me for something?" Yang Fan inquired. "Sai, business isn't great. I only sold half a truckload today." Yang Fan pondered for a moment and then said, "Taishu, would you be interested in working with me?" On the other end of the line, Zhang Taishu instantly became excited, but soon his enthusiasm waned. "Boss, what do you want me to do? I only have some strength. I don't know anything else." Zhang Taishu stammered, "Can I even work in the company?" "Of course." Yang Fan replied. "Well then, can I deliver water for everyone?" Zhang Taishu asked. "No, Tieshu. Your job will be to safeguard the company's finances and protect our employees from bullying. You will be called upon when physical strength is required." "Boss, what does that entail?" "Security." Zhang Taishu's face contorted into a bitter smile. "I've heard security guards have low wages, and we even call them watchdogs." Yang Fan shook his head and admonished, "Taishu, your perspective is too narrow. Our company is only 1 floor at the moment, but once we expand to a building, you will be the guardian of that structure. Referred to as a safety officer. As a veteran, you will be our safety consultant." "Safety consultant? That sounds impressive." Yang Fan could detect the excitement radiating from Zhang Taishu through the phone. Maintaining a calm composure, he continued, "Although we are only at the beginning, I assure you that the salary I offer will be quite generous." "Boss, how much will it be?" "I can work with you at a slow pace, but my friends might not be able to. They have families to support." Yang Fan contemplated for a moment and then said, "I will pay them 200 a day. And for you, as the temporary team leader, I will offer 250. That's a lot. 250 a day translates to 7,500 a month. "Boss, you are truly generous. Yang Fan nodded, adding, and this is merely the beginning. Once the company grows, earning over 10,000 a month will be effortless. And as a safety consultant, your salary could soar towards 1 million annually. I have never seen 1 million before. I believe you. Tonight, I will discuss this with them. I may not be as persuasive as you, but I can certainly get them drunk enough to convince them. Yang Fan chuckled to himself, thinking he wasn't merely making empty promises. After spending a few days with Zhang Taishu, he found him to be honest and someone he could mentor. A daily wage of 200 for a security guard was already reasonable, especially considering he was offering Zhang Taishu 250. Yang, turning around, Yang Fan spotted Su Munin wearing a hat. Why do you call me Yang? Su Munin smiled sweetly and replied, calling someone brother can elicit a protective instinct, especially for a petite girl like me. Observing the genuinely innocent Su Munin, Yang Fan felt a sudden urge to tease her. Ah, having knowledge is a blessing, unlike me, who can only rely on brute force. Su Munin covered her mouth and laughed, saying nothing further. Yang Fan intended to inform Lin that he was leaving early since Su Munin had just arrived and lacked a place to stay. Knock, knock, knock. Gumin. Entering. Yang Fan sat across from Lin Yi and said, I plan to buy an apartment tomorrow. It's about time, Lin Yi replied while typing on the keyboard. Yang Fan nodded and continued, Chen Lin has been staying with Aunt Xiao, which is not convenient. I plan to have her come to the company for some training soon. That sounds good, Lin Yi murmured. After some contemplation, Yang Fan finally said, why don't you move in with me? No, I'm quite comfortable where I am. And we don't have that kind of relationship. Living together all the time would be inappropriate. Yang Fan sighed. Unlike Su Munin, Lin Yi required a foundation of emotional connection, which would take time to develop. All right then, I'll take my leave. You should finish up early too. Some matters cannot be rushed, especially when it comes to emotions. Yang Fan could easily pay for countless women without emotional involvement, but that was not what he desired. He held genuine feelings for Lin Yi. Let us go for now. I must find a hotel to stay in until tomorrow when I can purchase the apartment. Once in the car, Su Munin took the initiative, sparking Yang Fan's curiosity about her past relationships. A few minutes later, fastening his seatbelt, Yang Fan asked, how many boyfriends have you had? Although he already knew the answer, he wanted to hear her perspective. Su Munin lowered her head and replied softly, just one. I was naive in college and didn't know how to refuse. But I still value myself. Do you dislike me? Yang Fan covered her mouth and wiped away the tears she had yet to shed. I was merely asking. Why overthink it? Although he said that, he felt a sense of satisfaction. I've never been this proactive before. I just didn't want to upset you. Yang Fan chuckled and said, I'm not a bad person. Just be yourself, all right? Su Munin gazed at Yang Fan, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. She had initially wondered if he might be a bad person, but despite only knowing him for a day, she was already deeply attracted to this handsome and affluent man. Thank you, Yang. Yang Fan smiled faintly as he drove to a nearby hotel where they checked in together. Aren't you going to eat? Su Munin shook her phone and said, I ordered takeout. I'm too tired to move today. Yang Fan suddenly remembered that the young lady had come here alone. But fortunately, Hengqin was close to Jiangqing. Before long, their takeout arrived and they sat by the window enjoying their meal. The 800 yuan hotel was exceptional, with spacious rooms and complimentary red wine. Yang Fan opened the bottle and tasted it. It was bitter and not particularly enjoyable, far inferior to beer. Why is this wine so unpleasant? At least it's free. Then he noticed Su Munin pointing to a label on the wall, which indicated that the bottle of wine cost 3,000 yuan. What? I thought it was free. This revelation sent Su Munin into fits of laughter, causing Yang Fan to broaden his horizons. After all, Su Munin was only wearing a crop top, with a pink and white shirt tied around her waist, serving merely as a decorative piece. Yang, are you full? Yang Fan shook his head and said, I'm about 1/3 full. I'm so sorry. I didn't ask about your appetite in advance. Haha, no worries. I can eat more than average, Yang Fan replied nonchalantly. Then Su Munin moved to sit on his lap, and they shared a passionate kiss. There are indeed advantages to being petite. After a while, they finally parted. Su Munin looked at him with tender eyes, making Yang Fan chuckle. Leaning closer, she whispered, her warm breath stirring something within him. If you're not full, why not have me? Chapter 45. My legs feel weak. Yang Fan felt a whirlwind of emotions, yet his principles brought him a moment of clarity. He gently caressed Su Munin's delicate face and said, there is no rush. We have only just met. Let us nurture our feelings. After a brief pause, he continued, I am not merely a creature of instinct. There is no need for you to go out of your way to please me. The previously blushing Soo Myunin could not help but tear up. This man seemed different from others. Her ex-boyfriend had deceived her into a hotel and taken from her what was most precious. It had left her hesitant even when ending that relationship. Yang Fan, however, possessed a certain charm that deeply attracted her. She offered her soft lips, yet tears streamed down her cheeks. Yang Fan, unable to bear her sorrow, embraced her tenderly. It appeared that this young woman had also suffered in the past, much like himself. Thank you, Yanggo. After both had taken their showers, they retired for the night. Yang Fan opted to sleep on the sofa, a habit he had grown accustomed to. He may not be a paragon of virtue, but he adhered to his principles. Intimacy was permissible, yet it must not be devoid of meaning. Ding! Main quest completed. Martial artist bodyguard has been issued and can be summoned at any time. New main quest initiated. Successfully spend 1 million for 5 women with charisma values above 85. Reward. Random magic, current progress, 0.5. Alright, playing games again, he mused. Previously, the task was simply to spend, yet now it had become more intricate. The most pressing concern was that his current progress stood at 0. Did the previous expenditures for Kai Chi-Chi, Yin Jin, and Yin Xiao not count? This new task was evidently more challenging than the last, but what could this random magic entail? Did it correspond with his title of magician? The known was not particularly intriguing, but the unknown stirred a sense of curiosity within him. Yang Fan yearned to uncover the nature of this magic and its potential. Naturally, he was also quite curious about the martial artist bodyguard. However, summoning it now would likely startle Soo Myunin. There was no urgency. As long as there was no imminent danger, he would investigate further tomorrow when time allowed. The night passed in silence. At 8 the next morning, Soo Myunin said Yang Fan from sleep. Today marked her first official day at work, and she needed to clock in punctually. Yang Fan had plans to take her house hunting afterward, as they would not be eligible for cashback otherwise. Indeed, he intended to place the property under Soo Myunin's name. It made little difference to him, and would contribute to fulfilling a task. Most importantly, however, was the cashback incentive. Hold on, I'll give Xiao Zhou a call. As he spoke, he dialed Zhou Ming. The call connected shortly. Hello, boss. Zhou Ming's voice was muffled, suggesting he was still having breakfast. Xiao Zhou, please grant Soo Myunin a day off, Yang Fan instructed succinctly, without any unnecessary embellishments. Understood, boss. Zhou Ming, who was enjoying a bowl of tofu pudding, was thrilled to receive Yang Fan's call. At 27 or 28 years of age, he did not mind being referred to as Xiao Zhou. His suspicion was correct. The new female anchor was likely connected to Yang Fan, considering her striking beauty. A promising future seemed imminent for him. Though he held the title of operations director, he was still just a part of the operations team, and the position of operations manager remained vacant. With over 20 anchors and operational staff in the company, his role as director was already significant. However, in the competitive atmosphere, he felt overshadowed by Zhang Tao, who had already ascended to the position of planning department manager. What is going on, Zhou Ming? Is that the boss on the line? Zhang Tao inquired from nearby. No, you misheard. I was referring to my father. At Jiangxing University, Konglu Building, Kai's Spicy Hot Pot, Yang Fan selected a residential area at the most suitable location formed by 3 points. Shui and Lindy. The name alone suggested a place of distinction. Sales office, welcome. Please come in. A professionally smiling woman guided them inside. She stole a glance at Yang Fan's sports car parked at the entrance. After serving them tea, she approached another elegant woman nearby. Moments later, the elegant woman made her way toward Yang Fan. Name, Li Hongying. Age, 35. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 109 pounds. Charisma value, 75. Occupation, sales manager at the real estate office. Number of relationships. Yang Fan had no ulterior motives. He merely wished to know her name. Yet he found himself puzzled by the repeated appearance of this information. He had previously encountered it with Xiao Bilo and assumed it was due to age, but it seemed that was not the case. System, what does this mean? Yang Fan pondered internally. Married. Note, the number of relationships is not displayed for married individuals. Good day, sir. My surname is Li. Li Hongying smiled as she extended her hand. Yang Fan politely engaged in a brief handshake. My surname is Yang. Greetings, Mr. Yang. May I inquire how large a property you're interested in? Our community boasts an excellent location in the city center, with convenient transportation and a beautiful environment. Each room is equipped with absolute soundproofing, Even if one were to party inside, they would not be disturbed. Yang Fan found her exaggerated claims amusing. Can you provide immediate occupancy options, such as fully furnished units? Yang Fan smiled lightly. That sounds excellent. I just hope they are not too cheap. Please lead us on. Taking his cue, Li Hongying escorted Yang Fan to the model unit. Our community consists of 18 buildings, divided into 3 tiers. The general housing is typically for rental, while some are for sale. The VIP area features properties valued at no less than 2 million, ensuring relative tranquility. Yang Fan remained silent after her explanation, confusion evident on his face. Is that all? What about the next tier? Li Hongying regarded him with mild surprise. The Porsche 911 he drove was valued at merely 2 to 3 million, and thus she had not initially introduced the premium tier. With slight regret, she continued. The premium area comprises 3 buildings, each approximately 300 square meters and 15 meters high, often referred to as small villas. However, only one has been sold thus far. Yang Fan nodded. The fact that only one had sold indicated the considerable value of these properties. I'll take one in the premium area, he declared decisively. Of course. Why purchase the inexpensive when one can acquire the valuable? The more one buys, the greater the profit. Li Hongying gasped at Yang Fan's words. She realized she had underestimated him. Mr. Yang, each small villa in the premium area is priced at no less than 50 million, and there is an additional condition for purchase. Upon hearing the price, Su Munin nearly fainted, clutching Yang Fan's arm for support. Simultaneously, she gazed at him with wide, sparkling eyes, pondering just how wealthy this younger man truly was. What is the condition? Yang Fan inquired. Total assets exceeding 100 million. Yang Fan smirked dismissively. Acquiring this building could potentially launch him toward the billion mark. He had previously invested 50 million into Li Na's company expansion and another 20 million to acquire cosmetics factory. With over 200 million still at his disposal, he found it difficult to spend. Producing a bank card, he stated casually, "Please verify the funds and then show us the properties. I am pressed for time." Li Hongying inhaled deeply, accepting the card with both hands as she moved to the front desk. A minute later, she returned to Yang Fan, her excitement barely contained. "Sir, here is your card." As she handed it over, her hands trembled slightly. This man truly possessed the means to purchase a villa in the premium area, a property that had sold only 1 unit in 5 years. If she sells this building, after many years as a sales manager, she might be able to advance in her career. "Can we go see the house now?" Yang Fan inquired. "Please follow me," Li Hongying responded. As Yang Fan followed her, he noticed Su Munin standing still beside him. "What is wrong, Nan? Su Munin grasped Yang Fan's arm and said, "My legs feel a bit weak." Chapter 46. Purchasing a small villa. Yang Fan smiled slightly, finding the seemingly bold yet quite innocent girl amusing. Although she was not particularly skilled at kissing, she still approached him eagerly, perhaps due to her misunderstanding that he was supporting her financially, or maybe it was simply his handsome appearance that influenced her. Yang Fan placed one hand on her waist and effortlessly lifted her into a princess carry. With her height of 160 centimeters and weight of over 90 kilograms, it required little effort on his part. "Hey, what are you doing?" Su Munin exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as Yang Fan whispered a word in her ear. Upon hearing this, her face turned crimson, and she struggled to escape his hold. The weakness in her legs vanished as she bolted away. Yang Fan chuckled and followed after her, while Su Munin muttered, "You just talk big. You wouldn't even eat if I fed you." "What did you say?" Yang Fan, catching up, asked, having not heard her clearly. "It's nothing. Let's hurry to see the house." The two followed Li Hongying and soon arrived at the small villa. This villa covered over 200 square meters, spanning 5 floors and featuring various entertainment facilities. The courtyard boasted a small swimming pool, the 4th floor housed a gym, and the 5th floor had an outdoor balcony with a panoramic view of the night skyline of Jiangxing. Yang Fan and Su Munin spent over half an hour touring the villa. Overall, it was quite nice, although being less than 200 square meters. It felt a bit small for a villa. No wonder it was called a small villa. However, there were advantages. With over 200 square meters, only 2 or 3 housekeepers were needed, which was manageable. Yang Fan was not overly concerned about these details. For him, the primary consideration was finally having a place to live. It's decent. There are 7 bedrooms and 3 guest rooms, accommodating many people, Yang Fan remarked, stroking his chin. Su Munin remained silent. Yang Fan had already informed her about Kai Qianqian and Chen Lin, though he had not mentioned Lin Yi. And Young. It is indeed a bit small, but living here is still quite comfortable. What do you think? Li Hongying asked with eager eyes, aware that selling this villa would present a significant opportunity for her. Yang Fan pondered for a moment and asked, "Can we move in today?" Li Hongying's eyes lit up as she quickly replied, "Yes, you can move in as early as tonight. All living necessities are provided, and we employ staff for regular cleaning to ensure it remains spotless and odor-free." Saying this, he handed Li Hongying a bank card. Seeing the card that had just been verified, Li Hongying felt her breath quicken. Who exactly is this young man? He is buying this villa without even inquiring about the price? What shocked her even more was the brevity of time. It had only been a little over an hour since Yang Fan arrived, and he was already purchasing one of the 3 most expensive villas in Shuai-Lindy. It was common for even those looking to buy district properties to visit multiple times and negotiate prices. Yet this young man seemed different. "Is there something else on your mind?" Yang Fan asked, noticing Li Hongying's astonishment. Nodding, she took a deep breath, attempting to maintain her composure. "Mr. Yang, please accompany your girlfriend to the VIP reception room for a brief rest. The contract for this property is somewhat complex, and I need to report to my superiors." Although Yang Fan felt slightly uncomfortable, he understood that the contract process for a property worth several million would be relatively intricate. "All right, please make it quick. I will expedite the process, Mr. Yang, and I will also strive to negotiate the price for you." Li Hongying began, but Yang Fan interrupted. "No, I want the highest specifications. If gold can be used, don't settle for silver. Don't think about saving me money, or I will be displeased." Li Hongying looked at Yang Fan in confusion. Even with wealth, such extravagance seemed unnecessary. However, upon seeing Su Munin's astonished expression beside him, she began to comprehend. Men often spend money to please women. Yang Fan's intent in bringing Su Munin to purchase a house was likely to showcase his financial capability, thereby facilitating his pursuit of her affection. It didn't take long for Yang Fan and Su Munin to arrive at the reception room of Shuai-Lindy. The ambience was pleasant, resembling a simple conference room. To alleviate the boredom of waiting, Yang Fan engaged in games with Su Munin. They had set off quite early, but time had flown by, and Yang Fan detested wasting time on matters like buying houses and cars. Before long, there was a knock at the door of the reception room, and Li Hongying's voice was heard. "Mr. Yang, may I come in?" Su Munin adjusted her attire and applied some lipstick. "Guomin." Li Hongying entered, holding a stack of several pages of contracts made from A4 paper. Additionally, she was accompanied by a dignified elderly gentleman in his 60s, exuding an air of authority. He appeared to be in good health. One might even mistake him for being under 50 if it weren't for his silver hair. Yang Fan immediately sensed that this individual held a significant status, likely someone from the upper echelons of the real estate company. "Mr. Yang, I have prepared the contract for your review," Li Hongying said. Yang Fan received the contract without much examination and inquired, "Who is this?" Noticing the amiable expression on Xiang Nanfeng's face, which seemed devoid of ulterior motives, Yang Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Duan's Real Estate, he recalled, aware that it was Jiangqing's premier real estate company, with its founding family being well known throughout the city. "Young friend, do not worry. I am merely here to see who is purchasing this villa," Xiang Nanfeng explained calmly in response to Yang Fan's curiosity. "Why?" Yang Fan asked in confusion. Xiang Nanfeng, unperturbed by the question, elaborated. "When these 3 small villas were constructed, I did not support the idea, believing that building villas in this community was somewhat superfluous. I never anticipated that someone would actually purchase them. It seems my vision was limited." Yang Fan nodded, recognizing that for influential figures, constructing such properties might merely represent a fleeting interest or even a wager between 2 parties. From Xiang Nanfeng's tone, it was evident that the construction of these 3 small villas could have stemmed from a bet he made with someone, having sold 2 of these villas already. "If the 3rd is sold within 3 years, my family's land will likely be lost," Xiang Nanfeng remarked. Yang Fan couldn't grasp the implications of this, but felt curious about the identity of the other buyer. "Who is the other person?" he inquired, undeterred by the uncertainty. "What were the names of those 2 troublemakers from the Gu family? Gu Bei or Gu Chun? I can't remember which one, but neither is particularly good." "I don't like them," Xiang Nanfeng muttered. Yang Fan recognized the name Gu Chun, realizing that the influence behind him must be considerable. Xiang Nanfeng continued, seemingly speaking to himself. "Gu Qingzhou, that old fellow, is quite unfortunate. Neither of his grandsons is reliable, unlike his granddaughter. Yang Fan was unsure whether Xiang Nanfeng was addressing him or merely indulging in his thoughts. As he spoke, he gradually exited the room. Granddaughter? Hearing this, Yang Fan's mind suddenly sparked with a mischievous notion. Chapter 47, Robot Bodyguards. As the elderly man walked away, Yang Fan turned to Li Hongying with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Who is that old man?" Li Hongying offered a wry smile and replied, "I'm not quite sure. I have seen him a couple of times during board meetings. I have a faint impression of him, and his temperament is rather peculiar." "Oh, what makes you say that?" Yang Fan prompted. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hongying hesitated, unsure if she should divulge more, but eventually continued, "This touches on matters of privacy. After all, it concerns their corporation." Li Hongying's willingness to share was significantly influenced by Yang Fan's recent acquisition of this charming villa. "Is the contract in order? Shall we proceed with the signature?" Li Hongying nuda. The villa would be furnished anew, complete with beverages, fine wines, snacks, and daily necessities encompassed within. After her introduction, Li Hongying nervously disclosed the price. Yang Fan nodded in acknowledgement. The base price was 62 million, with an additional 6 million allocated for furnishings. The inclusion of numerous high-value wines, ingredients, and supplies was indeed convenient. The total came to 68 million, and Yang Fan felt quite content, as this marked his first encounter with such a substantial rebate. A sum of 68 million, with a tenfold return, equates to 68 small goals. Subsequently, Li Hongying handed him a pen and flipped the contract to the final page. Yang Fan accepted the pen and extended it towards Sum Yunin. Sum Yunin blinked her sparkling eyes, filled with confusion. "Take it and sign your name," he encouraged. Sum Yunin was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the preceding words. "My name?" Yang Fan affirmed, "Of course, you must sign your name. Otherwise, I won't be spending this money in vain." As Sum Yunin remained bewildered, Yang Fan reflected for a moment and added, "Just sign it. It doesn't make a difference." Li Hongying watched Sum Yunin with envious eyes. What did this signature represent? It signified that she would become the owner of this villa worth 68 million. For a fleeting moment, Li Hongying even contemplated snatching the pen to sign it herself. But her age held her back. Sum Yunin gazed at Yang Fan, as if he had uttered something trivial. "I can't." Yang Fan chuckled at her adorable demeanor. For an ordinary family, 1 million is already considerable, let alone this 68 million villa. Yang Fan pondered for a moment, gently tousling Sum Yunin's hair, and spoke softly. "You are alone in Jiangcheng, relying solely on me. What would happen if I did not provide you with some security?" In the next moment, tears streamed down Sum Yunin's face freely. "We have only known each other for less than 2 days. Why are you so kind to me?" she stammered, struggling to contain her emotions. Although their acquaintance was brief, Yang Fan had undeniably developed a fondness for this Navi girl, one who had been hurt by a scoundrel in the past. "Shouldn't I treat you well? What is wrong with knowing each other for only 2 days? Are you planning to leave me?" Yang Fan said. Sum Yunin vigorously shook her head and suddenly threw herself into Yang Fan's embrace. At that moment, the complexity of her feelings was known only to her. This recently acquainted young man had touched her heart time and time again. Is this what true love feels like? She was certain she had fallen for him. She could no longer imagine being apart from Yang Fan, the man who respected her, cared for her, and thought of her well-being. Yang Fan spoke nothing but the truth, with one exception, the rebate. After a while, he successfully calmed Sum Yunin, and she managed to sign her name. The system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Spent 68 million, successfully received a rebate of 8 billion. Yang Fan could not suppress his laughter. This was his largest rebate to date. His total assets now surpassed 800 million, with the prospect of reaching 1 billion within sight. Downstairs at the company, Yang Fan's car had been parked for nearly 10 minutes. This time, Sum Yunin was particularly proactive, her kisses nearly taking his breath away. After bidding farewell to their tender moments, Yang Fan silently recited, "System, summon the martial artist bodyguard. Ding, rewards are being dispensed." Yang Fan exited the vehicle and awaited the bodyguard in the empty parking lot. 5 minutes later, a man in a black robe suddenly appeared before him. This miraculous scene startled Yang Fan, despite his preparations. The man, clad in a black robe reminiscent of ancient styles, seemed unfazed by the heat. His face was concealed by a silver mask, rendering his features unrecognizable. "Master," the black-robed man bowed. Yang Fan, astonished, nodded in acknowledgement, marveling at the system's prowess. "Are you human?" He inquired curiously. The black-robed man resembled a robot, devoid of expression, merely shaking his head mechanically. Do you have a name? Yang Fan continued his inquiries. Jia, came the reply. Yang Fan blinked, pondering the simplicity of the name. Why not something more elaborate like Jinglan Yao? Can you change your attire? It is rather inconvenient for me to have you accompany me like this. Jia remained silent, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. Yet Yang Fan could sense his presence right before him. Oh wow, how extraordinary! Yang Fan gasped, mentally exclaiming the system was impressive. A short while later, Jia reappeared. How many can you fight? Yang Fan asked about his capabilities. I am invincible beneath the Grandmaster level. Oh, so invincible below the Grandmaster level. What about above? Although this sounded impressive, Yang Fan felt a hint of skepticism. He refrained from further questioning. The system had provided this bodyguard, indicating he would indeed find it useful. This implied that he might face some dangers in the future. Without overthinking, with the system in place, it would indeed be miraculous if he encountered any trouble. Yang Fan glanced at his main quest progress, which had reached 15, and he was curious about his random magic. Would it perhaps allow him to become invisible like this robotic bodyguard? That seemed rather intriguing. He slapped himself lightly, realizing his thoughts had strayed. Let us go. I'll have you accompany me. Yang Fan entered the car, signaling for Jia to join him. However, Jia shook his head once more. Soon, Jia vanished again, and Yang Fan looked up at him in astonishment. Wow, incredible. With a press of the accelerator, Yang Fan departed from the location. As he drove along the road, he occasionally glanced skyward, marveling at the extraordinary abilities of his bodyguard. Wow, truly impressive. He could become invisible and even fly. Yang Fan felt a twinge of envy. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he could acquire such skills for himself, rendering the bodyguard unnecessary? Yet, upon reflection, if a bodyguard could possess such remarkable abilities, surely he would not lag behind. Yang Fan always remembered his position as a magician. The skills utilized by his bodyguard were likely magical in nature. If he could also gain such powers, perhaps he could live a splendid life in Yinghua country. He mused that perhaps the course of history could be altered due to his actions. However, these were merely Yang Fan's fantasies. Yet, if he truly gained power, he would undoubtedly first seek to investigate whether his parents had indeed perished in a car accident. Without further deliberation, Yang Fan drove his Porsche 911 towards Jiangxing University. At Jiangxing University, he parked his Porsche at the entrance. However, it was Friday, and the area was bustling with vehicles, many of which he did not recognize. Some even superior to his own. He spotted a car with a small golden emblem. If you remember correctly, it was a Rolls-Royce Wraith, worth more than his Porsche 911. Yang Fan sighed softly. Kai Qianqian was nearing graduation, and this car should be hers. Moreover, this 3 million sports car was beginning to feel unworthy of his several billion in assets. Before long, a familiar woman appeared before Yang Fan's eyes. Upon glancing at her again, Yang Fan felt devoid of any emotion. Name, Zhang Ran. Age, 24. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 100 pounds. Charisma, 87. Occupation, graduate student. Number of relationships, 2. Kai Qianqian was a year younger than Yang Fan, while Zhang Ran was now a graduate student. At this moment, Yang Fan also noticed the person in the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce. He stepped down to open the passenger door for Zhang Ran. Gu Chun. It turned out he had changed cars. Yang Fan averted his gaze, pretending the two did not exist. Just then, another figure appeared. Zhang Ran, you heartless woman. You are still at Jiang University. Oh, Kai Qianqian? Recognizing Kai Qianqian, Zhang Ran placed her hands on her hips and said playfully, "What? Are you here to do something for your devoted brother?" Kai Qianqian's face flushed with anger, and after a while, she managed to say, "You shameless woman. Xiao Fan has treated you so well, and yet you treat him like this." Zhang Ran smiled slightly, ignoring her, while Gu Chun appeared furious. "Speak to my Xiao Ran with some respect." Saying this, Gu Chun prepared to strike her. Just as he was about to reach Kai Qianqian, a powerful hand grasped his, preventing him from advancing further. Gu Chun looked at the owner of the hand, his brow slightly furrowed. Lin Fan, Yang Fan, expressionless, sent him flying with a punch, stating coldly, "Dare to hit my woman? You must be seeking trouble." Yang Fan used only a fraction of his strength, yet Gu Chun nearly fainted from the pain. At this moment, Yang Fan was oblivious to the system's task that had been triggered as he faced Zhang Ran with a complex mix of emotions. Even if he claimed not to care, being in the moment stirred an indescribable feeling within him. Yang Fan turned to Kai Qianqian. You have quite the nerve. Don't you fear getting hit? Kai Qianqian stuck out her tongue and replied, I only dared to scold her because I saw your car. Yang Fan was taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. Indeed, this girl was quite cunning, perhaps deliberately orchestrating a meeting between him and Zhang Ran. She likely wanted to gauge his attitude. He then looked at Zhang Ran, who was fixated on him. You are Yang Fan? How have you changed so much? Zhang Ran's voice trembled slightly. The handsome man before her astonished her. The last time she found Yang Fan so attractive was in high school. However, it didn't take long for her to realize that looks meant little. Yang Fan said nothing, his eyes devoid of any affection as he gazed at Zhang Ran. That frigid stare made Zhang Ran's heart tighten. How dare he look at her like that? He was merely her devoted admirer. What gave him the right to regard her in such a manner? Just a glance seemed to convey so much. Yet it felt as if nothing was said at all. Yang Fan took Kai Qianqian's small hand and headed toward the Porsche 911. Take care of yourself. His cold voice reached Zhang Ran's ears, inexplicably causing her heart to ache. How could the man who had devoted 3 years to her have transformed into someone so unapproachable? Yang Fan, what do you mean? The more he remained silent, the angrier Zhang Ran became. The stark contrast to the Yang Fan she once knew was unbearable. When Yang Fan opened the door to the Porsche 911, Zhang Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was he thriving so well after leaving her? He appeared significantly more handsome, seemingly driving a luxury car. What right did he have? He was just her devoted admirer, one who had pined for her for 3 years. Why was he doing so well? Yang Fan, you scoundrel, she exclaimed, laughter escaping Yang Fan as he found it almost amusing that this woman he had loved for over 3 years could infuriate him so. Yet he understood that the more he lost his composure, the more it would please Zhang Ran. He lifted Kai Qianqian's small hand and softly kissed it. Only after leaving you did I realize what I had missed these past few years. Thank you, Zhang Ran. Without you, how would I have found the meaning of living? Kai Qianqian settled into the passenger seat. Yang Fan approached the driver's seat, while Zhang Ran gritted her teeth in frustration beside him. He could not be allowed to prosper so. If she could not have him, neither could anyone else. At that moment, Gu Chun finally managed to rise. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Cough, I thought you looked somewhat familiar from our last meeting. You're the delivery boy, Yang Fan? Gu Chun wiped the blood from his mouth and said venomously, including today, you've struck me twice. Believe me, I will make you regret this. By the time he finished his last words, Yang Fan was already in the car, leaving him unheard. A tremendous roar of the engine erupted as Yang Fan departed without hesitation, as if bidding farewell to the past. Driving a shabby Porsche? What are you trying to show off? Gu Chun approached Zhang Ran, wearing a forced smile. Xiao Ran, are you all right? Zhang Ran watched Yang Fan's car disappear before she spoke softly. I'm tired. Let us cancel today's date. With that, she headed toward the university. Gu Chun remained in place, his eyes wide with anger, his chest heaving. During the days he spent with Zhang Ran, Gu Chun had transitioned from casual amusement to deep infatuation. This woman seemed to possess an enchanting allure that captivated him entirely. Yang Fan, your little sister is quite charming. She appears to be a novice. Hee. Yang Fan drove aimlessly. Unlike before, his speed rapid, as if he were releasing pent-up emotions. It was not until Kai Qianqian placed her hand on his that he snapped back to reality. I apologize. I seem to have lost my composure. Yang Fan spoke in as calm a tone as he could muster. Kai Qianqian chuckled playfully. That's fine. If you had no reaction at all, I would find that odd. Yang Fan understood that Kai Qianqian merely sought his stance, specifically in front of Zhang Ran. His recent actions had likely earned her approval, especially since he had initially abandoned Kai Qianqian and her family solely for Zhang Ran. Yang Fan felt a pang of guilt regarding her situation. Xiao Fan, pull over for a moment. Yang Fan, confused, complied. Kai Qianqian then leaped into his arms. The two entwined for a moment. After a while, Kai Qianqian, her face flushed, gently pushed Yang Fan's hands away. This man always enjoyed teasing her during kisses. You performed admirably today. I'll reward you with reduced time. Yang Fan shook his head with a smile, well aware that Kai Qianqian referred to making amends for her lost time. Gazing at the darling girl beside him, he felt a twinge of remorse. However, he soon steeled his resolve. I shall not let any of you down. I possess the strength to ensure your happiness. Just then, Yang Fan's phone rang. This time, he glanced at the caller ID, only to find an unfamiliar number. Where are you? A cold voice sent shivers down Yang Fan's spine. What is it? Yang Fan was bewildered by her two brief statements, yet they were undeniably her style. Where shall we meet tomorrow? She asked, leaving much unsaid. Kai Qianqian did not catch on either, as the call was too brief and Yang Fan had deliberately used his left ear to answer. After hanging up, Yang Fan said nothing, and Kai Qianqian did not inquire further. Xiao Fan, I'm hungry. Let me take you out for a meal. Yang Fan restarted the car and said, I crave some spicy hot pot. He nodded, glanced at his phone, and then exchanged a knowing smile with Kai Qianqian. At Huaxia High School Snack Street, it was Friday. Due to the upcoming college entrance examination, students from the first and second years had a 5-day break, returning the following Monday, resulting in a relatively quiet atmosphere. Beautiful lady, 1 serving of potato noodles. Sure, just a moment, replied a girl in a blue dress, adorned with an apron. Before long, she brought a bowl of potato noodles to the table. She was slender, and the dress accentuated her petite figure. Just then, a middle-aged beauty entered, carrying 2 boxes of pure milk. Aunt Xiao, Chenlin exclaimed cheerfully, why did you buy so much milk? Xiao Ling smiled and raised her other hand. My Linlin is so thin, she definitely needs proper nourishment. I also got 2 pig's trotters. Chenlin felt a warmth in her heart. Xiao Ling and Kai Jingyuan treated her as if she were their own. Oh, pig's trotters. I want to eat some too. Just as Xiao Ling set down her items, she heard a voice from behind. She smiled slightly and said, that's not possible. These are for Linlin. Can my dear sister share just a little bit with me? I promise I'll only take a small bite. Kai Qianqian approached Chenlin, holding her hand. Go away. Don't scare Linlin. Chenlin quickly shook her head. I won't, Sister Qianqian. Kai Qianqian patted Chenlin's obedient head. From now on, I will look after you. Kai Qianqian's hand was warm, making Chenlin feel even more comforted. Kai Qianqian shot her a glance. What? You don't want your own daughter anymore? Xiao Ling playfully slapped her. What nonsense are you talking? Just then, Yang Fan parked the car and walked in. Aunt Xiao. Yes, yes. Kai Qianqian nodded eagerly. Hearing the commotion outside, Kai Jingyuan also stepped out. As Friday evenings typically saw few customers, the students were already in evening study sessions. What's all this excitement about? What day is it? Kai Qianqian and Yang Fan exchanged sympathetic glances at Kai Jingyuan, who appeared puzzled. Go on with your tasks. We will close up later and go out for dinner. Kai Jingyuan was confused about why they were going out to eat. After about 10 minutes, they all got into Yang Fan's car. Is this a Porsche? It's much more comfortable than my Volkswagen, Kai Jingyuan remarked with a smile. Xiao Ling observed him, wishing she could pinch him, but Kai Qianqian was in the way. Look at Yang Fan. He is driving a luxury car in his 20s, while you, at the same age, are still riding a bicycle. Kai Jingyuan let out a bitter laugh. How can that be compared to now? Yang Fan smiled slightly, feeling a long-lost sense of relaxation. Before long, they arrived at Xinghua Tower. Upon entering, a staff member greeted them. Esteemed VIP member, please allow me to lead you. A waitress said, and she guided them upstairs. Is the service here really this good? I read online that this restaurant is quite expensive, Kai Jingyuan exclaimed, looking around as if he had never seen such luxury. Kai Qianqian refrained from mentioning that it was due to the money spent, or else he would be lectured again. Once they reached the private room, they took their seats. Yang Fan ordered a table laden with exquisite dishes that were rarely seen. Shortly after, 6 waiters entered the room, carrying a 2-tiered cake. Esteemed VIP member, would you like us to assist you in singing a birthday song? Kai Qianqian glanced at Yang Fan, then shook her head. No need for trouble. We can manage on our own. The waiters politely exited the room. It was only then that Kai Jingyuan realized, turning to Xiao Ling, is it your birthday today? Xiao Ling shot him a glance. You heartless creature. Yang Fan laughed heartily as they sang a birthday song for Xiao Ling. After the song, she joyfully blew out the candles and made a wish. Mom, this is the necklace I bought for you, Kai Qianqian exclaimed, revealing a golden necklace that seemed to cost at least several thousand, likely purchased with her savings. Yang Fan then produced a key and handed it to Xiao Ling. Xiao Fan, what is this? Yang Fan smiled faintly and replied, I bought a storefront near Jiang University. We can come here more often. It's closer to Qianqian, and it will be convenient for Linlin when she starts school. Both women were taken aback. A property near the university would easily cost several million. Xiao Ling's expression shifted slightly. Xiao Fan, you. Aunt Xiao, there's no need to be polite. Aren't we family? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling smiled with gratitude. Indeed, we are family. All right then. I shall consider this your wedding gift to Qian. Kai Qian playfully protested, Mom, what are you talking about? Xiao Fan and I aren't even together yet. Xiao Ling regarded her with a knowing look, as if she had something to say. After gifting their presents, they exchanged amused glances with Kai Jingyuan, eagerly awaiting his reaction. Kai Jingyuan scoffed. You two youngsters think you can embarrass me? You're still too naive. He then produced a small square box, which opened to reveal a diamond ring. The one I got you for our wedding was too small, so I replaced it with a larger one. Xiao Ling's eyes instantly glistened with tears. You foolish spender, don't expect to manage our finances from now on. Despite her words, a radiant smile graced her face. Yang Fan and Kai Qian exchanged glances, surprised to find themselves outshone by Kai Jingyuan. Lin, you graduated too. I bought you a phone. Our contact information is in it. Chun Lin felt shy, surprised that Yang Fan had prepared a gift for her as well. When she hesitated to accept it, Yang Fan pressed it into her hands. Take it. You're grown up now. How can you manage without a phone? Chun Lin accepted the phone, her eyes slightly misty, thinking that she must study hard in the future so she could help Yang Fan. Wow, this is huge. Is this a villa? Xiao Fan, please tell me you didn't buy this. Kai Jingyuan exclaimed. This must cost several million. Yang Fan shook his head with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 50. Jian Wenxin arrives. Hello, Uncle and Annie. I am Yang's secretary, Su Munin. Hearing Su Munin address Yang Fan as Mr. Yang, Kai Jingyuan felt a sense of pride, while Xiao Ling scrutinized her closely. She is a technician I recruited from Hangzhou, and now she is my secretary, Yang Fan explained. A prior arrangement between them. It was quite late, and Yang Fan invited them to stay the night, allowing them to witness his current financial standing. After all, it would be inconvenient for him to conduct business otherwise. The small villa boasted 7 spacious bedrooms. After taking a shower, Yang Fan lay on the sofa watching videos until a knock sounded at the door around 10 o'clock. Who is it? Yang Go, it's me. Yang Fan opened the door, letting her in. What is wrong, Nan? I missed you, is that not enough? Su Munin beamed sweetly, nearly melting Yang Fan's heart. She wore a white nightgown, looking quite delicate. The two played on the sofa for a while before Yang Fan embraced Su Munin and began chatting. Are you tired from work? He inquired. Not all. Zhou takes good care of me and hasn't assigned me much work. Plus, my livestream audience has exceeded 1,000. Mentioning Zhou, Yang Fan nodded. He was the only one among the groups who hadn't been promoted to manager. Lina had mentioned that Zhou was somewhat cunning and suggested he should take a step back for now. Yang Fan didn't concern himself much. Every company needed a variety of personalities, as long as they were competent. As long as you're not tired. They nestled close together. And Yang Fan was determined to help her surpass Kai Qian. Just then, another knock echoed at the door. Su Munin, startled like a frightened rabbit, quickly stood up. Hide in the closet, Yang Fan instructed. After she concealed herself, he went to open the door, and as he had suspected, it was Kai Qian. What troubles you, Qian? Why are you still awake at this late hour? Kai Qian entered the room with her head down, visibly troubled. Yang Fan guided her to sit beside the table on the balcony and retrieved 2 bottles of cola from the freezer. My mother just spoke with me for quite a while, Kai Qian remarked. Yang Fan took a sip of cola, waiting for her to continue. Brother Xiao Fan, do men really change for the worse when they acquire wealth? Upon seeing the expression in Kai Qian's eyes, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. What prompted such a sudden thought? He inquired with a smile. My mother said that now that you have money, there are many beautiful women around you, and I should act quickly. As she spoke, she glanced at Yang Fan, suggesting, how about tonight? Yang Fan gently ruffled her hair and replied earnestly, do not speak such foolishness. I have already lost you once. No matter what happens, I shall never abandon you again. I know that, but it's just that my mother. I promise you, I will never leave your side again, all right? Kai Qian gazed at Yang Fan with affection, captivated by his sincerity. They lingered for a while, but when Yang Fan was about to see her off, Kai Qian said, I do not wish to leave. I want to sleep while holding your abs. Yang Fan chuckled heartily. Their familiarity allowed for such candid exchanges. Are you trying to get me killed? Do you think Uncle Kai would come at me with a 40-meter sword in the middle of the night? Kai Qian laughed at his jest. They had not seen each other for several days, and after some tender moments, Kai Qian departed just past 11 o'clock. Oh dear. Yang Fan chuckled helplessly at Kai Qian, who had collapsed onto the sofa. Look at you. You cannot even walk properly. Kai Qian shot him a mock glare and hastily fled. After her departure, Yang Fan quickly went to check on Su Munin in the cabinet. Although their conversation had been brief, it had lasted nearly half an hour. Upon opening the cabinet, he found Su Munin sleeping on her side, her curled-up form utterly endearing. He carefully carried her to bed and then turned off the light. Outside, Kai Qianqian stared pensively at the long hair in her hands. At 8 in the morning, Yang Fan was roused from his slumber by Su Munin's alarm clock. Su Munin silenced the alarm and extricated herself from Yang Fan's embrace. "Get up, it's time to go to work." Yang Fan rubbed his eyes, replying, as the boss. "It's fine if I do not go." Perched on Yang Fan, Su Munin toyed with his handsome face. "Precisely because you're the boss, you must lead by example." Yang Fan, feeling wide awake due to Su Munin's antics, finally managed to dress himself after a playful scuffle between them. Kai Qianqian had already left a message for him, and he had given her the Porsche in 911, which Kai Jingyuan had driven away. It seemed she had acquired a Maserati supercar yesterday. Upon reaching the garage, Su Munin curiously inquired, "Yang Ge, when did you buy another sport car?" Yang Fan nonchalantly replied, "A friend gifted it to me." Sitting in the Maserati, Yang Fan felt a marked difference in comfort compared to the Porsche 911. No wonder it was hailed as a supercar. However, it did not drive as well as the Porsche, likely because he had yet to adjust to it. Before long, they arrived at the company's entrance. Su Munin exited the car first, while Yang Fan took a moment to smoke a cigarette before heading inside. He had not seen Lin Yi the previous day, so he approached her to greet her. However, Lin Yi's demeanor today mirrored her previous indifference. She neither ignored him nor was particularly warm. Yang Fan took advantage of the situation, and although Lin Yi offered some resistance, he sensed something was amiss with her. "What troubles you, Lin Xiaohua?" In response to Yang Fan's inquiry, Lin Yi playfully retorted, "What's wrong? Can I not resist if your hands are not behaving?" Yang Fan scratched his head and chuckled, sensing nothing was truly wrong, yet feeling an underlying strangeness. "By the way, there's a class reunion tomorrow night. Will you attend?" Lin Yi asked. "What reunion? Who is hosting it?" Lin Yi glanced at her phone and replied, "Our class monitor from senior year, Gao Ming. But it is Zhang Rant's boyfriend who is treating. I see many people in the group plan to go." Yang Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "It does not sound interesting. I shall not attend." He then turned to Lin Yi, asking, "Are you going?" Lin Yi nodded, saying, "I'll go. I heard that some from a neighboring class will be there, and I want to see my best friend." Yang Fan was unaware of who her best friend was, as he had not paid attention to other girls during high school. "All right then, I will handle the transportation. Have a good time," he smiled. Lin Yi acknowledged him and resumed her work. Yang Fan pondered for a moment before asking, "When will the two of us?" "What? Do you want me to be your mistress?" Yang Fan blurted out, "How could that be? It must be a grand affair." Yang Fan quickly covered his mouth. Realizing he had misspoken, Lin Yi gave a cold smile, ignoring him. Yang Fan internally sighed, recognizing that the lipstick incident was indeed not hers. Yet, he felt somewhat relieved that she had learned the truth. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." "Yang Zong, there's a beautiful girl outside looking for you." Yang Fan replied with an "Oh" and stood up, addressing Lin Yi. "I will not give up and will certainly take responsibility for you." Lin Yi did not respond, but she understood Yang Fan was referring to the earlier incident. After Yang Fan left, Lin Yi's expression became somewhat complicated. Upon exiting, Yang Fan encountered the girl from yesterday's phone call, Jian Wenxin. What could she want from him? "What is it, little sister?" Jian Wenxin remained silent, while the steward, Li, produced a bank card. Yang Fan was displeased by his habit of incessantly brandishing bank cards and attempted to snatch it away to break it. "This card contains 1 billion. We have acquired your company." Yang Fan halted his action and wiped the card with his hand. "What do you mean? My lady wishes to become the owner of your company." Yang Fan looked at Jian Wenxin, confused about her intentions. "What do you mean?" Jian Wenxin blinked. "Little sister, I know you're different from others, but this is no joke. I cannot agree. There are so many employees in the company. He cannot simply acquiesce to such a request." Jian Wenxin stared at him in silence, making Yang Fan a bit uneasy. He then asked, "You must provide me with a reason." Jian Wenxin's cool voice emerged. "You took what is mine." Chapter 51. Do you know who I am? Before Jian Wenxin could finish her sentence, Yang Fan quickly covered her mouth. "Dear lady, such words cannot be spoken carelessly." He whispered in her ear, "Release my lady." "Li!" The steward shouted angrily, prompting Yang Fan to quickly withdraw his hand. A slight blush appeared on Jian Wenxin's face, quickly fading. "Very well, I agree, but you must not act recklessly. You must remain under my watch." Jian Wenxin nodded. You may leave now. There is no need for the three of you to stay here. Li's expression shifted, but before he could speak, he was silenced by Jian Wenxin's glare. They exited, leaving behind a warning. Should I discover that you have bullied? As Li walked, he collided with a sturdy uniformed man. If you keep calling my boss, I might have to teach you a lesson, Zhang Taishu said with mock seriousness, though his accent made it sound rather comical. Li said nothing further and departed with the two bodyguards. Yang Fan did not take the bank card, considering it a way for Jian Wenxin to entertain herself for a few days. Someone who could casually produce $1 billion would undoubtedly not come from an ordinary background. What are you thinking? Yang Fan asked, his expression darkening. He sighed and began scrolling through Douyin, disregarding her. If she wanted to play, let her play. A freshly graduated college student knew little. Having given up on conversing with Jian Wenxin, Yang Fan reclined on the sofa, watching videos until he dozed off, leaving only the sound of the looping videos. Yang Fan dreamt of a multitude of people reminiscent of a company team-building event. There were many faces, and for some reason, Kai Chanqian and Yin Jin were among them. The peculiar sound of da-da-da incessantly echoed in Yang Fan's ears. Kai Chanqian held onto his left arm, while Lin Yi occupied his right. The sound persisted, causing Yang Fan's heart to skip a beat as he abruptly opened his eyes. Gazing at the ceiling, he wiped the sweat from his brow. It was terrifying. He must ensure they never meet. A glance at his phone revealed it was already past 5. He stood up to charge his phone, only then noticing Jian Wenxin sitting upright in his office chair, still typing away, producing the same da-da-da sound. Have you been sitting there all afternoon? Yang Fan inquired, observing the incomprehensible strings of code on the computer screen. He furrowed his brow. Jian Wenxin was merely 18 years old. How had she become acquainted with programming languages? It wasn't until he saw the words "upgrade successful" on the screen that Jian Wenxin stretched and shut down the computer. I'm leaving now. What was your purpose in coming here? Yang Fan asked. To help you, she replied before departing. Yang Fan frowned slightly, utterly perplexed by her intentions. Help me? I haven't encountered any difficulties. As the end of the workday approached, many employees had already departed, leaving only a few behind. Concerned that Sum Yunin might be waiting anxiously downstairs, Yang Fan prepared to leave after exchanging pleasantries with Lina. I initially thought you were indifferent towards the company. You've even had someone create a new system, Lina teased. A look of confusion crossed Yang Fan's face. I had someone do that. Who else could it be? Only you have the main account privileges on the computer. There's no way a hacker could intervene and create a system for us. Lina chuckled. Yes, I did have someone do it. Yang Fan responded with a laugh. After exiting her office, he stood in silence for a moment. It was evident who had done it. Yet, she had just graduated high school. How could she possibly be a hacker? Yang Fan felt a flicker of admiration for her, coupled with curiosity about her true motives. Help me? Unable to fathom it further, Yang Fan bid farewell to Lin Yi and left. Downstairs, he walked towards the parking area and soon spotted Sum Yunin. Next to her stood a slick-haired, middle-aged man in his 30s, seemingly attempting to flirt. My boyfriend is coming soon. Please leave. Sum Yunin's face flushed with anger. Heh, I've been watching you for about 10 minutes. If you had a boyfriend, he would have arrived by now. The man smirked, his expression somewhat lewd. I merely wanted to invite you to dinner and discuss the profundities of life. I've already said I'm not going. Please have some self-respect. The man flashed a wicked smile, saying, if you come with me, I'll pay you 100,000 a month without requiring any work. Sum Yunin was infuriated, unable to restrain herself from slapping him. Stunned, the man glared at her with malice. How dare you hit me? You've gone too far. He lunged at Sum Yunin. As his hand approached, her face turned pale with fright. In that moment, she thought, if he strikes me, my face will surely swell. Will Yang Gu think less of me? Just then, Yang Fan intercepted the man's hand, rendering him immobile. What gave you the audacity to strike my woman? Yang Fan's calm voice resonated. Release me. Do you know who I am? Yang Fan scoffed, tossing him aside. And who are you? I am Chun Tao, an executive of the Qin Group. I have connections with Qin Xiao. Yang Fan stroked his chin, asking who is Qin Xiao. You don't even know who Qin Xiao is? I thought you were impressive, but you don't even recognize him. Yang Fan approached and effortlessly lifted Chun Tao as if he were a defenseless chick. Are there any families named Qin in Jiangchen? Chun Tao retorted. The Qin family is the primary subsidiary of the Gu family. Yang Fan chuckled with interest, saying, Gu family? I've already dealt with Gu Chun. Why would I fear Qin Xiao? Chun Tao's eyes widened in fear as he realized he had underestimated Yang Fan. The audacity of his words indicated he was not merely boasting. Who exactly are you? Yang Fan tossed him aside dismissively. I'm Yang Fan. With that, he ushered Su Munin into his car, ignoring Chun Tao completely. After the Maserati roared away, Chun Tao took a deep breath. Could it be that he had encountered the most expensive Maserati, the 14 supercar? A wave of dread washed over him. If Yang Fan truly dared to confront Gu Chun, he would need to inform Qin Xiao. He then pulled out his phone and dialed a contact labeled Qin Xiao. Hello, Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao is unavailable. I'm his assistant. Qin Tao, puzzled, inquired, could you relay a message to Qin Xiao? Have you heard of someone named Yang Fan? I can't verify that. Qin Xiao is in the hospital and hasn't regained consciousness. However, I advise against further inquiries. Qin Xiao's leg was broken, and he is too preoccupied to deal with you. As the call ended, Chun Tao's shock intensified. Qin Xiao's leg was broken? On the way back, Su Munin remained silent. Yang Fan assumed she was frightened and asked, Are you scared? Su Munin paused before responding, It's nothing. I'm used to it. Yang Fan contemplated her stature and strength. Encountering such individuals was indeed challenging. Moreover, recalling what Su Munin had shared about her experiences, he understood the difficulties she had faced. With her striking looks, she was undoubtedly a target for harassment. Don't worry, with me around, no one will bully you. Though the statement might sound insincere, Yang Fan struggled to express himself better. Su Munin blinked her beautiful eyes, gazing at Yang Fan with affection. I'm driving. We'll be home shortly. That evening, Su Munin lay on her bed editing videos while Yang Fan reclined on the couch in the bedroom. Chatting with Kai Qianqian and Lin Yi through a messaging app. Lin Yi engaged in a light conversation about their class reunion the following evening, while Kai Qianqian eagerly shared amusing anecdotes. There's a girl at our school who posted on the confession wall. It's hilarious. She sent a screenshot detailing a humorous incident. Last night, while heading to the restroom on the 3rd floor, I accidentally walked into the men's room. There was a guy inside who continued to urinate even after seeing me. We are all university students. Shouldn't our standards be higher? Although I entered by mistake. The guy should have some respect for women. Isn't this exposing himself? It's terrifying. I hope the boys can exhibit some decency and be mindful of their actions. In the end, I wish the guy would apologize. Yang Fan chuckled at the screenshot, remarking, What a character. After a considerable time, he finally spoke up. At that moment, Su Munin finished uploading her video and approached Yang Fan to play. I'm so tired. I finally finished editing. Yang Fan ruffled her hair and gently asked, Do you post every day? Yes, I currently have over 100,000 followers on Douyin. Yang Fan praised her efforts before heading to bed. Are you a ninja? Su Munin muttered softly after turning off the lights. Subsequently, Yang Fan gave her a brief lesson, though he always kept it lighthearted. Su Munin was unsure why, but chose not to comment. Surely, he couldn't be lacking in ability. After all, he had such well-defined abs. At 9 in the morning, Yang Fan rose from his slumber without waking Su Munin. It was the weekend, and there were no work obligations. Today, I was fortunate enough to wake up without setting an alarm. However, since he had made plans with Chi to go out, he had to rise. At the entrance of GNGCH in Su, it was a Saturday, and there were not many people around. Chi wore a green short skirt paired with a white blouse, her long legs captivatingly prominent. This was the first time Yang Fan had seen Chi dressed in such a manner. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Chi blushed slightly, looking quite charming. What are you staring at? She asked, her cheeks adorably flushed. My Chi is truly beautiful. Yang Fan replied honestly. The words of someone who rarely gives compliments feel especially sincere, and Yang Fan was indeed such a person. Chi turned her head away, feeling somewhat shy in her new attire. Yang Fan smiled slightly and pressed the accelerator, heading towards the cinema. Chi, would you prefer a romantic or an action film? He inquired. Chi pondered for a moment before responding, a romantic one. Yang Fan purchased 2 tickets for the latest romantic film, which would begin in just 20 minutes. He also bought a bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of milk tea. Xiao Fan, it seems this is our first time watching a movie together. Chi remarked, not saying much more, before giving a playful huff. You've already finished it before it even started. Yang Fan scratched his head, feeling that the bucket of popcorn was insufficient and had vanished far too quickly. He went to buy another bucket, and just as he returned, it was time to check tickets. Perhaps due to it being the weekend, there were quite a few moviegoers, most of whom were young couples. Given the romantic theme of the film, Chi clutched the hem of her skirt, her expression somewhat awkward. After all, this was her first experience of dating and watching a movie with a male companion. Although she was familiar with YFN, the atmosphere felt different now. Sensing her tension, YFN lifted the armrest where the milk tea rested, wrapping an arm around her, with her shoulder resting against him. Chi felt a bit more at ease. However, soon after, she became shy again, playfully pinching YFN's thigh. He nearly voiced a habitual response, but managed to hold back. Looking around, YFN could see the towering peaks outside. Particularly, Chi's outfit today was quite form-fitting. As the film commenced, Chi immersed herself in the story, while YFN, having seen through the mundanity of the world, found the plot exceedingly dull. The film narrated the love story between a poor boy and a rich girl, filled with dramatic twists over the short span of 2 hours. Eventually, the rich girl was moved by the boy and embarked on a life without shame. Ugh, what's wrong, Xiao FN? Are you feeling unwell? Chi asked with concern. It's nothing, just a bit moved, couldn't help it, he replied. As the film concluded, the final scene lingered on the protagonist sharing a kiss. Many couples in the cinema embraced and began to kiss as well. Many young men watching romantic films did so for this very reason. YFN, feeling bold, leaned down to kiss Chi. Having kissed so many times, he became aware of his own flaw. His hands often wandered during these moments, though he was unsure why. He had not behaved this way during his previous relationship with RN. Was it possible that being rejected by her awakened his latent desires? After a while, the lights came on, and the cleaning staff began to tidy up. Many couples reluctantly departed. YFN led Chi out of the cinema, her face still adorned with a rosy hue. The movie had lasted for 2 hours and 13 minutes, and it was now past 1 o'clock. Chi, what would you like to eat? He asked. Anything is fine, as long as I'm with you, she replied. YFN noticed some subtle changes in her demeanor. She had been lively and mischievous before, but today she seemed unusually obedient. Yet, she was still herself. Not dwelling on it further, he flashed a smile and said, Then let me take you somewhere fun, where there's a buffet. YFN then brought her to a place she had never dared to dream of, a realm of abundance. Chapter 53, A Realm of Abundance. Do YFN, why have you brought me here? Chi exclaimed, unable to contain herself as she pinched his arm. In her mind, this was not an ordinary establishment. YFN chuckled heartily. This was the Chi he knew so well. Listen to me, it's not what you think, he assured her, grasping her hand to prevent her from pulling away. Her grip was genuinely painful. This is merely a massage place that also promotes wellness. Please don't misunderstand. Chi looked at him skeptically. Really? He playfully flicked her forehead. What are you imagining? How could I possibly take you to such a place? After considering his words, she decided to trust him. Upon entering, the interior was indeed far from what she had envisioned. The establishment was divided into 6 floors, each offering different services. After paying, YFN led Chi to the 3rd floor, which was a dining area featuring a buffet. They filled their plates. Though Chi had a modest appetite and didn't eat much, YFN, however, indulged freely, prompting the staff to watch him as if they were contemplating placing him on a blacklist. Burp. He patted his stomach, feeling quite satisfied, much to Chi's dismay. How can you eat so much? Look at how they're staring at you. She chided playfully. YFN chuckled and addressed the staff. Look at how much I've eaten. I'll compensate for any excess. The polite staff member replied, No need, sir. It's all you can eat, and this isn't even our establishment. YFN laughed heartily at the response. After resting for a moment, he took Chi to the 2nd floor. The 1st and 2nd floors were dedicated to foot massages, which YFN had experienced on his first visit. After enjoying a foot wash, they entered a room where 2 older ladies awaited them, one aged 39 and the other 42. Their experience lent strength to their hands. Soon, both YFN and Chi found themselves relishing the experience. Initially, Chi felt a bit hesitant, but the lady skills soon had her singing with delight. Hey, isn't this fun? YFN asked with a smile. Chi shot him a glare. You'd better explain why you've been here before. YFN paused, contemplating his response. Well, I used to deliver takeout and came here now and then to relax. See, Chi looked into his clear eyes, her anger dissipating significantly. Hearing about his delivery job sparked a hint of sympathy in her. Once the massage concluded, the two ladies departed, and YN sat up to stretch. See, Chi lay there, seemingly ready to drift off to sleep. Don't sleep yet. Let's go soak in the hot springs. See, Chi opened her eyes and protested. No, it LLB too crowded. YN shook his head. It's a private room, just the two of us. Upon hearing this, see, Chi's face turned a deeper shade of pink, and she softly murmured, oh. On the fourth floor, the hot springs awaited. Though YN had never experienced them, the foot massage lady had previously described them to him, and he was eager to try it out. The private room was not large, only about 20 square meters, but it was sufficient for them. YN wrapped himself in a towel and entered the water first, with Chi hesitating before following suit, albeit at a distance. YN chuckled to himself. Was he truly that mischievous? Relaxing in the water, he closed his eyes to enjoy the moment. Chi observed him, who remained still as if intending to nap. Gradually, she inched closer to him. Just as she reached his side, he suddenly opened his eyes, grinning. Around 5 o'clock, they finally descended from the fourth floor. Wasn't that enjoyable? I'll bring you here again next time, YN said with a grin. You better. Kai Chanchian glared at him, then leapt onto him and bit his shoulder. Yang Fan hurriedly covered Kai Chanchian's short skirt and pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, I was wrong. Just then, a handsome young man appeared, accompanied by a beautiful woman. Yang Fan immediately activated his scanning ability. Name, Xiang Lingling. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 103 pounds. Charm, 88. Occupation, heiress of Xiang Group. Relationship count, 2. Lingling. You must believe me. This establishment, Fu Zui Fong, is entirely legitimate. I am not keeping any mistresses. Xiang Lingling coldly regarded him, saying, I am telling the truth. Why don't you believe me? At that moment, Yang Fan stepped forward and advised, this lovely lady, what he says is true. My girlfriend and I just came out from there. The service was exceptional and completely above board. It would be a pity for such a wonderful place to close due to a couple's quarrel. Duan Yan, hearing Yang Fan's defense, looked immensely grateful. Oomph. Xiang Lingling scoffed before departing, seemingly having calmed down a bit. Good brother, thank you for speaking up for me, Duan Yan said, affectionately draping his arm around Yang Fan's shoulders, his face filled with gratitude. Yang Fan, taken aback by his enthusiasm, shrugged off his arm and replied, It's no trouble. I merely spoke the truth. The service is indeed commendable. He recalled the server who had mentioned that the establishment was not his family's and couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless, you've done me a great favor. I consider you a true friend. Saying this, he opened the green bubble QR code. Yang Fan did not refuse, recognizing him as the owner of Fu Zui Fong. So adding him would certainly not be in vain. After noting his contact, Yang Fan prepared to leave, retrieving his car keys to unlock the door of his supercar. Yang Fan nodded and inquired, what's wrong? Unfamiliar with this car, he simply hadn't had much knowledge of automobiles. Waving his hand, Yang Fan bid farewell to him, as they were not that close. Shortly thereafter, Yang Fan dropped Kai Chanchian off at the entrance of Jiangxing University. I have matters to attend to this evening, Yang Fan explained. Kai Chanchian responded with an O, and before Yang Fan could say anything further, she had already exited the vehicle, her face flushed crimson. Yang Fan shook his head and smiled, questioning why he still retained his dragon yang physique, as he had not practiced any youthful arts. In truth, he felt quite conflicted regarding Lin Yi and Kai Chanchian, sensing it was unfair to either of them, which was why he had maintained his distance. I shall take each step as it comes, he mused. Chapter 54. Class Reunion, Xingfu Community. Downstairs, Yang Fan waited at the entrance for less than 10 minutes when Lin Yi finally descended. Today, Lin Yi wore a long black dress, which was the first time Yang Fan had seen her in such attire. Typically, she donned professional outfits or loose-fitting jeans. With her hair cascading down, Lin Yi exuded an enchanting allure. Have you changed cars? Yes, that one wasn't mine. Lin Yi nodded, offering no further comment. Yang Fan opened the passenger door, gallantly assisting her into the vehicle. Are we heading to the Marriott Hotel? Yang Fan inquired for confirmation. Yes, she affirmed. With the destination established, Yang Fan drove straight there. At the Marriott Hotel, a composed man in his early 20s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, awaited them. "Long time no see. Old class monitor," Yang Fan greeted. The bespectacled man was Gao Ming, Yang Fan's class monitor from high school. "It's been a while. Come on in. Room 3203, Gao Ming replied with a smile. It seemed Gao Ming had maintained a good rapport within the class, as old classmates greeted him warmly after many years. Not far away in the parking lot, Yang Fan parked the car, but Lin Yi hesitated to exit. "What is the matter, Lin Xiaohua?" Yang Fan asked, pulling out a cigarette. Lin Yi appeared to have something weighing on her mind, and after a moment, she said, "Could you accompany me?" Without hesitation, Yang Fan replied, "I want to go. I do not wish to see those two." Lin Yi sighed, aware of his reluctance. Yang Fan added, "However, if you were to take the initiative," gesturing to his lips with a mischievous smile, "I might reconsider." Lin Yi shot him a glare before stepping out of the car. Yang Fan chuckled awkwardly to himself, admitting that he indeed did not wish to attend. Having been given a second chance at life, he preferred to avoid any further interaction with that person. Yang Fan lit a cigarette, exhaling a smoke ring, preparing to finish it before leaving. As he gazed at Lin Yi's retreating figure, he eventually extinguished the cigarette. "Xiao, it's been a long time," Gao Ming said with a smile. He reached out to stop Lin Yi, stating, "Xiao Yi, I know you've been single all these years. Have you not forgotten me?" Lin Yi remained expressionless and replied, "You are overthinking. Please step aside." Gao Ming was unfazed. Continuing, "Xiao Yi, you cannot blame me for that. After graduation, you wouldn't even let me hold your hand. I'm just a normal man. We have already broken up. Please let go," Lin Yi declared, attempting to bypass him. Gao Ming suddenly grasped her wrist. "Heh, I'm still your first love. Haven't you preserved your purity all these years for me?" he said, smiling gently. "I have come to realize that I still like you. I specifically invited Yu from the neighboring class, hoping you would join us. Xiao Yi, let us reconcile." Gao Ming spoke with a tender tone, resembling a deeply sentimental man. "Lin Xiaohua, just agree. The class monitor has been dating girls who resemble you these past few years because he cannot let go of you," chimed in Su Chaogui, Gao Ming's sidekick from high school. Lin Yi struggled to break free, but Gao Ming's grip was too strong. "Let go of me. If you don't, I will call for help." Lin Yi gasped, her arm reddened from the grip. Gao Ming smiled faintly, preparing to encircle her with his other arm for a heartfelt confession. Just then, a robust hand seized Gao Ming's hand. In pain, Gao Ming released his grip, allowing Lin Yi to escape. "You are Yang Fan? It seems you were not invited to today's class reunion," Su Chaogui said, furrowing his brow. Gao Ming recognized the newcomer as their former classmate, Yang Fan. He shot Yang Fan a meaningful glance, dismissing the pain in his hand, and chuckled, "Heh, we are all classmates. Since you are here, just come in." "Mean, you think what you did to my girlfriend can be swept under the rug, just like that?" Yang Fan said coolly. He then wrapped his arm around Lin Yi's waist. She initially resisted but thought better of it and settled down, tacitly accepting. However, her delicate hand gripped Yang Fan's waist, while he remained expressionless. Their relationship was something only they knew, and any rumors were merely whispers within the company. Yet if revealed at today's reunion, the news would spread far and wide, given that most high school classmates hailed from the same small town. Upon seeing Lin Yi's lack of response, Gao Ming's expression darkened. He had never embraced Lin Yi in such a manner. "How dare Yang Fan? You? A delivery boy for Zhang Ran for 3 years, and you think you were worthy?" Gao Ming exclaimed without holding back. Yang Fan paid no heed to his words, contemplating that this was indeed a splendid opportunity. "If you don't believe me, just ask Lin Yi," Yang Fan said playfully to Gao Ming. Gao Ming's forehead pulsed with veins, suppressing his fury as he turned to Lin Yi, asking, "Xiao Yi, this isn't true, is it?" Lin Yi pinched Yang Fan's side, and he grimaced in silence. She knew precisely what Yang Fan intended. He sought to leverage this moment to secure her agreement. Eventually, when Lin Yi's grip weakened, she released him. "Yes." Yang Fan beamed with a smile and immediately rewarded Lin Yi with a sweet kiss. Witnessing this scene, Gao Ming's expression darkened ominously. "All right, Yang Fan, you truly are something. Room 3203, hurry inside," he said. Yang Fan disregarded him, wrapping his arms around Lin Yi's waist as he entered the room with a carefree demeanor. "Brother Ming, are we just going to let this kid go?" Su Chaogui inquired. Gao Ming smirked coldly and replied, "What's the rush? Let us not forget that Yang Fan is Zhang Ran's ex-boyfriend. Gu Xiao will surely take care of him. As for Lin Yiha, he may give her face, but since she refused the opportunity, I shall ensure she regrets her words tonight." With that, Gao Ming pulled out a small packet of powder from his pocket, his expression menacing. "Brother, brilliant. Su Chaogogi Chuka." Gao Ming swiftly kicked him away. His gaze towards Su Chaogue. "I see. She can only be mine." "Yes, yes," little brother spoke out of turn. Su Chaogue quickly begged for forgiveness. As Yang Fan walked inside, he noted that the Marriott Hotel, as a 3-star establishment, was quite elegantly adorned. "Don't you feel any pain?" Linny blushed as she spoke. Yang Fan grinned. "It hurts, but it pales in comparison to the pain of admitting I'm your boyfriend." Lin Yi playfully punched him. "That doesn't count. And I 1 agree unless you sever ties with other women. In this world, nothing is insurmountable. Only those with determination may prevail." Yang Fan was sincere with all of them. He believed his genuine heart would eventually touch her. After all, he had plenty of sincerity to offer. "Wow, Brother Yang, I didn't expect to see you here again." It was a woman with a charm rating of 84, though she had already experienced love more than a handful of times. Moreover, she seemed even more alluring than the previous one. Duan Yan was also exceedingly warm, and the two conversed like close friends. Chapter 55, Old Classmates. The two stepped aside, seemingly reminiscing. Lin Yi learned about Su Munin, but it was not yet the time to mention Kai Qianqian. "Oh my, Brother Yang, if Xiang Lingling finds out I'm still messing around, my father will surely beat me to death." They shared a knowing smile. "Brother Yang, our reunion is fate. Here's the Supreme membership card for the Marriott Hotel. You can enjoy imperial treatment here." Yang Fan gazed at the golden card, which bore a resemblance to that of Xinghua Lu. After all, when he had seen Xiang Lingling earlier, her profession indicated she was the heiress of the Xiang group. After exchanging a few words, they departed, as their female companions awaited them. Yang Fan led Lin Yi into the elevator, and she did not inquire about the identity of the previous woman. Upon exiting the elevator, Lin Yi's face lit up with excitement as she spotted someone at the entrance. "See you. Xiao Yi, I missed you so much." Lin Yi eagerly rushed towards the woman in the yellow dress. The two embraced, creating a moment of boundless joy that offered Yang Fan a delightful view. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the woman in the yellow dress seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her before, but couldn't quite place her. After a moment, Shi Siyu noticed another person emerging from the elevator. This individual had dyed yellow hair, wore clothing from Ji chiffon, and possessed a fair complexion, quite different from her recollections of that person. Yang Fan had already activated his probing gaze and confirmed he had indeed met her. The hefty refund of over 900,000 had been thanks to her. "What a coincidence. It turns out we were neighbors in high school," Yang Fan said with enthusiasm. Shi Siyu hesitated, uncertain, as the transformation of this person from the last time she saw him in a delivery uniform was quite drastic. "Are you Mr. Yang?" Shi Siyu inquired. Yang Fan chuckled. "Jesting, has it been just over a week, and you already can't remember me?" Shi Siyu quickly shook her head, explaining, "No, it's just that, Mr. Yang. You've changed so much, I hardly recognized you." At that moment, Lin Yi also caught on. "Do you two know each other?" Shi Siyu willingly clarified to Lin Yi that they had met while shopping for clothes, but omitted the detail about Yang Fan gifting her garments. Reuniting with an acquaintance lifted Yang Fan's spirits, and he introduced himself. "Let me reintroduce myself. I am Yang Fan, Lin Yi's." Lin Yi, wearing high heels, nudged him with her foot, interrupting, "I gave birth to a difficult child." As soon as she uttered those words, Lin Yi's face flushed with embarrassment. What had she just said? Shi Siyu looked puzzled. "Huh, never mind him, let us go." Lin Yi linked arms with Shi Siyu as they headed toward the private room. They had much to catch up on after a long time apart. Yang Fan rubbed his rear, still feeling the sting from Lin Yi's earlier kick. Fortunately, he possessed a robust physique. Otherwise, he would have been in pain for a while. After all, to hit is to show affection. Yang Fan chuckled and followed the two into the room. The private chamber was spacious, accommodating over 100 people, and many faces appeared familiar to Yang Fan. Although some had changed slightly, he could still sense the familiarity, though most names eluded him now. "Brother Fan?" A burly man, muscular and towering, approached Yang Fan. He was taller than Yang Fan, at least 185 centimeters. Yang Fan stared at him, struggling to recall his identity, yet he called him Fan. "Who are you?" Yang Fan inquired, perplexed. The robust man excitedly shook Yang Fan's shoulder. "It's me, Brother Fan. I'm Xiao Yinjing." Yang Fan's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Xiao Yinjing? The buddy who was my desk mate for a year? He remembered him as a frail friend with glasses barely over 1.6 meters tall. Yang Fan scrutinized the burly man for a while, noting some resemblance. Chen Xiaowu? How on earth did you transform into this? Yang Fan asked incredulously. How about it? Don't you find this physique attractive? I've been training for 3 years. Chen Xiaowu grinned. Yang Fan playfully tapped his head, while Chen Xiaowu winced, not daring to retaliate. Haha, you've hit your growth spurt late. Now you're taller than me. Yang Fan chuckled, hugging his neck. This was his best friend from high school. Back then, Chen Xiaowu was small and often bullied, relying on Yang Fan for protection. After being bullied, I decided to build muscle. Chen Xiaowu laughed. By the way, brother Fan, where have you been all these years? I've been unable to reach you. Yang Fan had stopped using his old QQ account after graduating high school, and many hadn't yet added him on WeChat. It's a long story. Chen Xiaowu listened intently as Yang Fan recounted his heroic tales from his delivery days, finding it quite amusing and considering trying it himself the next day. Now, I've started a small company and made some money, Yang Fan modestly remarked. Brother Fan, can I join you? I'm tired of being groped by a bunch of female trainees. I no longer want to be a fitness coach. Yang Fan laughed heartily. You're still not satisfied? If you want to come, I'd certainly welcome you and arrange everything nicely. Having encountered an old friend, Yang Fan was exceedingly pleased. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Shi Siyu had also been chatting for quite a while, seemingly able to talk for days on end. At that moment, the music in the private room came to a halt, and the lights focused on a composed man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. As the music ceased, the gathering of 50 or 60 people fell silent, for they recognized that today's organizer was none other than him. Gao Ming took the microphone and addressed the crowd. Thank you, old classmates, for attending today's reunion after more than 4 years since graduation. Our 2 sister classes have always been one big family, and I am delighted that half of you could make it today. However, I believe everyone knows that the true star of the day is not me. Let us now welcome Zhang Ran and Gu Chun, young master of the Gu family, one of the 4 great families of Jiangcheng. The voice of Gao Ming resonated, illuminating the double doors, through which 2 elegantly dressed individuals entered. Zhang Ran, adorned in a resplendent white gown, shimmered under the spotlight. Gu Chun, in luxurious high-facey attire, exuded an air of confidence that was simply unattainable by others. Yang Fan noticed that Gu Chun seemed to cast a fleeting glance his way upon entering. Chapter 56. Another round awaits as the 2 approached Gao Ming's position. The applause from the crowd reached a crescendo. Those nearby eagerly greeted him, hoping to catch Gu Chen's eye. Gu Xiao, I'm from Haida Group, the one who operates the excavators. We met once before. Gu Xiao, do you remember me? I polished your shoes previously. Gu Xiao, I took care of your big yellow dog. Gao Ming then said, Next, let us invite Gu Xiao to say a few words. He handed the microphone to Gu Chun, who regarded him with appreciation. Prior to this event, Gu Chun had already established a rapport with Gao Ming and had extended some assistance to his modest business. Holding the microphone, Gu Chun surveyed the audience and silently mused, a bunch of country bumpkins. Zhang Ran stood beside him, basking in the attention, relishing the moment, fully aware of her own ambition for fame and fortune. Unfortunately, a young master like Gu Chun was beyond their grasp. Only I, Zhang Ran, can truly manage him. Hello everyone, I am Gu Chun from Gushi Group. This simple declaration sent the crowd into a frenzy, elevating the atmosphere to new heights. The Gushi Group was a colossal entity valued at hundreds of billions. Only a handful could rival it in Jiangcheng. I am also Zhang Ran's boyfriend, and I appreciate everyone coming here to witness our love. Gu Chen's gaze towards Zhang Ran was tender, devoid of the earlier playfulness, inciting jealousy among the women present who wondered what enchantment Zhang Ran had cast over him. At that moment, Gu Chun turned his attention to Yang Fan. As his gaze fell upon him, many others followed suit, including Zhang Ran, who regarded Yang Fan with a teasing expression. So what if you drive a sports car? My boyfriend is Gu Chun, the young master of one of Jiangcheng's 4 prominent families. That is not something you can compare to with mere wealth. Additionally, Gu Chun expressed his gratitude to Yang Fan, saying, Thank you for taking care of Zhang Ran for over 3 years, ensuring she remained unharmed. This remark elicited laughter from the crowd. They glanced at Yang Fan, with his bleached hair and slacker appearance, regarding him as one would a jester. Ding! A notification sounded, Provocation detected. Time-limited task initiated. Please retaliate against the provocateur and deliver a resounding slap to the face. Reward: Ferrari la Ferrari. Lin cast a worried glance at Yang Fan, concerned he might act foolishly. Cus' beautiful eyes flickered. She was unaware of Yang Fan's past encounters. Damn, brother Fan, they're being too outrageous. This was reminiscent of the time in high school when his living expenses were stolen and Yang Fan had come to his aid. Sit down, Yang Fan calmly instructed. However, they persisted, and Yang Fan stood up, forcefully pressing him back onto the sofa, an act that left Chun Xiao Wu astonished. Ignoring him, Yang Fan proceeded towards Gu Chun. Lin grabbed his arm, her expression filled with concern. Please don't cause trouble. Looking into Lin's eyes, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming desire to embrace her and tease her a little. Indeed, you care about me, he said with a slight smile. If I were to sink into a quagmire, would you be willing to pull me out? Lin did not comprehend his meaning. For some reason, memories of past moments flooded her mind. Since meeting Yang Fan, he had inadvertently helped her in numerous ways, paying rent, assisting her in procuring goods at her previous company, nursing her back to health when she fainted, and now securing a job with a six-figure salary. Lin suddenly pondered what her life would have been like had Yang Fan not entered it. Unable to pay rent, her family demanding money from her, her boss absconding, and facing unemployment. Contemplating this, Lin slightly parted her lips. If you truly find yourself in a quagmire, I want to pull you out. Yang Fan's eyes dimmed momentarily, but before he could respond, Lin added, I lack the strength to pull you out, but I will accompany you into the depths. Upon witnessing Lin's earnest expression, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. A smile broke across his face. All right, then I shall consider an alternative solution. Turning around, he strode towards Gu Chun. Standing at 182 centimeters, combined with his striking appearance, Yang Fan possessed a unique aura that rivaled Gu Chun's, making one wonder which wealthy family he hailed from. Many assumed Yang Fan was seeking trouble. A normal person would have erupted after such public humiliation. Gu Chun observed Yang Fan with amusement, having brought a number of bodyguards, prepared to avenge previous grievances. Upon learning of Yang Fan's arrival, he promptly summoned a group of bodyguards, intending to show Yang Fan the power of Jiangqing's four distinguished families. Surprisingly, Yang Fan did not appear agitated. He approached Gu Chun with a smile. Gu Xiao, may I say a few words? Gu Chun, momentarily bewildered by his demeanor, had been ready to call for his bodyguards. What is going on? Speak, he replied, handing over the microphone, eager to see what Yang Fan would do. Yang Fan wiped the microphone clean, surveyed the audience, and then addressed Gu Chun. First and foremost, regarding my gratitude to Gu Xiao, I must say, you're welcome. His first statement plunged the crowd into silence. You're welcome? After your girlfriend of over 3 years was stolen away, that is all you have to say? Zhang Ran furrowed her brow, confused by his meaning. Yang Fan continued, although you may have heard about my situation, I want to clarify that I have never truly liked Zhang Ran. Everyone knows that my parents' departure during high school left me deeply affected, and coincidentally, a girl shone like a beacon into my world. I mistook this for love, only to realize later that it was merely my skewed personality misinterpreting it as love, resulting in an embarrassing situation. Throughout the years spent with her, I've learned much, and I hold no lingering affection for Zhang Ran, so there is no need for Gu Xiao to express any gratitude. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Yi. She noticed his gaze, seemingly guessing what he was about to say, her hands clenching together. I apologize for rambling on. However, I must express my gratitude to Zhang Ran. If it weren't for you, how would I have met my current girlfriend? Yang Fan's eyes locked on Lin, prompting the crowd to turn their attention to her. What? No way. How is that possible? The campus belle Lin is the class president. Don't say that. The class president has already broken up with him. Lin felt somewhat embarrassed under the scrutiny of the crowd. Taking a deep breath, she gently nodded. Though her gesture was subtle, it was enough to astonish everyone present. Thank you, Zhang Ran. I thought you wouldn't help me, Yang Fan said with a smile. Lin shot Zhang Ran an exasperated glance. Given the circumstances, how could she not assist? Otherwise, Yang Fan's temperament might lead to a confrontation. You're so annoying. Yang Fan ignored her, pulling her into an embrace and kissing her. Zhang Ran, observing Yang Fan's retreating figure, wore a visibly dark expression. There is nothing more satisfying than making an ex-lover regret their choices. She had intended to mock Yang Fan, especially after the embarrassment he had caused her at Jiang University's entrance. Yet, that feeling resurfaced. She felt distressed. Why on earth would Lin Yi be drawn to him? He was merely discarded trash to her. Even if she no longer wanted him, no one else should either. Noticing Zhang Ran's expression, Gu Chen leaned in closer and whispered, "Don't worry. He won't be leaving tonight." Gao Ming gazed at Yang Fen, who was locked in an embrace with Lin Yi, his fingers nearly digging into his flesh. Yet, he was aware of Gu Chen's scheme and remained unperturbed. "Lin Yi, when we were together, you wouldn't even allow me to touch your hand. Yet now, under broad daylight, you engage in such behavior with merely a boy with dyed hair." He glanced at the wine glass beside him, retrieving a packet of white powder from his pocket and pouring it in. Gao Ming's expression grew increasingly sinister. "Just you wait." Meanwhile, Lin Yi extricated herself from Yang Fan's hold, feeling somewhat embarrassed amidst the throng. "Let us leave this place," she suggested, her cheeks tinted with a delicate blush, appearing exceedingly alluring. Yang Fan nodded towards an empty space to his right. "No hurry. There is still another event to attend." Chapter 57. Did I grant you permission to leave? Ding. The time-limited task has been completed. Level of humiliation 6. Reward has been issued at Xuan Lin Di. Yang Fan smiled faintly, surprised that the task was accomplished so easily. Originally, he had intended to adopt a non-violent stance, but due to Lin Yi's presence, he opted for a gentler resolution. He and Lin Yi sat at a small table in a corner, indulging in desserts. Beside them were Chun Xiao Wu and Shi Siyu. "What the heck, brother Fan?" Chun Xiao Wu exclaimed, receiving a punch from Yang Fan. "If you have nothing to say, then don't speak at all." Chun Xiao Wu chuckled, giving Yang Fan a thumbs up. Shi Siyu, with a look of curiosity, directed her gaze towards Lin Yi, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. "Lin Yi, may I share a drink with you?" asked a girl with a gentle appearance. She was Su Xin, the former vice-class monitor, quite popular during high school. "No ulterior motives, just wishing to express my congratulations." Su Xin smiled warmly. Lin Yi glanced at Yang Fan, pinching his arm before clinking glasses with Su Xin to share the champagne. Yang Fan observed the dwindling crowd, unable to suppress a grin. "Brother Fan, why does it feel like there are fewer people?" Chun Xiao Wu inquired, perplexed. After half an hour, nearly half the attendees had departed, and Lin Yi began to feel somewhat unwell. "Yang Fan, do you feel hot?" she asked, her face flushed. "Hot. The air conditioning is quite pleasant," Yang Fan replied, just as a dozen men in black entered the room, causing the remaining patrons to flee in fear. Yang Fan remained expressionless, munching on seeds, as if oblivious to the unfolding chaos. "This ISNTA gang, is it?" Shi Siyu's face turned pale. Lin Yi, too, felt a tinge of fear, albeit with a different expression. "I wonder where you find the confidence to sit here." Gao Ming approached, taunting. Yang Fan ignored him, focusing instead on Gu Chen. Gao Ming sensed the insult, seething with malice. "Still pretending, are we? I hope you can maintain your composure while I toy with Lin Yi before your very eyes." Yang Fan narrowed his eyes, preparing to act. But Lin Yi grasped his arm. "What is wrong?" he asked, frowning. Lin Yi leaned against him, panting. As he gazed into her eyes, he sensed something amiss. The memory of that drink flashed in his mind, and he turned to Gao Ming. "Did you do this?" Gao Ming smirked wickedly, adjusting his glasses. "Didn't you comprehend my earlier statement?" Yang Fen Pushedin Yitard CCU. Watch over her for a moment. Though Shi Siyu was frightened, she had no choice but to comply. "Brother Fan, it seems they are gearing up for a brawl," Chun Xiao Wu observed, unafraid in the face of the group of men. Perhaps it was the muscles that lent him courage. "You need to intervene. Leave it to me. Don't underestimate me. I'm no longer that bespectacled kid." He struck a pose, accentuating his muscles. Yang Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Gu Chen. "Is this Zhang Rant's doing?" he asked calmly. "Does it matter whose orders it is? Didn't you heed my previous warning?" Yang Fan recognized he was referring to their last encounter at Jiang University's entrance. "You hit me twice, so I shall break 2 of your legs in return." "Fair. ISNT it?" Gu Chen laughed maliciously. Yang Fan paid him no mind, his expression betraying no fear. "Is this your new girlfriend? Quite a tender flower, I must say. I wonder how she feels being toyed with in front of you." "Gu Xiao, this woman is my ex," Gao Ming interjected venomously. Gazing at Lin Yi, now under the influence of the drug, he felt a pang of regret. Had he unwittingly bestowed a wedding dress upon Gu Chen? Suddenly, Gu Chen found himself choking, unable to utter another word. his feet lifted from the ground. You provoke me, that's acceptable, but why must you target my woman? Yang Fan flung Gu Chen aside, crashing him onto a distant table, then kicked Gao Ming 5 meters away. Gao Ming lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen, unable to emit a sound. Strike him, break a leg, and earn 200,000. I'll take care of any repercussions. Gu Chen shouted as he struggled to rise. Stop. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a young man. Gu Chen, who the hell dares to cause trouble on my turf? Oh, Brother Yang? Duan Yun inquired, perplexed, unaware of Yang Fan's presence in the room. Gu Chen, you dare to bully even my brother. You must provide an explanation today. At the mention of his brother, Gu Chen's expression soured. 20 million, stay out of this. He gritted his teeth. 20 million? Are you trying to insult me? Do you think I'm like you, living off mischief? Do I appear to be in need of money? Coincidentally, he was acquainted with Yang Fan. Consider yourself fortunate. I assure you, next time, you shan't be so lucky. Gu Chen's demeanor darkened as he prepared to leave with his entourage. At that moment, Yang Fan chuckled lightly. Gu Chen, have you misunderstood something? Gu Chen, filled with rage, retorted, what do you mean? Believing Yang Fan was mocking him, his anger intensified. Did I grant you permission to leave? Yang Fan fixed him with a penetrating gaze. The calmness of his voice sent Gu Chen into a frenzy. Duan Yian's smile faded, his admiration for Yang Fan diminishing rapidly. Yang Fan remained unfazed, simply calling out, robbery. Chapter 58. Yin Meng Air. Crying out for help proved futile. Even calling for his sister was of no use. Gu Chen reached his breaking point, and his bodyguards sprang into action. Duan Yian's face grew somber. Gu Chen had dared to create a disturbance in his domain, and he was unaccompanied. This has nothing to do with you. I must teach this brat a lesson. The sounds of fists striking flesh and bones cracking echoed within the room. I serve. Jia stepped atop Gu Chen, addressing Yang Fan respectfully. His bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, curled up in agony. Yang Fan wore a look of shock, quickly replaced by determination. He approached Gu Chen and squatted beside him. With a firm hand, he gently patted Gu Chen's face. I told you. Why didn't you listen? Yang Fan seized Gu Chen's left hand, and in the next moment, the sound of shattering bones resonated. Ah, my hand. This was merely a warning. Should he provoke Yang Fan again, he would disregard any familial ties, even if Gu Chen had connections to the capital. He would demand an explanation. The excruciating pain forced Gu Chen to retreat repeatedly, while Jia did not intervene. The few remaining bodyguards limped as they assisted him. Quick, take me to a private hospital. Gu Chen grunted through gritted teeth. Yang Fan made no effort to stop him. After all, he was one of the 4 prominent families, and he had no desire to escalate the situation further. Gao Ming prepared to flee when Yang Fan grasped him firmly, his voice cold. Where's the antidote? There is no antidote. You merely need to spend a night with her. Yang Fan's expression darkened as he delivered a swift kick to him. It was the first time Yang Fan had encountered the term warrior, and he appeared somewhat perplexed. Before he could inquire further, Shi Siu called out, Yang Fan, you need to check on Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi was burning with fever, her consciousness fading as she languished against Shi Siu. Yang Fan took Lin Yi into his arms, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Although he had the means to save Lin Yi immediately, he was unwilling to act while she was in such an unconscious state. It was not in his nature to do so. Is there truly no other way? Duan Yan chuckled and said, Haha, Brother Yang, could it be that you were hesitant to take action? Yang Fan remained silent, yet his expression spoke volumes. Very well. I must have misunderstood you. Allow me to introduce someone. She is particularly skilled in this regard. More than half an hour later, in a room on the top floor of the Wanhao Hotel, Lin Yi lay on the bed, her flushed complexion gradually fading. Silver needles were inserted into her arms, and beside her stood a young woman, 26 years of age. Name, Yin Ming'er. Age, 26. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 98 pounds. Charm, 90. Occupation, apprentice to a divine physician. Number of relationships, 0. You called me here in the dead of night, just for this? Yin Ming'er yawned. Duan Yan, with a wide grin, replied, Sister Ming'er, do we really need to discuss our relationship? Don't try to get close to me. A minor ailment costs 500, a serious one 2,000. Disturbing my rest at this hour will cost you 1,000. Yin Ming'er stated nonchalantly, her words flowing easily. Duan Yan glanced at Yang Fan, offering a wry smile. Yang Fan's eyes brightened as he produced an unused check, resisting the urge to add another zero, and handed over a check for 10 million. Yin Ming'er accepted it without hesitation, spent 10 million, successfully received a rebate of 100 million. Although the payment was made directly to Yin Ming'er, it was essentially for Lin Yi's benefit. Is this your girlfriend? Yang Fen nodded. Yin Ming'er scrutinized him intently. Duan Yan hastily averted his gaze toward the ceiling, his eyes darting. Yang Fan felt embarrassed to speak, having discerned Yin Ming'er's implication. Given her profession, it was likely she had realized during her examination that Lin Yi was still a virgin. I'm leaving. Don't bother me with such trivial matters next time, Yin Ming'er said, yawning once more before departing, appearing quite fatigued. Duan Yan offered a rueful smile, commenting, don't be fooled by her amiable demeanor. Her temper is quite peculiar. Are you aware of the Yun family from the Fordray families? She is the granddaughter of that divine physician. Setting aside her looks, her status alone attracts suitors from all over the capital. A couple of years ago, a young master from the capital harassed her in Jiangshan, and she turned him into a porcupine. His family dared not utter a word. Moreover, why does this Yin Ming'er have such a similar name to Yun Xiaoer from Jiang University? They even bear a resemblance. Duan Yan waved his hand and said, I initially thought you were arrogant, but it turns out you're a warrior. No wonder you dare to be so brazen. It seems this world has facets I have yet to encounter. Duan Yan glanced at him and asked, you are not familiar with warriors? Yet I can tell your skills are at least of the yellow level. Your bodyguard, I suspect, is even more formidable. They are merely practitioners. Warriors are classified into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, with yellow being the weakest and heaven strongest. Above heaven, there are the legendary masters. The concept sounded rather mystical, and Yang Fan found it hard to believe that a master could wield energy to harm others. This exceeded his comprehension. How could such feats be accomplished by mere mortals? Yet, upon reflection, considering he possessed a system, the existence of masters did not seem so far-fetched. Duan Yan had limited knowledge and only provided Yang Fan with a brief overview. Moreover, warriors were a rare sight, often found only in ancient martial families with a lineage spanning thousands of years. However, there was no ulterior motive. It was simply that it was late and it could be dangerous for a girl to be out. Yang Fan leaned over the bed, watching over Lin Yi as he drifted into slumber. In the morning, Lin Yi slowly opened her eyes. The effects of the previous night's medication caused her head to throb faintly. Memories of the night before flooded back, and she realized she had genuinely accepted Yang Fan. Feeling a heaviness in her chest, Lin Yi furrowed her brow, contemplated, and then closed her eyes to return to sleep. It seemed she was now his girlfriend. Recalling last night's events, she decided to reward him lightly. However, after a while, she sensed Yang Fan's restless hands. How could she not know he was already awake? Lin Yi yanked him out of her space and instinctively delivered a kick. Yang Fan. Chapter 59. Taking care of the female streamer's Yang Fan, unperturbed by being kicked out, merely chuckled. Ah, you are awake, my girlfriend. Lin Yi's face flushed crimson as she gazed at him. When did you become so shameless? Yang Fan scratched his head, giving a dry laugh. Indeed, when had he transformed in such a way? Perhaps it was when Zhang Ran ended their relationship, or perhaps it was during the awakening of the system. He knew he was only a small part of the equation. What about Siyu? Lin Yi inweited. Nodding, she continued. I would like Siyu to come to the company as my secretary. Observing Lin Yi's somewhat bashful demeanor, Yang Fan affectionately ruffled her hair. You need not mention such trivial matters to me. With Duan Yan already departed, Yang Fan sent him a message on Green Bubble before leaving. Upon returning to the company, Yang Fan sipped porridge while observing the employees at work. Boss. Yang Fan recognized the voice of Zhang Taishu without needing to look. Turning his head, he shushed him. Once they were in a secluded spot, Yang Fan asked, What's the matter, Taishu? Boss, should we chase away those 3 people at the entrance? They make me uncomfortable. Zhang Taishu said, eager to take action. Although he had only been there a few days, he was quite responsible, given Yang Fan's generous salary. No, let them stay there, Yang Fan replied. Upon entering, he had already spotted Steward Li and the other 2. Although they had not spoken, Yang Fan could discern the resentment in their eyes, especially given the oppressive heat. Back in his office, Yang Fan found Jian Wenxin seated at the computer. Although it was Saturday, she had voluntarily come to work. As they now had informed Yang Fan, since he had authorized her presence, she was not stopped. Watching Jian Wenxin's work on the computer, Yang Fan recognized every letter on the screen. However, When they were strung together, he found himself at a loss. Should I be paying you? Yang Fan jested. No need, she replied. Acknowledging her dedication, Yang Fan refrained from interrupting her, knowing she was assisting him. Given what he knew about Jian Wenxin, her family was surely affluent. If a steward could produce $1 billion, how could they lack money? His company, valued at less than $1 billion, was merely a playground for her. Bored, Yang Fan opened a live stream, as his company now boasted several female streamers. A few had a charm rating above 85. He entered the live stream of an entertainment streamer. Age, 26, height, 164 centimeters weight, 91 pounds charm, 85 occupation, entertainment streamer number relationships. For the stream had 500 viewers, qualifying her as a minor internet celebrity, with tens of thousands of followers on Douyin. At that moment, she was engaged in a 4-player game, and when Yang Fan arrived, they were already halfway through. The opponent was a streamer with hundreds of thousands of followers, clearly at an advantage. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Fan clicked the carnival button at lightning speed. The gift effects filled the live stream, leaving the other 3 in a state of bewilderment. Zhang Chuiyue was utterly taken aback, rendered speechless. Oh my, what a significant figure this is, someone exclaimed. It's bad news. Xia Zhengyu has likely caught the eye of a wealthy individual, another commented. No way, Xia Zhengyu belongs to us, protested a third. Yang Fan paid no heed to her. Even as the event concluded, he continued to lavish gifts. He did not cease until he had spent $1 million. At that moment, she had already sent out over a dozen messages. That's already 300,000. Please, esteemed patron, refrain from sending more. I am merely an entertainment streamer. Nothing else. Oh dear, please stop. I've reached 500,000. I can end the stream right now, can't I? Let me clarify. I'm not that kind of streamer. I will not acquiesce to any of your requests. The girl was certainly amusing. Yang Fan inquired, what requests? I must inform you that I am a streamer affiliated with a major company, not one of those casual streamers. I could refund all the money I have received. So please, keep your feelings to yourself. With $1 million, you could support many smaller streamers. I advise you to abandon any thoughts of me. Just a little secret. My boss is incredibly handsome and wealthy. It would be wise not to provoke me, lest he makes you regret it. Yang Fan felt a bit perplexed. Was she leveraging her position as a streamer from his own company? It felt rather agreeable. It seemed he had inadvertently become a pillar of support for many. What sort of person is your boss? Yang Fan sent this message before exiting her private chat interface. Presently, there were only 3 streamers. Naturally, Lin Yi and Shi Siyu were not among them. Su Munin had completed her turn, so Yang Fan sought out another streamer. This one was a gaming streamer. Although she operated within the gaming realm, she had amassed a considerable fan base. Name, Bai Xiao Xiao. Age, 23. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 89 kilograms. Charm value, 86. Profession, entertainment streamer. Number of relationships, 2. Her live stream attracted nearly 3,000 viewers, and she was currently duo queuing with another female streamer. Upon entering the stream, Yang Fan observed that she seemed to be playing a game called King of Glory. Wasting no time, he began sending gifts. Minute after minute passed, as he continued showering her with gifts, oblivious to the comments flying in the live chat. It appeared that Bai Xiao Xiao's game character had become stuck. Her hero stood motionless at the fountain while opposing heroes attacked her base. Bai Xiao Xiao stared at the live stream interface, her mouth agape in shock. Diao-chan, please don't go idle. The crystal is about to shatter, exclaimed a viewer. I can't believe I encountered a player going idle during my promotion matches. Brother, carry me through a couple more rounds. It was only when the sound of the crystal breaking resonated that Bai Xiao Xiao snapped back to reality. While Yang Fan had long since departed from the stream. 3 down, 2 to go. Among the female streamers in his company, there were only these 3 with a charm value above 85, and the remaining 2 would not be difficult to find. Lin Yi and Kai Chanqian would suffice. Subsequently, Yang Fan sent a few gifts to the other female streamers in the company, albeit only a modest amount, simply to ensure fairness. After completing this, he proceeded to Su Munin's live stream. Chapter 60. Was her lipstick always this vibrant? Su Munin had quite a few loyal fans who recognized Yang Fan, and they were aware that she had switched guilds. Rumors circulated that she had been poached by Yang Fan using financial incentives, a notion that Su Munin did not deny, thus tacitly affirming it. The earliest of her devoted fans knew that Yang Fan had gifted her $1 million. At that moment, Su Munin was not promoting any advertisements and was simply engaging in light conversation with her fans in the stream when a carnival gift effect shattered the tranquility. Yang Fan sends out a carnival 10. Everyone step aside. My grandpa has arrived. I go first. One viewer declared. Welcome, esteemed patron. Another chimed in. I'm bowing down. The moment he appears, Nan Nan will need to reapply her lipstick. The previously calm live stream suddenly erupted into a lively atmosphere. Sum Yunin felt a bit embarrassed by the teasing comments, while Yang Fan, witnessing such a warm reception, felt quite pleased and greeted the viewers. Hello everyone. Yang Fan's account, marked at level 59, stood prominently in the chat. A living legend. Catch him. One commented. Wow. I never knew the esteemed patron watches Nan Nan stream in his spare time, another remarked. Sensing the positive atmosphere in the live stream, Yang Fan proceeded to send dozens of red envelopes, occasionally engaging in chat, thus making the environment exceedingly vibrant. While Yang Fan casually interacted in the stream, the operations team outside was thrown into disarray. Manager Zhou, Ms. Su's stream, as well as Zhou Ming waved his hand to indicate he was aware, his expression fluctuating as though he had encountered a significant issue. What's wrong, Xiao Zhou? Zhang Tao inquired as he passed by. Zhou Ming recounted the earlier situation, expressing his intention to inform Li Na. Although this individual had indeed contributed a substantial amount of money to the company, there were concerns about ulterior motives. Zhou Ming sighed. Who could argue otherwise? Especially with the most beautiful among them. I fear this may be a provocation from another guild. Today they send gifts. But who knows what they might do tomorrow? Zhang Tao recognized the severity of the matter and replied, this cannot be taken lightly. I will accompany you to see Sister Li. With that, the two made their way to Li Na's office. Knock, knock, knock. Gumin. Li Na was busy handling a multitude of documents on her desk, appearing quite occupied. What brings you both here together? She asked nonchalantly. Zhou Ming, appearing anxious, exaggeratedly recounted the situation. Li Na set aside her work, increasingly sensing something was amiss. What is the name of that individual? Zhou Ming hesitated, realizing that the operations staff had only briefed him on the situation without disclosing the name. As Zhou Ming was about to turn and leave, Li Na interjected, no need. It's just a minor issue. No need to delve further. But Sister Li, if we don't address this, they may escalate their actions. Zhou Ming protested. Li Na regarded him coolly and said, Xiao Zhou, do not act rashly. Ensure you have all the facts before coming to me. Zhou Ming felt somewhat embarrassed by her words. Li Na continued, moreover, I cannot fathom who else would engage in such trivial antics besides that individual. Zhou Ming wished to argue further, but was met with her dismissal. As they exited Li Na's office, Zhou Ming remained unconvinced, intending to speak with Yang Fan once more. Old Zhou, since Sister Li is unconcerned, you should refrain from unnecessary fuss, Zhang Tao advised. This is no trivial matter. If it escalates, it could tarnish our company's reputation. Zhang Tao, unable to dissuade him, accompanied him to Yang Fan's office. Before they reached the door, Yang Fan emerged, holding a phone in his left hand and a water cup in his right. Yang Zong, they both called out. Upon seeing them, Yang Fan nodded and asked, what brings you here? Zhou Ming was about to speak, but he suddenly noticed the content displayed on Yang Fan's phone. Yang Fan's thumb was tapping on the screen, and upon closer inspection, Zhou Ming realized it was a female streamer's live broadcast. Yang Fan's hand was continuously sending carnival gifts. Zhou Ming felt as if his throat had tightened, rendering him speechless. In the end, it was he who had made the error. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with regret, pondering why he had rushed to report without fully grasping the situation. Yang Fan stood before him, awaiting his response, while Zhou Ming's mind raced, searching for the right words. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes as he said, Manager Yang, it seems there is an issue on Miss Su's side that requires your attention. A subtle smile graced Yang Fan's lips, yet he maintained his seriousness, replying, oh, is that so? Very well, I shall go take a look. Xiao Zhou, please fetch me a glass of water and ensure it is done well. With that, Yang Fan handed him the cup and proceeded towards the female hosts. Zhou Ming's expression brightened. He understood the implication of Yang Fan's words. Wasn't he essentially being asked to keep watch at the door? Though Zhou Ming may not excel in his work, he certainly possessed a high emotional intelligence. Zhang Tao, perplexed, failed to comprehend the exchange between them, noticing that Zhou Ming had not addressed the earlier question. Why then had Zhou Ming suddenly laughed? And why in such a mocking manner? Cough, cough, Zhang Tao, you may return to your tasks. I too must get back to work. Zhou Ming took the cup and went off to assist Yang Fan with the water, leaving Zhang Tao in a state of confusion. In Su Munin's live broadcast room, she apologized, "Dear viewers, I'm afraid my phone encountered a glitch, so I'll need to temporarily turn off the screen." The screen went dark, and the barrage of comments flooded in. "Not again, playing this trick? Couldn't you have come up with a better excuse? I would believe it if you said your brain was made of cheese, but I don't buy the screen malfunction. Can the host please not treat us as if we lack intelligence? Let us just hope a giant watermelon comes and obliterates the broadcast." Yang Fan did not overdo it. Just a few minutes later, Su Munin resumed the screen, looking immaculate, having reapplied her lipstick. "Sorry, dear viewers, the screen just disconnected. I've tidied myself up now," she said with a smile, revealing no hint of awkwardness. "Seems like this time it's genuine. Nanan is simply an honest and good child." Was her lipstick really that bright, just now? Upon reading this comment, Su Munin trembled slightly. Fortunately, it was a low-level account, and few had noticed. "If you're tired, take a break. Sitting too long can cause back pain," Yang Fan chuckled. Jian Wenxi nodded in agreement. Chapter 61. Duan Ian's invitation recently. The company has been in a phase of development, and Yang Fan has been actively pursuing business. Many client negotiations necessitate his direct involvement, yet for reasons unknown. Every discussion has gone smoothly with Jian Wenxi around. "Manager Yang, could you come over for a moment?" Upon hearing Li Na's call, Yang Fan followed her to the office. "Do you know the identity of this young girl?" Li Na inquired earnestly. Yang Fan, not taking it lightly, replied, "I'm not entirely sure. Just consider her a friend." "What's the matter?" Li Na sighed, stating, "Manager Yang, our company's growth has been too rapid, which makes me uneasy. Within just a month, our company's market value has surpassed 300 million. Although a significant portion of that is due to your contributions, I still feel it's rather swift. With the cashback alone, he had earned over 1 billion, and he needed to allow for gradual compounding." Ultimately, Yang Fan did not concern himself with the company's profitability. After all, he alone could sustain it. The company's existence served merely to showcase the origins of his wealth to others. "It's all right, based on my understanding of her. She should not engage in any disloyal acts." Yang Fan felt reasonably familiar with Jian Wenxi, as they share an office daily. Most of Yang Fan's documents were processed by Jian Wenxi, significantly alleviating Li Na's workload. He was increasingly convinced that Jian Wenxi came from a prominent family. Otherwise, it would make sense. "As long as you are aware, I'm merely offering a word of caution." Yang Fan chuckled, then added, "By the way, after work today, don't leave. I have something to discuss." Li Na nodded in acknowledgement, adopting a demeanor befitting her position. Having known each other for some time, they interacted more like friends, devoid of any hierarchical pretenses. Previously, among Yang Fan's acquaintances, some had grown weary of corporate life and opted to deliver takeout. Thus, he did not desire such an atmosphere in his own company. Before long, it was time to clock out, and around 70 or 80 employees gathered. Observing the multitude of staff, Yang Fan felt a surge of confidence. These individuals constituted his backbone. This building represented his empire. Indeed, Yang Fan had invested over 2 billion to acquire the entire building. Although the workforce was still small, he was continuously expanding. "Today marks over a month since our company's establishment. I have observed your work ethic, and I commend you all for your hard work." With that, Yang Fan applauded, and the crowd followed suit. At that moment, Zhang Taishu and his 2 childhood friends, Zhang Shujin and Zhang Shai, approached, carrying a large basin filled with stacks of Huaxia currency. "I am grateful to you for joining us during the company's most vulnerable phase. Today, everyone will receive a bonus." The trio distributed 2 stacks of currency to each employee, garnering numerous expressions of gratitude. Instantly, the employees pledged their loyalty, invigorated as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. "Li Jia, this is for you." Yang Fan handed her a card. "Inside is 3 million. It's your annual salary, given to you in advance." Li Na did not accept it, but instead remarked, "Wasn't he at 1 million? They had not signed a contract." As Yang Fan trusted her enough, Yang Fan smiled gently, saying, "The company has grown from 30 million to several billion. Your contributions are substantial. This amount is trivial in comparison." Li Na hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it. "Thank you, Manager Yang." Yang Fan laughed heartily and proceeded to distribute salaries to several managers, including Zhou Ming and Zhang Tao, all on an annual basis. Each card contained 500,000. Finally, he turned his attention to Lin Yi. This card contains 1 million, prepared for you. Yang Fan was not biased. Aside from Lina, Lin had also contributed significantly. That 1 million was rightfully hers. However, Lin adamantly refused, which left Yang Fan feeling quite troubled. Lin's resolve was strong. She would agree, but only under certain conditions. Sighing, Yang Fan decided not to press further. After all, Lin would not lack for money as long as she was with him. Lin had never accepted any money from Yang Fan, perhaps still feeling guilty about her previous company. Tomorrow is Sunday, and the weather is expected to be overcast. I invite everyone to go on an outing. Let loose and enjoy. Long live the boss. Boss, I love you. Boss, I want to bear your children. Yang Fan's face turned dark, especially as Lin shot him a fierce glare. The company had many female hosts, some of whom were quite bold. Though they were joking, Yang Fan still felt the weight of Lin's disapproval. Rubbing the spot where Lin had pinched him, he felt a slight sting. I want to be joining. I have children to take care of at home, Lina said as she took her leave. Yang Fan nodded, aware that Lina was a single mother, and her daughter stayed with her sister while she worked. Let us go. Just as they descended the stairs, Yang Fan found himself in a predicament. Previously, he had always left with Su Yunin, but now, with the holiday approaching, everyone had left early. Just then, he received a message from a green bubble. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Zhou Ming. Yang Fan silently commended him. Though Zhou Ming was not diligent in his tasks, he certainly had a commendable work ethic. He would have to consider promoting him soon. Let us go, shall we? Yang Fan said with a smile. As soon as they got into the car, Yang Fan received a phone call. Brother Yang, are you free tonight? After a moment of thought, Yang Fan replied, I am. What is the matter? Du Yen chuckled and said, there will be a ball in my place tonight, and I would like to invite you. I can arrange for some beautiful ladies to accompany you. Ingf's expression shifted, and he placed his phone to his left ear, clearing his throat as he replied, my girlfriend is beside me. Du Yen's voice was rather loud, and Ying was uncertain if Lny had overheard him. That is even better. There's also an auction tonight, with plenty of exquisite items that you could gift to your girlfriend. Du Yen was well aware that Ying was not lacking in wealth, especially since his car was worth millions. Sure, send me the address, and I'll head over shortly. Ying was quite pleased, as he had been searching for opportunities to spend money. He could purchase more items and also give some to see Ichin Ki in, thus fulfilling his objectives. Of course, there was also the prospect of earning some cash back. Xiao Wai, would you accompany me to the ball tonight? Ying asked with a smile. Knowing about the auction made him particularly cheerful. Well, aren't you being arranged with beauties? A cold voice from Lny sent a chill down Ying's spine. Chapter 62. Seeking trouble. Ying awkwardly scratched his head, chuckling. The guy just loves to joke. Besides, he had been busy with work throughout the month, and Lny had hardly seen any women around him. And Y fell silent. Ying spoke the truth. Although he held the title of a boss, his workload was substantial. Even though some tasks were delegated to others, many still required his personal attention. The venue was somewhat remote, situated outside the city. It was a private resort hotel, vast in size, several times larger than Ying's villa. Numerous luxury cars were parked outside, none valued below $1 million. And even those worth $1 to $2 million were rare. Just from this, Ying could deduce that the attendees of the evening gala were either affluent or influential. Ying Xiong. Beside him stood an attractive woman, though she was not the same one from the WNHO hotel. Her allure was rated at 86, and she had been in no more than 5 romantic relationships. After all, he was a young master from one of the 4 prominent families, and his influence seemed to surpass that of GCHN. Although Ying was surrounded by women, he was not one to be frivolous. With wealth, he valued quality over quantity. Or is it that wealthy men are all like this? Compared to him, Ying seemed rather decent. However, he detected a hint of sadness in the other man's eyes. Oh, please elaborate. Ying currently possessed less than 20 billion, and even the rewards from tips were no longer sufficient for him. As they walked and conversed, Lny remained quietly by his side. She had not changed into different attire, still dressed in professional attire that made her appear more like Ying's secretary. The fitted skirt accentuated her alluring figure, drawing the attention of many. With a charm rating of 92, Lny L.N.Y. was nearly the pinnacle of beauty amidst a crowd filled with attractive women. Of course, there were those oblivious to her presence. A man clad in a tank top, adorned with tattoos, whistled and called out, "Hey, little girl, come have a drink with me." The man staggered toward them, seemingly intoxicated, clutching a bottle of alcohol. L.N.Y. frowned slightly, but made no move, feeling secure in Y.N.'s presence. Y.N. grasped the man's hand before it could reach L.N.Y. and coldly remarked, "Can't you see that she is my companion?" "Oh, your companion? Huh? I'll give you $5 million to borrow her for a week." The tattooed man reeked of alcohol, appearing to be in a half-drunken stupor. Even after being kicked down, Gul was unfazed and, with difficulty, stood up, laughing. "All right then." With that, Gul prepared to leave. "Ina decisión, mi apoli." I was so engrossed in conversation that I didn't notice. Duan turned around only to find that Ying had vanished from his side. Gul was suddenly intercepted by Ying, who grinned and asked, "What's the matter, friend?" Gul spoke with utter disdain, not regarding Ying as a threat. "Apologize to my girlfriend," Ying stated calmly. Gul found Ying's words amusing and responded playfully, "You think I'm going to," before he could finish. Ying struck him in the abdomen with a punch. The action did not end there. Ying swiftly delivered a kick that pinned Gul to the ground. Gul, caught off guard, vomited the alcohol he had just consumed. "What are you looking at? Get him!" Gul yelled from the ground. In an instant, 5 or 6 burly men wearing sunglasses charged forward. Although Gul lay prostrate, he remained audacious, barking commands. Duan's expression darkened, as the attendees of this ball were all from high society. He had not anticipated such an incident, leading him to arrive without any bodyguards. "What are you waiting for? Hold this yellow-haired brat down and give him a good beating." He understood that Ying was a martial artist and had a martial artist bodyguard, but this was a significant embarrassment for him, especially since he had invited Ying. Ying, be careful." N.Y. called out before stepping aside, knowing that her presence might hinder Ying. Facing the onslaught, Ying smiled faintly. He was uncertain about the extent of his formidable physique's prowess, but he suspected that the abilities granted by the system were far from weak. Then delivered a punch to the nearest bodyguard. The bodyguard, undaunted, had fists larger than Ying's. Yet the next moment, a sharp crack echoed as the muscle-bound bodyguard howled in pain. Gul, who had been kicked aside, crouched down, clutching his stomach. He gagged a few times before grimacing. "You are seeking trouble." Before he could finish, Gul was struck by the sight before him. The bodyguards, who were all skilled fighters, now lay on the ground like defeated dogs, wailing in agony. Ying approached Gul step by step. To Gul, Ying appeared as a demon emerging from hell. Suddenly, Gul dropped to his knees. "Bro, I was wrong. You're my father. I shouldn't have acted so tough. Please spare me." Ying frowned slightly and said, "Apologize to my girlfriend." Gul crawled a few steps on his knees, bowing his head in L.N.Y.'s direction, pleading, "Sister-in-law, I was wrong. Please let me off the hook." L.N.Y. looked at him with disdain, not even sparing him a glance. "My apologies, Ying Xiong. It seems I have not hosted well." Duan, who was slightly older than Ying, felt it appropriate to address him as Bro. Ying shook his head slightly and said, "It's not your fault. He was merely a pawn." Duan was taken aback by Ying's words, then appeared to understand with newfound clarity. Chapter 63. The auction. This ball and the auction were hosted by the Yn family, one of the 4 prominent families. Although the Yn family was not the wealthiest among them, their influence was unparalleled. The elder of the Yn family was known as the Divine Doctor, possessing an extensive network of connections, and was even well known in the capital. Many attendees from other cities had come to participate in tonight's auction. Almost all the 4 prominent families, except for the Xiang family, were represented. However, most were younger generations, as this event was also an opportunity for the younger members to network. Hence, the age gap among attendees was minimal. "Will there be martial artists attending the auction today?" Ying inquired. Although he was unafraid, he wished to witness what true martial artists were like. "Oh, Ying Xiong, martial artists are not so easily seen. Even within my family, there are only a few, and they're all at the yellow rank." My grandfather only has one Earth-rank martial artist by his side. Repli du Nien. Ying Fn nodded, gaining an understanding of the scarcity of martial artists. Thus, it can be inferred that there is likely no danger this evening. Although there is a robbery in play, he prefers to maintain a sense of steadiness, especially with Lin Yi by his side. Frankly, Brother Yang, it is indeed a stroke of fortune to be able to befriend a martial artist like you. Duan Ian chuckled, acknowledging that while most martial artists are enigmatic and those who serve as bodyguards are typically of a lower tier, he senses that you are extraordinary, possessing not only wealth but also martial prowess. Duan Ian's grandfather had often shared the hardships of becoming a martial artist, emphasizing that one must start training from a young age and endure considerable suffering. Most importantly, a guiding figure is essential. Someone young like Yang Fan surely has formidable backing. Duan Ian sighed and remarked, Brother Yang, they can only manage the affairs of ordinary individuals, let alone martial artists, even our 4 prominent families. He did not finish his thought, yet Yang Fan comprehended his implication. The atmosphere in the courtyard had already brightened. The earlier incident was merely a minor interlude. Few had taken note of what transpired, as many were engaged in toasting and conversing, while couples danced in the center. It shouldn't be like this. Shall we dance? Yang Fan asked Lin Yi without further contemplation. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. I haven't danced before. Yang Fan chuckled, neither have I. Let's observe how others do it and learn. Lin Yi was reluctant, but under Yang Fan's insistence, she was eventually pulled into the fray. Yang Fan held her slender waist with one hand while their fingers intertwined with the other. Lin Yi's cheeks flushed slightly, although they had shared many intimate moments. A sense of shyness lingered. Although they were effectively in a romantic relationship, she had yet to fully surrender herself to him. At her core, she yearned for someone to whom she could commit her life. Yang Fan excelled in all respects, looks, physique, and family wealth. Yet, regrettably, Lin Yi found it difficult to accept his flirtatious nature. In her contemplation, she inadvertently stepped on Yang Fan's foot with added force. Yang Fan winced but remained silent, unaware that Lin Yi had done so intentionally. Duan Ian observed the two dancing awkwardly and felt a tinge of amusement. Yet his gaze also held a flicker of envy and melancholy, a complex mix of emotions. He sat alone, indulging in fruit. Focus on the task at hand. Do not dwell on trifles, understand? Duan Ian was not pressing her, simply savoring his fruit. Meanwhile, Yang Fan struggled to dodge Lin Yi's high heels, oblivious to the surrounding dynamics. I apologize, Beige. I did not anticipate that fellow's prowess. Outside the private hotel, a dapper young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses sat in a luxurious business vehicle, puffing on a cigar. 2 men clad in black stood by the car door. Though not particularly imposing in stature, their eyes radiated a fierce intensity. Goli knelt outside the car, drenched and appearing as if he had been splashed with water. The elegant man exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression indifferent as he regarded Goli, his gaze akin to that of a person observing an ant. You cannot even manage such a trivial matter. What use are you to me? The elegant man looked down at Goli, his tone devoid of emotion. At his words, Goli shuddered and quickly bowed his head, saying, Beige, please do not blame me. I brought 6 bodyguards, yet that blonde-haired lad took them down in no time. I'm injured as well, just look. With that, Goli removed his vest to reveal several bruises. The golden-rimmed man furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before he uttered, Leave. You worthless fool. Goli hastily bowed in thanks. Thank you, Beige, thank you. He then fled with remarkable speed, leaving even the nearby dogs eager to give chase. Ixin, how long can you subdue 6 ordinary bodyguards? The elegant man inquired of the black-clad figure at the car door. Seated in the vehicle, he tapped his fingers against the armrest. Wasn't it said that he has a martial artist bodyguard? Could it be that he himself is a martial artist? Though my brother is inept, not everyone can be trifled with. A martial artist? The elegant man exited the car, striding towards the private hotel, followed closely by the 2 men in black, maintaining a respectful distance. Lin Yi wore a smile at the corner of her mouth. What is this? Wasn't it you who wished to dance? I mentioned I'm not skilled. Yang Fan, observing Lin Yi's smile, harbored doubts about her intentionally stepping on his foot, yet lacked any evidence. Ahem, I am thirsty. Let's have some fruit, Yang Fan remarked with a hearty laugh. Lin Yi shot him a glare, but did not respond, recognizing her earlier actions had been somewhat excessive. However, as Yang Fan did not cry out in pain, she pressed down even harder. Yet, Yang Fan's endurance was far from ordinary. Lin Yi delicately took a bite of the fruit Yang Fan offered and pecked him on the cheek. Does it hurt? Chapter 64. Absurd. Yang Fan burst into laughter. Hurt? How could it hurt? His feelings for Lin Yi were genuine. But due to the presence of Kai Qianqian and Sum Yunan, he sighed inwardly. As long as she is happy, he had no intention of relinquishing either of them. He would strive to win them over with sincerity. Despite his wealth, Yang Fan remained focused on emotional connections. It was his principle to be a romantic at heart. Though uncertain of what the future may hold, he steadfastly adhered to his values. Suddenly, the music ceased, and a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s stepped into the center of the room. Hello, gentlemen. I am Yin Zhou, the steward of this private hotel and the host of tonight's auction. The auction will commence in half an hour. I hope you all enjoy your evening. Yin Zhou spoke briefly, yet many greeted him warmly. Although he claimed to be the steward, his role as the auction's host suggested he held considerable status within the Yun family. Brother Yang, there are numerous valuable items available. Have you brought sufficient funds? Yang Fan smiled slightly. It should suffice. Naturally, he had nearly 1.8 billion at his disposal, and it was liquid wealth. Not to mention, even if the core figures of the 4 prominent families were present, they might not match Yang Fan's liquidity. Upon examining the catalog, Yang Fan noted an array of rare items, limited edition cars, watches, jewelry, and antiques of all kinds. While he currently lacked a need for vehicles, boasting a $10 million Maserati and a $20 million LaFerrari, 2 cars he could not even drive simultaneously. The antiques were not suitable for gifting, thus the jewelry became Yang Fan's target. He speculated that this auction was somewhat minor, primarily serving as a platform for the younger generation to interact with the items being secondary. However, as he turned to the next page, Yang Fan's perspective shifted. What is this? A hairpin used by Yin Mengya? A bracelet worn by Yin Mengya? At least the jewelry is understandable, but this headphone used by Yin Mengya? 800,000 for a pair of wired headphones? By the time he reached the last item, a lipstick previously used by Yin Mengya, he completely lost his composure. Duan Ian noticed Yang Fan's bewilderment and chuckled. Brother Yang, you may not be aware, but this auction is actually organized by the Yun family, specifically Yun Qingfeng. He is the only grandson of Old Master Yun and Yun Mengya's cousin. This Yin Zhou is associated with Yun Qingfeng. Despite being a collateral line, his position is not insignificant due to his connection to Yun Qingfeng. Many of the items at the auction have been riskily borrowed by him, and he mentioned he has faced a fair amount of Yun Mengya's ire. Yang Fan understood all too well. It was not borrowing, it was outright theft. No wonder there were so many bizarre items. It turns out this auction was of such a nature. The multitude of young gentlemen present, including many from other cities, were all drawn here by Yun Mengya. The individual named Yun Qingfeng certainly seems to be quite a character as well. Is it true that the young masters of the 4 prominent families are so financially constrained? Duan Ian discerned the implication behind the words and chuckled. Not at all. In fact, it is the suitors of Yun Mengya who have urged Yun Qingfeng to participate. And do not underestimate this auction. Yun Qingfeng could easily secure 2 small targets from this event. As Duan Ian spoke, his face radiated excitement. Indeed, the starting prices of the items were not insignificant, and being an auction, the final selling prices would undoubtedly soar. Yang Fan, however, did not comprehend the immense allure Yun Mengya held over those young gentlemen. Lin Yi was beside him, savoring a strawberry cake, when Yang Fan stealthily leaned over and took a bite from her hand. What are you doing? Lin Yi pouted playfully. I'm feeding you cake. Well, I must be off, Brother Yang, Duan Ian interjected, prompting Yang Fan to relinquish the cake. He realized he was quite hungry as he had skipped lunch. The hotel was vast, and the auction venue was situated in a specially designated room. There were over 50 companions in attendance. This number was already considerable, with nearly half of the affluent youth from Jiangqing present. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We shall now formally commence our auction. Yun Zhou announced as a woman clad in a bunny outfit approached, holding an exquisite box. This is a watch from the G family's dual wing series, the 605-2520 model, which has been discontinued for 3 years. This timepiece features a manual mechanical movement, an 18-karat rose gold case, a crocodile leather strap, and functions such as date display, dual time zone, power reserve indication, and a tourbillon, all encased within a 42mm diameter, 50-meter water-resistant design, showcasing an eccentric tourbillon dial that is quite captivating. As Yang Fan listened to Yin Zhou's lengthy introduction, he felt somewhat bored. Others chimed in. Yin Butler, just announce the price. There's no need to waste time on this rubbish. Yin Zhou remained unfazed, stating, my young master acquired this watch for 1,755,000. The starting bid today is 2,000,000, with increments of no less than 50,000. No sooner had he finished speaking than a bid was placed, albeit modestly, reaching only 2,400,000 after several minutes. 2,500,000. Yang Fan raised his paddle. 2,500,000 once. 2,500,000 twice. 2,600,000. 3,000,000. 3,100,000. Yang Fan sensed a shift in the atmosphere and turned to regard the individual making the bids. It was a striking man with gold-rimmed spectacles, whom Yang Fan was certain he had never encountered before. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a sense of hostility emanating from this handsome stranger, whose gaze was unmistakably directed at him. This man was Gu Bei, the elder brother of Gu Chun, aged 27, and a fervent admirer of Yin Ming. Duan Ian elucidated. Yang Fan squinted sleekly, realizing who was orchestrating these provocations. Initially, he had suspected Gu Chun, but it seemed it was this bespectacled gentleman instead. A smile crept across Yang Fan's lips. 4,000,000. 000. Shall I raise the bid? I, Yang Fan, am not one to be constrained by finances. Moreover, the higher you bid, the greater the cashback I will receive when I gift it. 4,100,000. 8,200,000. Yang Fan announced this figure, causing the crowd to turn their attention towards him. This amount far exceeded the value of the watch. Many regarded Yang Fan with perplexity as they had never seen him before. Gu Bei remained silent for a moment, refraining from further bids. Consequently, the watch was successfully acquired by Yang Fan. Yin Zhou could hardly contain his laughter as he murmured, a bunch of resentful souls. Perhaps the lack of connection between the watch and Yun Ming'er dampened the enthusiasm of the attendees. The next item, a necklace named Heart of the Ocean, had a starting price of 3,000,000. Several individuals placed bids, but when the price reached 4,500,000, no further offers were made. 4,600,000. Yang Fan raised his paddle, thinking that the more he purchased, the more cashback he would receive. Thus, he was unperturbed by expenditures. 4,700,000. As anticipated, Gu Bei raised the bid once more. 9,400,000. Yang Fan doubled the previous bid, successfully securing the second item. More spectators turned their gaze toward Yang Fan, some considering his actions foolish. Yet the consecutive acquisitions were enough to indicate that Yang Fan was not only reckless, but also immensely wealthy. Why are you buying so many useless items? Just throwing away money. Lin chided playfully from the side. Yang Fan smiled gently at her and replied, anything I buy for you is worth every penny. His words were sincere, as the combined cashback from these two items amounted to 17 small targets. Lin felt a touch of embarrassment from Yang Fan's earnestness and turned her head away. The subsequent two items were also acquired by Yang Fan, costing over 15 million in total, as Gu Bei had intentionally increased the bids. Finally, for the fifth auction item, this pair of headphones was personally brought by our young lady. Our young master risked much to borrow them. Without further ado, the starting price is 850,000. 1,000,000. 000. 1,500,000. 2,000,000. 2,500,000. Yang Fan had underestimated Yun Ming'er's influence, as this seemingly ordinary pair of headphones had escalated to 5,000,000 within mere minutes. At this juncture, Gu Bei also placed a bid. 6,000,000. Upon his offer, the crowd hesitated to counter. Yang Fan, however, merely smiled lightly, raising his paddle once again. 6,100,000. It was unexpected that Gu Bei, too, had an affinity for Yun Ming'er, adding a delightful twist to the situation. Yang Fan was entirely unconcerned about Gu Bei's potential withdrawal from the bidding, for he was truly affluent. What do you mean by this? Lin playfully pinched his waist. Yang Fan quickly explained in hushed tones, this Gu Bei is Gu Chen's brother. That Goli is likely his doing. He He has provoked me several times, and now I shall return the favor. Upon hearing Yang Fan's explanation, Lin Yi fell silent, feeling a touch of bashfulness. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown quite concerned for Yang Fan. 7000000 7 100 000 8 000 8 100 000 9 000 Gu Bei's voice revealed a hint of irritation. Yang Fan was uncertain where his limit lay, so he refrained from further raising the bid, fearing that if Gu Bei doubled the amount, he might refuse to bid again. Yang Fan was not short on funds, but he sought to annoy Gu Bei without actually purchasing the item, lest Lin Yi become upset. There were still many items to come, and Yang Fan was in no hurry. The next two items were a hairpin and a bracelet, both previously used by Yun Ming. Initially, the maximum prices for these items were only 6 000 000 and 7 000 000, but once the bidding reached these amounts, Gu Bei began to raise the stakes. What Gu Bei could have acquired for 15 000 000 ended up costing Gu Chun 22 000 000 due to Yang Fan's interference. Yang Fan sensed the threat posed by Gu Bei, but felt no fear. Lastly, the final item was something that our young master painstakingly acquired, having endured much to procure it from our young lady. He even received 3 injections for this item, making it extraordinarily significant. This was a lipstick from Anima, which I shall not elaborate further on. The starting bid is 5 000 000. Yang Fan gasped. This lipstick was worth no more than a few thousand, yet the bidding began at 5 000 000. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as the price neared 10 000 000 before Gu Chun even made a move. Truly extravagant. Compared to the others, I am but a mere country bumpkin. Before arriving here, Yang Fan never imagined that a single lipstick could be worth tens of millions. Yet now he understands that, in the eyes of the affluent, such a sum holds little significance. 1,300,000. Gu Bei has placed a bid. Before Yang Fan could utter a word, 2 others continued to raise their bids. It was only at 1,300,000 that silence enveloped the room. Yang Fan realized it was time for him to act. With a broad grin, he raised his bidding paddle. 20 million. As his voice rang out, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Yang Fan had drawn considerable attention, as he had been in a bidding war with Gu Bei moments earlier. On stage, Yin Zhou's expression became increasingly animated. Once the figure was announced, there was no turning back. 20 million, and the corners of Yin Zhou's mouth had already turned upwards. No. In fact, that smile had not left his face. Yin Zhou cast a gaze of deep gratitude towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan, however, paid him no mind. Gu Bei was now on his feet, declaring 2,100,000. 2,200,000. Yang Fan retorted without hesitation. 2,003,000. 2,400,000. Before Gu Bei could finish, Yang Fan had already interjected. Bang! His fist struck the table, creating a dull thud. 2,500,000. Boy, you will regret crossing me. Gu Bei's tone was dark, a stark contrast to his otherwise refined demeanor. Yang Fan stood, a playful smirk on his face, and remarked, Young Master Gu has guts, spending 2,500,000 on a lipstick. I bow to your prowess. With that, he gave Gu Bei a thumbs up, which transformed into an international gesture of goodwill. Yang Fan noticed Gu Bei's body was slightly trembling, clearly infuriated, yet Yang Fan remained unfazed. His expression remained calm as he stated, No, he offended me first. From a moment he sent Go Li to trouble me, he sealed his own fate. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall escape today, I assure you. Duan Ian asserted fervently. Brother Yang, though we have known each other for a short time, do I truly deserve such treatment? Duan Ian waved his hand dismissively. Yang Fan cast a deep glance at him, remaining silent. Chapter 66. Duan Ian's concerns with the final item falling into Gu Bei's hands, the auction came to a close, and attendees began to disperse. Yang Fan had successfully acquired several ordinary items at high prices, while the latter special items were predominantly in Gu Bei's possession. Others had managed to secure only 2 special items, as they were mostly bought by Gu Chun, who was not to be trifled with. It was not until they exited the hotel that Yang Fan curiously inquired, Where is Gu Bei? Logically, one would think Gu Bei would seek to trouble him. yet he did not encounter him outside. Duan Ian smiled faintly, glancing around before quietly saying to Yang Fan, "Can you guess who organized this auction?" Yang Fan furrowed his brows. Was it not Yin Jia's Yin Qingfeng? Duan Ian remained silent, simply smiling at him. Suddenly, Yang Fan had an epiphany, recalling Yun Ming'er, the girl who charged him 10 million for her medical treatment. After a moment, Yang Fan spoke. "No, do the scions of your illustrious family truly engage in such games?" Duan Ian shook his head. "It may seem that way, but I believe I am quite normal." Yang Fan replied with a hint of profundity. "Is that so?" Duan Ian met Yang Fan's gaze and gave a wry smile. "Is it not?" Yang Fan chose not to say more and prepared to leave. "By the way, Brother Yang, did you not mention treating me to a meal? It seems I indeed made that promise." "Very well, I am quite hungry too. Let's dine together." At the soir, the two had only nibbled on pastries and fruits, which hardly sufficed. 30 minutes later, they arrived at a barbecue stall where Yang Fan frequently dined. Duan Ian waved his hand, signaling he was off work. Although Yang Fan was puzzled, he did not press further. Soon, Yang Fan ordered a lavish spread of barbecued delicacies: lamb kidneys, mutton, pork belly, and leeks. Duan Ian appeared quite intrigued by these novel experiences. Yang Fan clinked a beer bottle with him and downed in one go. Duan Ian attempted to emulate him, but his capacity did not permit it. Lin Yi sat quietly beside them, enjoying her skewers without interrupting their conversation. "I relish this ambience of life. It renders my existence more authentic," Yang Fan remarked, belching slightly from the drink. "At times, I envy your freedom. Life in a prominent family can be overwhelmingly stifling." Yang Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Indeed, freedom. As an orphan, I'm naturally unencumbered. Brother Yang, do you recall the day we first met?" Yang Fan nodded, recalling that day at Fu Zhua's entrance. Duan Ian took a swig from his drink and said, "Actually, you should not have been there that day. If not, my engagement might have been dissolved by now." Yang Fan paused, puzzled. A bizarre thought crossed his mind. Duan Ian gazed at the night sky by the roadside, lost in thought. "I do not wish to marry her. Do you understand the feeling of being devoid of freedom? That helpless sensation of having no choice in your actions? I was betrothed to Xiang Lingling since birth. It was predetermined, and I had no say in the matter." Yang Fan frowned slightly, perplexed. What era is this, still arranging marriages in such a manner? If you do not wish to marry her, cannot you simply call off the engagement? Duan Ian sighed. "It is not that simple. This match was arranged by my grandfather, and even my father has no authority over it." Lin Yi listened quietly, unbothered by Yang Fan complimenting another girl, simply absorbing their conversation. "That is not the issue. Brother Yang, I do not wish to live under someone else's control any longer. I yearn for freedom. I have run away from home before, but where else could I go?" Duan Ian began to drink heavily, seemingly venting his frustrations. Yang Fan was at a loss for words and could only drink alongside him. He, too, longed for guidance, yet he had no kin. The intricacies of life in an affluent family were beyond Yang Fan's comprehension. "Brother Yang, I wish to propose a deal with you." Yang Fan looked at him, bewildered, unsure what he could offer for a transaction. "Speak," he prompted. Duan Ian took a deep breath and said, "I will give you 1 billion. You pursue Xiang Lingling." Duan Ian shook his head. "No, Brother Yang. You are a martial artist. Perhaps you do not yet grasp the value of that status. With such an identity, the Xiang family would undoubtedly accept you, allowing you to marry in." Just moments ago, Yang Fan thought Duan Ian was inebriated, but seeing his serious demeanor, Yang Fan's gaze turned cold. "If you retract that statement, we may still remain friends." Duan Ian forced a smile, then helplessly laid his head on the table, unexpectedly bursting into tears. A man's tears do not flow lightly. It is merely that he has yet to reach the point of sorrow. Yang Fan could empathize with him, like a bird yearning for freedom. "So, you deliberately feigned the guise of a playboy to compel Xiang Lingling to break off the engagement? But is it not possible that she, like you, may not desire this union?" Duan Ian lifted his head, inhaling deeply. "The mindset of our grandfathers is antiquated. In their eyes, we are meant to obey their wishes." Yang Fan did not hold his earlier comments against him, for he had indeed assisted him significantly. From the bottom of his heart, he recognized his friend. "How many days remain until your wedding?" "Mid-September," Yang Fan pondered, with July already upon them. That meant roughly 2 months remained. Rather than proposing a deal, "You might as well ask for my help directly." Duan Ian chuckled ruefully. I was indeed a bit abrupt earlier. Forgive me, my brother. Yang Fan chuckled lightly. Since you regard me as a brother, I shall consider your earlier words as if they were never spoken. If you place your trust in me, I will do my utmost to assist you in these 2 months. Chapter 67. Can we wait a few days? Yang Fan did not boast. As his influence grew, he would inevitably confront the 4 great families. If it were within his capabilities, offering assistance would not be a burden. Brother Yang, I truly believe in you. But how can I help? Duan Ian understood that Yang Fan was a martial artist, and such a young warrior must have a remarkable background. Yang Fan's identity remained a mystery to him. Perhaps, once he realized Yang Fan was a martial artist, he had the intention to befriend him. There were only a few more in the capital. I will not hide it from you. I have grand ambitions. Although my company is still quite small, as my influence expands, I will inevitably collide with the 4 great families. Interests do not concern who you are, so a confrontation is unavoidable. Duan Ian seemed to comprehend and nodded, asking, Brother Yang, I will assist your company as much as I can, though it may be limited. Yang Fan's company was now worth hundreds of millions, and he had just acquired a skyscraper, currently in a rapid growth phase. The media company was merely his first small goal. His ultimate ambition was to become the wealthiest person in the nation. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the cashback feature. Well, I shall not hold back. I must seize this opportunity within the next 2 months. Duan Ian was quite commendable. Yang Fan felt he had done nothing wrong, although his previous comments had been somewhat hasty. Your world is so complex, Lin Yi remarked with a hint of awe. Yang Fan held her hand and smiled gently. Life is about facing challenges. Although the current state of his company was quite favorable, Lin Yi understood that Yang Fan's aspirations reached far beyond that. Before meeting Yang Fan, she had never even heard of the 4 great families. Yet she did not regret meeting him. After all, she had previously worried about paying rent. One might say Yang Fan was her benefactor. Since Yang Fan had consumed alcohol, Lin Yidro, although she possessed a license, she was not particularly skilled. Fortunately, the streets were relatively empty at night, and though she drove slowly, they reached her home safely. I've been drinking and cannot drive. You wouldn't want to send me away, would you? Why not hire a chauffeur? Lin Yi could not argue with him, and he stubbornly remained. After showering, Yang Fan lay back on the familiar sofa, with Lin Yi's door still ajar. Yang Fan felt it was time to take their relationship further. They had been confirmed as a couple for over a month now. Additionally, after observing these past few days, Lin Yi must have known about Sum Yunin. Time could change and prove everything. Yang Fan sensed that Lin Yi truly cared for him, and she genuinely wished to possess him. However, not only was there Sum Yunin, but there was also Kai Qianqian. This was an issue that needed resolution sooner or later. With that thought, Yang Fan strode directly to Lin Yi's room. Yang Fan, what are you doing? He leapt onto the bed, startling Lin Yi. Her bed emitted a delightful fragrance, distinct from that of Sum Yunin. While Sum Yunin carried a milky scent, Lin Yi's aroma was enchanting, a fragrance typical of a mature woman. I'm scared alone. Yang Fan shamelessly embraced Lin Yi, searching for her soft lips in the darkness. The chemistry between a man and a woman ignited easily. The two embraced, feeling each other's heartbeats. Lin Yi's heart raced, yet she still pushed Yang Fan away with force. Xiao Yi, I will take responsibility for you, Yang Fan stated earnestly. He was not the type to let passion dictate his actions. Despite his wealth, he maintained his principles. Can you keep her distance from other women? Lin Yi bit down on Yang Fan's shoulder, applying considerable pressure. Yang Fan felt pain, yet remained silent. This was something he owed her. He sensed warmth at his shoulder, not Lin Yi's saliva, but her tears. Why do I like you? Lin Yi's voice trembled. She had to accept this reality eventually. As of now, he had feelings for all 3 women, and each was irreplaceable. After a long while, Lin Yi ceased her weeping. You must not let me down. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. He pinched his thigh. Ouch. Instantly, he felt elated. Lin Yi then eagerly leaned in for a kiss. Yang Fan was overjoyed, his hands becoming restless. It did not take long for him to remove Lin Yi's sleepwear. Just as he intended to proceed further, Lin Yi gasped. Can we wait a few days? Yang Fan, appearing impatient, truly wished to act immediately. However, he heard Lin Yi say, the day after tomorrow is your birthday, and I have nothing to give you, so I want to. Yang Fan was momentarily stunned. Birthday? How many years had it been since he celebrated one? He was surprised Lin Yi remembered his birthday. To be honest, Yang Fan did not even know when Lin Yi's birthday was. For a moment, he felt immense guilt. He owed this girl in his arms too much. The impulse he had felt earlier dissipated significantly. It was merely 2 days. After enduring so many, what were 2 days? Xiao Yi, I will not let you down. Yang Fan pressed Lin Yi's head against his chest, greedily inhaling the fragrance of her hair. As they were both unclothed, he could feel the rapidity of Lin Yi's heartbeat. It was swift. After all, this was her first time sharing a bed with a man, even if nothing had transpired. At that moment, Yang Fan's phone rang. Upon seeing it was Kai Chanqian, he felt he could not refuse. With Lin Yi in his embrace, she would undoubtedly hear the conversation. One could escape the first day of the new year, but not the 15th. Having accepted Sumyinan, he should be able to handle Kai Chanqian in time. Yang Fan took a deep breath and answered the call. As soon as he opened it, he heard Kai Chanqian's complaining voice. I'm graduating tomorrow, and you haven't even asked about me. Our class is planning a picnic tomorrow. Can you drive me, Shireen, and Xiaoer? Yang Fan pondered for a moment. He had a company team building event the next day, and as the boss, he couldn't be absent if Lina was not attending. Unfortunately, I have something to attend to tomorrow and cannot make it. Isn't the 911 with you? You can take them yourself. Kai Chanqian huffed. I wanted you to drive us. If you're not coming, then we'll go on our own. Yang Fan sighed and exchanged a few more words before hanging up. Chapter 68, I Want a Hug. Is Chanqian your younger sister from high school? Kai Chanqian? Lin Yi inwided. I remember your sister was quite attached to you in high school, and she was beautiful. Lin Yi continued. Yang Fan nodded, hesitant to speak. You and your sister were childhood sweethearts, right? Did you never have any feelings for her? Yang Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He should have spoken up now. However, he was at a loss for how to refute this, as he indeed shared something with Kai Chanqian. Seeing Yang Fan's silence, Lin Yi fell silent as well. Initially, she had only asked casually, but unexpectedly, she had struck a nerve. Lin Yi instinctively reached out to grasp Yang Fan, unsure where her hands landed. Yang Fan, how many more are there? Yang Fan winced. He had not anticipated this aggressive side of Lin Yi. Just the 3 of you. I promise there are no others. Yang Fan replied through gritted teeth. Lin Yi was furious, but after a moment, she calmed down. Kai Chanqian had been Yang Fan's childhood sweetheart, and his bond with her ran deeper than with Lin Yi. If anyone was the newcomer, it should be her. Kai Chanqian was certainly easier to accept than Sumyinan. Lin Yi composed herself, but just as she did, her calmness evaporated. What was this? Upon realizing the situation, Lin Yi quickly turned her back to Yang Fan, feeling immensely shy. Yang Fan, relieved, couldn't help but smile at Lin Yi's demeanor. He embraced her from behind and playfully teased. Weren't you quite brave just now? No, don't say that. Lin Yi retorted, playfully nudging him with her elbow. Yang Fan winced but responded in kind, eliciting a cute gasp from Lin Yi. No more of that. Yang Fan understood her meaning and leaned closer, whispering in her ear. All right. The warmth of his breath made Lin Yi blush. She hastily sat up, wrapped herself in the blanket, and turned on the light. You go sleep in the living room. Yang Fan blinked, and before he could respond, she added, if you don't think about it the day after tomorrow. Yang Fan chuckled and quickly agreed. Okay, just remember to leave the door open. It's quite warm tonight. Though reluctant, he knew what mattered most. Besides, as long as the door was ajar, who could truly believe all a man's words? Moreover, their relationship had already developed to a certain extent. Around 8 in the morning, Yang Fan was awakened by the sound of a phone ringing. It was Zhou Ming calling. Lina was resting at home. So Yang Fan had entrusted the team-building arrangements to Zhou Ming. They needed to prepare a bus, food, supplies for the team-building activities, and barbecue items. Boss, everything is ready on my end. The location is in Tangshan, where the scenery is lovely and perfect for a picnic. Seeing Zhou Ming's enthusiasm, Yang Fan praised, excellent. Thank you for your hard work. Not all, boss. You continue to rest. We'll head out first. You can come when you've had enough sleep. Yang Fan chuckled as Zhou Ming hung up, playfully scolding him. It must be said that Zhou Ming was quite favored by the leadership. Or perhaps he simply had Yang Fan's admiration. After the call, Lin Yi, nestled in Yang Fan's arms, let out a soft sound akin to a kitten. Yang Fan affectionately kissed her cheek and returned to sleep, reluctant to rise with the soft beauty beside him. He indeed needed to attend the team-building event, but there was no need to go so early. It wasn't until nearly 10 o'clock that they slowly awoke. Lin Yi's face was flushed, and her bashful appearance delighted Yang Fan. During the night, Lin Yi had sensed Yang Fan's presence beside her, but had been in a half-awake state, thinking it was merely a dream. Time to get up, little lazy cat, Yang Fan said with a smile. Lin Yi, feeling exposed, playfully pinched Yang Fan's arm. He yelped in response. She was undeniably beautiful, but did not hold back with her playful attacks. Nonetheless, he had enjoyed himself the previous night. Lin Yi was undoubtedly the most well-endowed among those he knew, followed by Kai Qianqian and Su Yunin. Yan Jin ranked behind Su Yunin, while Yun Xiaoer, the pampered princess, was even less noteworthy. Why am I even comparing them? Yang Fan shook his head, feeling a bit dazed. Perhaps he had mentioned those two while on the phone with Kai Qianqian last night. With no further thoughts, Yang Fan got up to freshen up. Lin Yi had prepared new toiletries at home specifically for him. He had initially thought she had simply stocked up on supplies. Now he realized she had bought them for him. This made Yang Fan feel warm inside. She was genuinely attentive to him. Lin Yi dressed simply in wide-leg jeans, white sneakers, and a pink top that accentuated her curves. Yang Fan found this ordinary attire more appealing, perhaps due to personal preference. Or maybe Lin Yi simply suited such a style. She wore a necklace on her chest, the ocean heart that Yang Fan had purchased the day before. Although it was cloudy, she donned a sun protection jacket and a round floral hat, ready for their outing. Her charm was undeniable, easily the highest among those Yang Fan had encountered. After preparing, the two were ready to depart. Just as Yang Fan opened the location Zhou Ming sent, Lin Yi suddenly said, "Let us go pick up Su Yunin." Yang Fan thought he had misheard and blinked at her. Lin Yi pouted, looking away. Yang Fan's heart leapt with joy. Was this not an indication of acceptance? Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator, driving towards the riverside villa. At the villa's exclusive parking area, Yang Fan opened the car door for Lin Yi. She surveyed her surroundings, asking, "Where is this?" Yang Fan rubbed his nose and replied, "I bought a small villa. This is all my territory. Did you buy it specifically for Su Yunin?" Lin Yi's tone changed as she sounded on the verge of tears. No. It's perfectly normal for me to buy a small villa now," Yang Fan reassured her. Lin Yi remained silent, lowering her head. Without further ado, Yang Fan leaned in to kiss her. When it comes to women, actions often speak louder than words. Lin Yi playfully slapped his back, feeling a pang of sadness from the disparity in treatment. They kissed for a while until Lin Yi stopped resisting, prompting Yang Fan to whisper in her ear, "Remember when I suggested you move in with me? I intended to buy it for you back then, but we weren't together yet." "Oh, I didn't believe you." Trust aside, her heart felt genuinely pained. Yang Fan pinched her cheek gently, ensuring she was no longer upset before calling for Su Yunin. By 10 o'clock, Su Yunin was still blissfully asleep, unaware of how late it had gotten. Yang Fan pulled back her blanket. Su Yunin murmured softly, squinting her eyes, and upon realizing it was Yang Fan, she shut them again. She lifted her arms and sleepily requested, "I want a hug." Chapter 69. The meeting of two women. Yang Fan cleared his throat and said, "Lin Yi is outside." Su Yunin's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly sat up, seeking a place to hide. Yang Fan found her reaction amusing and gently restrained her. "No need to hide. She already knows." Su Yunin's face turned pale, and tears began to fall. "Then I should leave. Just tell her I seduced you." Yang Fan felt a pang of sympathy and quickly embraced her. "What nonsense are you saying?" In Yang Fan's arms, Su Yunin cried even harder. At the company, everyone knew Lin Yi was Yang Fan's girlfriend, not her. She had never anticipated this outcome. When she came from Hangcheng, she was prepared to take a subordinate role. If Yang Fan had no interest, she would simply work alongside him. After previous experiences and the exploitation by unscrupulous employers, she had long lost the desire to strive. "I made an agreement with her. She consented, so you needn't worry." Yang Fan spoke softly. He understood her well. She always considered him, never herself. Initially, she had not been so proactive, yet she still tried to please Yang Fan. To him, she was both beloved and pitiful. "Is that really true?" Su Yunin asked tentatively. Yang Fan chuckled. "Why would I lie to you?" He patted her on the head. "What are you saying? If you leave, who will warm my bed?" Su Yunin suddenly burst into laughter at his teasing. It was summer, yet he spoke of warming the bed. Besides, he hadn't done much. He just liked to joke around. "Then I must treat her well. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if she dislikes me." Yang Fan patted her back reassuringly. "Don't worry. She is easy to get along with and will surely like you." Su Yunin, possessing great resilience, soon accepted the reality while secretly resolving to win Lin Yi's favor. At the entrance, Lin Yi leaned against the wall, murmuring, "No wonder such a silly girl. I wouldn't mind if you liked me too." She gently descended the stairs and settled onto the sofa in the living room, as if she had never come up. A few moments later, Yang Fan appeared. Su Mu-nen stood before Lin Yi, her demeanor timid, resembling a child in a disciplinary stance. "Boss lady," Su Mu-nen spoke up. Aware that everyone in the company recognized Lin Yi as Yang Fan's girlfriend, privately referring to her as boss lady. Lin Yi rose to her feet, standing at 167 centimeters, while Su Mu-nen measured only 160 centimeters, making her appear like a younger sister in Lin Yi's presence. Upon seeing Lin Yi stand, Su Mu-nen instinctively lowered her head, genuinely frightened, as if she had stolen Lin Yi's boyfriend. Lin Yi softly instructed, "Call me sister." Su Mu-nen instinctively lifted hergaze, locking eyes with Lin Yi's, where she perceived complexity and tenderness, yet no disdain. A faint smile graced Su Mu-nen's face as she sweetly responded, "Sister." Lin Yi returned the smile and embraced her, nearly rendering Su Mu-nen breathless. Su Mu-nen recognized the disparity between herself and Lin Yi, vowing to learn from her in the future. She had not even noticed the 7-centimeter height difference. Meanwhile, Yang Fan wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead. Relieved that the nightmare he had feared did not materialize, everything seemed to be going well. Observing the two in an embrace, Yang Fan shamelessly approached. But the outcome was not as he had hoped. "Nan Nan is so adorable. Yanga hasn't bullied you, has he?" "No, Yanga treats me very well." The two exchanged whispers, while Yang Fan, attempting to eavesdrop, found himself in silence. They departed for Tangshan at 11 o'clock. Tangshan lies at the junction of Jiangsheng and Qingcheng, with an elevation of over 1,300 meters. Although not particularly high, the mountain roads are well constructed for direct access by car. Lin Yi and Su Mu-nen sat in the back, while Yang Fan, feeling bored driving alone, found his hands idle. The main issue was their continuous conversation, leaving Yang Fan unaware of their discussions. "Yang Zong, over here." Zhou Ming waved from the side of the relatively flat mountain road. Zhou Ming, known for his strong organizational skills, had already secured a parking spot for Yang Fan. The area was bustling with numerous young people climbing the mountain or enjoying the scenery. Perhaps due to the weather, it was a bit warm at the mid-mountain level, despite the absence of sunlight. Several large fans connected to engines were mysteriously set up by Zhou Ming, creating powerful gusts of wind, which provoked complaint from some female streamers in short skirts. A group of over 50 individuals occupied more than half of the company's workforce. Lin Yi and Shirsi were seated nearby, engaged in conversation, while Su Mu-nen obediently sat beside her. A few girls gathered to play truth or dare, while others played cards or chess. The most laborious tasks fell to those managing the charcoal and barbecue preparations. "Xiao Zhang, that's not how you burn charcoal," Yang Fan remarked, noticing Zhang Tao struggling with the charcoal. Zhang Tao, with his face blackened from smoke, forced a smile and replied, "Zhou Ming had the bright idea of barbecuing, but I've never learned how to do it." Yang Fan chuckled. "I asked him to prepare it. Barbecuing is essential for outings and tastes far better than pre-cooked food." Realizing it was Yang Fan's suggestion, Zhang Tao felt a bit embarrassed. While he was diligent at work, he acknowledged that he lacked Zhou Ming's quick wit. "Zhou Ming, could you adjust your broken fan's direction?" a pretty girl said, holding down her skirt. The attractive girls nearby, engaged in truth or dare, glared at Zhou Ming as the powerful fan blew their cards away. The situation became more comical, especially considering that several girls were in skirts. Zhou Ming, feeling embarrassed, chuckled. "Ha, my bad." A few of his colleagues discreetly gave him a thumbs up, but he remained nonchalant. Yang Fan possessed some experience with barbecuing, though not extensive, yet it sufficed. He frequently visited barbecue stalls and occasionally assisted with the charcoal when arriving early. Clapping his hands, he announced, "All right, does anyone know how to barbecue?" "I do, boss. We are all capable men who cook at home." One of them responded proudly. Yang Fan laughed. "Great, I appreciate your help." The group beamed with joy at the praise from Yang Fan. He took a moment to observe these diligent men skewering the meat. Chapter 70. Truth or Dare Chew You. "Bring me a wet wipe," Yang Fan called out, noticing some stubborn dirt on his hands. Zhang Chu Yu, hearing her name, instinctively felt a twinge of nervousness. The news of Yang Fan's generous tips to the female streamers had become public. Some had harbored fantasies when he initially tipped them, but the operations team had held a meeting, revealing that the person behind the 75-level tips was their boss and assured them that Yang Fan had tipped all the streamers, alleviating any fears of trouble. This revelation shattered the hopes of many. Zhang Chuyu felt a bit shy as she looked at Yang Fan, recalling their previous private conversations on Douyin. What are you daydreaming about? Do you have the wipes? Zhang Chuyu nodded repeatedly. Yes, boss. She moved to retrieve the wet wipes from her small bag on the bench. What's that over there? Yang Fan noticed his reflection in the phone, propped up for streaming. He smiled and waved. It was merely a coincidence. He felt it would be awkward to do nothing. Boss, here you go. Zhang Chuyu handed a wet wipe to Yang Fan. Thank you. Receiving the wipe, Yang Fan stepped away, aware that she was live streaming and not wishing to interrupt. The streamers had contracts with the company, allowing them to stream during their free time. And Yang Fan appreciated her dedication to her work. Wow, that handsome guy just now is Xiao Zhangyu's boss? So incredibly handsome. Even I, a man, find him attractive. Xiao Zhangyu, is this the boss who tipped you $1 million last time? Wait, are you saying he is Yang Fan Shiheng? Zhang Chuyu pouted in dissatisfaction as the live chat erupted with excitement over Yang Fan. When I was chatting with you, you ignored me. But the moment our boss walks by, you all go wild. The conversation escalated further, with some even suggesting she was being kept by Yang Fan. She chuckled to herself. If only Yang Fan weren't already in a relationship. Yang Fan surveyed the vibrant atmosphere around him, feeling quite content. The employees in the company were predominantly young, mostly in their 20s to 30s, with the oldest barely over 30. At that moment, Yang Fan spotted a familiar figure, or rather, a silhouette, by the stream not far away. A breathtaking woman sat gracefully. Although she was a woman, she possessed a youthful charm. In just over a month, Jian Wenxin's allure had seemingly increased, now reaching a captivating level of 92, and still growing. You've come too. I thought you didn't like such gatherings, he remarked. Jian Wenxin, seated by the stream, had removed her shoes, allowing her delicate feet to play in the water, splashing droplets around. Yang Fan settled beside her, unfazed by the dirt beneath him. I didn't expect someone so petite to possess such remarkable abilities. I feel like I'm less of a boss than you. Yang Fan teased with a smile. Jian Wenxin nodded in agreement. Oh, Yang Fan found no awkwardness in their exchange. She had always been this way when interacting. I shall offer you a share in the company, albeit you are still quite young. However, your contributions are substantial enough to warrant a directorial position. Jian Wenxin shook her head, appearing to harbor some unspoken concerns. Yang Fan, will you be traveling to the capital? Upon hearing Jian Wenxin's unexpected inquiry, Yang Fan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Then, he recalled that his company was expanding rapidly, and it would soon necessitate the establishment of several branches. The capital, Jingcheng, is the most prosperous region of Xia country, and it is certain that he would need to stake his claim there in the future, for his ambition is to become the wealthiest individual in the nation. Although he had yet to engage with the 4 prominent families of Jiangcheng, such obstacles would not deter his lofty aspirations. Of course, a visit to Jingcheng would eventually be inescapable. Jian Wenxin nodded thoughtfully and after a moment added, Yang Fan, I must take my leave now. Yang Fan turned to her, puzzled. Have you not applied to Jiangcheng University? Jian Wenxin inhaled deeply before responding. I did apply, but I can only attend Jing University. Yang Fan looked at her in confusion. Could her decision to study in the capital be linked to her father? Or was there another reason? He sensed that Jian Wenxin was not particularly enthusiastic about attending Jing University. Well, that is splendid. Jing University is one of the finest institutions in Xia country, superior even to Jiang University. Yang Fan offered a wry smile, acknowledging that while this girl possesses many admirable qualities, she is rather taciturn. Boss, come join us for some fun. A bold girl from a distant group playing truth or dare called out. Her name was Zhang Qian, well-liked within the company due to her vivacious nature and charm. Yang Fan remembered her not for any particular incident, but because her charisma score was precisely 84, just shy of a reward. Several girls from the group turned their attention to Yang Fan, their expressions a mix of shyness, excitement, and anticipation. Not wishing to dampen their spirits, Yang Fan rose, brushing off his pants. All right then. He then glanced at Jian Wenxin and casually remarked, let us go join the fun. It's quite dull here. Yang Fan was merely being polite. He knew Jian Wenxin would likely decline. To his surprise, she nodded in agreement. All right. She then looked toward a nearby vehicle. As Li Guanjia approached with a towel in hand. Xiao, Yi Nan Nan, come play with us. Zhang Qian enthusiastically invited them, and due to her popularity, no one declined. Lin Yi seemed quite eager to join, pulling Shi Siyu and Su Munin along with her. Zhang Qian was pleasantly surprised by her own persuasive abilities, as the leaders seemed to grant her some respect. Originally, there were 6 of them, but with Lin Yi joining, they became 11 in total. The more, the merrier for a game of truth or dare, which could accommodate up to 12 players. Yang Fan found himself seated between Jian Wenxin on his right and Lin Yi on his left, followed by Su Munin and Shi Siyu. Zhang Qian and her friends occupied the opposite side. Yang Fan noted that he was the only male among the 11, which made him feel a tad awkward. Zhou Ming, come join us. The gathering had attracted quite a bit of attention, even causing some card players to pause and observe. Zhou Ming, enjoying watermelon nearby, lit up at the call. Sure thing, Yang Zong, I'm on my way. When Zhou Ming arrived, the expressions of Zhang Qian and her friends were decidedly less welcoming, though no one voiced their discontent since he had been summoned by Yang Fan. Zhou Ming felt a bit awkward, unsure where to sit. Zhang Qian, seemingly with a mischievous intent, smiled at him. Zhou Zong, come sit here. A girl named Tian Wenwan, who was quite attractive with a charisma score of 78. Offer him a seat. She was a company employee, not a streamer, and her invitation stemmed from a sense of sympathy. Zhou Ming, unfamiliar with her, appreciated her kindness. Thank you, he said, crossing his legs as he settled down, though he maintained a respectful distance from the others. How do we play? Zhou Ming inquired. Having never participated before, the organizer, Zhang Qian, replied cheerfully, it's quite simple. Each round, one person is selected to choose a punishment. She explained that they had cards for the punishments but needed to determine how to select players. How did you play earlier? Zhou Ming asked. Zhang Qian glanced at him before responding. We played with 6 people, using a die, where each number represented a different player. Zhou Ming proposed. Then we could just find another die, since we have 12 players, right? Indeed, Tian Wenwan chimed in. Zhang Qian sighed, shaking her head. You two are rather thick. Aren't you? With 2 dice, player 1 would always be skipped, and the probabilities for each number would be uneven. Zhou Ming laughed, inadvertently revealing his lack of foresight. Tian Wenwan felt a flush of embarrassment. Can we borrow the card from your previous game? Zhang Qian turned to the card players. Oh sure. Zhang Qian, displaying her cleverness, retrieved a deck of cards and drew out a set numbered 1 through 12. There were 12 cards in total, representing the 12 players, starting with Yang Fan. Whoever loses draws a card, she explained, and, as the first card was drawn, Zhang Qian said, Zhang Chuyue, pick one at random. As she revealed the card, it showed a diamond. Yes, fantastic, Zhang Chuyue exclaimed, leaping with joy before realizing the implications as Yang Fan's amused gaze fell upon her. Oh, how embarrassing, Yang Fan chuckled, having merely teased her. Boss, will you choose truth or dare? In a circle surrounding them, there were 2 decks of cards, one for truth and another for dare. Yang Fan pondered for a moment before opting for dare. He reached into the pile and drew the top card. What does it say? Show us. The color drained from Yang Fan's face as he revealed the card. Remove your shirt and perform 10 squats while holding the first female player on your right. What sort of card is this? Yang Fan cuestionet, bewildered. It's a secret. Boss, surely you're not trying to back out? Zhang Qian teased with a smile. Yang Fan cleared his throat. Of course not. It's merely a game. And as the boss, I must lead by example. To his right was Jian Wenxin, and regarding her, Yang Fan held no ulterior motives, viewing her as a younger sister. Not only he, but even Lin Yi displayed no reaction. Jian Wenxin was merely 18, significantly younger than them. I suppose removing my shirt isn't necessary. Given that everyone here is female, Yang Fan said, feeling a touch shy. No way. A punishment is a punishment, Zhang Qian insisted, grinning widely. Yang Fan glanced at Jian Wenxin, who remained calm, seemingly unopposed to the idea. It's just a game. They both stood, and Yang Fan began to unbutton his shirt. As the fabric fell away, the room erupted in gasps of surprise. Oh my, the boss has such an impressive physique. My goodness, I didn't expect him to be so fit. Look at those abs. Zhang Qian was taken aback by the scene unfolding before her, feeling a bit bashful herself, especially since she had been the one to suggest this. Lin Yi's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head away. Su Munin remained unfazed, accustomed to Yang Fan's presence. The other girls gazed with sparkling eyes. After all, not only do boys appreciate well-endowed girls, but girls also find boys with well-defined physiques extraordinarily appealing. As for Jian Wenxin, her expression was inscrutable, betraying nothing of her inner thoughts. The most awkward moment, however, belonged to Yang Fan, who, despite the admiration from others, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. But for him, what difference did it make compared to pulling on the street? However, being the boss, he restrained himself from the gazes of others and said, "I shall begin now." Jian Wenxin gently nodded in response. Yang Fan sensed her body was somewhat unnatural, or rather, a bit stiff. He caressed her legs clad in denim with one hand, while the other rested on her waist. She was light, weighing less than 90 pounds. As she was lifted, her balance faltered, prompting Jian Wenxin to instinctively wrap her arms around Yang Fan's neck. Although her expression was impassive, Yang Fan, being so close, noticed her ears had turned a shade of crimson. Yang Fan was in excellent shape, completing 10 squats in just over 10 seconds. Due to the position, his abdominal muscles inadvertently brushed against areas they shouldn't have. Although they couldn't compare to Su Yunen's, they were already taking shape. "The boss is incredibly strong," Zhou Ming exclaimed cheerfully. Many around them applauded, and the atmosphere did not seem awkward. After all, they all understood that Jian Wenxin was merely a prospective university student and did not think much of it. If it were someone else, the situation might have been different. "Boss, you lost just now, so it's your turn to draw the next card." Yang Fan clapped his hands and, with keen interest, drew a card. Diamond 6. 1, 2, 3. "No need to count, it's me." Before Zhang Qian could finish, Zhou Ming volunteered. "All right, then you choose." As Zhang Qian was speaking, Zhou Ming interrupted again. "Dare?" "Ikuzidare." Zhou Ming wore a mischievous grin, which greatly annoyed Zhang Qian, her chest rising and falling with agitation. "No, you can't choose dare." Zhang Qian glared at him. Zhou Ming, however, was unwilling, asking why not. "Does the game rule say I can't choose dare?" "No means no." Zhang Qian turned to Yang Fan and said, "Boss, look at him." Yang Fan chuckled, wondering why such matters required his input. "Are all dare penalties related to the opposite sex?" Zhang Qian shyly replied, "Not necessarily, but the likelihood is higher." Yang Fan nodded, "Then let us adhere to the rules. We cannot make exceptions for individuals." Zhou Ming let out a hearty laugh, and then deliberately drew another card from the pile. He covered it with his hand, and his expression shifted. "What is it? Let's see." Upon seeing Zhou Ming's change in demeanor, Zhang Qian grew excited. Zhou Ming concealed the card, adopting an expression that suggested no one could see it. "Can I change to truth?" Zhou Ming asked hesitantly. Zhang Qian laughed, her glee unmistakable. "No. Betty sabet." Zhou Ming looked as though he would rather die than let her see it. Zhang Qian playfully snatched the card from him. She then glanced at the dare card. The next moment, her smile froze on her face. "Zhou Ming, what the hell do you mean?" Zhang Qian leaned closer to Zhou Ming's ear. He could only feel a buzzing in his ears. "What do you mean?" The crowd was puzzled. The person next to Zhang Qian had also taken the card, which read, "Kiss the first female to your left for 10 seconds. Upon seeing the dare card, the crowd became agitated. Was this truly a punishment? It was clearly a reward. Lin narrowed her eyes, recognizing that there were only 2 males among them, while the other 10 were females. Hence, the way Lin looked at Zhang Qian shifted. "You better explain what you mean. Do I look ugly?" Although Zhang Qian had a carefree personality, her charm was undeniable. She was indeed a rare beauty. Zhou Ming, with a serious expression, stated, "This punishment is too inappropriate. It would tarnish your reputation." Zhang Qian, taken aback by Zhou Ming's earnestness, momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Zhou Ming appeared mischievous, yet his words carried a weight of sincerity. "I'm not someone who cannot play along." After saying this, Zhang Qian cupped Zhou Ming's face with her hands, kissing him before the astonished eyes of the crowd. Zhou Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he just been kissed against his will? 10 seconds later, their lips parted. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Even those grilling meat turned to look, completely oblivious to the fact that their potato chips had burned. "Ahem, everyone. Don't make a fuss. I'm merely following the game rules. It's not that Zhang Qian, cannot play." Lin gazed at Zhang Qian in confusion, as if she had just realized her earlier misunderstanding. "By the way, where did you buy this card?" Yang Fan asked, his expression darkening. If these penalties were so severe, Yang Fan certainly could not allow such a game to continue. After all, most of the participants were women, and he was reluctant to engage in anything inappropriate with his employees. Otherwise, as a boss, he would face too much gossip within the company. Moreover, he was not that kind of person. Yang Fan exchanged glances with Lin Yi, confirming that Zhang Qian had not acted with malice. How about we play truth instead? Yang Fan proposed. All right, I will draw a card. The last one to draw was Zhou Ming, who eagerly picked a card. Diamond 5. It was precisely Zhang Qian sitting next to Zhou Ming. Since only truth could be chosen now, the dare card was pushed aside. The truth cards scattered across the mat. Zhang Qian took her time to select a card. Although she had purchased the cards, this was her first time playing, so she was unaware of what they contained. When they had initially played, they had simply asked each other truths, as they were all quite familiar with one another. Given the intensity of the previous dare, it was likely that the truths would not be simple either. Zhang Qian squinted at the card, then breathed a sigh of relief. She revealed the card, which read, "How many individuals of the opposite sex have you kissed?" The crowd looked at Zhang Qian with keen interest. She shrugged nonchalantly and replied, 3. Next. At that moment, a girl beside Zhang Qian interjected, "That can't be right, Qian. You must speak the truth." Zhang Qian frowned. "I am speaking the truth. But you just kissed Zhou Ming. That doesn't count. Including him, it's only 3. Observing Zhang Qian's expression, it seemed she was not lying. Zhou Ming also cast a curious glance at Zhang Qian. Given the earlier incident, he had assumed Zhang Qian was the type of woman who was quite carefree. Considering her cheerful demeanor, he believed that if he had drawn this truth card, the number he would reveal would far exceed Zhang Qian's. As for how many, he would need to calculate carefully, but even then, he might not be accurate. "It's my turn to draw." After saying this, Zhang Qian picked a card from the 12 remaining. Diamond 12, the last one. Everyone turned their gaze to Lin Yi. Lin Yi had not expected to be the one drawn, and she felt somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny. "Boss lady, you've been chosen." Zhang Qian's boisterous demeanor was quite endearing, as her presence ensured the atmosphere remained lively. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, then casually drew a card. Before revealing it, she glanced at it herself, and upon doing so, her face flushed red. Yang Fan looked at Lin Yi with curiosity, eager to know what she had drawn. She then locked eyes with Yang Fan. Upon noticing her glare, Yang Fan instantly deduced that what she was about to say would pertain to him. "Boss lady, don't be shy. Hurry and show us what it says." Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Yi unveiled the truth card. It read, "When was the first time you slept with someone of the opposite sex, and what was their name?" Zhang Qian looked at Lin Yi with an expression of intrigue. "Oh wow, this is juicy." Zhou Ming could not contain himself and cursed. Everyone present was an adult, and this question was exceedingly private. Moreover, she is Yang Fan's woman. If the person who spoke out was not Yang Fan, it would certainly cause a stir. Those engaged in playing poker ceased their game, turning their heads towards this direction. Even the barbecue chefs perked up their ears, for who does not relish gossip, especially regarding the boss's girlfriend? Clearing his throat, Yang Fan prompted the crowd to disperse, yet they continued to observe quietly. Lin Yi felt a touch of embarrassment. While the matter was indeed significant, her discomfort stemmed from shyness rather than any guilty conscience. "Wow, incredible. The boss is truly remarkable." The crowd erupted in laughter, celebrating the boss's newfound happiness. Yang Fan, his expression darkening, stood up and urged everyone to return to their tasks, cautioning them that the barbecue was catching fire. After addressing the group, he resumed his seat and casually remarked, "Xiao Yi, it is your turn to draw." Yang Fan avoided the gaze of the onlookers. Aware that they were scrutinizing him, their thoughts unknown, Lin Yi drew a card, revealing a number that made her exclaim in disbelief. "How? Is it me again?" Yang Fan silently cursed under his breath, realizing she had drawn a diamond card. "Ha ha ha, boss, your luck is extraordinary," Zhang Qian remarked, clutching her stomach in laughter. It was indeed fortunate to draw a diamond card twice within 5 rounds. Reluctantly, Yang Fan drew a card, not daring to look. As the strength of the card was evident to all, the group collectively focused on the card in his hand. Chapter 73. Kai Qianqian arrives. This matter paled in comparison to Lin Yi's situation. The implications of Lin Yi's situation were far more significant than Yang Fan's. Though nothing had transpired between him and Lin Yi the previous night, they had indeed shared a bed. They both knew that nothing had occurred. Yet the perceptions of others were entirely different. This matter was not overly complicated, yet it rendered Yang Fan speechless. Lin Yi observed him with a scrutinizing gaze, aware that he had not been involved with Zhang Ran. Therefore, the possibilities narrowed to 2 individuals, herself and Kai Qianqian. Curiosity piqued within her, who had been the recipient of Yang Fan's first kiss. Yang Fan, scratching his head, struggled to articulate his thoughts. He stole a glance at Jian Wenxin, who was calmly observing him as well. Upon noticing Yang Fan's gaze, Jian Wenxin suddenly recalled something, turning her head away. Yet, a hint of tension flickered across her otherwise serene features, accompanied by an almost imperceptible smile. Is this really that difficult to say, boss? Zhang Qian teased, casting a knowing glance at Lin Yi. Witnessing Yang Fan's indecision, Lin Yi had already arrived at her conclusion. It wasn't her. However, the most uncomfortable position belonged to Yang Fan, who had no way to articulate his truth. His first kiss had indeed been given to Jian Wenxin, an 18-year-old prospective university student. If he were to confess, it would spell disaster for him, as well as for Jian Wenxin. Yang Fan stammered, unable to find his voice. Is it really that hard to say? You can't back out now, boss. Yang Fan shot an annoyed glance at Zhang Qian, vowing to assign her some laborious task later. Zhou Ming also noticed Yang Fan's predicament and pondered how he might assist in alleviating the situation. He believed it was more important to make Yang Fan happy than to focus on the game. Boss, look over there. Is that girl seeking you out? Zhou Ming suggested. Yang Fan cast an appreciative glance at Zhou Ming, silently commending him for his astuteness. He then turned his attention towards the girl in question, only to feel a cold sweat break out on his back a moment later. Xiao Fan Ge, it really is you. The crowd turned to see a lively and charming young girl, donned in a light green dress, exuding youthful vitality. Accompanying her were two equally attractive companions. One had flowing hair and an alluring figure, particularly her long legs, while the other appeared somewhat naive, reminiscent of a princess from fairy tale. Qian, Yang Fan stood up and approached her, feeling his heart race faster than when he had slept beside Lin Yi. This was the sensation of being caught in a misdeed, and he was oblivious to the cold sweat forming on his forehead. Nevertheless, he feigned composure and inquired, I ascend to your class hosting a gathering? Indeed, we're at the mountaintop, but it's just the boys drinking. Some even drunkenly confessed to their crushes, so we decided to leave early. I just spotted your car, but I thought you said you had something to attend to today. What brings you to Tangshan? Kai Qianqian asked, her curiosity evident as she stood on her toes to peer behind Yang Fan. Yang Fan gently pressed down on her head, stating, I had a company team-building event. As the boss, I cannot be absent. Have you all eaten? Would you like to join us for a meal? Yan Jin's eyes lit up. Thank you. See ya, Fan Yi. Our class's boys are all playing and haven't eaten much. Yang Fan chuckled. No problem. We have plenty of barbecue prepared. Yun Xiaoer stepped forward, sweetly calling out, Xiao Fan Ge. Yang Fan nodded, recognizing her resemblance to Yun Ming'er. Could she truly belong to the Yun family? At this moment, Kai Qianqian noticed the onlookers behind them, all of whom were curiously observing the trio. Brother, what are you all playing? Yang Fan hesitated, recalling that Lin Yi had just learned about Kai Qianqian, and Su Munin had shared details with her, yet the employees present were unaware. Little sister, would you like to join us for a game of truth or dare? Zhang Qian said, acting overly familiar. She had overheard Kai Qianqian address Yang Fan as Xiao Fan Ge, and they appeared to share a sibling-like bond. Truth or dare? Before she could finish, Yang Fan swiftly covered her mouth and hoisted her up, declaring, You all can continue playing. I have something to discuss with her. He carried Kai Qianqian towards his car, leaving the crowd in perplexity. You must be Qianqian's classmates. I'm Qianqian's senior. Lin Yi approached them with a smile. Hello, sister. Yan Jin and Yun Xiaoer chorused. What a beautiful woman. Yun Xiaoer's eyes sparkled with admiration for Lin Yi. She glanced at Lin Yi, then down at herself, her expression clouded with discontent. Yan Jin regarded the warm and nurturing older sister with a glint of something different in her gaze. Come take a break. Dinner will be ready soon. Okay, thank you, sister. Meanwhile, Jian Wenxin, seated nearby, furrowed her brow slightly as she observed Yang Fan's departure. You rascal, Yang Fan. What are you up to? Kai Qianqian pouted from the car, glaring at Yang Fan in discontent. Yang Fan remained silent and abruptly kissed her. What are we doing? Of course, I'm thinking of you, he replied with a smile, his hands beginning to wander. Kai Qianqian felt a surge of happiness at his enthusiastic greeting, which pleased her greatly. You were just sitting around playing truth or dare with so many girls, having a great time. Yang Fan chuckled, his grip tightening unintentionally. Was that girl the campus belle of Huaxia High? She's a year above me and seems to be in your class. Yang Fan was taken aback but maintained his composure, replying, You know her? Of course. She is so beautiful, it's obvious. Plus, I often visited your class in my second year, Kai Chanchian said. Yang Fan nodded, realizing the connection. She is a senior executive at our company, earning a six-figure salary. Wow, that is impressive. Not only is she stunning, but she is also so accomplished. Kai Chanchian gazed at him with admiration. Such a beautiful girl. And you didn't pursue her? Yang Fan grasped Kai Chanchian's hand firmly. What are you doing, you rascal? She exclaimed. Yang Fan playfully slapped her backside and replied, What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Humph. Kai Chanchian merely jested, aware that Yang Fan had been pursuing Zhang Ran throughout high school, and she knew there was nothing significant between him and Lin Yi. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to inquire. It had been many days since they last met, and their chance encounter here allowed for a rare moment of warmth. It was not until mealtime that Lin Yi came to summon her. As they got out of the car, Yang Fan cast a pleading glance at Lin Yi, who looked back at him with a trace of melancholy before nodding in acknowledgement. Yang Fan subtly formed a heart shape with his left hand below the table. Chapter 74. The aura of Lanyang is strong, brother. Are all these people your employees? Kai Chanchian remarked while savoring the barbecue that Yang Fan had fed her. The gathering was divided into several groups, each comprising 7 or 8 individuals. Yang Fan sat with Lin Yi, Su Munin, Shi Siyu, Jian Wenxin, and the 3 girls, making a total of 8. Kai Kian, note that. Feeling a swell of pride that so many were working for Yang Fan, the group indulged in fruits, snacks, and barbecue prepared by the employees. Yang Fan, seated next to Kai Chanchian, wished time would pass swiftly, as each moment spent here heightened the risk of exposure. Moreover, he had already sent a green bubble to Zhou Ming, instructing him to keep an eye on the talkative Zhang Qian, ensuring she did not approach. Are you Lin Yi's sister? Kai Chanchian inquired. Lin Yi glanced at Yang Fan, confirmed their silent communication, and calmly replied, Yes, do you know me? Kai Chanchian smiled faintly. I visited your class when I was in my second year of high school. You were the belle of our school. Many in my class admire you. Yang Fan felt as though time was dragging on interminably, knowing he would need to soothe Lin Yi later. However, given Lin Yi's character, she likely would not cause a scene. Chanchian, this is a small gift I prepared for you. Yang Fan presented her with a bracelet. It's beautiful. Where did you buy it? Xiao Fanga. Kai Chanchian exclaimed, evidently pleased, perhaps due to the fact that it was a gift from him. I won it at an auction. Let me put it on for you. He fastened the bracelet onto her wrist. Main quest. Successfully spend 1,000,000 on 5 women with charm values above 85. Reward. Random magic. Current progress. 55. Notification. Quest completed. Random magic is being dispensed in an instant. Yang Fan felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, his complexion reddening. Xiao Fango, are you all right? Kai Chanchian asked with concern. Lin Yi too inquired. Yang Fan, are you feeling unwell? Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. I just feel a bit warm. Kai Chanchian grasped his arm, her brow furrowing slightly. Xiao Fango, are you suffering from heat stroke? She asked anxiously. Yang Fan was aware of what was transpiring, but could only assure her, really, it's nothing. I'll be fine in a moment. At that moment, Yin Jin suggested, Chower, don't you do acupuncture? Why not give my brother a couple of needles? Kia, who had been watching, nodded enthusiastically and pulled out a set of acupuncture needles from her bag. This is wonderful. I've never done acupuncture on a living person before, she exclaimed. Upon hearing this, everyone around looked at her in disbelief. Chower suddenly realized she had misspoken. No, I truly haven't done it before. The more she explained, the redder her face became, and her words became increasingly tangled. All right, first check my brother's pulse to see if it's heat stroke, Kai Chanchian urged from the side. All right, first the pulse, then the acupuncture. I forgot, ha, Chower said in a carefree manner, squatting down to check Yang Fan's pulse. After a moment, her brow furrowed slightly. What's wrong, Xiao? Why do you look like that? My brother isn't. Is he? Chower blinked and replied, his pulse is normal, even stronger than that of an average person. The surrounding crowd was uncertain whether to believe her, given her seemingly unreliable demeanor. Is there anything unusual? Kai Chanchian pressed further. Chower continued to examine before nodding decisively, yes. You silly girl, just say it already. You're making me anxious, Kai Chanchian said, exasperated. After a moment's thought, Chower remarked, his Longyang aura is quite strong. It seems he is still a virgin. She spoke with the utmost innocence. The surrounding crowd erupted in commotion. Kai Chanchian stood in shock. seemingly entranced by her words. Lin Yi cast another glance at Yang Fan, aware that he had been living with Sung Yunin for quite some time. She had not anticipated this revelation. Sung Yunin's demeanor dimmed slightly as he pondered. So this was the reason. Jian Wenxin remained composed. But one could only wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. See, I told you it's nothing. Why are you all so worried? Yang Fan said with a frown. Feeling his greatest secret had been inadvertently exposed by the somewhat naive Qiao, leading to a loss of face. Notification, congratulations. Host has acquired random magic. Assimilation, can change the color of objects to match the color of whatever the host touches. Yang Fan furrowed his brow, pondering the usefulness of this ability. It seemed rather trivial, akin to a chameleon. Approaching the car, Kai Qianqian said, No need, I drove here myself. I just came to see if you were here. Yang Fan ruffled her hair and replied, Qianqian has been a quiet companion to me for over a month. I know that, but can you accompany me tomorrow? It's your birthday. Kai Qianqian said with a tender expression. Yang Fan caught the hint in her words and smiled. Of course, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Great, I'll be waiting for you. Kai Qianqian and the others departed, and Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief. As he approached Lin Yi, he found her gazing at him with a calm expression. Now, Yang Fan truly could not ascertain whether Lin Yi was angry. Xiaoyi, are you upset with me? He asked with a wry smile. Yang Fan felt troubled, having sensed her underlying sadness. He gently embraced Lin Yi and said, Tomorrow evening. Lin Yi's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly pushed him away. See, you asked me to do something. I need to go. Yang Fan chucklet, feeling a slight emptiness in his heart as he watched Lin Yi flee in haste. He sighed, realizing tomorrow would be busy, yet he was also filled with excitement. Having finally reached this day, Yang Fan admitted to himself that he was cowardly. Despite possessing a system, he still did not wish to be a scoundrel. It felt as if some unseen force were urging him onward. Yang Fan, Jian Wenxin approached him. What is it, Wenxin? He inquired. Jian Wenxin wore a calm expression, though her voice betrayed an unusual tension. I'm heading to Jingxiang tomorrow. Can you spend a day with me? Yang Fan looked puzzled, unsure of her meaning. She continued, You are my only friend. Chapter 75. I want to experience thrills. Jian Wenxin, usually so placid in Yang Fan's eyes, now seemed to harbor a hint of desperation. Yang Fan recognized that this girl had a bit of an obsession, but, after a moment's hesitation, replied with a smile, Sure. Where do you want to go? I'll accompany you. Jian Wenxin, maintaining her calm facade, stated, I want to experience something thrilling. Yang Fan accepted her request, knowing it was a reasonable desire for someone with her condition. Wait for me a moment. I need to take care of something. He then walked toward Lin Yi. Given that both Lin Yi and Jian Wenxin were leaving tomorrow, and considering Lin Yi was aware of Jian Wenxin's mental challenges, she did not object. After all, this young girl was still quite innocent, and Lin Yi had no ulterior thoughts. Be safe, she said. Can you shake them off? Before boarding the vehicle, Jian Wenxin glanced at the distant cars and spoke. Yang Fan understood that she meant to shake off Li Guanjia and his companions. Nodding in agreement, he was about to open the passenger door of the Maserati supercar for her when Jian Wenxin interjected, I'll drive. With a flutter of her eyelashes, she declared. Yang Fan, puzzled, inquired, You can drive? Jian Wenxin approached the driver's seat, replying, I got my license yesterday. Yang Fan looked at her in disbelief. Had she really obtained a driver's license in just a month? Yet, considering her background, it was hardly surprising. However, the thought of her trying to outpace the three behind them raised concerns. How fast could a girl who had just received her license drive? Yet, 10 minutes later, Yang Fan found himself reconsidering. Are you trying to kill me? He exclaimed, gripping the armrest as he leaned into the side. He initially believed Jian Wenxin would struggle to control the sports car. Indeed, she was inexperienced, but her driving was audacious. She navigated the curves without slowing down, flooring the accelerator. Yang Fan felt the power within him begin to stir, preparing for the worst. Given his physical condition, protecting Jian Wenxin could result in serious injury or even death. Although the entire experience was perilously reckless as time passed, the speed, while still high, became less erratic than at the outset. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan glanced at Jian Wenxin, whose face was tense and brow furrowed, and said, Sister, are you disregarding your life? I still wish to live for a few more years. Jian Wenxin shot him a glance before refocusing on the road. Despite her rapid speed, Yang Fan noticed the black business vehicle trailing them, growing larger in his rearview mirror. Jian Wenxin's phone continued ringing. It was Li Guanjia calling. Yang Fan also received numerous threatening messages, and it was clear who was behind them. However, having promised Jian Wenxin, he felt compelled to follow through. You won't be able to shake them off like this. Let me drive, Yang Fan suggested, aware of her intentions to break free from their control. Jian Wenxin acknowledged that her speed was insufficient to escape the black vehicle. At an intersection, she halted the car, and they quickly swapped places. Although not a professional racer, Yang Fan had driven sports cars long enough to know their speed far exceeded that of the business vehicle, though it was challenging to unleash that power in the city. Where to? Yang Fan asked. Jian Wenxin looked ahead, excitement glimmering in her eyes. I just want to escape. Yang Fan resolved to indulge her. It seemed she had been stifled for too long, her calm exterior masking a multitude of emotions. All right, brother will join you in a little madness today, he said with a smile. Jian Wenxin had helped him significantly without demanding anything in return. If today was to be her last in Jiangcheng, he felt it was his duty to fulfill her wish. Yang Fan drove towards the highway without a destination, simply wanting to flee. Once on the highway, they could no longer see their pursuers. In a deserted area, Jian Wenxin tossed her incessantly ringing phone out the window, a rare smile gracing her face. Li's secretary. They're on the highway. They aren't moving. Li Guanjia sat in the back seat, his expression dark as clouds. Chase them, keep up. Li Guanjia. We can't catch up to that supercar, Li's secretary replied, his tone growing increasingly grim. Li Guanjia's face darkened further as he made a call. What are you doing? You let a little girl slip away. The furious voice on the other end made Li Guanjia remain silent. Which direction did they go? Damn it. A bunch of useless fools. If you don't bring her to Beijing tomorrow, you'll all be dead, and my plans in the capital will be ruined. I'll give you 2 billion. Go find Jiang Zhen from the underworld in Qingcheng. If you can't bring back Wenxin, don't even think about surviving. Li Guanjia's face was grim, his expression a complex mix of anger and frustration. On the highway, after more than an hour, Yang Fan exited at the nearest city. Faced with the unfamiliar surroundings, even he was uncertain of their location. Welcome to Qingcheng, a message pinged on his phone, automatically sent upon entering the city. Once in Qingcheng, Yang Fan slowed his speed, having lost sight of the black business vehicle an hour earlier. Brother, we've stirred up trouble this time. What do you want to do? He asked, though there was no trace of fear on his face. He understood that Jian Wenxin's family was powerful, but being in Jiangcheng, the most formidable adversaries were the 4 prominent families. Thus, Yang Fan felt untroubled. I want something thrilling, Jian Wenxin replied, seemingly delighted, her tone no longer as serene as before. All right then, brother will take you bungee jumping. Yang Fan began searching for extreme sports in Qingcheng on his phone. In this day and age, money could buy any experience without the need for reservations. After making several calls, he quickly found a private coach. Offering several times the usual rate, he secured an extreme sports instructor for the entire afternoon. Although it was already past 3, Yang Fan generously offered 2 million, prompting the instructor, Jiang Run, to be exceptionally eager. Hello, Mr. Yang. I am Jiang Ren, an extreme sports enthusiast and your private coach. Yang Fan politely shook his hand. All right, we'll follow your lead until we've had our fill, and the price remains as discussed. Jiang Ren's eyes lit up at this, a grin spreading across his face. I guarantee you and your girlfriend will be satisfied. After a moment's thought, Yang Fan parked the supercar in a paid parking lot before following Jiang Ren. Chapter 76. Why Live? Yang Fan and Jian Wenxin accompanied Jiang Ren to a seaside location. Extreme sports, deep-sea diving. Mr. Yang, shortly, we will accompany you underwater to experience the beauty of the ocean, Jiang Ren explained. Alongside him was a fit woman, clearly another extreme sports enthusiast. Alice, please keep an eye on Mr. Yang's girlfriend, he added. Yang Fan had grown weary of explaining the relationship, and since Jian Wenxin said nothing, he decided to let it be. After donning specially designed wetsuits, Yang Fan stole a glance at Jian Wenxin, who now had a curvaceous figure, having matured significantly since before. Don't do anything reckless, he cautioned, aware of her tendencies towards self-harm. Jian Wenxin looked at him and nodded. Although the weather was warm, the sea was quite cool, thanks to the 2 instructors. The process became remarkably simple and much less dangerous. It was not thrilling at all. Yang Fan could tell from Jian Wenxin's expression. He took her hand, producing a mantis shrimp, much to her apparent dismay as she exhaled, seemingly calling him childish. It was Yang Fan's first diving experience, and he found it quite enjoyable, allowing himself to play around. After half an hour, their oxygen depleted, they were guided back to the surface by their instructors. How was it? Exciting? Yang Fan asked. However, Jian Wenxin's expression remained blank, revealing her lack of interest. Instructor Jiang, what's next? They asked, arriving at a private airport, which appeared to be dedicated to skydiving. However, it seemed to have closed early that day, with Jiang Ren specifically arranging it for Yang Fan and Jian Wenxin. Extreme sports, skydiving. Mr. Yang, this activity is somewhat dangerous, so you must have a strong sense of resilience, Jiang Ren stated. Yang Fan, unfazed, simply shrugged, as Jian Wenxin's impassive demeanor left him with little to say. The helicopter descended, and several individuals boarded. As they ascended to greater heights, Yang Fan felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body. To be honest, this was his first experience with such a contraption. Meanwhile, Jian Wenxin maintained an air of calmness. Once the aircraft reached a certain altitude, Jiang Ren secured himself to Yang Fan. Jian Wenxin was paired with the female instructor. Mr. Yang, are you ready? Jiang Ren inquired. Yang Fan swallowed hard and replied resolutely, I am ready, let's jump. Jiang Ren, tethered to Yang Fan, plunged towards the ground from 5,000 meters above. Suddenly, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming weakness in his limbs. Would he meet his demise? The rush of air filled his mouth, prompting him to hastily close it. Turning his head, he spotted two small figures above, Jian Wenxin and Alice. As their descent accelerated, the sound of the wind became deafening. If not for the goggles, he would scarcely be able to keep his eyes open. In that moment, Yang Fan could only wonder who had devised such a thrilling activity. How many times had the pioneers of this extreme sport failed before achieving success? As he neared the ground, approximately 1,500 meters away, the parachute suddenly deployed, drastically reducing their speed. Not long after, he noticed Jian Wenxin's parachute open as well. Her expression remained placid, though it was evident that her demeanor had shifted. Upon landing safely, Yang Fan took several deep breaths. This was exhilarating. Wenxin, was that thrilling? Yang Fan asked. Jian Wenxin glanced at him, her hair slightly disheveled, and nodded. It seemed the experience had been quite effective. Mr. Yang, shall we continue? Jiang Ren inquired. Ridiculous, since Jian Wenxin hadn't expressed any desire to stop. How could he even consider giving up? The two then climbed into Jiang Ren's vehicle. After a 20-minute drive, they arrived at a gorge for bungee jumping. Mr. Yang, are your legs trembling? Jiang Ren asked as he secured Yang Fan's harness. Jian Wenxin was also equipped by her instructor, her breathing noticeably heavier than before. This time, they would jump together without the presence of a coach. However, it was, in fact, much safer than skydiving. Yang Fan tugged at the rope around his legs, ensuring it was secure before asking Jian Wenxin, are you ready? This time it's just the two of us. Jian Wenxin turned her head, a subtle smile gracing her lips, then nodded. All right. Yang Fan stood behind her, gazing hesitantly at the precipice below. Although he knew it was safe, his heart raced. Taking a deep breath, he called out, Wenxin, we're about to jump. Growing impatient with his delay, Jian Wenxin leapt off the edge. Feeling underestimated, Yang Fan chastised his disobedient legs, then followed suit. The gorge was steep, and he descended just a couple of seconds after Jian Wenxin, quickly reaching the same height as her. Without ulterior motives, he embraced her tightly, overwhelmed by fear. He kept his eyes shut throughout the fall, terrified of making a scene. It was only when they reached the lowest point that he dared to open his eyes, revealing that Jian Wenxin's face was flushed, her eyes tightly shut. So, she was also afraid. He had assumed she was fearless. It appeared she merely concealed her emotions beneath a calm facade. Mr. Yang, shall we continue? Upon their return, Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, no more, it's getting dark. Jiang Ren was elated. Earning 200,000 had never been easier. He then drove Yang Fan and Jian Wenxin back to where he had parked. Yang Fan noticed that throughout their time together, Jian Wenxin had remained emotionally reserved. Nonetheless, the afternoon had been quite exhilarating, at least in his eyes. I want a drink, Jian Wenxin suddenly declared. Children shouldn't drink, Yang Fan retorted dismissively. However, he was met with Jian Wenxin's resolute expression. All right, I'll heed your wishes today. But remember, when we go to Jingcheng, do not entertain thoughts of self-harm. Life is fleeting, why not live it well? Upon hearing this, Jian Wenxin fell silent for a moment, gazing into the distant sky. At the Hongyuan Resort Hotel, on the rooftop terrace, Yang Fan sat at a round table while a chef prepared food nearby. Opposite him, Jian Wenxin rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the nightscape. Yang Fan, why do we endure such hardship in life only to continue living? Yang Fan, munching on fruit, looked up at her. Such poignant words from one who seemed so young. Who among us lives a life devoid of trials? We must all strive to live towards the sunlight. Jian Wenxin paused, taken aback by his response. Sir, your steak. The food arrived, and Yang Fan, feeling famished, began to eat without hesitation. Jian Wenxin handed him a glass of wine, saying, I will leave tomorrow. Yang Fan nodded, feeling a twinge of reluctance. There were no other emotions. Though she was beautiful, she was still young, and he had many others in his life. I wish you a joyful university experience. After finishing his glass of red wine, Yang Fan downed it in one go. Observing him, Jian Wenxin promptly discarded the wine from her own glass. Chapter 77 Escape. One grandmother in a pitch-black room devoid of light. A little girl in a dress sat in the corner. She appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. In the darkness, her delicate face bore an expression not typical for one of her age. Clutching a shard of glass, she was attempting to cut her wrist. However, her strength was insufficient. She could only make shallow cuts, failing to reach any major arteries. Despite the blood pooling around her, her lips were pale, yet she showed no signs of crying, as if impervious to pain. Wenxin, a voice belonging to a 60-year-old woman, called from outside the door, sounding urgent as she twisted the doorknob with all her might. But it wouldn't budge. Shally, break it down. The elderly woman's voice was tinged with desperation. Seconds passed before the door finally gave way, allowing the only light into the dark room. Wenxin, the old woman's voice was filled with fear as she rushed forward to check on the unconscious girl. Xiaoli, call an ambulance, quickly. The elderly woman was losing her composure, practically shouting. The little girl opened her eyes again, now lying in a hospital bed, her wrist bandaged and receiving 4 fluids. Outside the room, muffled voices of doctors could be heard scolding. As parents, how could you let your child reach this point? She is so young and has already learned to take her own life. Thankfully, she didn't hit an artery. The doctor's tone was filled with frustration. No wonder they say that medical professionals possess compassionate hearts. Soon after, an elderly woman entered the room, followed by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Wenxin, upon entering, the elderly woman gazed at the now conscious girl, her voice trembling. The little girl had been staring out the window, her eyes devoid of emotion, until she heard the old woman's voice. Turning her head, she looked at the sorrowful face of her grandmother, and tears streamed down her previously calm cheeks. Grandmother. The little girl's voice was sweet, contrasting sharply with her icy demeanor. The elderly woman embraced her tightly, as if reproaching herself for arriving too late. Grandmother. The little girl sobbed in her grandmother's arms, crying heartily. The elderly woman continued to soothe her. Grandmother, I no longer have a mother. The little girl wept for what felt like an eternity until her tears finally ceased. The grandmother's heart ached as well. After all, that was her daughter. There. Grandmother will take you away from here. The middle-aged man, Xiao Li, stood behind the elderly woman, his expression grim as he listened. Xiao Li, have you ceased to heed my words? The elderly lady spoke to him in a cold tone. Xiao Li's expression wavered, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally declared, I will listen. A few individuals departed, with the young girl being held tightly in the embrace of the elderly lady, as if she had found someone to rely upon. Grandmother, why did they have to kill Mama? The girl's voice was unnaturally calm, devoid of the innocence typical of her peers. The elderly lady's tone was laden with sorrow, though she endeavored to conceal her emotions. It is all my fault, for I did not protect her well enough. It is because I brought her into this world. So beautiful. The elderly lady's eyes were filled with sadness, yet a resolute determination shone through. In the Jian family's grand hall, an elderly man in his 60s sat with an imposing demeanor, exuding authority without anger. His voice trembled with emotion as he looked upon the young girl, as if she were a harbinger of something dreadful. The elderly lady glared at him with fury. Lin Shan, you are nothing but a coward. Your daughter is dead. She is dead. It is your fault for insisting on marrying her to that scoundrel. Do you have any idea how tragically she died? Jian Kun sent Xiao Yu off to entertain those young lords in the capital. Do you know the agony she endured? Tears brimmed in the elderly lady's eyes as she spoke, her voice choked with emotion. She died with countless needle marks on her body. She was tortured to death. Do you understand, Lin Shan? The elderly lady sank to the ground as if drained of all strength. The young girl beside her let tears slip from her eyes, her expression eerily calm as she gazed up at the elderly man. Lin Shan's countenance darkened, though it was unclear whether his sorrow stemmed from his daughter's demise or from the elderly lady's disrespect. How could I not be heartbroken? Yet for the sake of the family, her sacrifice was not in vain. Lin Shan, you are a beast, the elderly lady shouted in wrath. Time passed, and when the young girl alighted from the vehicle, she was greeted by a dazzling garden filled with sunflowers, their brilliance striking against the dusk. Grandmother, where is this? The young girl inquired, puzzled. This is our new home, the elderly lady replied gently. A middle-aged man, standing behind them, wore a complex expression as he observed them. Xiaoli, you may leave now. Xiaoli hesitated, standing still. You know what to say, don't you? The elderly lady prompted him. Yes. You all jumped into the river. The evidence is thoroughly prepared. Xiaoli departed, leaving only the elderly lady and the young girl together. In the village, there was a primary school where the young girl was now in the 3rd grade. Even the teacher had spoken with the girl's grandmother. However, the elderly lady claimed that the girl had autism, but only the elderly lady knew that the girl did not have autism. She merely inherited her mother's high intelligence and had experienced far too much for one so young. The elderly lady had been waiting for her there. When seen, today is your 10th birthday. Can you guess what gift I have prepared for you? The young girl blinked and asked, Is it a computer? The elderly lady laughed heartily, saying, Nothing escapes your insight. The young girl smiled faintly, pointing to the extra cable by the wall. That must be the internet cable. It was filled with letters and words that even the elderly lady could not comprehend. Yet seeing the young girl engage in activities she loved brought joy to the elderly lady, if only she could overlook the sadness reflected in her eyes. This way of life continued until the girl turned 14 and attended middle school in town. Every day, the elderly lady would ride her bicycle to pick her up, but today she did not. The proximity allowed her to feel the heat radiating from the wood. The young girl's backpack fell to the ground as her face remained eerily calm, yet a tear escaped her eye. Grandmother, why are there so many sunflowers here? When xin, do you know the language of sunflowers? The young girl pondered before responding, silent love, loyalty. She murmured, loyalty? When xin, sunflowers symbolize hope, as well as the sorrow and reluctance of parting. The young girl, perceptive as ever, asked, Grandmother, are we moving? She struggled to comprehend, asking, but grandmother, life is so exhausting. Why should we continue living? The elderly lady chuckled softly, saying, Whose life is ever smooth sailing? When seen, all I wish is for you to thrive like the sunflower, always turning towards the sun. The young girl gazed at the charred remains of their home, her expression unsettlingly calm. At 14, she stood before the ashes of her past. A voice called from behind her, and she turned to see a middle-aged man, his face a mask of complexity. The young girl fixed her gaze upon him, her voice icy as she inquired, Did you betray us? The coldness of her tone sent a shiver through the man, as if he were facing not a mere child, but an embodiment of frost. Miss, I had no choice. My family's lives are in his hands. I only wish for them to live. The middle-aged man wept, his demeanor unbefitting an adult. The young girl remained silent for a long while, before plucking a sunflower. She then walked toward the smoldering ruins, the flower quickly igniting in flames. Clutching the burning sunflower, she stepped into the garden, her eyes filled with nostalgia and reluctance. Not long after, the flames reflected in her eyes, illuminating the garden as it blazed fiercely before her. Just as she was about to step into the inferno, the middle-aged man rushed forward to block her path. The young girl stared at the sunflowers engulfed in flames, as if the last flicker of hope within her heart was being extinguished. Her expression was cold, devoid of any emotion. Moments later, 2 vehicles arrived, and over 10 men dressed in black emerged, surrounding the young girl and the middle-aged man. The latter stood tall, his demeanor transformed into one of authority. Yes, Secretary Lee. The young girl cast one last glance at the burning garden, where not a single flower remained standing, as if hope had vanished entirely. Miss, I will do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. In a distant villa, the middle-aged man addressed the young girl. Her face remained expressionless as she finally spoke. I want a computer. The man's countenance brightened at her request. This year, the girl turned 16, and she had not spoken to him for 2 years. He had prepared a room filled with high-end computers for her. Once a small girl, she had now blossomed into a graceful young woman. Today marked her first day in high school. "Hello, you are so beautiful. May I be your friend?" A girl with a lollipop spoke to her. At the school gate, Jian went Xan gazed at the seemingly ordinary girl with clear eyes. Her heart stirred. Just as she reached for the lollipop offered by her classmate, two men in black stepped forward and swatted it from her hand. The startled girl ran away in tears. Jian Wen Xian's outstretched hand hung in the air. And though it was the first day of school, she already knew that in the next 3 years of high school, she would remain without a friend. The middle-aged man spoke to Jian Wen Xian, but she was absorbed in her typing, wearing headphones as if she had not heard him. Only when he repeated himself did she finally pause. Before she could respond, a man in his late 30s entered the room, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman who appeared to be in her 20s. Jian Wen Xian regarded them with icy disdain. This man, her nominal father, Jian Kun, reeked of alcohol. "Ah, Wen Xian, it has been a long time." Yan Kun Diaklit. Jian Wen Xian swatted away his hand as he reached to pat her head. "You bear a striking resemblance to your mother. That old wretch, has he not subjected you to suffering during these years of abduction?" Upon hearing him insult her grandmother, Jian Wenxin's gaze turned increasingly frigid. "Scum," she uttered expressionlessly. Yet, what greeted her was the forceful slap of a man's hand. The sound echoed sharply. Secretary Li hurriedly rushed to assist Jian Wenxin, cautioning, "Brother Kun, do not mar her beauty, lest the union be jeopardized." Jian Kun seized the alluring woman beside him, who let out a sultry sound. "Fine, I shall heed my darling's words." He approached Jian Wenxin, crouching beside her. "Get lost." Secretary Li's expression was complex, yet he retreated like a dog. Jian Kun grasped Jian Wenxin's hair, lifting her head. She regarded him with an icy stare. Had her gaze the power to kill, this father would have perished 1,000 times over. Jian Kun chuckled, wiping the blood from the corner of Jian Wenxin's mouth. "Indeed, you are my daughter, so beautiful." Jian Wenxin's face remained cold as she reached for Jian Kun's neck, leaving behind 2 scratch marks. In return, she received another powerful slap. "Damn it, you have the same temper as your deceased mother." Jian Kun kicked again, but Secretary Li lunged forward to shield Jian Wenxin. Jian Kun's kick landed on Secretary Li instead. The latter let out a muffled groan, feeling the pain even as a man. It was evident that Jian Kun held nothing back, even though this was his own flesh and blood. "Liang, do you wish to die?" Jian Kun glared furiously at Secretary Li. The secretary stood protectively in front of Jian Wenxin, fearful yet resolute, stating, "Sir, the young lady is already 16. If she is injured and it affects her development, it will be difficult to explain to the capital." Jian Kun burst into laughter at this. He leaned down, patting Liang's face. "Ah, Liang, you are indeed born to be a dog." He suddenly slapped him hard, declaring, "From now on, you shall be the steward of this villa, and you will keep a close watch on her." Chapter 79. Escape 3. Can you grant me a day's freedom? This was the last statement from Jian Kun before he departed. Jian Wenxin watched his retreating figure, tears uncontrollably streaming from her eyes. "Mother, how did you endure all this?" She wiped her tears, striving to muster strength. "Miss, I am truly sorry. I failed to protect you," Liang said, his face filled with sorrow. Jian Wenxin regarded the middle-aged man who had just defended her. Since her grandmother's passing, it had been a long time since anyone had shielded her like this. She could not forgive the man who had indirectly caused her grandmother's demise. Had it not been for Liang finding them, she and her grandmother might have continued to live an ordinary life. Liang claimed that the house was her grandmother's own choice, and he could not stop it. Yet, Jian Wenxin could not let go of her resentment. "Li Guanjia, do you have his contact information?" Jian Wenxin inquired. Liang looked puzzled. "Sirs?" From that day forth, the Jian Group's company began to experience minor issues, and business suffered, until one day, a computer in the office suddenly exploded, prompting the security department to uncover the problem. One day, Liang returned to the room prepared for Jian Wenxin to deliver her meal. The food was simple, a loaf of bread and a bottle of nutritional drink. This was Jian Wenxin's request, as she refused to eat anything else. "Miss, something has happened to the sir," Liang announced. Jian Wenxin turned to him, her eyes filled with inquiry. "Last night, while he was sleeping, his phone suddenly exploded, injuring his arm. He is now in the hospital." Jian Wenxin asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Is he dead?" Liang let out a bitter laugh. "It is not so simple. He merely injured his arm." A flicker of disappointment crossed Jian Wenxin's calm face. In the dimly lit room, she ceased typing, her spirit despondent. From that day onward, she completely withdrew from the world, spending her days in that small dark room, refusing to let even Li Yang enter. One could only see Jian Wenxin lying on the ground, her face devoid of color. What do you think? If she dies, you all shall accompany her in death. Outside, Jian Kun, bandaged and furious, slapped Li Yang across the face, sending him sprawling. Many others knelt nearby. After a long while, the doctor emerged from within, her voice flat. Following this, Jian Kun erupted in unrestrained joy. Excellent, fate is on my side. Ha ha ha. His boisterous laughter reverberated through the corridor. Inside, Jian Wenxin shed tears, understanding that this time, survival meant she would find it difficult to die again. Indeed, after that day, her guards increased by 2. Alongside Li Guanjia, 2 bodyguards were assigned to her, never leaving her side, even during school hours. With teachers having been forewarned to prevent Jian Wenxin from engaging in any dangerous activities. In the classroom, Jian Wenxin gazed at the camera mounted on the wall, aware that her every move was being monitored. She felt utterly despairing, yearning to escape from this place. At 17, she remained unchanged, preferring to seclude herself within her room. She shattered the light bulbs, and no matter how many times Li Yang replaced them, she would destroy them again. She despised the light. What of living in the sun? It was all deceit. For her, it was utterly unattainable. How could she live for herself when she lacked even freedom? Miss, once you graduate, you can attend school in the capital, Li Yang remarked. Is it really school? Jian Wenxin asked, her expression impassive. Li Yang's face darkened, yet he managed a bitter smile. Regardless of who that person in the capital is, it must be better than being here. He spoke the truth. It was indeed possible that life could improve. But to what extent? Did she deserve freedom? Jian Wenxin gazed at the sun above, only for it to be shrouded by clouds the next moment. She returned to her mechanical existence, living the same routine day in and day out. She seldom paid attention in class, yet her grades consistently ranked first in her year. All of this was simple. She could learn effortlessly. Yet, there were rumors that her exceptional grades were fabricated due to her unique status. Already isolated by her peers, which student had bodyguards accompanying them every day to and from school. Jian Wenxin had grown accustomed to it. After all, she had always been friendless. At 18, she asked, Li Guanjia, may I have a day of freedom? Her face bore a hint of pleading. Li Yang hesitated, pondering for a long time before responding, very well. The sir has been busy lately, but please do not entertain thoughts of self-harm. Li Yang would have beat their smile. Jian Wenxin's expression brightened slightly. This was her only day of freedom in many years. Li Yang treated her well, indulging her as long as Jian Kun remained unaware. How could he not sympathize with this young girl? This was one of the rare occasions Jian Wenxin attended school alone. As she walked through the school gates, she felt transformed. Suddenly, she sensed a tap on her shoulder from behind. Classmate, could you do me a favor? The man asked. Jian Wenxin was momentarily taken aback. Aside from the girl who had previously attempted to befriend her, he seemed to be the second person to approach her directly. This left her at a loss for words, for she had never made a friend. Noticing her silence, he added, I'll treat you to some candy. Jian Wenxin regarded this somewhat eccentric young man and recalled some rumors she had heard from classmates. Yellow hair, at the high school gate, offering candy. Could it be that he intended to abduct her? Perhaps I would not be so bad after all. If he deceives me, then it wouldn't be considered my own escape. Would it? This man appears somewhat dim-witted. Perhaps in just a couple of days, Li Guanjia will apprehend him. Yet, even a single day would suffice. I truly yearn to break free from the control of others. I crave freedom. Jian Wenxin blinked, uncertain how to communicate with this man. For a moment, words eluded her. But how foolish he is. Why can't he comprehend the meaning behind my blinking? Hurry up and abduct me. Ride your electric motorcycle and take me away from here. I implore you, even just for a day. No, you misunderstand. I merely wish to treat her to a meal. Silence, you societal trash. Do not think of harming the students of our school. Listen to me. I truly. Perhaps I should speak to the police officer later. Chapter 80. Towards the sun. This time, I wish to be the person. How foolish he is. Can't he just take my hand and walk away with me? I certainly wouldn't resist. Back in the classroom, seated in front of her to the right, was a girl with dark skin, her clothing tattered. The faded edges of her jeans revealed a fair leg. She must be enduring much hardship, yet no suffering compares to one's own. Jian Wenxin retrieved a gaming console from her backpack and began playing Tetris. The substitute teacher seemed oblivious, not casting a glance in her direction. Soon, the afternoon slipped away. Although it felt much like any other day, Jian Wenxin sensed that no one was watching her from the camera. This realization alleviated some of her oppression. School was over. She exited the school gates, and today, no one came to fetch her. A wave of joy washed over her. The feeling of being alone was splendid. She glanced around but saw no sign of the blonde-haired man. It seemed the opportunity to walk with him had vanished. However, today was different. No one awaited her, and she intended to relish the sensation of solitude. She strolled along the riverbank, watching the continuously flowing waters. How swift and free it appeared. Might it carry me away from here? Anywhere would suffice, as long as it took me away. As she walked, she spotted a familiar figure, a man with blonde hair. His motorcycle parked beside him. He was gazing at the river, a nearly extinguished cigarette in hand. Jian Wenxin noticed the emptiness in his eyes, a look of despair. She recognized it. It was the same look reflected in her own gaze. Was it possible that he harbored burdens hidden deep within, just like her? Jian Wenxin smiled faintly, gazing at the distant sunset. To live towards the sun? Grandma, I have done it. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Help! Someone has fallen into the water!" Jian Wenxin heard the shouts, though the sound was muffled, as if submerged in water. She buried her head beneath the surface. This might be her only chance. She had to succeed. She no longer wished to endure a constrained life. No, she was bound for Jingsheng. That would be an entirely different existence. Yet, the commonality remained. Neither offered freedom. "Mother, Grandma, I have come to find you." At that moment, she noticed someone approaching her side. It was the blonde-haired man. "Why is it you again?" Dim-witted boy, unable even to deceive properly. "I desire freedom, and you seek to hinder me?" "I refuse to go up." Jian Wenxin took in more water, yet the blonde-haired man attempted to rescue her. The sensation felt peculiar. Jian Wenxin kept her mouth shut, refusing to accept his aid. She resisted fervently. After all, this was her only chance. She longed for freedom. She moved towards the setting sun. Was this not living towards the sun? Fate played a cruel joke upon her. She had failed once more. The dim-witted boy was an adept swimmer. Despite her struggles, he saved her. On the shore, Jian Wenxin spat out water, aware that she had lost her final opportunity. Rising to her feet, she cast a reproachful glare at the blonde-haired man who had rescued her. At that moment, she noticed the familiarity in his gaze, a reflection of her own desire to escape. "No, you cannot die. If you wish for me to live, then you cannot perish. Let us endure this wretched world together." In the hospital, she lay on the bed, awaiting her judgment. She knew that in a matter of minutes, Li Guanjia would arrive, along with that man, who would surely strike her again. Despair washed over her as she glared at the blonde-haired man. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Jian Wenxin was taken aback. He had initiated conversation with her. "Why did you save me?" she inquired. "How old are you to be contemplating such drastic measures? Is the pressure of the college entrance examination too overwhelming? Or have you been bullied? Problems should be solved, not your existence. Solving problems?" Jian Wenxin felt a pang of sorrow. "I wish I could, but I cannot. Not just me. Neither my mother nor my grandmother can resolve them. I have exhausted all my options, yet I remain unchanged. Why do you continue to stare?" She retorted. "I was merely lost in thought. It was not intentional." He was both dim-witted and annoying. "You stole my first kiss." Jian Wenxin froze. What had she just said? She struggled with communication. Turning away from the blonde-haired man, who continued to explain himself, she chose to ignore him. Moments later, Jian Kuan arrived. Now that she was 18, soon to be sent to Jingsheng, Jian Kuan was particularly concerned for her. Yet, she overheard the blonde-haired man defending her, leaving her nominal father speechless. In that instant, Jian Wenxin found him rather handsome. "Why did you speak up for me?" At that moment, she began to harbor different feelings towards this man. He was rather charming. Grandma once said that I would marry one day. I asked, "Marry whom?" I remember her expression was filled with worry, yet she managed a forced smile. "I will marry someone I love." I did not quite understand. She further explained, "Whoever you kiss, that person will be the one you love." I questioned her with confusion. "If I kiss you, does that mean I love you, and thus I would marry you?" Grandma laughed, and I sensed it was a genuine smile. "Wenxin, that feeling is special. When you meet that person, you will understand. He will treat you well, cherish you, love you, and protect you." A sense of disappointment washed over me. Could someone like me truly encounter such a person? After all, my classmates were all rather fearful of me. He departed, leaving her father speechless. It's all your fault. You caused me to fail again. What is your name? Yang Fan. Setting sail. How klitsch. But his surname is Yang? Young. Living towards the sun. Living towards Yang? Grandma. Is this the meaning? I must resist. Since I cannot die, I refuse to live aimlessly any longer. I do not wish to exist under the control of others. I desire freedom. I shall live towards the sun. Yang Fan, thank you for opening a window for me. Li Guanjia, could you grant me one more day of freedom? Liang chuckled wryly. Miss, you attempted to leap into the river last time. How could I dare? Jian Wenqin gazed earnestly at Li Guanjia. This time, I will not seek death. Liang sighed. Miss, tomorrow, you will depart for Jingshan. It is your last day. Please do not make it difficult for me. Jian Wenqin's expression turned pleading. Li Guanjia, I beg you. Liang's expression grew complex as he pondered for a long while. Jian Wenqin conversed with him earnestly. You must run away from Jiangxing. Beneath the highway, Li Guanjia gazed at the receding sports car, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He had just hung up the phone, and his gaze fell upon it, twisting into a grimace. I, Liang, have indeed grown accustomed to being a dog. Yet this time I long to be a human. Chapter 81. Xiangyang Air. Sheng Tu. Today, I am quite elated. My lady, do ensure you enjoy yourself. Liang did not glance at the phone number sent by Jian Kuan, nor did he accept his money. This time, he intended to assist Jian Wenqin, a debt he owed her for many years. However, the two bodyguards hesitated. Liang bellowed, Are you my men or Jian Kuan's? Yang Fan, why is life so exhausting, yet we still cling to it? Jian Wenqin inquired. Who among us lives without encountering obstacles? As human beings, we must always strive towards the sun. Jian Wenqin was momentarily taken aback. That phrase felt so familiar. It reminded her of her grandmother. Young Fen, I apologize. You are my son. I yearn for freedom and to pursue a love that may not exist. Perhaps someone like me is unworthy of such a pursuit. But even if it is just for a day, I have no regrets. Thank you for indulging in a day of madness with me. The steak arrived, and Yang Fan devoured it ravenously, as if he were famished. Jian Wenqin discreetly retrieved a transparent, small bag from her clothing, containing a white powder. She surreptitiously poured the powder into the recently opened bottle of wine beneath the table. The powder dissolved instantaneously upon contact with liquid, as if it had never existed. Jian Wenqin poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to Yang Fan. Suppressing the turmoil in her heart, she said, I will be leaving tomorrow. Yang Fan's expression shifted upon hearing this, yet he accepted the glass. He offered a toast, wishing you joy in your university life. He then downed the glass in one gulp. After he finished, Jian Wenqin spilled her drink onto the ground. Her gaze towards Yang Fan transformed, filled with regret, affection, and reluctance. I am truly sorry. I have but one day. This is the only way I can ensure you remember me. I know you have 3 women. I did not intend to invade your phone. Yet, I too wish to chase after my love, even if just for a day. Yang Fan, if possible, could you save me? Like the great sage Qi Tian, riding on a rainbow cloud, take me away from here. I desperately long to escape, anywhere but this heart-wrenching place. Jian Wenqin spoke extensively today, sharing many peculiar thoughts. Yang Fan assumed she was merely speaking more because she was leaving tomorrow and that he was her sole friend. However, as time passed, Yang Fan felt an increasing heat within him. Even his mind began to swirl. Wenqin, do you not feel the heat? Yang Fan said, wiping his forehead. He unbuttoned another button on his shirt, murmuring, how strange. He then took another glass of wine and drank it down. The chilled red wine offered only a fleeting moment of refreshment, after which the heat intensified. What is the alcohol content in this? Why is it so potent? Yang Fan turned to the chef behind him. Not receiving a response, the chef continued, Sir, your dishes are ready. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave. Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, the searing sensation in his body becoming increasingly unbearable. At that moment, Jian Wenqin approached him, holding a wet wipe. She gently wiped the sweat from Yang Fan's forehead. Yang Fan, what is wrong? Are you feeling hot? As he gazed at the close proximity of Jian Wenqin, Yang Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. When did this girl develop such allure? Unbeknownst to him, her charm had reached a score of 93, surpassing Lin Yi. Being so close, Yang Fan could smell her youthful fragrance, fresh yet somewhat innocent. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to regain composure. Without warning, he turned and left. He chastised himself for his naivete. After today, he would be 24, over 5 years older than Jian Wenxin. Upon returning to his hotel room, Yang Fan took a cold shower. Although refreshing, his consciousness remained increasingly clouded. What is happening to me? Wrapped in a towel, even with the air conditioning set to 18 degrees, he felt overheated. As he entered the room, he jumped onto the bed only to realize someone was already there. Wenxin, have you entered the wrong room? Yang Fan forced himself to speak through discomfort. Jian Wenxin was dressed lightly, covered by a blanket, and the gentle light revealed her flushed cheeks. Yang Fan, I like you. For a moment, Yang Fan's mind went blank, but he thought, you are still young, unaware of the true meaning of affection. Suddenly, a cool sensation brushed against his lips. This action became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Yang Fan felt as if someone else controlled his mind, yet his awareness remained strikingly clear. Lying on the bed, an overwhelming drowsiness began to envelop him. He could not resist until he succumbed to sleep. Jian Wenxin departed, tears staining her cheeks. Her eyes revealed love and reluctance. She understood the side effects of the drug. Once its effects wore off, one could fall into a profound slumber, with the physically unwell potentially sleeping for an entire day and night. That sufficed. This way, she would not have to hear Yang Fan's reproaches. She feared he would blame her, that he would not like her, that he would reject her. Thus, she felt compelled to act in this manner. I know I am selfish, but Yang Fan, will you forgive me? Jian Wenxin left slowly, taking over 10 minutes to reach the rooftop. She produced a mobile phone, not a smartphone, but an exceedingly old device, merely capable of dialing. She opened the phone, pressed a few digits, and made the call. Li Guanjia. Miss, where are you? Do you require me to come and fetch you? Yes, let us go to Jingsheng. After hanging up, Jian Wenxin gazed at the star-studded sky, 2 particularly bright stars twinkling. Tears streamed from her eyes as if they were free-flowing. Mother, grandmother, I have found the one I adore. Though it was only for a day, I am so happy today. Chapter 82. Let us have a conversation. It was unclear how much time had passed when Yang Fan finally opened his eyes. His head felt heavy, as if struck by a truck. Checking his phone, he realized it was already 9 in the morning. Yang Fan was unaware that if not for his robust constitution, he might not have awakened until evening. He felt immense frustration as he struck his head lightly. How could he have lost control? She is merely an 18-year-old girl. How could she comprehend what it means to truly like someone? It was one thing for her to be naive, but he had acted foolishly as well. Yang Fan sighed. The situation had grown complicated. Looking at the crimson stain on the bed, he felt an increasing sense of discomfort. Suddenly, he noticed 2 books at the bedside, each the size of his palm. They appeared handwritten, as the characters were not printed. One was titled Tao Li, and the other Xiangyang Er Sheng. Tao Li narrated the tale of a young girl, whose life was filled with tragedy. Her mother had died, her father was a beast, and even her beloved grandmother had perished. The girl was engulfed in fear, contemplating suicide at all times, yet she could never find the release she sought. She is even deprived of the right to take her own life. As he reached the conclusion of the second book, Xiangyang Er Sheng, Yang Fan's fists clenched tightly. His eyes had turned crimson. Silly girl, why didn't you tell me? This is not merely a book. It is evidently the diary of a little girl. The narrative is so pitiful that Yang Fan mistook it for a book. It was only when he reached the last page that he found 2 sentences accompanied by traces of tears. I am sorry, truly sorry. Can you forgive my selfishness? I have departed, my little son. Yang Fan rose and scoured the entire resort hotel, yet he could not find the person he longed to see. On the rooftop, Yang Fan gazed at the chair where he had dined the previous night. There was a faint trace of blood. A look of terror crossed Yang Fan's face as he approached the edge of the rooftop step by step. He took a deep breath and looked down. Silly girl. Yang Fan stared into the distance, murmuring, wait for me. Mom, have you seen my pink sun hat? Isn't it the one hanging behind you? Why are you in such a hurry? Why hasn't Xiao Fan arrived yet? He is so unpunctual. Kai Qianqian glanced at her phone. It was nearly 11 o'clock. They had agreed that Yang Fan would pick her up at 10. That girl, with Xiao Fan managing such a large company, how could he not be busy? Please be more understanding of Xiao Fan. Kai Qianqian pouted, looking at Xiao Ling. At that moment, her phone chimed, and she joyfully dashed downstairs. Mom, I'm leaving. You dare. Xiao Ling, who was doing housework, looked helplessly at her retreating figure. Alas, a girl grows up too fast. Kai Qianqian hurried downstairs. This was the house Yang Fan had given to Xiao Ling, located near Jiangxing University. Xiao Fan, spotting Yang Fan standing next to a sports car in the distance, Kai Qianqian rushed towards him. Yang Fan smiled faintly. Today, Kai Qianqian was dressed in a short skirt, as her delicate form fell into his embrace. Yang Fan felt much of his weariness dissipate. Xiao Fan, what is wrong? Kai Qianqian observed Yang Fan's countenance, sensing something was amiss. It's nothing, Yang Fan replied. Kai Qianqian frowned slightly. There was a subtle tension between Yang Fan's brows, and his eyes bore traces of bloodshot. He appeared excessively fatigued. Xiao Fan, have you encountered some trouble? You seem rather despondent. Yang Fan forced a smile, insisting it's nothing. Are you hungry? Let me take you out for a meal. Kai Qianqian understood that Yang Fan was withholding something from her, yet she chose not to pry. At Xinghualu, a luxurious private room, the two dined together. Today was originally Yang Fan's birthday, but he truly had no interest in celebrating. He had never paid attention to this day, having never celebrated his birthday before. Moreover, his current state, Yang Fan, what is really going on? Kai Qian et Gulim. Kai Qianqian set down her chopsticks, or rather, it would be more accurate to say she slammed them down. She glared at Yang Fan, her little face displaying anger. However, it wasn't long before she appeared aggrieved, tears welling in her eyes. Yang Fan felt somewhat at a loss, wondering if she had discovered something. He pulled her into an embrace, but Kai Qianqian continued to resist. Yang Fan, let us talk. Observing Kai Qianqian's serious demeanor, Yang Fan realized some truths could no longer be concealed. He lit a cigarette, attempting to appear more composed. Since being with several women, he had rarely smoked. Yet today, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, a pent-up breath that needed release. Do you not want me anymore? Kai Qianqian's voice trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks. Yang Fan felt a sharp pain in his heart, not even noticing the cigarette that fell from his hand. Qianqian, what nonsense are you saying? Tears continued to flow from Kai Qianqian's eyes as she fixed her gaze on Yang Fan, enunciating each word. Is it Lin Yi or your secretary? Yang Fan fell silent. If this was the sixth sense of a woman, he was increasingly convinced that Kai Qianqian had uncovered something. He looked in her eyes, sighed, and said, I'm sorry, Qianqian. I am a scoundrel. Upon hearing these words, Kai Qianqian showed no reaction, her tears still glistening in her eyes. So, you're going to abandon me again? Yang Fan took a deep breath. At this point, there was no alternative. After all, this was a journey he had to undergo. From the very beginning, his feelings for Kai Qianqian were largely familial. He felt more guilt toward her than anything else. Qianqian, I will be your brother. Slap. Kai Qianqian struck Yang Fan across the face. She looked both aggrieved and regretful after the act. Yang Fan offered a bitter smile, understanding that he, too, would have wanted to strike himself for uttering those words. Yang Fan, what do you take me for? Am I something you can take or discard at will? Tears continued to stream down Kai Qianqian's face. Her carefully applied makeup smudged. I'm sorry. Yang Fan truly did not know what else to say, repeating those three words. Kai Qianqian lunged at him, biting down on his shoulder with intensity. Yang Fan held his silence, feeling the warmth radiating from the spot where she bit him, his heart aching for her. Take me to a hotel, Kai Qianqian said, her voice choked. Yang Fan, are you even a man? Yang Fan steeled himself and, with determination, embraced her as he exited the private room. Chapter 83. Leaving unspent for the children throughout the journey, Yang Fan's thoughts were in turmoil, and Kai Qianqian remained silent. Upon entering the hotel, Yang Fan took a deep breath and said, Qianqian. As he turned to face her, he found her already shedding her clothes. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Kai Qianqian shook her head vigorously, tears streaming from her eyes. Yang Fan felt a pang in his heart, unsure how to deal with the girl in his arms. Initially, he had envisioned a simple life with Kai Qianqian's family. She was the girl he had owed for many years. Yet, things had taken an unexpected turn, just when he was ready to embrace a mundane life. An invisible hand seemed to push him down the path of a scoundrel. Wealth had not corrupted him. He questioned whether to blame himself or if, deep down, he was indeed a scoundrel. He did not believe it. The inexplicable coincidences and fateful encounters had led to this moment. Su Munin, due to a misunderstanding. Lin Yi, a delightful encounter. Kai Qianqian, the girl who had harbored feelings for him for many years. And Jingwen Xin, the girl who evoked sympathy. As they lay on the bed, Yang Fan wrapped her in a blanket, gently patting her back. Kai Qianqian appeared to have cried herself out, her initial agitation subsiding. Sighing, Yang Fan said, Qian, I will not abandon you this time. It's just that he could not bring himself to utter the latter part of his sentence. Perhaps due to a pang of conscience. Kai Qian also calmed down, burying her head as she spoke. I've known for a long time. When I visited your villa last time, I found a long hair. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. That had happened a month ago. So early? Xiao Fan. Do you know? When you fell for Zhang Ran in high school, I cried for a long time. I thought if you wouldn't mind, I could. Before she could finish, Yang Fan covered her mouth. He felt he owed this girl so much. Kai Qian asked for little, merely a desire to stay by his side. How could her feelings not be seen as pathological? He regretted not noticing sooner that her feelings had long since transformed. Qian, I was wrong. As he spoke, Yang Fan held her tighter. Kai Qian shifted slightly, her eyes filled with tenderness. Brother. Yang Fan understood her meaning all too well. He is complicated now. Sigh, I don't need to think about it. I've made up my mind long ago. Yang Fan's expression was somewhat intricate. Having just gone through the incident with Jian Wenxin, he truly lacked the mental space for anything else. Moreover, today was indeed not the most opportune moment. It would be better to grant her some time. However, upon glancing at Kai Qian, her expression was filled with even more confusion. What is wrong, my dear? Did you have a quarrel with Xiao Fan? Upon hearing this, Kai Qian immediately burst into tears and clung to Xiao Ling Mom. Don't cry. Tell me what happened, and I'll deal with that little brat. Kai Qian shook her head vigorously. Having raised Kai Qian for over 20 years, Xiao Ling knew her temperament all too well. She simply sat quietly with Kai Qian, saying nothing. After a while, Kai Qian finally spoke up. I didn't argue with Xiao Fan. Then what happened? Xiao Ling clearly did not believe her. Mom, am I not attractive? Kai Qian blinked and asked. Xiao Ling was taken aback, looking at the flamboyantly dressed Kai Qian. She cleared her throat and said, Are you implying that Xiao Fan is lacking in that regard? Kai Qian burst into laughter and replied, Mom, do men turn bad once they have money? A glimmer of understanding crossed Xiao Ling's eyes. She finally grasped what had transpired. It was hard to say. Human nature is not something everyone can control. The child Xiao Fan, whom I have watched grow up, should not be that way. Kai Qian became more resolute in her thoughts. He has always been the Yang Fan she knows, affectionate, but that does not equate to being frivolous. Today's behavior clearly indicated that he would not be. Upon returning to the company, Yang Fan felt a heavier weight on his heart. The development of his company seemed rather slow. He had not even considered that his influence had only been growing for 2 months. Sitting in his office chair, he rubbed his temples. On his desk lay 2 books. The phone rang, and Yang Fan glanced at the caller ID before answering. Brother Yang, are you busy? I mentioned that I would help you. Although I can't offer much financially, I have many capable people under me. It's a pity that heroes have no place to exert their talents. Yang Fan smiled faintly, fully aware of the situation. Just send them my way. Without a doubt. The compensation here is better than at other companies. As a scion of a prominent family, he certainly had no shortage of competent individuals. And Yang Fan was never in short supply of money. If he ever lacked funds, he could simply reward his employees. Yes, I have some questions for you. All right, I'll wait for you tonight. After ending the call, Yang Fan let out a deep breath. The Jian family? Yang Fan had never heard of this family. After all, Jiangxing only had 4 major families. Therefore, it had to be a particularly notable family, given its connection to the capital. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door opened, and Yang Fan saw the figure that brought him solace. His heart felt a bit steadier. With that, he buried his head in her embrace, greedily inhaling her scent. Lin Yi did not wear perfume, but she possessed a natural fragrance that only a mature woman could have, which calmed his restless spirit. Lin Yi was taken aback. Seeing Yang Fan's unusual demeanor, she did not push him away. After all, she had long been accustomed to such intimacy. What is wrong? Lin Yi inquired. Yang Fan turned his face slightly, his voice muffled. I'm so tired. Let me rest for a while. Hearing Yang Fan's hoarse voice, Lin Yi felt a pang of concern. Although she did not know what had happened, she was willing to give everything for this man. After a while, Yang Fan lay on Lin Yi's soft lap, and she gently massaged his head. Does it still hurt? Lin Yi asked cautiously. Much better. Yang Fan was uncertain whether it was due to his overthinking or the lingering effects of the medication, or perhaps it was a combination of both. You shouldn't tire yourself out like this, earning so much money that you can't even spend it. Lin Yi said softly, resembling a caring older sister. Yang Fan smiled faintly, relishing her care. Leave the unspent money for our children. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi blushed slightly. Who says I want to have children with you? She playfully retorted. Yang Fan laughed heartily, then took the initiative to kiss her. After a considerable time, he finally released her. For some reason, Lin Yi seemed particularly indulgent towards Yang Fan today. It must be due to the unusual nature of the day. Now, tell me, what is really going on? Lin Yi asked, adjusting her clothing. Yang Fan sighed, his mind clearer than before. Xiao Yi, Wenxin has left. Lin Yi was somewhat perplexed and asked, I know, didn't she leave the company? After pondering, Yang Fan chose not to disclose the complexities surrounding Jian Wenxin. It was something he needed to handle alone, and sharing it with Lin Yi would not benefit either of them. Yes, she left for the capital to study. That's great. The capital is much better than Jiangxing. Your younger sister seems to have been accepted by Jiang University. Yang Fan nodded. Chun Lin was helping a Kai Jingyuan's shop, and he had no worries about her. Perhaps it was due to Lin Yi's nature. Being with her made Yang Fan feel at ease. She was attentive and considerate of his feelings. This side of Yang Fan was something Lin Yi had yet to see. Brother Yang, sister-in-law. Yang Fan offered a slight smile, and Lin Yi nodded in return. Cool, me. Let's go inside and talk. The two engaged in a lively conversation, drinking copiously. As the meal approached its conclusion, Yang Fan said to the female companion beside him, Please head upstairs and wait for me. The Gu family, one of the 4 prominent families, was the only family with a grievance against Yang Fan. Yang Fan shook his head no. Then what does Brother Yang wish to know? Before he could finish his sentence, he merely cast a glance at Lin Yi. Naturally, Lin Yi understood. The upcoming conversation might be somewhat confidential, so she stood up to leave. It's fine. You could just speak openly, Yang Fan said. Lin Yi was pulled back to her seat by Yang Fan, feeling a warm sensation in her heart. Although it was a small gesture, it was enough to demonstrate his trust in her. Duan Yan did not say much. He was unaware of the place Lin Yi occupied in Yang Fan's heart. Yang Fan furrowed his brow. Why did mentioning the Jian family immediately connect it to the capital? What did that mean? Are you referring to the Jian family in the capital? Where else could there be a Jian family besides the capital? In an instant, Yang Fan's mind was racing. The Jian family of the capital was not from Jiangxing? Yes, it is indeed the Jian family from the capital, Yang Fan confirmed. Duan Yan let out a bitter laugh and said, Brother Yang, you overestimate me. Even my father knows very little about the families in the capital. Yang Fan contemplated for a moment and then asked, Do you know if anyone from the Jian family has visited Jiangxing in the last 20 years? Duan Yan thought for a long while before responding, I believe there was someone from my father's generation, named Jianji or Jiankoan. Brother Yang, I genuinely don't know much about this. Duan Yan sighed, clearly unaware. Yang Fan rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The situation had evidently grown more complex. Initially, Yang Fan assumed the Jian family was merely a unique family in Jiangxing. He never expected them to be a family from the capital. So why was Jian Wenxin living in Jiangxing? And who was pressuring her? Yang Fan was intensely curious and eager to understand. Brother Yang, how about I introduce you to my brother another day? He might know more. Yang Fan lifted his head and asked, Who are you referring to? Yun Qingfeng. All right, thank you very much. Yang Fan replied earnestly. Duan Yan patted Yang Fan on the shoulder. No need to be polite with me. Let us drink. The two raised their glasses for one last toast before departing. Escorted him to the hotel entrance. With a playful wink, she wrapped her arm around her female companion's waist and teasingly remarked, What's the big deal? We're getting married soon. I might as well have some fun. It seemed that this fellow had transformed from mere acting into genuine affection. Lin Yi playfully pinched Yang Fan's arm. Sooner or later, you'll become like this too. Upon hearing Lin Yi's complaint, Yang Fan replied earnestly, I assure you, I will not. Lin Yi felt a bit bashful under Yang Fan's serious gaze and turned her head away. Are we at your place or mine? She queried. We discussed this 2 days ago. Yang Fan responded with a mischievous grin. But once we arrive at your home, it won't be up to you anymore. Today, Lin Yi was still the one driving. Why are you showering so quickly? Stay in a little longer. Yang Fan had a look of impatience. After 2 rounds of your body wash, you're definitely clean. Haha. Did you check if the door is locked? Yes, it's locked and bolted. Yang Fan, don't tug at my clothes. Haha, isn't it warm? Yang Fan swiftly and skillfully stripped Lin Yi down to nothing. The floor of the young woman's room was strewn with disheveled clothing and undergarments. The usually serious Lin Yi from the office now resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Turn off the lights. Chapter 85. Happiness Young Fan grinned widely and tossed a nearby doll, hitting the switch perfectly. In the darkness, they could feel each other's heartbeats. Thump, thump, rapid and intense. Young Fen, you. He covered her mouth and smiled gently. From now on, you belong to me. I will cherish, love, and protect you. Before he could finish, Lin eagerly kissed him. Be gentle. I'm still a novice. Yang Fan was especially tender this time, knowing he could control himself, especially since she was Lin E, the one who held his heart above all others. After a gentle rain, time had slipped into the early hours of the morning. Yang Fan wished for a cigarette, which would have made everything perfect. But knowing Lin E despised the smell of smoke, he refrained. Yang Fan. Lin E leaned against his shoulder, unusually obedient. What is up? He inquired. Nothing. Just want to call out to you. Yang Fan sensed that Lin E had something on her mind, but was holding back. If there's nothing, let us find something to do, he suggested with a mischievous smile. No way. I have to work tomorrow. It's no problem. The boss will give you a day off. In the morning, Lin E still intended to go to work, but Yang Fan would not allow it. After descending the stairs, he bought some medicine at Lin Yi's request, even procuring a long-term supply. This earned him an eye roll from Lin E, though her embarrassment mingled with irritation. Fortunately, she had already laid a solid foundation and only needed to build upon it gradually. Yang Fan was astonished that an 18-year-old girl could achieve so much. He figured that in the future, he could easily entrust the empire he built to Jian Wenxin. After all, he had already developed a relationship with her, and she had shown interest in him, so Yang Fan naturally regarded her as one of his own. Worked swiftly, bringing in a considerable number of high-level management personnel within just 2 days. Yang Fan signed contracts with them and felt no anxiety about utilizing their expertise. This alleviated some of Li Na's stress, as there were even individuals more capable than she was. Within half a month, the entire building had blossomed, and the company's staff had swelled to hundreds. What had initially been a single floor had transformed into an entire building, a stark contrast to its former state. Mr. Yang, Xingchen Media has recently started a rivalry with us, showing an attitude of not backing down until they bring us down, a woman in her 30s reported. In terms of capability, she surpassed Li Na, though Li Na held the position of vice president. Let us confront them. Can we not compete? Yang Fan asked, puzzled. Zhang Jingru replied, we can fight, but the losses will be considerable. How much? At least 50 million. Yang Fan paused for a moment before stating, I will allocate 500 million from the company's funds for a vigorous counterattack. Make sure to leave them thoroughly embarrassed. Let other media companies recognize our strength. Zhang Jingru swallowed hard and said, it won't require that much. I can certainly establish our momentum with just 200 million. Li Na, seated in the same office, inquired, have you come to understand what kind of person he is? Sipping her tea, she asked. Zhang Jingru chuckled. He is quite extravagant. Zhang Jingru's expression turned serious, as she added, in a week, I will bring Xingchen Media to its knees, allowing Mr. Yang to witness my capabilities. Li Na clapped her hands. I have faith in you. At present, Yang Fan was inspecting the company, assessing work efficiency. Brother. Thus, Yang Fan had deliberately arranged a unique task for him. He transformed an entire floor into a gym, catering to the needs of employees who spent long hours working in front of screens. It served as a recreational space. Inside, various entertainment equipment was available, including a game room and pool tables. He entrusted the management of this area to Chun Xiaowu, a former classmate, as a gesture of support. As a boss, Yang Fan's achievements in this regard would likely surpass 99% of his peers. Even Li Na remarked that he was doing too much. However, Yang Fan felt otherwise. This initiative would invigorate his employees' work ethic. Remarkably, the turnover rate at Yang Fan Media had plummeted to just 20%, a staggering statistic. Yang Fan then proceeded to the floor designated for female streamers. Currently, there were no fewer than 10 female streamers in the company with charm ratings exceeding 85, and the number was on the rise. Many of them looked at Yang Fan with starry eyes, fully aware that he was there to see the streamer Su Munin. On this floor, Su Munin reigned supreme, her fan base having surpassed 3 million. Many had been drawn in by her allure. Just then, Su Munin's live streaming page turned black, although she had not ended the stream. The screen was devoid of visuals and sound. 20 former. All right. Is this how we're playing it? I'm unfollowing. 19 ice cream needs heating. Didn't the person above say that at least 10 times already? 21 watermelon sister. Why is the live stream screen black while the viewer count keeps rising? 23 the grandson's favorite. Keep it down, don't disturb my grandpa. Soo Yunen's face flushed with embarrassment as she gazed at Yang Fan with affection. Leaning close to her ear, Yang Fan whispered, "It's a lie to say you're not hurt. Even though we haven't taken it to the final step, there's still an emptiness in your heart." MHM. Watching Soo Yunen, who was beaming with joy, Yang Fan affectionately ruffled her hair. Although he held a slight preference for Lin Yi, he could not neglect Soo Yunen. Spending the night at Lin Yi's place was pure bliss. It was the same little rental unit, and Yang Fan had expressed a desire to purchase an additional apartment. However, Lin Yi deemed it a waste of money, reluctant to part with their current abode, which held special memories for them. Yang Fan chose to respect her opinion. Though the space was modest, it was filled with Lin Yi's fragrance, and he certainly had no complaints. After all, the rental unit he once occupied was even smaller than Lin Yi's. Chapter 86. Please don't cry. Ever since their relationship deepened, Yang Fan noticed that Lin Yi had grown increasingly beautiful, now exuding an alluring charm. Perhaps it was his nurturing affection, as her charm rating had reached an impressive 94. A delightful increase of 2 points that astonished Yang Fan. He realized there were myriad ways to enjoy their connection. Similarly, Yang Fan found himself increasingly reluctant to leave that little rental unit. "Xiao Yi, do you not love me anymore? Yang Fan, you resemble a beast. Every day as I head to work, my legs feel weak. Please, allow me a few days of respite." This was what Lin Yi said to him last night. In response, Yang Fan merely chuckled, interpreting her words as a compliment. Indeed, his physical prowess greatly exceeded that of the average person, leading to certain heightened demands in some aspects. Yang Fan lingered with Soo Nan for a while, only departing when a phone call interrupted their moment. "A good brother. In spirit. Haha, it's just a trivial matter. Furthermore, that fellow Yin Qing Feng has a rather peculiar temperament. You must exercise patience when dealing with him. After all, when one seeks assistance, it is only natural to adopt a proper attitude. The 4 great families, it is time to pay them a visit. Revenge for grievances, and grievances for grievances." Yang Fan has not forgotten the actions of the Gu brothers. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 5:30. Yang Fan felt a sense of conscience. Having left work earlier than most, due to generous remuneration, many employees lingered beyond their hours, often sitting for an additional 30 minutes. This brought Yang Fan comfort, for they were not laboring merely for the sake of work, but for the sake of their employer. Regardless, the two were acquainted and shared a good rapport within the company. However, upon descending the stairs, Yang Fan could not locate Lin Yi. She darted away faster than a rabbit. He could only smile and shake his head at the thought. Am I truly that terrifying? Where is Xiao Yi? Sumonen inquired. Although she was slightly older than Lin Yi, her tone was endearing. Soo Nan laughed joyously, linking her arm with Yang Fan's, entirely unbothered by the gazes of others. After all, everyone in the company was already aware of their relationship. At this moment, she was blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Did I not drive? Soo Nan pointed towards an adorable pink beetle parked nearby. This was her own purchase, costing only a few tens of thousands. It was not Yang Fan's doing. He had initially intended to gift her a sports car, but she had vehemently declined. Later, she secretly bought this little car while Yang Fan was distracted. It was quite charming and suited a young lady perfectly. Yang Fan accepted her preference, content that she was happy. It had been quite a while since he had taken this little girl out for a proper meal. Soo Nan appeared particularly cheerful today, behaving like a little girl beside Yang Fan. "Brother Yang, want to eat grilled fish?" Yang Fan smiled slightly. He was uncertain about what to eat. Xinghua Lu was indeed delightful, but too much of it could become tiresome. It had also been some time since he indulged in street food, so he specifically sought out a bustling eatery for grilled fish. Hygiene aside, the flavors and the lively atmosphere of the place were undeniably appealing. Now, in early August, the evening had a slight chill. Soo Nan wore a white tank top under a plaid shirt, complemented by light-colored jeans that accentuated her shapely legs. Yang Fan had touched them before. They were smooth and pleasant to the touch. "What made you crave fish today?" Yang Fan asked. Soo Nan beamed sweetly. "I wanted to eat meat," giggle. Yang Fan looked at her with affectionate indulgence, though suddenly something caught his attention. "Want to eat meat?" Those simple 4 words led Yang Fan to ponder deeply. He was well aware of Soo Nan's bad habits. A homebody, and she loved staying up late, possessing many unhealthy customs. Previously, Yang Fan would hold her while sleeping, knowing she only slept after he had succumbed to slumber. Furthermore, Every morning, he would find her still lounging in bed. Yang Fan squinted at Su Mu Nan, who was enjoying her grilled fish, and inquired, "What flavor of instant noodles did you eat yesterday?" "Sour soup flavor." Su Mu Nan, chewing on the fish, abruptly paused and quickly replied, "I didn't eat instant noodles." Yang Fan, unconvinced, wiped her mouth and then lifted her onto his lap. "Ouch, em soda. Don't hit me," Su Mu Nan whimpered, laying her head on Yang Fan's leg. "What'd you do wrong?" I was just too lazy to go out. That's why I ate instant noodles. I don't eat them every day." Hearing this, Yang Fan set her down and said earnestly, "At your age, you should be eating properly. How can you rely on instant noodles?" Su Mu Nan lowered her head and murmured, "I've gotten used to it." "What did you say?" "Nothing, I'm just eating meat." Yang Fan carefully picked out the fish bones for the little girl, placing tender pieces of fish into her bowl. Since he had prepared it, Su Mu Nan felt reassured eating it. Originally, there were few bones, and after Yang Fan's meticulous handling, there were none at all. Throughout the meal, Yang Fan devoted himself to serving this little girl. Although Su Mu Nan was slightly older than Yang Fan, she truly resembled a little girl. Entirely incapable of taking care of herself, Su Mu Nan gently caressed her slightly protruding belly and said, "I can't eat anymore. I'm too full." She blinked her eyes and murmured, "Just talking big." Yang Fan was uncertain if she heard him, but a smile graced his lips. Upon returning to the small villa, the bedroom they shared was immaculate, devoid of any trace of instant noodles. It was not until Yang Fan opened a wooden cabinet that he discovered a box full of instant noodles. Su Mu Nan, her head lowered and hands clasped, appeared like a child caught in wrongdoing. "Go take a shower first." Noticing Yang Fan's silence on the matter, Su Mu Nan happily headed for the shower. Although she might face some punishment later, it would only amount to a couple of playful swats on her backside. Once she lay on the bed, she realized that this man was capable of more than just playful banter. "You?" Yang Fan observed Su Mu Nan's terrified expression and asked, "Are you unwilling?" Su Mu Nan quickly shook her head, replying, "No, it's just that the happiness came a bit too suddenly." Giggle. "Oh, then don't cry later." Chapter 87. I absolutely detest scumbags. Yang Fan glanced at his phone. It was 10:03. At this moment, Su Mu Nan was still quite joyful. Having spent so much time with Yang Fan, the latter had yet to take any significant action, causing her to ponder. Yang Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, the sound of rain outside bringing a sense of tranquility. Checking his phone again, it was already 2:30 in the morning, and Su Mu Nan had been in the bathroom for an astonishing 20 minutes. Yang Fan grew concerned and approached the independent bathroom in their bedroom. To his surprise, he found Su Mu Nan sitting in the corner, nearly asleep. She only awoke when Yang Fan approached her. "No more, I want to stay up late. I'll sleep properly." Yang Fan chuckled at her pitiful expression and promptly lifted her. She was quite light, easily supported by one hand. "All right, time for bed. I won't tease you anymore. Seriously, we must sleep." In the morning, Yang Fan slowly opened his eyes. Although he had just awakened, he felt invigorated. Su Mu Nan was still peacefully slumbering in his embrace, and he chose not to wake her. Upon glancing at his phone, he was astonished to see it was already 11 o'clock. Due to the rain, the outside world was overcast, leading Yang Fan to mistakenly assume it was still morning. It was understandable. After all, having gone to bed at 3:30, waking at 11 was entirely reasonable. The gathering with Duan Ian's group was scheduled for the evening, so Yang Fan felt no rush. Gently rubbing Su Mu Nan's small face, he wiped away the traces of tears on her cheeks. He had worn her out last night, a deliberate lesson from him, encouraging her to abandon her unhealthy habits. Yang Fan had hoped for some improvement from her, considering it was not their first experience. However, he had underestimated her. He remained oblivious to his own strength, making it quite challenging for Su Mu Nan. Yang Fan continued to sleep until after 2 o'clock, when the light rain outside had ceased. Upon awakening, his gaze fell upon Su Mu Nan, her cheeks puffed up adorably. "What is this expression?" Yang Fan rubbed his eyes and asked. You're being too much." Su Mu Nan pouted, her face filled with resentment. "Both adorable and heart-wrenching. Let us see if you still dare to eat instant noodles." Yang Fan playfully smacked her backside. Su Mu Nan's eyes turned watery. Having risen from his slumber, Yang Fan promptly dealt with the instant noodles he had hidden away. "At your age, you should be able to take care of yourself," he remarked. "I've hired 2 housekeepers to ensure you eat properly from now on. No more of this nutritionally deficient fare." Su Munin remained nestled beneath the covers, revealing only the top of her head. Oh, I see now. Last night, Su Munin had again stayed up late, making it inconvenient for her to rise. And thus Yang Fan had allowed her to rest at home. By 3 in the afternoon, Yang Fan arrived at the office, driving a LaFerrari. Compared to a Maserati supercar, the price of the LaFerrari was nearly twice as much. Yet, accustomed to the Maserati, he seldom drove the LaFerrari. Were it not for the dust accumulating on it, he might have forgotten about it altogether. Upon entering the office, Yang Fan made his way to Lin Yi's office. It seemed she was on a call, and she did not notice his arrival. It was only when he stealthily embraced her that she became aware of his presence. Who are you talking to? Yang Fan inquired, noting the furrow of concern etched on Lin Yi's face. It's nothing, just some family matters, she replied as she ended the call. If there's anything you wish to share, remember that your matters are my matters too, Yang Fan said earnestly. Lin Yi met his gaze. Oh, don't worry, I can handle it myself. Yang Fan nodded. Although she had refused the money he offered previously, her monthly salary was still 200,000. Lin Yi was an independent woman who would not accept his financial assistance. Since money was not a pressing issue at the company, Yang Fan did not dwell on it. While most matters in the world could be resolved with money, it seemed Lin Yi's troubles were of a familial nature. He had inquired about her family situation before, but she had always deflected his questions. Yang Fan believed perhaps it was not yet the right time to press the issue. Such matters should not be rushed. Why isn't Mu Nan at work? Lin Yi asked. Yang Fan chuckled awkwardly. She is still in bed. Lin Yi shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, with her fragile constitution, you should be more considerate. Yang Fan laughed heartily, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Join me for an outing tonight. We have a client to meet. Sure, boss. Yang Fan smiled mischievously at Lin Yi's playful teasing. Oh, we're at the office. Lin Yi, being a relatively modest girl, ensured the banter did not go too far. The company still relied heavily on Yang Fan, and he had numerous tasks to attend to. In his office, Yang Fan had scarcely settled in when Zhang Jingru arrived. Yang Zong, she began. What is it? Weren't you embroiled in a tug-of-war with Xingchen Media? Yang Zong, they have conceded, she replied. Yang Fan blinked, nearly letting slip a phrase from traditional culture. After a moment, he extended his thumb in approval. Excellent. Is there anything else? Aware that Zhang Jingru's visit was not solely for this matter, he inquired further. Seeing her appear somewhat bashful, Yang Fan encouraged, speak freely. As long as it's not too outrageous, we can negotiate. Zhang Jingru continued. I believe we should not easily accept their apology. It makes us seem too easy to bully in others' eyes. Yang Fan nodded, recognizing the validity of her point, but he scrutinized her closely and asked, is it the only reason? Yes, she affirmed. Yang Fan smiled slightly. If there are other motivations, do not hesitate to share. I may not refuse. However, should I discover you utilizing the company for personal gain? His eyes sharpened, though he left his warning unspoken. Though Yang Fan felt somewhat vulnerable in matters of emotion and had never attended university, it did not imply a lack of intelligence. Having been a boss for an extended period, he was no longer the naive delivery boy of yore. Zhang Jingru took a deep breath. I do have a personal interest. The owner of Xingchen Duhai is my ex-boyfriend. Yang Fan blinked in surprise, realizing the depth of the situation he had been unaware of. Observing Zhang Jingru's embarrassed demeanor, he replied earnestly, it's not a big deal. I grant you full authority to retaliate and do not accept any apologies from them until you are thoroughly satisfied. Zhang Jingru's eyes glistened with gratitude. Thank you, Yang Zong. Yang Fan recognized he had gained a devoted ally, one wholly committed to his company. After Zhang Jingru departed, Yang Fan murmuret, idetes scoundrels. Chapter 88. The abandoned child of the Jin family, this was the residence of Yin Qingfeng. Duan Yan had arrived earlier than Yang Fan and was now waiting at the entrance. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Yang Fan apologized with a sincere expression. His feelings toward Duan Yan were complicated, regardless of whether he sought Yang Fan's assistance to disrupt a marriage alliance. In Yang Fan's heart, he remained a brother. No worries. I just arrived as well, Duan Yan replied, his gaze fixated on Yang Fan's LaFerrari. You truly are wealthy, he remarked after a prolonged silence. Yang Fan chuckled and shook his head. It's merely a means of transportation, nothing to boast about. Duan Yan refrained from further discussion on the subject. There was no need to dwell on it. He considered himself quite affluent among his peers, possessing 2 enterprises, Fuyufu and Marriott Hotel, with a fortune amounting to billions and nearly 100 million in liquid assets. Even so, he only drove a car worth 7 to 8 million. Of course, this was merely his personal financial standing, separate from family wealth. Setting aside everything else, he genuinely admired Yang Fan's success. Let us proceed. I will introduce you to my brother. Yang Fan felt a tinge of skepticism. He found Duan Yan's demeanor rather unreliable. The last time he attended a ball, he had not realized how expansive the estate was, likely spanning no less than 600 acres. Along the way, they encountered no fewer than 10 servants and housekeepers. Upon entering a room in the hotel, Yang Fan spotted a handsome young man from the side. Dressed in white, he was currently petting a cat in his arms, exuding an air of elegance and approachability. This was his initial impression of the man. Shoo! Yin Qingfeng placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Yang Fan observed quietly as the refined young man continued his interaction with the feline. After a considerable time, Yin Qingfeng finally set the cat down. What are you shouting about? You frightened my little target. I'll make you crawl out if you keep this up. Duan Yan paused, glancing at the small gray kitten on the floor. Isn't this little gray the one from Sister Ming? Did you steal it? Yin Qingfeng turned around, revealing his face. Before he could speak, Lin Yi burst into laughter, and even Yang Fan struggled to suppress a chuckle. Yin Qingfeng sported a prominent black eye, evidence of a recent altercation, alongside 6 silver needles protruding from his face and neck, piercing yet not bleeding or hindering his movement. These are the friends you introduced? How rude. Yin Qingfeng remarked with irritation. Duan Yan chuckled, stepping forward to embrace his shoulders. Is it so bad to elicit a laugh from others? Yin Qingfeng shrugged him off. Don't touch me carelessly. If one of them falls out, I might be in trouble. Sister Ming is impressive. She can manage 6 needles now. Last time, she only had 5. Can you not speak? Yin Qingfeng retorted, exasperated. I have no time. I need to contemplate which one to remove first. He waved his hand dismissively. Duan Yan glanced at him, feeling a bit guilty, and looked towards Yang Fan. Upon hearing the mention of the capital city, Yang Fan's breathing noticeably quickened. Yingo, I do have some questions I'd like to consult with you about. I am willing to compensate you for your time, Yang Fan stated with a calm demeanor. Yin Qingfeng glanced at Yang Fan and casually remarked, 1 question for 10 million. Yang Fan exclaimed in disbelief. 10 million per question? Why don't you just go rob a bank? Duan Yan delivered a punch to Yin Qingfeng, who did not flinch, seemingly unfazed by the blow. If that's the case, let's postpone for another day. I'm truly preoccupied today, Yin Qingfeng said while pulling out his phone to send messages, clearly occupied. All right, Yang Fan replied without hesitation. To him, money was the least valuable commodity, easily acquired with a mere flick of his wrist. Duan Yan sighed, aware that although Yang Fan was not short on funds, it still felt uncomfortable to pay for his friend's assistance. 3 questions. I'm in a hurry, Yin Qingfeng stated while seated on the sofa, prompting Yang Fan and the others to take their seats as well. I wish to know if anyone from the Jingchang Jin family has visited Jiangsheng, Yang Fan inquired. Yin Qingfeng rubbed his dark circles, wearing a pained expression as he replied, I don't know. Next question. Yang Fan blinked, while Yin Qingfeng squinted at the 6 silver needles reflected in the mirror, clearly lost in thought, unable to bear it any longer. Duan Yan slammed his fist on the table. Take this seriously. I'm here to seek your help on behalf of my brother, and you expect payment? What is this supposed to mean? Duan Yan asserted, feeling a loss of face due to Yin Qingfeng's demeanor. Yin Qingfeng grimaced and replied, buddy, even moving my mouth hurts right now, and honestly, I truly don't know. Then what do you mean by 10 million per question? Young people should not rush. Yin Qingfeng said, calling out toward the outside, Uncle Zhou. Within 20 seconds, a middle-aged man walked in from outside. Yang Fan recognized him from a previous auction as the host. Butler Yin Zhou, he introduced himself, a man reportedly skilled in martial arts. Young master, Yin Zhou said respectfully. Yang Fan regarded Yin Zhou, finding him to be far more reliable than Yin Qingfeng. He nodded and reiterated his earlier question. After pondering, Yin Zhou responded, the Jingcheng Jian family? Such a family would not regard our Jiangsheng territory. However, there was indeed one person who visited Jiangsheng and stayed for a considerable time. Yang Fan suppressed his excitement and asked, who is he? Yin Zhou continued, to say he is from the Jian family is somewhat inaccurate, as he was expelled from the family 20 years ago, which is why he came to Jiangsheng. His name is Jian Kuan. Although he's a castaway from the Jian family, no one dares to look down on him here, as he still bears the Jian surname. He even married the youngest daughter of a Lin family, leading to their eventual extermination. It is quite ironic. Chapter 89. Old Master Yun. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingfeng also became intrigued, momentarily forgetting his pain, and asked, Lin family? I have not heard of that family. Yun Zhou glanced at Yun Qingfeng and sighed. It is not a good story. The Lin family's downfall was of their own making. Noticing the interest from the others, Yun Zhou began to elaborate. The Lin family is a minor clan. While they do not compare to our four great families, they are not entirely weak. When Jiankun was abandoned by the Jian family and arrived in Jiangcheng, although no one dared to provoke him, no one sought to curry favor either, as being friendly with him was tantamount to declaring enmity with the Jingcheng Jian family. However, the old patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Shan, took the initiative to befriend him and even married his youngest daughter, Lin Xiaoyu, to Jiankun. He thought he could secure a powerful ally, but in the end, he brought about the ruin of the entire Lin family, which is truly poetic justice. If what he said is true, then Jian Wenxin might be the daughter of Jian Kun and Lin Xiaoyu. Despite knowing this, Yang Fan still struggled to connect the dots. Jian Kun was a castaway from the Jian family. Why then was Jian Wenxin sent to Jingcheng, having been abandoned? What purpose did Jian Kun have in sending Jian Wenxin to Jingcheng? Why just mentioned is common knowledge among many, including your father. However, no one brings it up. As it is not a matter of pride, Yin Zhou sighed. After all, it is a small family in Jiangcheng, and the old master had even gone to Jingcheng to seek justice regarding this matter. Before Yang Fan could finish discussing Jian Kun, he noticed Yin Zhou shake his head. Indeed, while Yin Zhou held a respectable position within the Yun family, he was still merely a butler. Knowing as much as he did was quite impressive. As for Jian Kun, if Yang Fan recalled correctly, he had encountered him once. It was at the hospital when the man had pulled out a bank card upon their first meeting. However, Yang Fan had scolded him and left without further interaction. Thank you, Yang Fan said, pulling out a check for 10 million. Just then, a cute, somewhat naive-looking girl descended the stairs of the villa. Brother, I know which one to pull out first. Yang Fan looked at the girl, feeling a strong sense of familiarity. Wow, there are so many people. The girl appeared startled upon seeing Yang Fan. Xiao Fangu, you're here too, Yun Xiaoer said with a smile. Yang Fan smiled back, having anticipated that Yun Xiaoer was from the Yun family, as it was rather obvious. He then turned to Yun Xiaoer and asked, Xiaoer, do you know this person? Yang Fan noticed Yun Qingfeng's gaze directed at him, now lacking hostility and softened somewhat. Oh, since you both know each other, today's consultation fee is waived, Yun Qingfeng said, his lips twitching. Xiaoer, come here and help me pull these out. It hurts tremendously. Yun Xiaoer sat down beside Yun Qingfeng on the sofa. As she gazed at the 6 silver needles in Yun Qingfeng's body, her small face displayed a look of concern. Brother, please don't provoke Sister Menger again. If I remove the needles, Sister Menger will surely scold me. Xiaoer, I am your real brother. Sister Menger is as well. She is a cousin. It's all the same. Yang Fan observed the 2 siblings and felt warmth in their interaction. Once, he had a similar bond with Kai Qianqian, treating her like a sister. He wondered when things had changed. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it, as circumstances had evolved. Now, Qianqian could only be his woman. Yang Fan felt Lin Yi's hands were somewhat cold and turned to ask, Xiao Yi, why are your hands so chilly? He squeezed her hand gently. The weather's getting a bit cold, Lin Yi replied. With September approaching, the evenings were beginning to turn cool. Lin Yi wore professional attire, her lower half clad in a fitted skirt, which indeed seemed a bit thin, especially compared to Yang Fan's physique. Yang Fan held her soft waist with his left hand, as if attempting to share some warmth. Lin Yi smiled gently, her delicate oval face brightening with a smile. Brother, what's wrong? Don't foam at the mouth. Xiaoer is scared. Hearing the voice, Yang Fan looked towards Yun Qingfeng, who lay on the sofa, his mouth trembling slightly, as if trying to speak but unable to produce sound. Yun Xiaoer appeared frightened yet puzzled. I don't know. I was following the steps written in Grandpa's book. Yun Xiaoer looked utterly bewildered, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. Yun Zhou approached Yun Qingfeng's side, supporting the trembling figure and checking his pulse. His brow furrowed immediately. Why did the young lady apply such intense pressure this time? It seems we will need the old master to intervene, Yun Zhou said with a wry smile. It's not all my brother's fault. He keeps stealing from Sister Menger. And this time, he even took her little gray cat. Yun Xiaoer declared with righteous indignation. Meow. The cat lying on the ground meowed, appearing quite sentient. Yun Xiaoer took out her phone, preparing to call her grandfather. At that moment, a white-haired elder, exuding an aura of celestial grace, entered the villa. Upon his arrival, a resonant song filled the room. I gaze into the distance, above the moon, pondering how many dreams soar freely. Grandfather! Upon seeing the elder, Yun Xiaoer exclaimed joyfully. He nodded in response. Grandfather, you must see brother. He is on the brink of collapse, Yun Xiaoer said, her small face filled with grievance. The elder approached Yun Qingfeng's side, but had yet to crouch down. I gaze into the distance, above the moon, pondering how many dreams soar freely. Xiaoer, please hang up the phone, he said. Oh, all right, grandfather. The elder, exuding an air of ethereal grace in his white robe, appeared far from ordinary. Yang Fan cast a deep glance at the elder, sensing an inexplicable pressure emanating from him. This feeling was elusive, yet it was undeniably palpable. Was this elder truly the head of the Yun family, the so-called medical sage? If Yang Fan's conjecture held any truth, then the elder must be a martial artist of considerable caliber. Chapter 90, Hostility. Subsequently, 2 slaps landed on Yun Qingfeng's face. Grandfather, why are you hitting brother? Yun Xiaoer asked in confusion. I am treating your brother's ailment. But brother is glaring at you. Yun Qingfeng's eyes bulged with anger, but after a while, his expression returned to normal, and his body ceased to tremble. That girl Menger is truly a nuisance, the elder remarked, stroking his beard. Grandfather, Yun Qingfeng, now awake and no longer shaking, wept bitterly, resembling a wronged little boy. A true man should not be so easily distressed, the elder scoffed. Others may think I was punished for stealing from Sister Menger, but in truth, this is merely compensation for her using me as a test subject. Yun Qingfeng lamented with a pained expression. The elder stroked his beard and replied, Yes, I am aware. I was the one who instructed her to use you as a specimen. Yun Qingfeng's eyes widened in shock as he cried out, Why? I am a sole heir of the Yun family. The elder, with a look of disdain, kicked him lightly and retorted, You are a martial artist. You are not so easily perished. Besides, our Yun family values daughters over sons. Why should a man cry? Yun Qingfeng was filled with indignation and frustration. The elder turned to the others and smiled. My apologies for the family drama, dear friends. Indeed, Duan Ian chuckled awkwardly and quickly added, Just joking, just joking. Yes. The engagement is set for the end of this month, with the wedding taking place in mid-September. The elder nodded and then turned to Yang Fan. For some reason, Yang Fan felt that the elder's gaze was exceedingly complex, as if he recognized him. Yet, Yang Fan was certain that this was his first encounter with the white-haired elder. The head of the Yun family, the contemporary medical sage, such a figure was not someone he would typically meet. The elder patted Yang Fan's shoulder 3 times, sighed, and departed. Yun Zhou followed closely behind the elder. Yang Fan, bewildered, struggled to comprehend the meaning behind this interaction. Duan Ian was also unaware of the events unfolding nearby. His head was lowered, and his mood seemed rather bleak. Yun Qingfeng was still recovering, and, judging by his expression, he was likely still in pain. Yang Fan understood that today's matters had reached their conclusion, so he decided not to linger any longer. He nodded, suspecting they were referring to his marriage with Xiang Lingling. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yang Fan departed with Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, refraining from asking further questions. This was precisely what Yang Fan appreciated about her. She never pried into matters he chose not to disclose. Yang Fan spoke a few words to the surrounding air before making his way back to the resort hotel. Albeit heading toward the rooftop, with a slight bend in his legs, he leapt toward the 6- or 7-story rooftop, landing with 2 distinct footprints on the ground, having ascended nearly 2 stories in height. Although Yang Fan was aware that his enhanced physique rivaled that of a martial artist, he remained uncertain about the extent of his true power. Nearly 6 or 7 meters in height was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Yang Fan gradually climbed upward, feeling an irresistible urge to validate his suspicions atop the building. In just a minute, he reached the rooftop. Clapping his hands, he beheld a figure shrouded in an ethereal aura beneath the bright moonlight. Clad in a white robe, he resembled an immortal. Ah, you have come, the elder sighed. This individual was none other than Yun Qingfeng's grandfather, the white-haired elder from before. Yang Fan had surmised it was the elder, as his actions before departing had been perplexing. Do we know each other? Yang Fan inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. The elder turned around to face Yang Fan, murmuring, "Had you not arrived, I would have pretended not to see you. Alas, you have come." Yang Fan felt a jolt as he sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the elder. This presence raised every hair on his body. He was certain this was his first encounter with the head of the Yun family. Yet, the intensity of the aura directed toward him was increasingly pronounced. Before he could ponder further, the white-haired elder's figure vanished. The speed was such that Yang Fan had no time to react. Instinctively, he threw a punch, striking the elder, yet felt as though he had hit a cloud, leaving an unsettling sensation. All the force behind his punch dissipated as the elder appeared directly before him. As Yang Fan attempted to resist, he discovered a silver needle lodged in his shoulder, unbeknownst to him. It was neither painful nor itchy, yet he found himself unable to move. A Xuanji-level martial artist? How intriguing, the elder remarked with a smile. Yang Fan's expression darkened. The white-haired elder had initiated an attack without uttering a word, inciting his ire. Just then, a figure clad in black suddenly appeared. Bang! A man in a black robe emerged behind the elder, who was caught off guard and sent flying, a trickle of blood escaping from his mouth. "What is this?" the white-haired elder exclaimed in confusion. As he saw the black-robed man charging again, the elder met his punch. However, he found himself lacking in strength. "Who are you?" But just as he took a few steps back, he halted abruptly, feeling a silver needle embedded in his body. Bang! The silver needle shattered, and before the black-robed man could act, several more silver needles pierced his chest. "So, there's no true energy?" the elder commented, rubbing his chest. "Your strength is formidable, but alas, without true energy, you are ultimately inferior." Yang Fan, witnessing the black-robed man being subdued by the white-haired elder, felt utterly bewildered. The protective bodyguards provided by the system seemed rather inadequate. Or could it be that this white-robed elder was an overwhelming force? Despite being restrained, Yang Fan couldn't help but ask, "Old man, I have never encountered you before. Why do you choose to act against me?" The white-haired elder chuckled, a playful glint in his eyes. "Why don't you take a guess?" Chapter 91, The Ninth Earth. Yang Fan was left speechless. Am I a child that I should guess? To be honest, despite being under the elder's control, Yang Fan did not sense any hostility from him. Moreover, he felt a strange warmth in the elder's gaze, almost benevolent. The elder stroked his beard and then said, "Young one, I am genuinely curious about how you became a martial artist." Yang Fan blinked, wondering if he could even share that information. A stroke of luck, I suppose. Understanding that the elder bore no ill intent, Yang Fan's fear diminished. However, he was still troubled about the black-robed man's actions. He regretted having previously arranged for an ambush on the elder. The white-haired elder regarded Yang Fan with a complex expression, as though he had much to say, but was at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, Yang Fan broke the silence. "Elder, do you recognize me?" "Young man, do you have any idea how perilous it is for a martial artist to appear in Jiangchen?" Yang Fan blinked, perplexed by the query. He then managed an awkward smile and inquired of the elder, "Senior, I am unaware, and I kindly request your guidance." The elder in white regarded Yang Fan with a complex expression before finally articulating. A martial artist, standing above ordinary individuals, should not casually present themselves in urban environments. Yang Fan pressed his lips together, still oblivious to the gravity of the elder's statement. "To be honest, I'm not even certain how one becomes a martial artist." The elder paid little heed to Yang Fan's words, continuing, "The number of martial artists in Jiangcheng is exceedingly scarce. To ensure the safety of ordinary citizens, each of these rare martial artists is assigned a unique identification number for management purposes." Yang Fan was taken aback, as if a realization dawned upon him, and he promptly asked, "Senior, surely those few martial artists are under your jurisdiction?" Yang Fan was nearly convinced that he was in the presence of a significant figure, as his address shifted from old man to senior. The absence of hostility from the elder allowed him to relax somewhat. The elder chuckled, though the smile bore a hint of self-mockery. "Young man, the few martial artists in Jiangcheng are managed by the Yun family. Each possesses an identification number, while those without." As he spoke, the elder's gaze shifted ominously. Yang Fan quickly interjected, "Ha, senior, I stumbled into this martial artist business unexpectedly. I was unaware of such matters. I hope you can show some leniency." Perhaps due to the elder's good nature, Yang Fan felt no fear, instead adopting a somewhat cheeky demeanor. The elder scrutinized Yang Fan, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Noticing the elder deep in thought, Yang Fan refrained from interrupting. After a long pause, the elder sighed, alas. He uttered a cryptic remark, then turned his attention to Jia. At that moment, Jia trembled violently, and the 9 silver needles quivered as if on the verge of shattering. State your identity or face death. Yang Fan noted the elder's murderous intent towards Jia and was about to explain that Jia was his bodyguard. However, at that moment, the long-absent system voice chimed in. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a hidden benefit. Gold coin explosion. Yang Fan was momentarily stunned by the system's proclamation, his mind struggling to process the information before the system continued. Jia carries numerous magical items. Upon his demise, the host will acquire them directly. Yang Fan's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Why didn't you mention this sooner? So this useless bodyguard was meant to provide a gold coin bounty. Suddenly, Yang Fan recalled the system's earlier assertion regarding strength. Unmatched below the Grandmaster, death awaits above. This meant that the gold coin explosion was indeed his mission, triggering a hidden task. Yang Fan refrained from pleading for Jia's life. After all, who could resist the allure of gold coins? The elder retrieved another needle, distinct from the others, as it was entirely deep blue and radiated an icy aura, seemingly forged from ice itself. Regardless of your affiliations, daring to tread upon Jiangsheng, you have sealed your fate. Yang Fan blinked. Thank you, senior. Please expedite the gold coin explosion. The elder's icy needle pierced Jia's body. In the next instant, Jia's form rapidly crystallized into ice, shattering into countless fragments. Such an extraordinary scene would have left any ordinary person dumbfounded. Even Yang Fan was taken aback. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 bottles of body enhancement potion and the following spells: assimilation, levitation, attraction, acceleration, fire technique, strength, and telepathy. The system's voice left Yang Fan momentarily dazed. What in the world are these? No explanations provided. Nevertheless, he understood that body enhancement potions were invaluable. The system's rewards were never in vain, and the spells were undoubtedly formidable. He hadn't anticipated that the system would bestow 2 rewards when he initially acquired Jia as a bodyguard. The plethora of rewards thrilled Yang Fan immensely. The elder clapped his hands, murmuring, daring to send a Grandmaster-level martial artist to assassinate me. I do not wish to uncover your identity. Initially, he had regarded Jia merely as a bodyguard, not realizing he was a source of gold coins. Everything seemed to be orchestrated by the system, as Jia was a creation of the system, devoid of human emotions. The elder turned his gaze towards Yang Fan, as if the act of eliminating Jia were a mundane task. Under the elder's scrutiny, Yang Fan felt a twinge of anxiety. He had witnessed the elder's actions and realized they transcended the capabilities of an ordinary individual. This was undoubtedly a powerful figure. Yang Fan had heard whispers of the term Grandmaster. To manipulate objects with qi, one is deemed a Grandmaster. Some even claimed that Grandmasters could levitate. Yang Fan swallowed hard. Could this elder truly be a Grandmaster, or perhaps even stronger? This was a realm he had never ventured into. He had only known that martial artists were significantly more powerful than ordinary people, yet he had never felt the distinction so acutely until now. Yin Daokong let out a soft sigh before stating, "Young fellow, from this day forward, your martial artist identification number will be DGO. The number of martial artists is scarce. Remember, do not kill, and do not expose your identity to ordinary people." Yang Fan nodded, understanding that he had no intention of committing murder, as he was not from Yinghuaguo. The elder seemed to have more to say, but held his tongue. Yang Fan, even with his newfound magical skills and body enhancement potions, was not in a hurry. "Remember my words. If there is nothing pressing, you may take your leave." The elder ultimately said no more. The silver needle embedded in Yang Fan vanished, and he regained his mobility. With the elder's permission, Yang Fan felt no need to linger. However, just as he was about to depart, the system chimed once more. "There are items on the ground." Yang Fan noticed the black robe and silver mask on the ground, and without hesitation, he picked them up. If the system had spoken, then these items were surely of significance. The elder remained oblivious to this as he gazed at the night sky. Yang Fan offered a slight bow, addressing him, "Senior, I shall take my leave." The elder watched Yang Fan's receding figure, his expression softening from the earlier sternness. "Ah, such is fate." The elder sighed, producing a weathered photograph. The image, slightly yellowed with age, depicted a man in his 30s, quite handsome. The reverse bore two characters resembling an identification number, DGO. Chapter 92. Good evening. Yang Fan descended gradually, soon reaching the ground. According to the elder, he appeared to be a Xian-level martial artist, yet he felt confident in his ability to jump down without injury. Contemplating the black robe and mask in his possession, Yang Fan found himself puzzled. Even after Jie's demise, these items remained intact. Could they be valuable? He recalled how Jie had conversed with him while driving. Eyeing the magical skills, Yang Fan's curiosity piqued. Jie had the ability to become invisible, yet none of the skills included invisibility. Assimilation? Changing color? Could it be? Yang Fan concentrated, envisioning himself blending with the surrounding air. In the next moment, his form began to subtly alter. Before long, Yang Fan's body matched the colors of his environment. So this is how it works. He chuckled softly, as at that moment, he was effectively in a state of invisibility. How marvelous! What fun it would be at night! With this thought, a mischievous grin spread across Yang Fan's face. In a fleeting moment, Yang Fan's gaze was drawn to the phenomenon of levitation. Did it not signify the potential for flight? Quietly, he endeavored to harness this ability. Sure enough, his feet began to lift gently from the ground, and he felt himself ascend. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to tumble back to the earth, the transformation he had initiated dissipating. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his clothes, offering a rueful smile. It seemed that this power was not to be trifled with. Without further experimentation, Yang Fan made his way outside, planning to ponder these matters more thoroughly upon returning home that evening. Though she did not voice it, Yang Fan was acutely aware that Lin Yi's affection for him was no less than his for her. She simply kept her feelings closely guarded. As Lin Yi settled into the passenger seat, she softly remarked, "I suppose you were anxious waiting." Yang Fan, suppressing his emotions, replied with a hint of apology, "Fortunately, it's not too cold in the car." Lin Yi responded quietly, though Yang Fan sensed a subtle fatigue in her tone. She shot him a sidelong glance before turning her head away, seemingly lost in thought unrelated to work. "Hey, how about you come over to my place tonight?" Yang Fan suggested with a mischievous grin. "No." Lin Yi promptly rejected his invitation. Yet Yang Fan was undeterred. He had developed a certain audacity, particularly in Lin Yi's presence. She had often dismissed his advances with that very phrase. His modest villa felt rather desolate, occupied only by Su Mu Nan and two female housekeepers. "Mom, I've quit my job," Kai Qian announced as she sat on the sofa in her pajamas, freshly emerged from a shower. Beside her sat a strikingly pretty girl, Chun Lin. Over the past couple of months, her complexion had lightened significantly, no longer bearing the sun-kissed hue from her days laboring outdoors. Currently, she was nestled beside Kai Qian, engrossed in a television program with Xiao Ling. "Why would you quit? You had a good job," Xiao Ling admonished. "I just felt that this position wasn't right for me. I wish to pursue something else," Kai Qian explained. "You want to be a streamer, don't you?" Xiao Ling inquired without hesitation. Mom, you're so perceptive," Kai Qian replied with a smile. Xiao Ling rolled her eyes and cautioned, "Little Fan is very busy. Don't go over there and cause a ruckus. If you're just going to lounge around, why not help Lin at your father's shop?" Yang Fan had previously gifted Kai Jin Yuan a prominent storefront, which he had since transformed into a bustling hot pot restaurant, staffed by no fewer than 10 employees. The university town thrived with foot traffic, even during the summer break. "I don't want that. I wish to see Brother Xiao Fan. It's been nearly half a month since we last met," Kai Qian lamented. "Oh, if only you were as obedient as Lin," Xiao Ling sighed. Kai Qian beamed sweetly, recognizing that her mother's words were tantamount to approval. Despite her seemingly mischievous demeanor, she was quite respectful of Xiao Ling and her partner's wishes. "Mom is the best." Xiao Ling chuckled and added, "Little Fan is managing on his own. He has finally made some progress in his career. Don't throw a tantrum now." Kai Qian understood her mother's intentions. Yet Xiao Ling remained unaware of Yang Fan's feelings, which complicated matters further. "I understand, Mom. I'll mention it to Little Fan tomorrow, even though you two are dating. Work matters." Xiao Ling hadn't finished her sentence when Kai Qian interjected, Yes. I'll speak to Brother Xiao Fan myself." Watching her rush into her room, Xiao Ling couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. Lin, when do classes start for you?" Xiao Ling asked Chun Lin. Having spent considerable time together, Xiao Ling regarded her almost as a daughter. Chun Lin, now more at ease, replied, I start on September 1st, Aunt Xiao. That's just around the corner. I'll take you shopping for supplies tomorrow. Soon, you'll be a university student. Yes. Thank you, Aunt Xiao. In her room, Kai Qian hesitated before dialing Yang Fan's number. Despite maintaining contact over the past month, she had felt a tinge of emotional turmoil since their last encounter. Although she claimed to have accepted the events of that day, she could not shake the discomfort lingering within. After contemplating for several days, she resolved to reach out to him. Taking a deep breath, she initiated the call. It had been a while since Kai Qian last spoke with Yang Fan. The phone rang for over 40 seconds before it connected, leading her to believe he might not answer. Hello, Qian. He greeted. Brother Xiao Fan, are you busy? She inquired. A bit, what is up? Kai Qian furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss. Brother Xiao Fan, what are you doing? Why do you sound out of breath? I'm out for a night run. Work has been exhausting, and my body can hardly keep up. But I hear another person's voice? That's my secretary, Sumu Nan. She overindulged at lunch and is working off the extra calories, he explained. Kai Qian felt a twinge of confusion until he added, What were you thinking? Lin E is here too. The three of us are exercising together. Then, Lin E's voice chimed in from the other end. Good evening, Qian. Realizing her earlier misunderstanding, Kai Qian almost shed tears. They were merely engaged in a night run. Given their busy schedules, it was likely they had late meals and were now fitting in workouts. Feeling a pang of guilt, she said, You all carry on. We could talk tomorrow. Not a problem. We've finished our run. If you have something to share, feel free to tell me. Yang Fan offered. His concern warmed her heart, nearly bringing her to tears. Having just finished exercising, his voice was still slightly breathless, and his immediate inquiry about her well-being touched her deeply. He remained the same caring brother Xiao Fan, unchanged. Gathering her emotions, Kai Qian spoke with a casual tone. Brother Xiao Fan, I've quit my internship. Would it be possible for me to come work at your company? Of course. It's no trouble at all. You could even take on a managerial role if you wanted, he replied with a chuckle. No worries. Your Moonan sister is a streamer with millions of fans. I can have her guide you. Yang Fan was serious. Establishing a streamer in his media company was a straightforward endeavor. Moreover, with Kai Qian's charm, her ability to attract followers would surely shine. He had contemplated this pathway before, but had refrained from suggesting it since she had only recently graduated. Their conversation lasted nearly half an hour, during which Kai Qian displayed remarkable composure, her tone markedly less playful than usual. Yang Fan understood her intentions, yet felt a bittersweet smile tug at his lips. In truth, he harbored a sense of guilt towards her. She was likely the one among the girls who liked him the most. With a sigh, Yang Fan headed to the bathroom in the living room for a shower. Feeling sticky after his workout, Lin E and Sumu Nan were in the master bedroom, having locked the door. As Lin E intended to share the night with Sumu Nan. Naturally, Yang Fan had no objections. Her wishes were paramount. After showering, Yang Fan ascended to the villa's rooftop, an open terrace where the stars sparkled in the night sky. The full moon illuminated the scene, casting a serene glow. Seated on the terrace, he sipped red wine and indulged in a cigarette, embodying the essence of a sage. With his palms spread wide, several vials suddenly materialized in his hand, precisely the 10 bottles of body enhancement elixir provided by the system. However, they could not accommodate anything else. Without hesitation, Yang Fan, filled with excitement, consumed 1 vial of the enhancement potion. The sweet taste reminiscent of syrup lingered on his tongue. A minute passed, yet he felt no immediate changes in his body, leading him to doubt the authenticity of the potion. Just then, a surge of warmth cascaded from his abdomen throughout his entire being. His muscles became taut, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. This sensation lasted for 5 minutes. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan marveled at the transformations occurring within him. His physical prowess had at least doubled compared to before, and the emptiness he previously felt had vanished. He drank 2 more vials, continuing to revel in the changes overtaking his body. His muscles swelled, transforming him into a veritable specimen of strength. This development perplexed Yang Fan. Although his muscular physique was impressive, it bordered on the excessive. He believed in the principle of moderation and subsequently consumed 2 more vials. Half an hour later, after reaching the pinnacle of his enhancements, Yang Fan indeed experienced a transformation. His bulky muscles gradually receded, compacting into his form. His skin became smooth and delicate, akin to that of an infant, so tender it seemed capable of yielding water. Clad in a bathrobe, his chest appeared even softer than before, yet it felt remarkably firm to the touch. Yang Fan opened his eyes, revealing a hint of his countenance. He sensed an immense power lying dormant within him. Clenching his right hand, he felt formidable muscles stirring beneath the tender skin of his arm. Releasing his grip, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He felt exhilarated. He was uncertain of his newfound strength, as he lacked a point of reference. However, he believed that even the venerable Yun Loizi might struggle to match his might, having witnessed the prowess of the elder Silver Needles. The control exerted by those needles had rendered him immobile, especially the last one that had frozen him in place, a memory that still sent shivers down his spine. Strength was paramount, but skill was even more critical, as exemplified by Jia. At this moment, Yang Fan possessed 7 magical skills: assimilation, levitation, attraction, speed, fire magic, strength, and telepathy. His enhanced body should facilitate the utilization of these skills. System, you're not veering toward cultivation, are you? Yang Fan jested. Guess, replied the system. Have you forgotten to release the main quest? Yang Fan inquired. Without a task reward, he felt somewhat demotivated. The main quest will only be issued at a specific time. Please do not rush. Host, the system responded, its words offering little clarity. Essentially, it meant that the timing was at its discretion. Regardless, having consumed the potions, he felt nearly invincible and financially secure. If the quest were delayed, it mattered little. He needed to focus on dealing with the 4 prominent families before heading to Jingsheng. Having consumed 5 vials of enhancement potion, Yang Fan still had 5 remaining. He sensed that his body had reached its limit, and further consumption would yield no additional benefits. He stowed the remaining potions for future use. Perhaps they would prove valuable later. Rising, Yang Fan stretched, realizing he had been seated until past 1 in the morning. Fatigued, it was time for rest. This quaint villa boasted 6 stories, and standing on a rooftop, Yang Fan was nearly 20 meters above the ground. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he leaped down. With his enhanced physique fortified by 5 vials of potion, he doubted he could be harmed by the fall. Yang Fan plummeted, and, after several seconds, landed on the grassy lawn, creating 2 large imprints where his feet had struck. Rising, he made his way to the living room. The weather had cooled considerably, and the central air conditioning was off. Initially, Yang Fan planned to simply recline on the sofa for the night, but his invigorated body buzzed with energy, making sleep elusive. He approached the counter and retrieved a set of keys, the spare keys for each room in the villa. Typically, the rooms remained unlocked, so he had seldom utilized them. Armed with the keys, Yang Fan intended to find a random room to rest. The next day, Kai Qianqian arrived early at Yang Fan's company. Without contacting him, she went directly there. Before ascending the stairs, she encountered Zhou Ming, who was munching on a bun while walking. Having met Kai Qianqian once before, Zhou Ming recognized her as Yang Fan's sister. However, his astute nature led him to question her presence. Hello, Zhou Ming greeted her warmly. Startled, Kai Qianqian initially thought she was being flirted with. Zhou Ming continued, I'm the operations manager at Yang Fan Media. You must be Yang Zong's sister. We met in Tangshan. Kai Qianqian nodded, though she had no distinct memory of him. However, she felt assured of her safety within Yang Fan's company, especially since he recognized her identity. Are you looking for Yang Zong? He hasn't arrived yet. Let me show you to his office, Zhou Ming offered with a smile. Thank you, she replied. Zhou Ming felt a surge of delight, having established a rapport with another influential figure. He firmly believed that his swift ascent in the company was closely tied to Su Yunan. If he could take good care of these individuals, perhaps he could even play at being a subsidiary company's general manager in the future. After leading Kai Qianqian to the office, Zhou Ming excused himself and sent a green bubble message to Yang Fan. Though Yang Fan typically arrived late, today was an exception. It was imperative to inform him of this development. The phone rang for several seconds before being answered. Yang Zong, your sister with the surname Kai is here at the company, Zhou Ming whispered, covering his mouth. However, the voice that came through the line sent a chill down his spine. Oh, understood. This was not Yang Fan's voice, but that of a woman. Zhou Ming glanced at the number, confirming he had dialed correctly. Moreover, he was all too familiar with this woman's voice. It belonged to Lin Yi, with whom he had worked for several years. Early in the morning, still clad in his coat, Zhou Ming felt an overwhelming heat, his back drenched in sweat. Director Lin, I won't disturb your rest any longer. I'm feeling quite sleepy. Zhou Ming dared not say more and was about to hang up when he heard another familiar voice. Su Yunan. He was terrified, fearing he might overhear something inappropriate, and quickly ended the call. Judging by Lin Yi's tone, she seemed to be aware of Yang Fan's sister's presence, as there was no hint of surprise in her voice. It appeared that his worries had been unfounded. After a long pause, Zhou Ming finally spoke. Yang Zong is impressive. The company's working hours commenced at 8:40. Yet Yang Fan and the others arrived at 9 o'clock. Upon entering the office, Yang Fan spotted Kai Chanqian, who appeared bored on the sofa. Being in Yang Fan's company, she felt entirely at ease. Upon seeing Yang Fan enter, she joyfully exclaimed, "Xiao Fan go." Yang Fan quickly embraced the rushing Kai Chanqian. "What is wrong? Have you missed me so much after half a month?" he teased. Yang Fan was somewhat perplexed. The previous Kai Chanqian would have retorted cheekily. Yet today, she was exceptionally docile, reminiscent of their previous outing to Fuzhou Yifan. Yang Fan gently set her down, ruffling her hair, only to notice her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "You seem a bit different today," he remarked. Kai Chanqian wore a look of guilt as she confessed, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hit you last time." Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, having long forgotten the matter at hand. "The one who should apologize is me," he murmured softly. He felt a sense of guilt towards Kai Chanqian, as she held a profound affection for him. After a long separation, the two were ignited by passion, sharing an ardent kiss. Upon Lin Yi's arrival, she promptly retreated to her office, appearing rather fatigued from a restless night. "Do not worry," Lin Yi assured Su Yunan, gently patting her hand as she escorted her out. Their bond had evidently deepened after sharing a night together. Su Yunan was anxious upon learning that Kai Chanqian had joined the company, and Lin Yi took her time to comfort her. Once Su Yunan had departed, Lin Yi succumbed to exhaustion and laid her head on the desk for a brief rest. She truly had not slept well the previous night and lacked the energy to work, so she decided to take a moment to recuperate. Lin Yi harbored no concerns regarding Su Yunan's fears. She trusted that Yang Fan would handle everything adeptly. Although Yang Fan was somewhat sentimental, he was not a man prone to frivolity. Shortly thereafter, Yang Fan emerged from the office with Kai Chanqian, guiding her as she became acquainted with the company. It was time for Kai Chanqian to commence her work, though she would not officially graduate until after a year of internship. She could spend this year familiarizing herself with the company. For Kai Chanqian, this place felt akin to home. Should she aspire to take on a managerial role, Yang Fan would not refuse, as it would benefit both parties immensely. After all, the company's current valuation had surpassed 10 billion. Should it multiply tenfold, it would reach a staggering 100 billion, rivaling the fortunes of the four prominent families. It is worth noting that the combined worth of the four families is only a few hundred billion. In comparison, Yang Fan's company remains modestly ranked. After nearly an hour of exploration, Kai Chanqian had become familiar with several key areas of the building, although there were still a few floors she had yet to visit, such as the game room designated for employees. Each floor was spacious, and traversing them could be quite exhausting, particularly for Kai Chanqian, not Yang Fan. "Xiao Fan go. You are truly impressive," Kai Chanqian exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Merely hearing about Yang Fan's company could not convey its vastness, but experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Yang Fan chuckled heartily, declaring, "Your success is my success, for what is mine is yours." Kai Chanqian beamed sweetly, her joy evident. Yang Fan then led her to the operations department, introducing her to Zhou Ming. "This is my sister," he stated softly. Yang Fan had complete faith in Zhou Ming's abilities, and after making the introduction, he glanced at Kai Chanqian. She was unfazed by Yang Fan referring to her as his sister, feeling special in his eyes. This familial bond rendered her irreplaceable by Lin Yi or Su Yunan. Sensing that Yang Fan had something to express but remained silent, she reassured him, "Do not worry. I will get along well with Sister Munan." Yang Fan paused, his expression momentarily stunned. Looking into Kai Chanqian's bright eyes, he chuckled and ruffled her hair. In that moment, he felt that Kai Chanqian had changed somewhat. The mischievous little girl from middle school seemed to have matured. In Chapter 95, Yang Fan, with a smile brimming with affection, responded, "Of course I know." Zhou Ming, observing the tender exchange between the two, found himself at a loss for what to do next. Should he leave or say something? Neither option seemed appropriate. "Xiao Zhou, I entrust my sister to you. Do not let her feel wronged," Yang Fan instructed. Zhou Ming forced a smile and nodded. With the status of the boss's sister, who would dare to mistreat Kai Qianqian? Likely, the only person capable of making her feel slighted would be Yang Fan himself, as Zhou Ming was well aware. However, he chose not to voice this. As one of Yang Fan's most capable assistants, he understood the qualities Yang Fan appreciated in him. After Yang Fan departed, Zhou Ming escorted Kai Qianqian to Su Munin's live streaming studio. Presently, Su Munin was the leading figure in Yang Fan media, coupled with her ambiguous relationship with Yang Fan. Her standing here was second only to Lin Yi. While there were murmurs among the employees, most were filled with envy. After all, Yang Fan was young, accomplished, handsome, and wealthy. Their jealousy stemmed from their own missed opportunities. Many were subtly flirting with Yang Fan, some even throwing themselves at him. With just a word from him, they could easily fall into a state of eagerness. Yet, Yang Fan had not engaged with any female streamers outside of the two he was closest to, rarely even exchanging words. When Zhou Ming brought Kai Qianqian in, Su Munin was busy mentoring new streamers. She had reduced her own streaming time significantly, focusing more on training newcomers. As her fanbase approached the 10 million mark, Zhou Ming exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby operations staff member, and soon after, Su Munin approached. Upon seeing Kai Qianqian, her expression shifted from her usual authoritative demeanor to one of nervousness. Kai Qianqian found it amusing. This older sister was quite adorable. "Sister, may I follow you to learn about live streaming?" Kai Qianqian asked, taking Su Munin's hand in a friendly manner. Su Munin hesitated for a moment, but quickly broke into a warm smile. "Of course, I will teach you step by step." Zhou Ming watched with bated breath, initially expecting a rivalry, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. Internally, he commended Yang Fan for his astute handling of the situation. After addressing Kai Qianqian's matters, Yang Fan delved into his work. As a boss, he could not afford to be complacent. Although he spent less time working, he approached tasks with utmost seriousness. "Yang Zong, there's a Mr. Chun downstairs who wishes to meet with you." Zhang Tieshu's voice broke his concentration. Yang Fan recognized some business partners, but did not recall any Mr. Chun. If he were an ordinary individual, Yang Fan might have declined. However, as this person identified himself as Mr. Chun, he felt it prudent to meet, lest it appear that Yang Fan media was overly pretentious. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 30s entered, his hair slicked back and dressed in formal attire. Zhang Taishu followed closely behind to prevent any untoward actions. The man plastered a broad smile on his face, obsequiously stating, "I have long heard of your exceptional talents. Yang Zong, today, I see you truly live up to your reputation." He began with flattery and enthusiasm. Yang Fan blinked and, after a moment, inquired, "Who are you?" The man's smile faltered, and he chuckled awkwardly, replying, "Yang Zong, you truly have a lot on your mind. I am Mr. Chun from Xingchen Media. We have met before." Yang Fan pondered for a moment, but could not recall any encounter. So he asked, "What brings you to me?" Mr. Chun continued with a smile, "Yang Zong, do you not recall? Our two companies have a history." Yang Fan then remembered that it was this Xingchen Media that had previously provoked his company. He had spent money to send Zhang Jingru to confront them, seemingly having subdued them. Such trivial matters had not occupied Yang Fan's thoughts. His focus lay on the four prominent families and affairs in the capital. He truly did not pay attention to such minor players. "What do you want?" Yang Fan inquired with a hint of amusement. "Haha, is it not true that one does not truly know someone until they clash? Xingchen Media is willing to make amends. And I hope Yang Zong will be magnanimous," Mr. Chen replied. Yang Fan smiled lightly. "This matter is not under my purview." Mr. Chen's brow furrowed. Yang Fan was the owner of Yang Fan Media, and such disputes between companies could not possibly be resolved without his direct authorization. However, Yang Fan now claimed that it was not his responsibility. Chairman Chen clearly understood that his sincerity was insufficient. Before he could speak, Yang Fan had already taken the office landline to make a call. "Yes, please come over." After a brief conversation, Yang Fan hung up the phone. He then addressed Chairman Chen, saying, "Please take a seat. Someone will discuss this matter with you shortly." "Taishu, please pour a cup of tea for Chairman Chen." Chairman Chen, somewhat skeptical, sat down, uncertain of Yang Fan's intentions. Was this a tactic to buy time, or was he merely sending someone to placate him? After all, he was the owner of Xingchen Chuanmei, and the only one on equal footing with him was Yang Fan. Taking a sip of tea, Chairman Chen's mind raced with speculation about what would transpire next. He had prepared himself for the possibility of making a significant compensation. As the future of Xingqian Chuanmei was at stake, its bankruptcy loomed ominously. Shortly thereafter, a woman dressed in professional attire entered the office. It was Zhang Jingru. Yang Zong. Yang Fan nodded at Zhang Jingru and then said, "This is the owner of Xingqian Chuanmei, Chairman Chen. You should be acquainted." Zhang Jingru acknowledged with a nod. Her expression calm and inscrutable. "I am familiar." Chairman Chen's eyes widened as he recognized her. "It's you. How did you end up here?" Ignoring Chairman Chen's unfriendly inquiry, Zhang Jingru turned to Yang Fan and asked, "Yang Zong, are we going to cease the pressure on Xingqian Chuanmei?" Yang Fan smiled slightly and replied, "As I mentioned, I have entrusted this matter entirely to you." Chairman Chen's face darkened. He finally understood how the situation had escalated. Gritting his teeth, he forced a strained smile and said, "Yang Zong, I am willing to offer 20% of Xingqian Chuanmei's shares in exchange for your forgiveness." Yang Fan blinked and asked Zhang Jingru, "How much is 20% of Xingqian Chuanmei worth?" Zhang Jingru's expression shifted slightly as she responded, 100 million. After speaking, her gaze towards Yang Fan became complex. Compared to money, shares held far greater significance. Yang Fan noticed her expression and sneered, saying to Chairman Chen, 100 million? That's merely a pittance. Chairman Chen's mouth twitched. 20% was the maximum he could offer. Xingqian Chuanmei was valued at 5 to 600 million. And after engaging in a business war with Yang Fan Media, they had already incurred significant losses. Yang Fan Media, relentless in its pursuit, was willing to sustain even greater losses to aggressively target Xingqian Chuanmei. Chairman Chen could hardly withstand the pressure. He had only come to negotiate after a company meeting. 20% was quite substantial, yet he felt a pang of regret. Nonetheless, he had no choice. Yang Fan Media was far wealthier. The prospect of Xingqian Chuanmei being crushed and ultimately drowning in debt was terrifying. He had never anticipated that the 100 million share valuation would be dismissed as mere pocket change in Yang Fan's eyes. Observing Yang Fan's attitude towards money, Chairman Chen realized that Yang Fan was neither jesting nor trying to drive up the price. He genuinely held it in contempt. Resolved, Chairman Chen declared 25%. "That is my final offer." Yang Fan, disinterested in further conversation with him, interjected, "Enough. Zhang Jingru will handle this matter entirely. You may discuss it with her, provided she is amenable." Chairman Chen's expression soured. He had not expected Zhang Jingru to be present, let alone be the person in charge. He raised his head to look at her, his gaze complex. Xiao Ru's silence. "You cannot address her like that," Zhang Jingru replied calmly. Chairman Chen's expression darkened further. Seeing this, Yang Fan smiled slightly and said to Tai Shu, "Please escort Chairman Chen out." Chairman Chen, with a fierce expression, warned Yang Fan, "Leave a line for future encounters." Yang Fan chuckled and, stroking his chin, replied, "Very well." Observing Yang Fan's playful demeanor, Chairman Chen delivered a final threat. "Then let us perish together." After Chairman Chen was escorted out by Tai Shu, Yang Fan shook his head with a smile. Such individuals were of little concern to him, for they lacked the qualifications to threaten him meaningfully. Yang Fan turned to Zhang Jingru, who stood there, her hands nervously intertwined. "Thank you," she said. Yang Fan did not lift his gaze, continuing to review documents while saying, suddenly, he heard the sound of clothing dropping to the floor. Raising his head, he found Zhang Jingru revealing a considerable expanse of unblemished skin. Although in her 30s, her skin was exceptionally well maintained. Particularly, her décolletage was strikingly alluring, hidden beneath her clothing until now. "What are you doing?" Yang Fan furrowed his brow in confusion, as Zhang Jingru prepared to remove more clothing. He stood up and picked up the fallen outer garment, draping it over her shoulders. Standing closer, he could detect the distinct fragrance of a mature woman emanating from her. She was not only capable, but exuded an allure that could easily score an 82. This was certainly commendable. Age was irrelevant, as Yang Fan was not inclined to such considerations. As the company owner, he understood that once certain matters commenced, they could not be halted, especially with so many watchful eyes. Observing Yang Fan's clear gaze, Zhang Jingru felt a mix of reassurance and disappointment. "Actually, I've been maintaining my appearance over the years." Just then, Yang Fan's phone rang. He took it out and told Zhang Jingru, "I recognize that you're not that type of person. You need not feel guilty towards me. I merely intended to project strength for the company." With that, he stepped outside to answer the call. Zhang Jingru gazed at Yang Fan's retreating figure, her expression complex. She acknowledged that her previous actions stemmed from a sense of guilt. As the business war with Xingchen Chuanmei had resulted in considerable losses, all attributable to her. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she had truly been captivated by this young boss. His clear gaze would elicit reactions even from the most ordinary man. Moreover, Yang Fan was well regarded within the company, having attracted numerous female admirers. Zhang Jingru wrapped the outer garment around herself and murmured, "If only I could be 8 years younger. No, even 5 would suffice." Yang Fan did not dwell on the recent incident, as many female anchors had engaged in similar behaviors. Furthermore, he understood Zhang Jingru well. She was a woman with a strong ambition. Her capabilities were formidable, and even Li Na had acknowledged that she could not compare to Zhang Jingru. Thus, Yang Fan was unwilling to lose such a valuable asset. He believed that Zhang Jingru would know how to navigate the situation. "Yang Xiong, the day after tomorrow is my engagement banquet. You haven't forgotten, have you?" "No, I will be there." He had not forgotten about the Gu family brothers either, and would start with them. The origin, development, climax, and conclusion were already established with the Gu family. The next steps would not be far behind. Infiltrating the 4 great families would commence with the Gu family. If he had to antagonize one family, Yang Fan would not hesitate to choose the Gu family. After work, Kai Qianqian arrived at Yang Fan's office. Yang Fan momentarily did not grasp her meaning. However, seeing her slightly flushed face, he smiled gently. "Shall we go to my place?" Kai Qianqian lowered her head and nodded. Lin Yi is still a bit upset about last night, but compared to the small villa, she prefers the rented apartment. So she didn't come, as today is different. In a small villa, there are 2 female housekeepers, both around 40 years old. Older and capable of taking care of people. Yang Fan had specifically chosen them, not out of fear that Lin Yi would think too much. The housekeepers' cooking skills were commendable, justifying their monthly salary of 10,000. At the dining table, C. I Chin Ki In and S. N appeared to share a close bond. Wang Fn was unaware of what had transpired between the two that day. However, judging by S. M. N's demeanor, it was evident that she held a genuine affection for C. I Chin Ki In. The small villa boasted 7 or 8 bedrooms. Wang Fn occupied a room on the 2nd floor, which was comparable in size to the one S. M. N resided in. While seated on the bed fiddling with his phone, Wang Fn soon saw C. I Chin Ki In emerge from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Her fair skin and youthful visage were accentuated by glistening droplets of water that sparkled under the light. Her hair was elegantly styled, bestowing upon her an exquisite beauty. "Brother, do I look beautiful?" she inquired. With a slight smile and without a hint of hesitation, Wang Fn replied, "Of course, my sister is the most beautiful." C. I Chin Ki In flashed a mischievous grin. "Am I more beautiful than Sister LNY?" Chapter 97. Attending the engagement banquet. Wang Fn's expression darkened momentarily before he broke into a wry smile. The question was characteristic of C. I Chin Ki In, who remained as astute and playful as she had been in her childhood. Seeing Wang Fn flustered brought her joy, and she laughed triumphantly. "Brother, hug me," she exclaimed, extending her arms like a child seeking comfort. Wang Fn looked at her with adoration. He had always been indulgent towards her, both in the past and in the present. Observing C. I Chin Ki In's slightly fatigued face as she slept, Wang Fn gently wiped the small beads of sweat from her forehead. He placed a tender kiss on her delicate cheek before quietly exiting the room. Dressed in only his shorts, he left with a pack of cigarettes in hand. On the rooftop balcony, Wang Fn held a cigarette between his lips, resembling a sage, though it remained unlit. Sparks danced from his fingers, flickering into existence only to vanish almost immediately. Fire magic. At last, after relentless practice, a flame flickered into being in his palm, successfully igniting the cigarette. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Wang Fn felt a wave of contentment wash over him. With his right index finger outstretched, a cluster of tiny sparks flared to life. It was truly remarkable. Thus far, he had mastered 7 magical skills: assimilation, levitation, attraction, speed, fire magic, power, and telepathy, with only the last 2 remaining to conquer. Consistent practice was essential. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement reward. I am not a scumbag. earn the genuine affection of 3 individuals with charm values above 85. Reward: 1 Lamborghini Veneno, already issued to Shuin L and D. Ying F and exhaled another plume of smoke, momentarily lost in thought. The Lamborghini Veneno was no ordinary vehicle. However, Ying F N had little need for extravagant cars. He merely required one that could drive. With this addition, he now owned 3 luxury vehicles, all acquired through the completion of system tasks. Not giving it much thought, Ying F N finished his cigarette and descended the stairs. Upon returning to the bedroom, he found Chin Ki in still soundly asleep. He first took a shower to rid himself of the smoke odor before cradling her in his arms and drifting off to sleep. The following morning, Ying F N awoke to find Chin Ki N's complexion rosy and vibrant. Though only a day had passed, he felt she had matured significantly. "Brother," she said. Ying F N affectionately ruffled her hair and planted a kiss on her forehead. He perceived her becoming increasingly obedient, perhaps intentionally suppressing her mischievous nature. "Brother." Chin Ki N hesitated, prompting Ying F N to ask, "What is it?" Leaning closer, she whispered, "Brother, are you?" Ying F N's eyes widened in surprise. Drawing from his prior experience, he had only sampled the depths of their connection the previous day. Fearing that Chin Ki N might be unable to attend work today, to his astonishment, his concern was misconstrued in her eyes. How could a man refuse? Especially given his overwhelming prowess. "Chin Ki N, why don't you skip work today?" Ying F N suggested with a smile. "Why not? It's only my 2nd day on the job." Chin Ki N questioned, perplexed. Because Ying F N had awakened at 7. And by the time he arrived at the company, it was nearly 11. N had already gone alone. While Ying F N leisurely escorted Chin Ki N to the office, showing no urgency. Upon arriving, Ying F N did not encounter LNY, prompting him to make a phone call. She had not elaborated on the matter, but Ying F N did not dwell on it, assuming she was perhaps unprepared to introduce him to her parents. After all, he was somewhat different from ordinary individuals. Yet, he held no doubt regarding LNY's affection for him, as some sentiments cannot be feigned. LNY's hometown was not far from Chin Ki N's, and they had attended high school together. However, the location was somewhat remote and lacked proper roads, making the journey potentially take over an hour. Ying F N was not one to be finicky. Although he might miss her after 2 days apart, they could still communicate via phone. For reasons unknown, the absence of LNY left him feeling unsettled. "Mr. Ying, the custom-made anima gown you ordered has arrived." Ying F N nodded, instructing the female employee outside to bring it in. Previously, LNY had effectively filled the role of Ying F N's secretary during her time at the company. Thus, he had never sought a secretary until LNY's departure prompted him to ask LN to find someone to assist him. It was not that Ying F N was insistent on appointing this charming 87-rated female employee as a temporary secretary. Rather, he believed that the role of a secretary was not suited for a man. He preferred not to have a male presence lingering around him. After all, it was more pleasant to have an attractive woman around, purely for visual delight and to uplift his spirits. "Your name is Shiru, correct?" Ying F N inquired. Upon hearing her name called, Shiru appeared elated. "Yes, Mr. Ying, although I am just an intern, I will take my responsibilities seriously." Ying F N smiled. He harbored no disdain for her intern status. He merely wished to confirm her name to avoid any potential misnaming in the future. Shiru donned black-rimmed glasses and wore her hair down, clad in the professional attire befitting a secretary. She appeared quite presentable. Name: Shiru. Age: 22. Height: 169 centimeters. Weight: 100 pounds. Charm value: 87. Occupation: intern, president, secretary. Number of romantic relationships: 1. The anima brand gown she was to assist him with was valued at no less than $1 million, given that it was custom-made. After Shiru helped Ying F N in a gown, he said, "Come with me for a while." This outing was somewhat perilous, and Ying F N had not planned to bring Chin Ki N or SMN in. However, going alone would lack presence, and bringing this secretary would be just right. "All right," Shiru replied, carrying the gifts Ying F N had brought along as they departed. It was only 10 in the morning, so their departure was not too late. "Brother, where are you going?" Just as luck would have it, Si Chin Ki and emerged to fetch water and encountered Ying Fn. He smiled faintly and replied, "A friend of mine is getting engaged, and I'm going to attend. I want to go too. I want to enjoy the feast." Si Chin Ki and chimed cheerfully. Ying Fn's expression darkened. Was Aunt Zh Ng's cooking unappetizing? Aunt Zh Ng was a domestic worker Ying Fn had hired, and she was quite the chef. "No, I just want to have fun with you." Observing Si Chin Ki N's pleading expression, Ying Fn rubbed his forehead and ultimately agreed. This girl had been well-behaved for only 2 days before reverting to her old self. Nevertheless, Ying Fn cherished this side of Si Chin Ki N, just as he appreciated her obedient demeanor. He merely wanted her to be herself. "Once we arrive, stick close to me and don't wander off," Ying Fn cautioned. "Got it." Chapter 98. What car is that? Ying Fn had initially intended to take only one person with him. But with Si Chin Ki N now wanting to join, he felt awkward asking Shiru to remain behind. To complicate matters further, Ying Fn was driving the newly acquired Lamborghini Veneno, a striking silver supercar that attracted attention. However, it was a 2-seater, accommodating only one passenger. "Wow, brother, this car is incredibly cool," exclaimed Yang Fan with a smile. Kai Chantian shook her head, replying, "I was merely commenting. I haven't even gotten used to the 911 you gifted me." Yang Fan was at the helm of the Lamborghini Veneno, while Kai Chantian drove the 911 accompanied by Xia Rue. Although they weren't particularly familiar with each other, their shared age evidently provided common ground for conversation. With the secretary donning black sunglasses, Kai Chantian harbored no suspicions. She knew Yang Fan well and had immense trust in him. Yang Fan navigated the route at a moderate pace, knowing that the quality of a car becomes evident the moment one drives it. This experience exceeded even that of the LaFerrari, which was already a pinnacle of supercars. Although Yang Fan was not deeply acquainted with the Lamborghini Veneno, its superiority was unmistakable. After all, it was bestowed upon him as a reward for his achievements. As he glanced at the navigation, he estimated they had about half an hour of travel ahead. The Doya Grand Hotel stood as the finest 5-star establishment in Jiangxing, without question. It was renowned throughout the entirety of Xia country. Today, the hotel had been booked for an event, and the Grand Hall was adorned with opulence. An array of luxury vehicles, valued in the millions, graced the exterior, while elegantly dressed young men and women mingled outside, either engaged in lively conversation or maintaining an aloof silence, each person's status unmistakable. Inside, numerous middle-aged individuals raised their glasses, discussing topics beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. One man's expression seemed resigned, as if he had come to terms with his fate. Despite being on the verge of marrying the renowned daughter of the Xiong family, a goddess in the eyes of others. Yet he found no joy in it, akin to a caged bird set free only to find its legs ensnared by a beautiful tether. Not far away, a sharply dressed man emerged from a luxurious business vehicle. He possessed an elegant demeanor, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that enhanced his gentlemanly appearance. "Brother," a man clad in high-end, hay-feezy luxury apparel called out to him, accompanied by a pure-hearted woman in formal attire. They were Gu Chun and Zhang Ran, while the man with the gold-rimmed glasses was none other than Gu Chen's elder brother. Gu Bei. Gu Bei cast a fleeting glance at Gu Chun and remarked, "Do you even know why you're here today? You dare bring anyone along." "Brother, Sharon and I are truly in love," Gu Chen protested. The crowd's attention shifted towards them, noting the public display of Gu Bei's slap across Gu Chen's face, which left him no choice but to bow his head, revealing his evident fear of Gu Bei. Zhang Ran stood beside Gu Chun, at a loss for words amidst the throngs surrounding them, feeling the weight of her sacrifices just to accompany him. "True love? Huh, how could I possibly have a brother like you?" Gu Bei scoffed. "Brother, I'm serious. I genuinely want to marry her." Another slap landed on Gu Chen's face, causing it to swell. The onlookers reveled in the spectacle, and Gu Chun felt utterly humiliated, as did Zhang Ran beside him. "Get your act together. I'm offering you $1 billion company, so stop this foolishness." Gu Bei clapped his hands, prompting Gu Chen's eyes to brighten. "Is that for real, brother?" Gu Bei regarded him with disdain, firmly patting his shoulder. "Enough of this nonsense. Contribute to the family instead." "All right, I'll listen to you," Gu Chen declared, turning to Zhang Ran with a pained expression. "I'm sorry, Xiaoran." Zhang Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. After all her efforts to transform Gu Chun from a playboy into a devoted man, he now uttered such words, which she found unacceptable. Only she understood the amount of work it took to tame him. Yet now, it seemed that a few words from the man in gold-rimmed glasses had completely swayed him. Zhang Ran felt a profound sense of helplessness. Gathering her emotions, her eyes glistened as she pleaded, "Gu Chun, do you remember your promise to me?" Gu Chen's face reflected sorrow, as if he were in agony. However, he gritted his teeth and firmly replied, "Xiaoran, I love you. But my brother has offered me $1 billion. Please forgive me." Zhang Ran felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Seeing Gu Chen's resolute demeanor, her expression turned dark. "Gu Chun, if you dare to break up with me, I will reveal all your secrets." Her words elicited curiosity among the crowd. Many were eager to hear the gossip, especially since it involved the scion of one of the 4 great families. Even those of lesser status were keen on the drama surrounding a member of the Gu family. Gu Chun became flustered at her threat, while Gu Bei's brows furrowed slightly, although he was unaware of Zhang Ran's intentions. Such matters were clearly inappropriate to discuss in this setting, for it would tarnish the family's reputation. "Zhang Ran, you dare!" Gu Chun retorted angrily. "What do I have to fear? Gu Chun, you're a 3-second man. No remedy can save you." Zhang Ran's demeanor turned frenzied, reminiscent of a madwoman. Gu Chen's face turned pale, rendering him speechless, while Gu Bei's expression darkened, realizing he had yet to intervene. He waved his hand, and a bodyguard approached to seize Zhang Ran's hair, delivering a powerful slap that sent her sprawling 3 meters away, though the bodyguard had evidently held back. "Ha ha ha, Gu Chun. So you're just a 3-second man? No wonder. I've heard you've been with this woman for so long without changing partners. It seems you were afraid of your secrets getting out." A voice from the crowd chimed in. "Don't be disheartened, Gu Chun. I know an experienced doctor who specializes in this matter. Let me introduce you." Gu Bei's face turned an ominous shade of gray, feeling an urge to strike down this disgraceful brother of his. Amidst the laughter and chatter, a silver-white sports car approached, its distinct engine sound causing the eyes of many car enthusiasts to widen. "Is that a Lamborghini Veneno? Are you certain?" someone inquired. "Of course. While I've only seen it in photographs, I would never mistake it. Its aggressive design, unique engine sound, massive rear wing, and matte black multi-spoke rims. I'm absolutely certain this is a Lamborghini Veneno." The enthusiastic speaker continued. A woman lacking car knowledge interjected, "Isn't it just a car? Why the excitement?" The man replied, "What do you know? Do you have any idea how much this car is worth?" The woman guessed, "It's worth at most 10 to 20 million, right?" The man shook his head, his voice trembling with excitement. "This is a globally limited edition Lamborghini Veneno. Only 3 exist worldwide. Its factory price is 45 million. That sounds pricey," he acknowledged before adding, "but that's not the end of it. An aficionado in America paid a staggering 130 million at auction for a purple Lamborghini Veneno. Another is owned by a chaebol in Korea, treated as a treasure and hardly driven." He gulped, continuing, "And this most expensive silver-white model is virtually priceless. Once a businessman offered 200 million to buy it, but it was never sold." Upon hearing this, everyone's attention shifted towards the car. The Lamborghini Veneno that was deemed so valuable, it could not be purchased for 200 million. In that moment, the drama involving Gu Chun was momentarily forgotten as the vehicle came to a gradual halt, all eyes fixated on the driver's seat. Unbeknownst to anyone, a striking pink Porsche 911 lingered in the background. The door of a Lamborghini Veneno swung open, revealing a dashing man with golden hair stepping out. Clad in a luxurious, custom-made anima suit, he exuded an aura of affluence. His visage was so captivating that it stirred envy even among women. Many failed to recognize Yang Fan, igniting curiosity regarding his identity. However, those familiar with him were even more astonished. Gu Bei furrowed his brow as he observed Yang Fan descending from the car. His knowledge of Yang Fan was limited, and he had not undertaken any investigation into him. In Jiangcheng, apart from the other 3 prominent families, few could capture his attention. To him, Yang Fan was merely an ordinary second-generation wealthy individual. As for his identity as a martial artist, Gu Bei had never entertained such a notion. Martial artists must begin training from a young age and possess a certain talent. Among the 4 major families, only the younger generation of the Yun family had martial artists, while he had not encountered any others. Yet at this moment, as Gu Bei watched Yang Fan emerge from the car worth no less than 200 million, He found himself compelled to reevaluate this man. It is essential to note that even he, and certainly his father, could never afford such an extravagant vehicle. Beside him, Gu Chen's expression was little better. The most astonished of all was Zhang Ran, seemingly oblivious to the pain on her face, staring intently at the man who once cherished her deeply, the man who had delivered takeout for 3 years to support her education. Dressed in formal attire, Yang Fan appeared undeniably radiant, and he looked exceptionally handsome. Was it truly because he had distanced himself from her that he had transformed into such an admirable figure? Goodness, I should have realized it was you, Duan Ian exclaimed, slapping his palms together before approaching Yang Fan and delivering a playful punch to his arm. Yang Fan stood momentarily bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. From the moment he exited the vehicle, he had noticed the envious, jealous, and even flirtatious gazes from those around him, including men. This left him quite perplexed. Why is everyone here? Aren't you supposed to be at the engagement? Yang Fan inquired, perplexed. My good brother, I know you are wealthy, but I never imagined you possessed such wealth. You managed to acquire a Lamborghini Veneno, worth more than 200 million. Duan Ian remarked with a grin, patting Yang Fan's shoulder. Yang Fan blinked innocently, genuinely confused. More than 200 million? Is this Lamborghini Veneno provided by the system really that valuable? I hardly spent anything. Yang Fan candidly replied, as he indeed had not spent any money. Excuse me, may I take a photo with your car? Yang Fan asked a young man approaching him, whose name he did not know. I'm Chu Hao. The chairman of the Chu Group is my father. Brother, I truly admire your car. Yang Fan could sense the genuine excitement in his voice regarding the vehicle. Not wanting to dismiss a trivial request, he agreed. Can I take a picture too? Yang Fan found himself momentarily speechless as several individuals requested photos. As representatives of Jiang Cheng's youth, such behavior seemed somewhat unbecoming. Yet, the sheer value of Yang Fan's car left them in awe. Cars worth millions might seem ordinary to them, but a $200 million sports car was undeniably astonishing. Brother, Kai Qianqian and Xia Rui pushed through the crowd to stand beside Yang Fan. I remember seeing you once at Fuzhou Yifang, Duan Ian remarked, uncertain of what to address him as, turning to Yang Fan. This is my sister and my secretary. Yang, you have a sister? A god-sister. Duan Ian nodded as realization dawned. So, you mean a god-sister and a god-secretary, haha. Yang Fan acknowledged with a nod, not comprehending why God was prefixed before secretary. However, he deemed such details unworthy of further inquiry. Yang Fan, oblivious, did not notice Xia Rui's cheeks flushing beneath her lowered gaze. She had only recently become Yang Fan's secretary and felt somewhat out of place. She had heard that secretaries came in various types. Initially, she had thought nothing of it, believing Yang Fan to be a good man who would not overstep boundaries. Yet, Xia Rui's mind began to wander, struggling internally as her expression wavered. Despite his handsomeness and wealth, she was conflicted, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. What are you daydreaming about? Let's head inside, Yang Fan urged. Oh, coming. Just as Yang Fan and his companions prepared to enter, a familiar yet foreign voice echoed in his ear. Yang Fan, turning around, he gazed toward the source of the voice, and indeed, it was her. At that moment, Zhang Ran appeared disheveled, her right cheek swollen. What brings you here? Yang Fan replied calmly. Zhang Ran's eyes glistened with tears as she looked up at him, her expression one of pitiful remorse. I'm sorry I was wrong. You delivered takeout for 3 years for me, and I let you down. Yang Fan regarded Zhang Ran, who continued to cry, his expression unchanged. Xiao Fan, please give me a chance to make amends. Next to Yang Fan, Kai Qianqian stiffened, her complexion paling. This scene felt eerily familiar, igniting a sense of dread within her. She feared that Yang Fan might forgive Zhang Ran and abandon them. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes, observing the tears streaming from Zhang Ran's eyes, as he lit a cigarette and exhaled a plume of smoke. With a voice devoid of emotion, he replied, You disdain my takeout deliveries. Why do you weep now that we have parted ways?